While I share the belief that Yuan can handle the 10 great families even if they unite, I also feel that we should make an effort to support him. After all, we're all members of the same faction, we can't simply stand idle while our leader is under threat, Wang Ming said. I concur with that sentiment, but the question is, what should our course of action be? Hong Xiuquan inquired. A heavy silence settled over the room as those present contemplated potential strategies. Shi Murong was the first to speak out. The 10 great families are recruiting exiles, right? What if we infiltrate them and mess with them from the inside? Huh? Don't we actually need an exile to do such a thing? Wang Bingbing said. Well, I was thinking that one of us could pretend to be an exile, especially since one can't the difference between an NPC and a player at a glance. I'm sure they will have some kind of verification in place to prevent such incidents, Wu Zhao said. Mei Xiu nodded in agreement and added, Wu Zhao is correct. Exiles emit a distinctive aura, making it relatively easy to discern whether someone is an exile or not based on their aura alone. Oh. In that case, forget my suggestion. Shi Murong sighed in defeat. How powerful are exiles? I mean, what's stopping us from attacking them first? Shi Lang suddenly asked. I think their powers vary, but since they have all lived a long time, there's a good chance that most of them are quite powerful, and at our level, we'll only be digging our own graves if we even attempt to ambush them. Mei Xiu shook her head. Damn it. Is there truly nothing we can do to stop the 10 great families plot? Wang Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. Mei Feng then spoke, I understand all of your desires to help Yuan, but at the end of the day, we should wait for his response before we get ahead of ourselves. Speaking of Yuan, when's he coming back out? It's already been half a year since he entered the Nameless Emperor's tomb, correct? Wang Bingbing asked. He's probably caught up in something like he usually does. Chu Liuxiang shrugged, and she continued, though, I doubt it'll be much longer before he returns. Then let's give Yuan another week to return before we make any decision, Mei Feng said. All right. The members all agreed. Meanwhile, inside Cultivation Online, Dong Yi brought Yuan and his group to a secluded location nestled amidst an expansive mountain range. Welcome to my humble estate, my liege. Dong Yi said as they approached a wooden cabin that he'd personally built. You are living here? Yuan asked out of curiosity. I am always traveling, so I only come here when I take a break or need to do something in peace. There's also a concealment formation surrounding this area, so you don't need to worry about anything while you are in here. Once they were inside the building, Yuan carefully laid Xiaohua, who was still unconscious, on the bed. So, are you going to tell me about what happened to Xiaohua, or is this still against my own command? Yuan looked at Dong Yi, who could only stand there with a bittersweet smile. As much as I desire to clarify matters for my liege, I'm afraid I can't divulge any information about her, as it might influence your fate. Nevertheless, if you inquire about it when she awakens and she chooses to reveal it, I'll be in a better position to provide additional details based on the circumstances, Dong Yi explained. I thought so. Yuan sighed. Hey. Yuan. Who's that old man? I can feel an otherworldly aura coming from him. She merely whispered to him. He's a follower from my past life, the evil god to be precise. I see. So he must be very powerful. Well, he's almost a cultivation god, so I guess you can say that. Yuan nonchalantly revealed, dropping a bombshell of information. What? Cultivation god? She merely exclaimed in a voice filled with astonishment and disbelief. Unfortunately, this humble one is only at the 7th level of God Ascension realm. I am nowhere near being a cultivation god, and I highly doubt I will be able to achieve it in this life. Dong Yi shook his head in a dejected manner. That's merely 3 levels away from a cultivation god, the highest known cultivation realm. She merely remarked, her astonishment growing by the moment. While these three levels may seem close to each other, each level in the God Ascension realm is so vastly distant from each other that it can only be traversed by those with extreme talents, and no amount of hard work or treasure will help you fill that gap, Dong Yi lamented with a sigh, emphasizing the immense chasm between these cultivation stages. Let's put it this way, if I wanted to defeat someone at the 8th level of God Ascension, I'd have to clone myself at least a dozen times and rely on extraordinary luck just to stand a chance, Dong Yi elaborated, causing Shi Meili to swallow nervously. Shi Meili then turned to look at Yuan and asked him, "What cultivation were you in your past lives?" "I don't know." He shrugged. "My liege has managed to reach cultivation God in the majority of his lives," Dong Yi said. "The majority? So there are times when he didn't?" Shi Meili found this quite interesting. Dong Yi nodded and explained, "Indeed, but it wasn't due to a lack of talent, as my liege's talent only increases with every reincarnation, so he didn't reach cultivation God by choice." "That's even more puzzling." "Why not?" "Unfortunately, I cannot divulge any more, as I was commanded by my liege's incarnation to not reveal too much, as it could affect his fate." "Is that so? Then I have another question. How are you able to stay in this realm at that level of cultivation? Doesn't it get increasingly harder to go to the lower realms the higher your cultivation?" "Indeed, but when you've been doing it for millions of years like I have, you're bound to pick up a trick or two to make things a bit easier," Dong Yi chuckled, almost boasting of his ability to defy the laws of the 9 heavens through his extensive experience. Xiao Hua remained in her slumber for several days, during which time Yuan silently cultivated beside her. Even though his cultivation had reached its limit, Yuan continued to refine his understanding of his techniques, seeking further mastery. Shi Meili, on the other hand, spent most of her time outside the cabin, relishing the fresh air and finding fascination in even the minutest details of her surroundings. As for Dong Yi, he disappeared somewhere. At the end of the week, Xiao Hua slowly opened her eyes, feeling as though she had just emerged from a long hibernation. "Brother Yuan," she muttered for him in a low voice the moment she saw his handsome face beside her. Yuan promptly ceased his cultivation upon hearing her voice and turned his attention to her. "Are you all right, Xiao Hua? How do you feel?" he inquired with concern. Xiao Hua gradually sat up on the bed and replied, "My head feels a bit strange, but I'm fine." "Do you remember what happened before you lost consciousness?" Yuan inquired further. Xiao Hua closed her eyes and made an effort to recollect the events that occurred after she released her seal. After a moment of silence, she shook her head and said, "It's a blank. I don't remember anything that happened after I undid the seal." She turned to look at him and asked with a hint of worry in her gaze, "What happened to me, Brother Yuan? Did I do something bad?" "I wouldn't call it bad, since you merely defeated your opponent, who was the bad guy in that situation." "Is that so?" Xiao Hua seemed a little bit more relieved after hearing his words. The room filled with awkward silence when neither of them spoke any further. A moment later, Xiao Hua broke the silence by asking him, "Brother Yuan, are you not going to ask me about what happened?" Yuan smiled and said, "No, because I know that you'll tell me whenever you are ready." Xiao Hua's face flushed a little after hearing such words. Xiao Hua then lowered her head to the extent that Yuan could no longer discern her expression, and then she divulged, "There's another person residing within me. Sealed, to be precise. She's a formidable cultivator who possesses unfathomable prowess, at least this is what my father told me." "Your father, the patriarch of the Azura clan?" Yuan inquired. Xiao Hua nodded in confirmation. "Yes. He imparted numerous teachings to me before I departed the primordial realm for the Supreme Heaven's legacy. He told me that if I ever found myself in peril or required aid, I could awaken the individual sealed within me and depend on her for assistance. Each time I release her, I transform into a different person and unleash chaos. This is why I've been hesitant to awaken her. However, I did not want to lose to that guy and become a burden to Brother Yuan, so I requested for her help." Xiao Hua admitted. After a slight pause, she continued, "If Brother Yuan doesn't like the other Xiao Hua, I will never wake her up again." Yuan contemplated for a moment before responding. While the drastic shift in personality was certainly surprising, and her initial impression was rather memorable, I can't claim to dislike her without knowing more about her. She's an expert, right? I bet we can even learn a thing or two from her. You really don't mind her, brother Yuan? Xiao Hua looked at him with slightly widened eyes. When she was still in the primordial realm, everyone would flee in terror after encountering her other identity. Yuan nodded to confirm, I don't mind her at all right now. I'll start worrying if she turns out to be a bad person, though. Xiao Hua acknowledged, feeling as though an invisible burden had been alleviated from her shoulders. Meanwhile, above the cabin, Dong Yi had been listening to Xiao Hua's words. Another person sealed within her, huh? While not entirely accurate, it's not completely wrong either. He mumbled with a mysterious smile on his face. Dong Yi returned to the cabin after some time. My liege, what are your plans now that you've explored the nameless emperor's tomb? He inquired. I'm planning to visit the Tian family. They must be concerned since I haven't returned to them as promised after our exploration, Yuan responded. I understand. In that case, I'll lead you to the nearest city with a teleporter, Dong Yi replied. Before you do that, I have a favor to ask of you, Yuan said. Whatever you ask, my liege, I shall execute it without fail, Dong Yi pledged. This might be a difficult task, but I want you to attempt to uncover who possesses the 4 ancient seals necessary to open the primordial realm, Yuan requested. He continued, I am aware that they convene every decade, but the exact time and location remain unknown to me. Naturally, I don't intend on waiting for their gathering, so I am contemplating locating them before their next gathering. Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua gazed at him with a perplexed and astonished expression. The ancient seals, huh? Are you planning to visit the primordial realm, my liege? Dong Yi inquired. Would that be a problem? Yuan questioned, his eyebrows raised. No, none at all. I just wanted to confirm your intentions. In any case, there are 4 ancient seals in total, each in possession of one of the 4 ancient families. However, the precise holders of these seals remain unknown, Dong Yi explained. And he continued, while I'm unaware of the whereabouts of 3 of these seals, I happen to know that one of them currently resides in this world, the 3rd heaven. Really? Yuan was pleasantly surprised to hear this, and he asked, do you also happen to know the holder? Dong Yi nodded, confirming, I do. Liang Shaoxing, he's the retired patriarch of the Azure Dragon family. Wait a second. Azure Dragon family? Yuan doubted his ears for a moment. Shi Meili, who had just re-entered the cabin, reacted with anger and shock upon hearing their name. What? The Azure Dragon family exists out here as well? The Azure Dragon family. What are they doing in the outside world? Shi Meili asked, her expression filled with disbelief as she turned to Dong Yi for answers. Dong Yi wore a puzzled expression. I don't understand. Yuan cleared his throat and began to explain the situation, recounting what had transpired between the Shi family and the Azure Dragon family. I understand the situation now. Thank you, my liege, Dong Yi acknowledged. To answer your question, no, they are not the same Azure Dragon family as the one you encountered. Shi Meili remained suspicious. Really? Are you sure? Of course. The Azure Dragon family I am referring to consists of only half-dragons. They might share a similar bloodline, but that's the extent of their connection, Dong Yi explained. A similar bloodline? Shi Meili raised an eyebrow. Dong Yi nodded and continued, it's not as if the entire dragon race entered the ancient dragon city. The Azure Dragon family is a large clan, and they left some of their own people behind, the current Azure Dragon family. In fact, if I recall correctly, there's also a Shi family out here, Dong Yi added. Shi Meili's eyes widened with surprise upon learning this information. Where? She then asked. 5th heaven. Is that so? Shi Meili muttered with a pondering face. Where is this Liang Shaoxing at the moment? Yuan inquired. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer at the moment. But rest assured my liege, I will locate him for you, Dong Yi assured him. Thank you. Then, whenever you are ready to leave. Dong Yi said. I am ready to leave now. Then if you'll excuse me. Dong Yi waved his sleeves, and in the blink of an eye, their scenery changed. Before Yuan knew it, he was no longer inside the wooden cabin but right outside an unknown city. This humble servant will contact you when I find Liang Shaoxing, my liege. Until then. Dong Yi disappeared like a ghost afterward. The God Ascension realm is truly something. She merely muttered in a daze. Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua, who had been silent this entire time, suddenly called out to him. Yes, he looked at her. You want to open the primordial realm? Why? She asked. Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, honestly, I'm not too sure myself. However, I have this feeling that I need to meet the Azura clan, as they are connected with the evil god, my past. Furthermore, your family is there, Xiao Hua. Unless, you don't want me to go. Xiao Hua shook her head, that's not it. If Brother Yuan wants to visit the primordial realm, I will support it. Thank you, Xiao Hua. Yuan and his group entered the city shortly after, arriving at the teleporter about an hour later. Sometime later, Yuan returned to Tian Qinyu's home. Before approaching the home, Yuan turned to look at Shimeli and asked her, do you want to look around the city? I have some business with the family here, and things might get a little chaotic. Are they your enemy? Shimeli cracked her knuckles with a fighting spirit. No, they're friends. Since I don't know them, I'll take a look around the city until you are done instead. Will it take long? I don't believe so, Yuan replied, then said, Feng, can you accompany her just in case? Feng Yuxiang sighed but agreed, I don't want to babysit her. But if the young master wants me to do so, I will. Thank you. Since they would be traveling together, Yuan hoped to improve Feng Yuxiang and Shimeli's relationship. While they didn't have any issues with each other, the inherent differences in their natures as a phoenix and a dragon naturally made things awkward between them. After Feng Yuxiang left with Shimeli, Yuan took a deep breath and approached the Tian family. He knocked on their gates and waited. The gates opened a moment later, revealing a familiar old lady who immediately recognized Yuan. She exclaimed, Why you are. Hello, Yuan greeted her with a calm smile. You're actually alive. What took you so long to come back? Do you have any idea what the young lady has been through recently because of you? The old lady suddenly scolded him without hesitation. I am truly sorry, but something happened within the nameless emperor's tomb, delaying my return. Yuan apologized, and he continued by asking, Is Miss Yenyu here right now? Who are you talking to? Another familiar voice suddenly resounded from inside the house. Mistress. The old lady moved away from the door so Tian Suyin could see Yuan's face. Tian Suyin's face froze for a moment, but then she started trembling in anger. She exclaimed, You bastard. You still have the guts to show your face around here. Why couldn't you have continued being missing? Despite her harsh words, Tian Suyin had also been worried about his well-being for the past week, so her anger was mixed with relief. I apologize for returning so late, Yuan said sincerely. I was stuck in the nameless emperor's tomb and couldn't return until now. He was trapped inside the tomb. That silly girl was actually right. Tian Suyin was in disbelief after realizing that Tian Yenyu had proved her wrong. After snapping out of her daze, Tian Suyin cleared her throat and said to him in a calming voice, Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come inside before I close the gates on you. Yuan didn't say anything else and entered the residence before following Tian Suyin. Do you have any idea how worried you made my daughter? She's been depressed since we returned. Tian Suyin suddenly said. Sorry. Yuan didn't know what else to say and could only apologize again. He also noticed that they were heading to Tian Yenyu's room. Sometime later, they arrived at Tian Yenyu's room. "I'll be in the lobby," Tian Suyin said, and without saying anything else, she turned around and walked away. Yuan took a deep breath as he stood in front of Tian Yenyu's door, preparing to knock. However, just as he was about to knock, his movements halted when he heard the sound of someone stomping on the ground. Dong! Dong! Bang! Before he could react, the door slammed open, and Tian Yenyu appeared before him with a dazed look on her face. "Xiao Yang! You're alive! I knew it!" Without any hesitation, Tian Yenyu leaped onto him, wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. The two of them tumbled to the floor. Yuan smiled and said with one arm wrapped around her, "Since we're back, you can call me Yuan again." "Xiao, Yuan. Where have you been this whole time? Do you have any idea how worried I was when you didn't return as planned?" After spending a good moment silently hugging him, Tian Yenyu suddenly exclaimed. "I know, your mother gave me a handful at the entrance. And I'm sorry for being late. I was stuck inside the nameless emperor's tomb and couldn't return until now." Yuan apologized again. "Really? Are you okay? It must have been terrifying." "I'm fine," he reassured her. "What about you? I hope nothing happened after we separated," he then asked. "Nothing happened. In fact, it was actually really boring after we reunited with the sect." Tian Yenyu shook her head, and she added, "I should have followed you. That would have been a really bad idea. I almost died a few times," he chuckled, ignoring the fact that he'd actually died once. The two of them would talk for several minutes while Tian Yenyu had her arms around him the entire, almost as though she was afraid he'd disappear the moment she let go. Eventually, they got off the floor and made their way to the lobby, where Tian Suyin and Tian Xianzu were sitting around a table and drinking tea. "Welcome back, young man," Tian Xianzu said with a smile, and he gestured at the chair beside him. "Thank you," Yuan said as he sat down beside Tian Xianzu. "I heard everything from my wife. You're the first person that I know of to leave the nameless emperor's tomb after it's sealed. Even calling it a miracle would not do it justice. I wasn't in a dangerous situation, it was just time-consuming. I'm just glad you're safe. After all, you're my family's savior, and we've yet to repay the debt." "Savior?" Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Tian Xianzu nodded and said, "I heard about everything you've done for my wife and daughter, all the treasures you've given them, as well as saving them from danger. It wasn't much. I didn't need the treasures, and it was only natural for me to protect them," Yuan smiled. "Still, we are grateful to you. Anyways, now that you have returned, what are your future plans?" "I have one more business in this world before I start making my way to the fourth heaven," said Yuan. "What? You're leaving the third heaven already?" Tian Yenyu exclaimed. He nodded, "I am quite busy, after all." Furthermore, although he won't mention this to them, the third heaven was currently crowded with people from the upper heavens, all of whom had come down there to hunt him. It wouldn't be wise for him to stay in the third heaven for too long. "Then I will go with you to the fourth heaven," Tian Yenyu exclaimed without even thinking, her devotion to him evident in her words. "What? You must be out of your mind if you think I will let you leave," Tian Suyin shouted, her anger causing her to slam her hand on the table. "But..." Tian Yenyu quickly realized how imprudent her statement had been. Yuan interrupted, "I appreciate your thoughts, Miss Yenyu, but unfortunately, I have to agree with your mother here. It's too dangerous, and you already have a stable life here. I, on the other hand, have no family or life here, not to mention the mountain of things that I need to do in the upper heavens. I have to keep going higher even if I don't want to. If you have no family here, then you can start one, with me." Tian Yenyu hesitated for a moment but eventually pushed herself to say such words, her face flushed red by the end. The entire room filled with silence as Yuan and the others stared at Tian Yenyu with surprised faces. You! What nonsense are you spewing? Tian Suyin was astonished that her daughter even had the courage to say such things. However, this also showed how much Tian Yenyu cared for Yuan. Despite how nervous and embarrassed she felt, and how much she wanted to run away, Tian Yenyu forced herself to remain in the room, her gaze fixed on Yuan as she waited for his response. After a moment of awkward silence, Yuan responded to her feelings with a single word, sorry. Tian Yenyu quickly realized that she had been rejected, and tears immediately began forming in her eyes. However, before any tears could fall, she turned around and ran out of the room. After another moment of silence, Tian Suyin mumbled, I finally believe you when you said that you didn't come here to court my daughter. Yuan didn't know how to respond to her words. But, thank you for rejecting her. Tian Suyin unexpectedly thanked him out of the blue. And she continued, everything that's happened lately has been quite a whirlwind, and her emotions have been all over the place. Now, she'll finally have some time to reflect on what she truly desires. If, after she finds some clarity, she still wishes to follow you, I won't stand in her way. However, when that happens, I still hope that you'd decline her company. I don't mean this in a bad way, but you're too much for her, Yuan. We're just a small family in the third heaven with some history, but you're different. And I don't think she has what it takes to follow someone as magnificent and talented as you. Yuan was speechless. He didn't expect Tian Suyin to have such profound thoughts about him. Tian Xianzu didn't say anything, but his thoughts aligned with Tian Suyin's feelings. Yuan was simply too outstanding for their daughter. With his talents, he would definitely achieve greatness in the future, and Tian Yenyu would hurt herself just by being around him. What happened with the nameless emperor's tomb proved to Tian Suyin that her daughter was simply incapable of catching up with Yuan, much less following him. Even though Yuan wasn't the kind of person to care about such things, he couldn't ignore Tian Yenyu's parents' feelings, and he also didn't want to endanger Tian Yenyu by bringing her with him on his journey that is still shrouded in mysteries. I understand. In the end, Yuan acknowledged Tian Suyin's request. Thank you, Tian Suyin expressed her gratitude once more, her sincerity couldn't be any more apparent. When it was apparent that Tian Yenyu wouldn't return to the room, Yuan stood up and said, I guess I should take my leave now. When will you leave for the fourth heaven? Tian Suyin suddenly asked. I'm not sure yet, but before I do, I will return to give Miss Yenyu a proper farewell, if you don't mind. We don't mind. You're always welcome here. Tian Xianzu said. Thank you. Yuan left the Tian family's residence shortly after. Xiaohua, Yingying, I am going to be away for a while. I should return in a week. Yuan said to them. And then he contacted Feng Yuxiang through their spiritual connection, Feng, I will be away for a week. Please let Shimeli know. I will contact you again when I return. After spending half a year inside Cultivation Online with only a single break, Yuan desperately needed some fresh air from Earth, as well as catching up with his partners and companions. He logged off the game for the second time in half a year. After removing the console from his head, Yuan inspected his body and mumbled, my body is already at the point where I no longer need to eat or drink for half a year without any issues. As convenient as it sounds, it's also quite terrifying. He got off the bed and went to take a long bath. The herbs for body tempering are no longer effective, they're simply too weak for my physique now. Yuan increased the amount of medicine for his body tempering, but it still wasn't enough to even make his body tingle. I thought it would last a little longer, but alas. Since the medicine was no longer effective on him, Yuan shortened his time in the bathroom to an hour. By the time he came out of the bathroom, it was already late into the afternoon. When he returned to the bedroom, Yuan realized that Chu Liuxiang was absent. Usually, she would be either cultivating or playing Cultivation Online. He looked out the window, but the training grounds were empty. He then made his way to the hallway, where he encountered Mei Feng, who was mopping the floor with a serious expression on her face. Hello, Mei Feng. It's been a while. Yuan approached her with a bright smile on his face. Yuan. You're finally back. Meifeng's expression immediately brightened upon seeing his face. She also stopped mopping the floor and went straight to him. Are you okay? Does your body feel weird anywhere? I know you are a cultivator, but you haven't eaten or drank anything for half a year, right? Meifeng immediately began questioning his well-being, which didn't surprise Yuan in the slightest. I am perfectly fine. In fact, I've never felt healthier, he chuckled. Meifeng had a slightly baffled look on her face as she mumbled, I noticed my body requiring less maintenance as my cultivation increased too, but I didn't think it could allow humans to ignore food and water. Cultivation is truly profound. Hearing her words, Yuan peeked at her cultivation level. Wow, you're already a spirit master. I'm still lagging behind everyone else, who has already reached the rank of spirit grandmaster, Meifeng sighed with a hint of disappointment. What? Spirit grandmaster? Yuan exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by the rapid progress of everyone around him. Even if they've been cultivating tirelessly for the past 6 months, their cultivation should only be at the spirit master level. Is it because of the rich spiritual energy on this mountain? Or did something happen while I was away? Yuan pondered. Meifeng noticed the bewildered expression on Yuan's face and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Are you that taken aback that they've caught up to you? I am. He nodded. It's because we received some assistance. Without that person's help, our cultivation wouldn't have advanced so rapidly, Meifeng disclosed suddenly. That person? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, indeed. That person happens to be the lord of this mountain. He generously provided us with an array of treasures to aid in our cultivation. Meifeng revealed the truth behind their incredible progression. I see. So the Lord lent a hand. That explains a lot, Yuan nodded in understanding. And he continued with a smile, looks like I can no longer ignore my cultivation in this world, or everyone will surpass me before I even realize it. That's impossible. While they've achieved Spirit Grandmaster, there's only so much treasures can do. Meifeng sighed. Anyways, Yuan, I'm glad you've returned. Something has been happening that requires your immediate attention. What happened? Yuan had an ominous feeling about this. The 10 great families, they're targeting you. 10 great families? Who are they? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. The 10 Great Families is a title given to the top 10 families in the legacy ranking, she briefly explained. Oh, those guys. What are they planning now? Yuan was slightly relieved upon hearing this information. Let's gather everyone first, Meifeng said. Sure. By the way, where is everyone? I tried to sense them just now, but there's nobody in the house besides you and me. Yuan asked. Oh, they're training at the top of the mountain with the Lord. He's not just supplying us with resources but also giving us pointers among other things. He's been really helpful, even though he's never shown his face. Yuan was truly surprised to hear that the Lord had allowed others beside him and the manager to enter the top of the mountain. I wonder what changed his mind, he wondered inwardly. Then I will immediately go call them back. Please wait a little longer. Meifeng said before rushing to put away the mop and bucket. Take your time. I won't be going anywhere for a while. Yuan said to her. Sometime later, Meifeng called the manager through her cell phone. Can you tell everyone to return to the house as soon as possible? Tell them that Yuan has returned. He's back. The manager mumbled in a somewhat surprised tone. After quickly snapping back, she continued, Okay, I will let them know. Hey! You can all cease your training now. The manager's voice boomed, echoing across the entire mountaintop. A few minutes later, the entire demon sealing faction assembled before her, each of them bearing the marks of their intense training, with bruises and bloodied clothes as evidence of their hard work. Did something happen, manager? Wang Ming asked her. Nothing really, but your leader has returned. Leader? Yuan. He's back. Chu Liuxiang's eyes flickered with excitement upon hearing this information. Yes, and he's waiting for you guys back at the house, so you guys are done for today. Thank you for today, manager. They said to her before rushing back to the house. Sometime later, back at the house. Yuan. Chu Liuxiang rushed at Yuan and tossed her body onto him without hesitation. It's been a while, Liuxiang. Everyone. Yuan greeted them with a calm smile. Welcome back, Yuan. Mei Xiu was the first to respond, her face with a gentle smile. I'm back. Sorry, it took a little longer than expected. Luckily, you came back at just the right time. If you'd come back even a little later, we would have had to act without you. Wang Ming said. Is this about the 10 great families? Yuan asked. You knew. They looked at him with wide eyes. Not the whole story. Mei Feng told me the 10 great families are trying to cause trouble, but that's all. And now that we're all here, I will tell you the whole story, Mei Feng said. I think it can wait a little longer. Yuan chuckled, and he pointed at the others, they should probably get cleaned first. Sorry. We won't take long. Everyone there quickly scrambled back to their rooms to wash themselves. Sometime later, once everyone returned, they all sat around the dining table. Now that everyone is here, allow me to begin, Mei Feng said as she brought out a laptop and a projector. As I've already told you, the 10 great families are targeting you, Yuan. While you were still away, I received a call from Bai Lihua, who warned us about the 10 great families' plan, that they plan on working together to go after you and your exile. My exile? Xiaohua. Yuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this news, and he immediately understood the situation. I see. So that person must have been from the 10 great families, and he's seeking revenge for what happened. Yuan sighed out loud. What are you talking about? Did you already encounter the 10 great families? Chu Liuxiang asked him. He nodded and recalled to them what happened recently. Right after I left the nameless emperor's tomb, we were approached by an exile, who tried to rob and kill us. In the end, my exile killed this exile. Of course, this exile had a partner, who hid the entire time. He must have been from the 10 great families. Everything makes sense now. But to make the 10 great families work together, it could only be the work of one person, Xiong Lu. He's a very famous player who dominated many games, and the Xiong family is also currently ranked first in the legacy ranking. Mei Feng said. She proceeded to show Yuan the recruitment announcement made by them. They are also gathering exiles from around the world now. Unfortunately, we don't know how common exiles are or how many have joined Xiong Lu. Yuan closed his eyes and began pondering silently. Eventually, Wang Bingbing asked, So, what do you think we should do, Yuan? We had a few ideas about fighting back, but we've decided to wait for your return before we act. Yuan opened his eyes and smiled. It's quite simple, there's no need to do anything. Excuse me? Everyone there looked at him with wide eyes. No matter how many exiles they've gathered, they won't be able to do anything to me. Yuan calmly said. Seriously? You're that confident? Wang Bing muttered in a dazed voice. Your strength must have increased significantly during the last 6 months. Li Jinxi said, her gaze filled with anticipation for some reason. Well, I'm still stuck at peak Spirit King, but I have improved on everything else. So you don't plan on doing anything about the 10 great families? Shi Murong asked. Actually, I do have a plan up my sleeves. What's the plan? They all looked at him with anticipation. I'm going to visit them once they fully gather their force, he casually revealed. You're what? Wouldn't it be better for you to visit them before they gather their force? Mei Feng couldn't help but ask. It wouldn't be as convincing if I did that. In fact, they will most likely start making excuses and continue causing more trouble later. Convincing? What are you trying to convince them of? After a slight pause, Yuan spoke with a grim smile, I'm going to convince them that no matter what they do, they will not be able to touch me. Everyone there swallowed nervously as they subconsciously began to wonder what Yuan was going to do to the 10 great families. Anyways, let's put the 10 great families aside for now and catch up on our own lives. I see that you guys have been training hard for the past half a year, to the point where you've all caught to up my cultivation. It's mostly thanks to the Lord's assistance. Wang Ming said. Without his help, as well as the manager's training sessions, we wouldn't have been able to reach Spirit Grandmaster so quickly. Leah also helped you guys. Now that's shocking. Is it really? She's actually really nice once you get to know her. Though, she does have trouble being honest with herself at times. Wang Bingbing smiled. Her training is brutal, too. I swear I almost died a few times, just this month alone. Shi Lang sighed. Yuan, tell us about the Nameless Emperor's tomb. I want to hear about your adventures. Chu Liuxiang suddenly requested. He nodded, okay. Thus, Yuan began recalling his experience within the Nameless Emperor's tomb to everyone. What? You actually went back to the ancient dragon city? Wang Xiuying was greatly surprised when she heard this. Yuan nodded, unfortunately, it wasn't as relaxing as when we last visited, as I had to stop an invasion against the Shi family. And he proceeded to recall the short war between the Azure Dragon family and the Shi family. Unbelievable, to think such a thing could happen in that place. Wang Xiuying sighed. In the end, she merely decided to follow me to the outside world, so we're traveling together now. The Dragon Princess, huh? I truly didn't expect that. Yuan nodded, then we encountered the exile after coming out of the Nameless Emperor's tomb. After a brief silence, he continued, now then, why don't you all share your adventures? I spent most of my time improving my cultivation, Mei Xiu began, with approximately 40% spent in Cultivation Online and the remaining 60% right here. Chu Liuxiang nodded, same here, but I split my time between the two equally, spending half of my time in Cultivation Online and the other half training out here. Wang Ming then said, I spent most of my time in Cultivation Online until I became an inner court disciple in the Formless Sword Academy. After that, I spent most of my time training with the Lord. I also became an inner court disciple at the Heavenly Academy. Wang Bingbing said. In the end, everyone who remained in the second heaven to join a sect managed to become an inner court disciple. Wang Xiuying, who was the last to share her experience, revealed, I've attained the status of core disciple within my sect, and my name has gained some recognition even beyond its boundaries. Nevertheless, due to spending the majority of my time in Cultivation Online, I've only reached the peak of Spirit Master here, making me the only one who hasn't reached Spirit Grandmaster. Ahem. Mei Feng suddenly cleared her throat and spoke, I am also a Spirit Master too, you know. But you spend most of your time doing chores. If you'd dedicated more of your time to cultivation, you would have been a Spirit Grandmaster as well. Wang Xiuying said. My responsibilities as the caretaker of this household take precedence, even over my cultivation, Mei Feng asserted firmly. Spirit Grandmaster or not, I'm proud of everyone here, Yuan said with a smile. You've all achieved great things within half a year. If you guys keep going at this pace, you'll surpass me in no time. Nobody here is trying to surpass you, we're just trying our best to keep up and not become a burden to you. Wang Ming sighed. That's nonsense. I've already told you guys many times that I don't care if you become a burden or not, because I will never see any of you that way. Yuan shook his head. After a moment of silence, Wang Bingbing raised her hand and asked, Yuan, I have a question. What is it? After hearing so much about exiles and how much they could benefit our progress, what if we also find ourselves an exile to partner up with? I can't be the only one thinking about this, right? Wang Bingbing looked around the table. Indeed, some of them have thought about getting their own exile and were waiting for the right time to bring it up. That time was now. Wu Zhao spoke next. I was also thinking about it. Me too, said Shi Lang. Hearing their question, Yuan could only sigh. Unfortunately, even though having an exile comes with a lot of benefits, I don't think you'll be able to ignore the cons. As you all know already, exiles are criminals that have been banished from the 9 heavens, and they are not your average criminals, either. Even though my exile, Xiao Hua, is a good girl and definitely doesn't deserve to bear that label, I must admit that I got extremely lucky with her as my partner. However, I can't guarantee that you guys will have the same luck. Of course, I am not saying that you should not partner up with one. If you happen to come across an exile like Xiao Hua, you should definitely partner up. However, exiles like Xiao Hua are few and far between, this I am willing to bet a fortune on. That makes sense. I definitely wouldn't want a criminal by my side even if they come with a lot of benefits. Wang Bingbing nodded in agreement. And they are not your run-of-the-mill criminals. Wang Ming added, for them to have faced banishment from the 9 heavens, their transgressions must have been of a truly heinous nature. Li Jinxi chimed in, saying, why would we even require assistance from an exile when we already have someone like Yuan with us? Wang Bingbing was momentarily at a loss for words, but as she contemplated Li Jinxi's statement, she came to recognize her own shortcomings. You are absolutely right. Forget I even suggested such a thing, she sighed. Yuan shook his head and said, there's no need for that. If you encounter an exile who isn't a bloodthirsty criminal, you should work together with them since they could really help you out. In fact, I encourage it. If I hadn't met Xiao Hua, I don't think I would have made it to where I am currently. If you say that, I have another question. Hong Xiuquan raised his hand and proceeded to ask, how can we tell if someone is an exile or not? Exiles have a unique aura to them, but I don't think you'll be able to tell the difference until you encounter one. However, they will most likely tell you themselves, as they need a partner to participate in the Supreme Heaven's legacy, which is another way to tell if someone is an exile or not since they all have that legacy. And he added, this is purely speculation, but I think exiles are mostly found in seclusive areas, as they're akin to hidden quests and dungeons, so you won't find them hanging around in a busy city or anything like that. I see, thanks. I will keep that in mind. Hong Xiuquan said. Any more questions before we call it a night? Yuan asked. And for the next several minutes, he answered any questions the others threw at him. So how long are you going to stay out here this time? Li Jinxi asked Yuan. I will take a break from Cultivation Online for the next 2 weeks at the very least, he said. Good. I want you to see my progress. Li Jinxi then said. Me too. Wang Ming added. The others also expressed their desire for a sparring session, and Yuan readily agreed, saying, certainly. I'm quite curious to see just how effective the Lord's training has been. After spending some time answering questions, Yuan eventually ended the meeting. Okay, let's end it here today. While everyone walked towards their rooms, Yuan walked towards the entrance. Where are you going? Chu Liuxiang asked when she noticed this. I am going to visit the Lord now. I'll be back soon. Oh, okay. Then I'll see you later. Chu Liuxiang winked at him before walking away. Should I call the manager to let her know that you'll be heading there? Mei Feng suddenly asked. He nodded, please, and thanks. As Yuan left the building, Mei Feng called the manager to notify her of Yuan's plans. He's coming here now. What a pain in the ass. The manager sighed, and she continued, I'll let the Lord know. After hanging up, the manager went to see the Lord. Yuan's coming here right now. Good. I was planning on calling him tomorrow anyway. Are you going to tell him about the situation? She asked. I do. Then I'll go pick him up now. Sometime later, as Yuan approached the top of the mountain, he noticed a tall beauty standing still in the distance with a nonchalant look on her face. It's been a while, Leah. How have you been? Yuan greeted her with a smile. Don't act so friendly with me. Did you damage your soul or something during the last few months? She sneered. And I see that you haven't changed at all. Yuan chuckled, finding no offense to her attitude. Anyway, I am here to thank the Lord for his assistance. Because of him, the demon sealing faction is stronger than ever. After a slight pause, he continued, of course, I am here to thank you as well, Leah. So, thank you. Seeing the bright smile on Yuan's handsome face, she subconsciously blushed. I don't need your gratitude since I am not doing this out of my goodwill. Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, something did happen, right? I'm not sure why, but my chest has been feeling a little tight since I returned, but I cannot tell what's bothering me. Leah sucked her teeth after hearing his words and mumbled under her breath, inhuman as always. Huh? Yuan looked at her with a puzzled expression. She ignored him and said, let's move already. The Lord is waiting for you. Okay. Once they arrived at the peak of the mountain, Yuan approached the cave located at the center. Halfway there, Yuan noticed a red figure coming out of the cave. Naturally, it was the Lord, but he looked a little different, weaker than before. Even his body appeared skinnier compared to half a year ago. Yuan frowned slightly after seeing the Lord's condition and immediately asked, what happened to you? Are you sick? Are you okay? It's great to see you again, Yuan. No, I am not sick, but I am also not okay. The Lord said in a weak voice. Tell me what happened. Before I do that, how was the nameless emperor's tomb? Such a place hadn't existed yet when I was still in the divine heavens. Seeing how the Lord had enough time to ask him that, Yuan figured that the situation probably wasn't as bad as he thought. Well, it's a dangerous place that has taken countless lives. Despite that, people still flock to it to acquire treasures or enlightenment. I see, sounds like a fun place. The Lord mumbled, leaving Yuan speechless. After a moment of silence, the Lord's expression turned solemn, and he spoke in a dispirited voice, I'm sorry. Huh? Why are you suddenly apologizing? Yuan tilted his head in a questioning manner. I have failed you, failed Earth. What do you mean by that? Yuan could feel the ominous feeling in his guts rising. Do you remember about our talk last time? How there's a formation holding this world together? The Lord asked. I do. And that you're the one keeping the formation together. The Lord nodded solemnly and continued, regrettably, the protective formation is deteriorating, and I am powerless to stop it. I cannot fathom the cause of this decay, but if it persists, the formation will ultimately crumble, as will Earth and all its inhabitants. What? Yuan exclaimed in extreme shock. Wait a second. You're saying that the world is ending and you have no idea why, he asked for confirmation. There are several potential causes, but I cannot definitively identify the primary one. First and foremost, I have long been aware that I could only sustain the formation for a finite period. I have maintained it for millions of years, and my cultivation has steadily waned over time with no opportunity for replenishment. Consequently, it was merely a matter of time until my cultivation became depleted. However, with my remaining cultivation, I should have been able to keep the formation active for another 100,000 years. I don't know why, but the formation suddenly started demanding more spiritual energy to maintain, which is rapidly consuming my energy. Yuan swallowed nervously, and he proceeded to ask a question that he did not think he would ever utter, how long do we have until Earth is destroyed? At this rate, the formation will shatter in 100 years and we will all cease to exist. The Lord revealed in a grim voice. 100 years. We only have 100 years. For the first time in a very long time, Yuan could feel weakness in his body, especially his legs, as they were on the verge of giving up. 100 years. Yuan stood there in a daze, trying to comprehend the magnitude of the situation. However, the Lord had more disheartening news to convey and continued, the 100-year threshold is but the present constraint. If the formation's demand for spiritual energy were to escalate further, that limit could decrease significantly, 50 years, even 10 years, becomes a distinct possibility. Good heavens! Yuan could no longer muster any strength to stand and took a seat on the ground. Is there no way to fix this? He inquired after a brief pause. There are several approaches we can explore, the Lord replied, and he continued, the first option is to open the gate between earth and the 9 heavens and relocate all inhabitants of this world to the 9 heavens. While this approach would ensure our survival, it would not address the plight of earth, not to mention the colossal logistical challenges involved in transporting billions of people to a new realm. Even if we were to successfully relocate the entire population of this world, we would still confront numerous formidable challenges within the 9 heavens, the Lord continued. Questions about habitation, adaptation to the new environment, and the reception by the 9 heavens residents would all need to be addressed. You're absolutely right. Relocating everyone seems like a desperate, last resort measure at this point, Yuan sighed, acknowledging the complexity and uncertainties involved. The second approach, although even more challenging than the first, involves bringing Earth closer to the 9 heavens, where the abundant spiritual energy could assist the formation. The very necessity of the formation arises from the lack of spiritual energy in this world, the Lord explained. In fact, we probably won't even need the formation anymore at that point. This world was created through spiritual energy, so it would naturally die without it. If we move Earth back to where it once belonged, it would save the people and the world. However, the harsh reality is that achieving the relocation of Earth to its original position is an insurmountable feat for anyone in this world, the Lord concluded, emphasizing the sheer impossibility of the task. What if we asked someone from the 9 heavens to help us? Yuan asked. To undertake the colossal task of relocating this entire world without causing harm to its inhabitants or the world itself, we would need the aid of a cultivation god. I don't know the current number of cultivation gods in existence, but in the past, we could have counted them on one hand and still have fingers to spare. Even if we were to locate a cultivation god, the likelihood of them assisting us is slim to none, given that it would demand an immense amount of power to relocate this world, so much so that it could potentially weaken even a cultivation god for tens of thousands of years. One more problem with this plan. The distance between Earth and the 9 heavens is so vast that it might take over 100 years to travel here even for a cultivation god. The Lord sighed. Yuan was utterly speechless, but he was still trying his best to think of a way to save Earth. Now let's talk about the third method. The Lord suddenly said. There's more. Yuan looked at him with a hopeful gaze. The Lord nodded and said, the third method is the simplest but also very tricky. I am currently unable to replenish my spiritual energy faster than it is being consumed, so if we can find a way to recover my cultivation base, we can prolong the formation until we find another solution. What do you need? Yuan then asked. I can replenish my spiritual energy through the use of treasures or by directly absorbing it from another individual, but there is no treasure in this world that is strong enough to recover my spiritual energy, the Lord explained. Absorbing it from someone, do you mean like consuming them? Yuan swallowed nervously. What? No, not at all, the Lord clarified. I meant that someone could willingly transfer their spiritual energy to me. However, there is nobody in this world that has enough spiritual energy to help me, not even you, Yuan, unless you are at the God Ascension realm. God Ascension realm. Yuan closed his eyes to ponder. Don't even think about it. Leah suddenly said, and continued, even with your talents, you won't reach that level in 1,000,000 years, much less 100 years. I wasn't thinking of anything like that, Yuan said as he opened his eyes. He looked at the Lord and asked him, I have a question. Can a soul without a body have a cultivation base? Huh? What kind of stupid question is that? Leah responded. Meanwhile, the Lord pondered for a moment before speaking, if that soul was a cultivator before they had lost their body, it is possible. However, their cultivation will continuously degrade as time passes. Why do you ask? I might be able to locate a soul with the cultivation of God Ascension and potentially bring them here, Yuan disclosed. What? Is that even possible? How do you intend to accomplish such a feat? The Lord exclaimed with excitement as he eagerly sought more details. In response to the Lord's question, Yuan retrieved his Emmerian overlord. That is, a soul weapon. You don't mean to tell me. The Lord understood what Yuan was planning when he saw the soul weapon. Yup. I will find a soul at the God Ascension realm and store it inside this soul weapon, which I can transport between the 9 heavens and earth at will. Are you insane? There's no way that's possible. Leah exclaimed. No. It might be possible. The Lord muttered in a daze, dumbfounding Leah. Are you serious? He nodded. Soul weapons have the capability to house a single soul, and since they are intricately linked to one's own soul, in theory, it should be possible to transport a soul from the 9 heavens to earth through a soul weapon. However, the problem of locating the soul of a God Ascension cultivator still remains. Hell, it might even be easier to find a cultivation god. I think I know where I can find one, Yuan said. In fact, I already have someone in mind. You know where to find a God Ascension realm soul? Are you serious? The Lord couldn't believe it even if it came from Yuan's mouth directly. Living souls are already near impossible to find, much less the soul of a cultivator who was near the pinnacle of cultivation before losing their physical form. In case you didn't know, only cultivators that have surpassed the immortal ascension realm are able to remain in a soul-like state even after their physical body dies. Not only that, but they cannot remain in that state forever, as their soul will eventually vanish, so it must have been someone who died within the last several thousand years. Where in heaven's name are you going to find a soul like that? The Lord couldn't help but inquire. While a soul may vanish within a few thousand years in the 9 heavens, there is a unique place where souls wander for an eternity, Yuan said with a slight smile on his face. You don't mean? The Lord swallowed nervously. The Shadow Realm, Yuan confirmed the Lord's suspicion. Impossible. While it may be true that souls within that place exist for an eternity, these souls have all lost their minds and are no different than evil spirits. They will try to kill you before you can even start a conversation. There's no way you would find a logical soul at the God Ascension realm there. Yuan shook his head and said, It is possible, as I have encountered 2 individuals there who were able to communicate with me. However, I am uncertain about their cultivation levels. The Lord pondered with a frown on his face. Most of the souls within the Shadow Realm are those who fought in the heavenly war of immortals and gods, or more specifically, those who fought against the Celestial Emperor and lost. Yuan tilted his head and asked, Now that you mention it, didn't the evil god slay the Celestial Emperor and win the war? There are actually 2 parts to the heavenly war of immortals and gods. When the war first started, the evil god was not part of it, and the Celestial Emperor had successfully vanquished his opposers, sending them to the Shadow Realm for an eternity of suffering. After some time of peace, the heavenly war of immortals and gods started again with the evil god at the forefront this time. Is that so? Yuan mumbled. As for the Shadow Realm, the Lord elaborated, it was created by the first Celestial Emperor, who employed it as a means to instill fear in others, compelling their servitude, and as a deterrent for those contemplating opposition against him. What about the Primordial Realm? Don't they serve the same purpose? Yuan then asked. Indeed, but the Primordial Realm is much more forgiving and is meant for the living, while the Shadow Realm is intended for the deceased. However, following the demise of the first Celestial Emperor, the Shadow Realm has remained unused. Then it's decided. I will head to the Shadow Realm to find a soul who will be able to help us. Yuan said a moment later. Furthermore, he still had a quest to finish in that place. Be very careful when you're there, Yuan. The souls there are extremely powerful, especially if they've managed to survive this long. The Lord warned him. I know, but the stronger they are, the higher the possibility of them being in the God Ascension realm, right? I guess so. Don't worry, we'll find a way to save Earth, Yuan reassured, his enthusiasm shining through with a comforting smile. Thank you. The Lord said. Yuan shook his head and said, No, I should be thanking you. If not for your selflessness, Earth wouldn't have existed in the first place. I'm simply striving to protect my homeland, the Lord responded. In any case, once we've restored my cultivation, we can commence our efforts to unravel the mystery behind the alteration in the formation. It might be connected to Cultivation Online, but I don't have any proof to back up this theory. Yuan nodded. Then before I leave, should I give you some of my spiritual energy? It may be a drop in the bucket, but if it could help you even a little. If you could. The Lord accepted his offer. Honestly, it's the reason why I started training the demon sealing faction, even if it won't really do much to fix the situation. Oh, I should also thank you for that. Thanks again. Yuan said as he sat before the Lord and began gathering his spiritual energy. Yuan noticed that his spiritual energy had increased significantly compared to half a year ago, even though his cultivation level hadn't changed since then. Is this because of the 9 dragon symbols? He wondered inwardly. I will be transferring my spiritual energy to you now, Yuan said a moment later. Whenever you are ready. The Lord nodded. The next moment, Yuan poured his spiritual energy into the Lord's dantian. What is this overwhelming influx of spiritual energy pouring into me? A spirit grandmaster should not possess such a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. The Lord exclaimed inwardly as he was shocked by Yuan's unrealistic capacity. The quantity of spiritual energy that Yuan was channeling into the Lord was sufficient to utterly deplete the reserves of 100 spirit grandmasters in a mere moment. Furthermore, Yuan was absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy almost as rapidly as he was giving it away, creating a powerful vortex around his body. What the hell are you doing? Leah was shocked by what she was witnessing. Amazing. I knew he was immensely talented, but to think it was to this extent, as expected of the immortal monarch's descendant. The Lord sighed inwardly. Once he had expended every last bit of his spiritual energy, Yuan collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, his breathing labored and ragged. Truly unbelievable. The Lord thought to himself. So. Was it enough to increase the limit? Yuan asked in a weak voice. The Lord shook his head, wearing a bittersweet smile. Perhaps by a few days, but that's the extent of it. Nonetheless, I'm genuinely grateful for your assistance. Unfortunately, despite the generous amount of spiritual energy Yuan had contributed to the Lord, it proved insufficient to prolong the limit by even a single month. Nevertheless, it did provide the Lord with a considerable increase in comfort and alleviated some of his weakness. After resting for a few minutes, Yuan recovered enough energy to move. Then I will leave for now. The next time I see you, I should have some new information regarding the situation. Yuan said to the Lord. The Lord nodded. I will keep inspecting the formation and notify you if there are any changes. Leah, take him back to his house. The Lord said to her as Yuan made his way down the mountain. As they walked down the mountain, Yuan suddenly asked Leah, Hey, why do you hate humans? Why do you want to know? It's none of your business. Leah sneered. After a moment of silence, Yuan mumbled, Is it because humans hunted your kind in the past? What did you say? Leah halted her movements and stared at him with wide eyes. My kind. You speak as if you know about me when you don't know anything. You're a dragon, aren't you? It's faint, but I can sense it from your aura. I didn't notice it before, but after spending some more time in the ancient dragon city and encountering more dragons, I can sense it more clearly now. Of course, I also know about the war between humans and dragons. If that's the case, while I understand your hate toward humans, that happened countless years ago before divine heavens became 9 heavens. Are you actually that old? Leah's face flushed with redness after hearing his words, mostly when he called her old. How dare you? I am not even 1,000 years old. Leah exclaimed. Yuan looked at her with wide eyes, seriously. You're that young. And you don't deny being a dragon? Leah clenched her teeth and murmured, You are right. I am a dragon. Then I don't understand your hatred for humans. That war ended way before you were even born. Where did your hatred come from? You don't understand anything. Leah shouted at him. Then help me understand. Yuan shouted back. Why? Why do you even care? Why wouldn't I want to help a friend who always appears to be in a sour mood, he sighed. Friend. Since when did we become friends? Leah was utterly speechless. You've helped us many times since we moved into the mountain, so it's only natural to think of you as a friend. I was only doing my job. I didn't help you because I wanted to be friends. Yuan shrugged, that kind of minor detail doesn't matter to me. And you're training my friends now. Furthermore, I'm growing weary of seeing you intentionally acting rude just to avoid human connections, pushing others away so that they won't approach you. If we're going to be working together to save this world, I want to do it as friends. However. Yuan suddenly stopped walking and turned to look at her with a serious expression. If you really hate my guts that much, then I will stop bothering you and act as though you don't exist. Leah's body quivered when she met his intense gaze, not to mention his cold words that made her feel weirdly uncomfortable. Act as though I don't exist. Leah repeated softly to herself. While it was true that she intentionally distances herself from humans to avoid their interference, hearing such a thing made her completely perplexed and unsure how to respond. If it had been anyone else in Yuan's position, Leah might have readily told them to behave as if she didn't exist without hesitation. However, it wasn't as though she liked Yuan either. In fact, he was someone she was determined to distance herself from, yet when presented with the chance to do so, she found herself unable to summon the courage to accept it. After a moment of silence, Leah muttered in a low voice, "My mother, she was hunted by humans while she was pregnant with me. After using what little strength she had left to give birth to me, she passed away from the injuries she suffered during that time." Yuan was left flabbergasted upon hearing this revelation, and he questioned, "Your mother was pregnant with you during that era? How many millions of years was she pregnant? I understand that divine beasts have lengthier gestation periods, but doesn't this seem excessively prolonged? A divine beast doesn't just require time to give birth. They also need spiritual energy, so depending on the spiritual energy in their area, their pregnancy may speed up or slow down. My mother spent most of her pregnancy on Earth, and with the trash-quality spiritual energy here, her pregnancy slowed down almost to a halt. Also, her unique bloodline didn't help, as it was the bloodline with the slowest birth rates. Anyways, humans killed my father before I was born and my mother died to the injuries they inflicted on her after giving birth to me. Do you understand why I don't like humans now?" Leah stared at Yuan with a cold expression. He nodded and said, "I understand, but it doesn't change the fact that it happened millions of years ago. I won't tell you who you should hate and who you shouldn't, but hating humanity as a whole because of a few bad apples is childish." Childish? Leah had a baffled look on her face. "That's correct," Yuan responded. "Contrary to demons, not all humans harbor ill intentions toward you. Even in the past, only a small group of humans hunted dragons, but because of how often they hunted and their overall prowess, it seemed like most humans hunted dragons. As for nowadays, I doubt you will be able to find a single human willing to hunt a dragon on Earth." He continued, "Throughout history, countless humans have fallen victim to beasts, and such incidents persist even today. However, I don't hold animosity toward all beasts. I even consider some of them my companions, cherished friends whom I'd willingly risk my life to protect. If you still don't believe me, then I'll share with you a secret. The Lord thinks I am the immortal monarch's descendant, but in reality, I am the immortal monarch himself, his reincarnation." "You are what?" Leah's jaw dropped to the ground after hearing Yuan's reveal. "You are the immortal monarch. Do you honestly expect me to believe you?" Leah asked him after snapping out of her daze. Yuan smiled and said, "Honestly? I do. But if you don't, that's fine as well. I'm sure you'll eventually believe me. Oh, I also happen to be the divine paragon, who triumphed in the war against demons and rescued humanity." As Yuan revealed one astonishing revelation after another, Leah's mind struggled to process everything, and she could even feel it burning from being shocked too much. Seeing Leah standing there in stunned silence, Yuan waved and added, "I can make my way back to the house on my own. See you later." He then turned and left, leaving Leah to collect her thoughts in solitude. Leah, in her state of bewilderment, made no effort to halt him or seek clarification regarding the astonishing revelations Yuan had disclosed. She remained rooted to the spot, her thoughts in disarray. Yuan returned to the mansion sometime later. "I've only just returned, and so many things have occurred already," he sighed wearily as he stepped back into the mansion. "Welcome back, Yuan," Meifeng greeted him as she stood waiting in the lobby. "Don't tell me you've been waiting for me," Yuan said with a surprised look on his face. She silently nodded before opening her mouth. "Are you okay? You seem tired." "We chatted longer than I'd expected." Yuan had pondered whether he should tell everyone about the situation the moment he returned home, but he decided to wait until the next day, as he wanted them to properly rest for the day, and they already had a gathering for that day. "You should get some rest tonight, Meifeng. You'll need it for tomorrow," Yuan said, being a little cryptic. "Did something happen?" Meifeng couldn't help but ask after noticing it. Yuan nodded, "Yes, I'll tell you guys tomorrow." "I understand." Since Yuan decided to wait until tomorrow, Meifeng figured that it probably wasn't anything too serious. Unbeknownst to her, Yuan had made the same mistake, only to later realize that the world was ending in less than 100 years. "Good night, Yuan." "Night." Yuan proceeded directly to his room, and upon opening the door, he was met with complete darkness, shrouding the room in obscurity. Did she already go to sleep? He wondered inwardly as he stepped inside the room. However, once he closed the door, Chu Liuxiang's voice resounded, "Welcome back, Yuan." "Oh, I thought you went to sleep already. How could I sleep alone on your first day back? Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this moment?" Chu Liuxiang remarked as she switched on the lamp next to the bed, revealing her appearance. That appearance." Yuan's eyes widened when he realized Chu Liuxiang was wearing erotic black lingerie that barely covered her body, and she even positioned her body in a seductive manner that purposefully exposed her body, almost as though she was a model for an adult magazine. Due to the whirlwind of events that had transpired earlier, Yuan wasn't initially in the mood to engage with Chu Liuxiang. However, knowing that she had endured 6 months without him, he didn't want to let her down. "Even if the world were to end tomorrow, I'll still find time to spare for my loved ones," Yuan thought to himself, recognizing the importance of cherishing the moments with those dear to him. And without any hesitation, he created a concealment formation in the room for their privacy and entered bed with Chu Liuxiang, spending the rest of the night enveloped by pleasure and the warmth of Chu Liuxiang's body. Meanwhile, when Leah returned to the peak of the mountain, she immediately went to seek the Lord. "Did something happen?" The Lord noticed her pale complexion and asked her. After a moment of silence, Leah asked, "Can you tell me about the immortal monarch in more detail?" The Lord immediately misunderstood her intentions and smiled, "So you're finally interested in him." Leah didn't even have the energy to refute his statement and remained silent. As you're aware, the immortal monarch played a pivotal role in ending the conflict between dragons and humans. However, those accomplishments pale in comparison to his other feats, the Lord began. He not only achieved the distinction of being the first human to be accepted and respected by a supreme divine beast, but he also became the first human to ever command one. Furthermore, he didn't merely have a single supreme divine beast under his command, he had a total of 9, as well as influence over many other powerful divine beasts. The title, Supreme Divine Beast, is reserved for only the most powerful divine beasts at the pinnacle of their respective bloodlines. They are beings that can literally rule over an entire race. Using his connections with the supreme divine beasts and numerous other divine beasts throughout the divine heaven, the immortal monarch accomplished what was once deemed impossible, coexistence between humans and beasts. Prior to the time of the immortal monarch, humans and beasts seldom engaged in communication, and when such interactions did occur, they often escalated into deadly confrontations, not even mentioning divine beasts. The immortal monarch brought about a profound transformation in that regard. Thanks to his influence and tireless efforts, humans and beasts ceased their hostilities upon encountering each other and even began to collaborate, eventually coexisting within the same city. If it hadn't been for the immortal monarch, countless more humans and beasts would have perished in senseless conflict. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to claim that the immortal monarch saved both humanity and beasts, which is why he's held in such high esteem, even revered. In the entire history of the 9 heavens, at least up to the point when I departed, I don't believe anyone had as profound an impact on the world as the immortal monarch. As he spoke of the immortal monarch, the Lord's countenance bore an admiring expression, reflecting his deep reverence for the legendary figure. After a momentary pause, he went on, actually, one could argue that there was another individual who matched the immortal monarch's influence, the divine paragon, renowned for instilling fear in demons known for their inability to experience fear, and for rescuing the divine heavens from the demon clan. Although humans endured the greatest hardships during that era, we, the beasts, were not spared from the turmoil. Immortal monarch and the divine paragon. Leah had a perplexed look on her face, one that the Lord found challenging to interpret. Then she proceeded to ask, the divine paragon, can you tell me more about him? Sure. Although the Lord was uncertain about the reason behind Leah's interest in the divine paragon, he had a hunch that this information held significance for her. Thus, the Lord began sharing his knowledge of the divine paragon with Leah, who listened with great focus. In the end, Leah posed another question, do you think reincarnation truly exists? And if the immortal monarch and the divine paragon were to reincarnate, what kind of individuals do you think they would become? The Lord pondered for a good moment before responding, I personally believe in reincarnation, and if they were to reincarnate, I believe it would be someone like Yuan, at least that's what I hope. Leah's body trembled upon hearing the Lord's answer. I see. Thank you for your time. I'm going to get some rest now. And without explaining any further, Leah disappeared from the Lord's sight. After Leah left the scene, the Lord looked at the darkened sky with a solemn expression on his face. The immortal monarch, huh? The Lord mumbled to himself, lost in thought. No matter what happens to me, I must protect Earth at all costs. This is his homeland, after all. The following day, Yuan rose from his bed early in the morning. Is it morning already? Chu Liuxiang mumbled in a tired voice as she slowly sat up on the bed rubbing her eyes. Yes, Yuan confirmed as he slightly lifted the curtains, allowing the early sun to shine into their room. Take your time, I'll be training with the others first. Of course, you don't need to participate if you don't have the energy, I won't blame you. Hearing his words, Chu Liuxiang collapsed back on the bed and said, then I'll sleep for a few more hours. If you're still training by then, I'll join you. Okay. Yuan nodded as he left the room through the balcony, before going straight to the training grounds. I thought I would be able to last the whole night after reaching Spirit Grandmaster and improving my stamina, but alas, I still have a lot of training to do. Chu Liuxiang released an internal sigh, closed her eyes, and swiftly drifted back into a peaceful slumber with a warm smile on her face. Shortly after Yuan arrived at the training ground, Li Jinxi showed up with an eager expression on her face. Good morning. You're early. Yuan greeted her with a bright smile. You too. Li Jinxi replied. Seeing Li Jinxi alone, Yuan couldn't help but recall his encounter with Jin Shi inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb, as well as Tian Xian's feelings for her. Yuan. What's the matter? Li Jinxi was a little startled when Yuan suddenly began tearing up. Oh, sorry. Yuan quickly noticed it and immediately wiped his eyes. Are you okay? Li Jinxi asked him in a concerned voice. Yes, I am okay. I just remembered something, that's all. You can tell me, you know. I'll tell you if you can defeat me, Yuan said with a mysterious smile. Are you sure you want to fight me while in that state? I won't hear any of your excuses if you lose. Li Jinxi said. I won't make any excuses if I lose, I promise. Yuan chuckled. Li Jinsi didn't want to waste any more time chatting and retrieved her weapon. Yuan responded by summoning the Empyrean Overlord. Come, show me how much you've grown. Yuan beckoned her with a provoking smile. Li Jinsi immediately kicked her feet, launching herself at him like a rocket. Clang! Yuan blocked her incoming strike, but Li Jinsi's strength was so immense that it pushed him back several steps. Oh! Not bad. The smile on Yuan's face widened. Li Jinsi didn't halt after the initial strike, she swiftly followed up with a second, then a third, and a fourth. Within minutes, the two of them had a flurry of exchanges, trading hundreds of blows without landing a single direct hit. Naturally, they weren't fighting with the intention to kill and were simply enjoying the spar. Wang Ming and Wang Bingbing showed up together in the midst of their spar and were greatly shocked by the intensity of their fight. The training ground was only repaired last week, and it's already being destroyed again, Wang Ming lamented aloud after seeing the condition of the training ground. Forget about that, the repairs are free, Wang Bingbing remarked, her attention on Li Jinsi's beaming smile. I swear she only ever smiles when Yuan's around, she added, as she couldn't remember seeing Li Jinsi smile once in the past 6 months. You just noticed? Wang Ming chuckled. She's almost like a different person when she's around him. Obviously, it's because she likes him. I'm not surprised either. It's just like her to fall for someone as strong as Yuan. I guess. Wang Bingbing mumbled. Is that jealousy I sense? Now you have 4 opponents. I would be nervous too if I were in your shoes. Wang Ming looked at her in a cheeky manner. Wang Bingbing immediately gave him a sidekick and exclaimed, shut your mouth. And why are there 4 opponents? Did you forget about Wang Xiuying? She idolizes him, and she doesn't hide it either. Wang Ming said. I know that, but I don't know. I cannot sense that sort of emotion from her, unlike Mei Xiu and the others. Wang Bingbing said. Really? You can tell. Why do I doubt that? Call it a woman's intuition. Wang Bingbing shrugged, and she continued, anyways, it doesn't seem like they will finish any time soon, so let's warm up, you and me. All right. The others started showing up shortly after Wang Ming and Wang Bingbing began sparring with each other. How long have they been at it for now? Shi Murong asked Wang Ming after arriving. 2 hours. I don't think we'll get a turn today at this rate. Sure enough, Yuan and Li Jinsi would not stop until the sun started setting. You've improved a lot, Yuan said to Li Jinsi as he wiped his face that was dripping with sweat. Clearly not enough since I still cannot beat you. Li Jinsi responded in an exhausted voice, her entire body drained of energy. But if you keep improving at that rate, it'll only be a matter of time before you beat me. Sure, if you don't train the entire time. Li Jinsi sighed. Sorry, I'm late. Is it my turn yet? Chu Liuxiang suddenly shouted from the balcony of her room. Yuan looked at the setting sun and said, it's fine, we're done for the day, anyway. He then looked at the others and continued, guys, I have something I need to tell you all after dinner. Make sure you show up, it's serious. Is it about the 10 great families? Shi Lang asked. No, this is something bigger and more important. Bigger than the 10 great families. Man, I can't wait. Shi Lang said in a sarcastic manner. Once everyone left the training grounds and cleaned up, they gathered at the dining table, where Mei Feng served a feast. Since it's been a while since we ate together, I decided to celebrate a little, Mei Feng said. Yuan smiled, thank you. Sometime later, after dinner ended and the table was cleaned with everyone present, Yuan took a deep breath before speaking, what I am about to tell you will sound crazy, but it's happening, and I don't want you to freak out. You are already freaking me out, Yuan. Wang Ming swallowed nervously. The others nodded in agreement. Yuan then asked them, do you remember when I told you guys about the truth behind Earth, how it used to belong in the 9 heavens before it got separated? They nodded. Unfortunately, Earth drifted a little too far away from the 9 heavens and became starved of spiritual energy. Normally, when something like that happens, the world will eventually stop being able to support itself and get destroyed. But fortunately, the Lord has been protecting this world through a formation for millions of years now, preventing it from destruction. However, His power isn't unlimited, and He won't be able to support that formation one day. For some reason, the formation that is holding this world together has been demanding more spiritual energy as of lately, and at this rate, the Lord won't be able to support it anymore, and when that happens, the end of the world. Shi Lang muttered in a dazed voice. Yuan nodded, yes, Earth will cease to exist, alongside its inhibitors. What? Everyone there exclaimed in a shocked voice after hearing this news. Wait. This is something that will happen far into the future, right? Please tell me that it will happen only long after we are dead. Wu Zhao cried out loud. Yuan shook his head with a solemn expression and sighed. The Lord estimated that he will only be able to support the formation for another 100 years if the formation continues to absorb his spiritual energy at its current rate. 100 years? Of course, that is only if the formation's current condition remains. Unfortunately, the Lord also predicted that it might get worse in the future, so we probably have less time than that. We have less than 100 years before the world ends. How am I even supposed to respond to this? Wang Bingbing muttered with a dreadful look on her face, her complexion as white as a ghost. Unsurprisingly, the others had similar looks on their faces. After all, they were all looking forward to their future, which seemed incredibly bright until just moments ago. Why didn't the Lord tell us something this important? He had plenty of chances to. Hong Xiuquan muttered in a puzzled manner. He probably didn't want you guys to worry about it needlessly, Yuan sighed. He was right. There's nothing we can do about it even if we knew, so we'd only be needlessly worrying about it. We're useless. Wang Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. I wouldn't say that. Yuan quickly said, and he continued, the Lord trained you guys for a reason. Although it won't give us more time, you guys can make it easier for the Lord to maintain the formation by transferring your spiritual energy to Him. Also, we already have a plan in motion, so just leave everything to me. I will do everything in my power to save Earth. You do. What do you plan on doing? Is there anything we can do to help? Meishiu asked. Yuan shook his head, I'm afraid not. We have several ways to save Earth, but most of them are either too time-consuming or logistically impractical, so we decided to restore the Lord's diminished power, which will buy us more time to find another method to save Earth. That will require a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, correct? Mei Feng asked. Yuan nodded, yes, so I need to find a soul belonging to a God Ascension Realm cultivator in the 9 heavens and bring them to Earth to help us. What? That seems impossible no matter how you think about it. Shi Murong said. It's possible. Yuan retrieved his Empyrean Overlord and explained, soul weapons can store a single soul in them, and since I can summon my Empyrean Overlord on Earth, there's a good chance that I can bring back a soul with me. Chu Liuxiang then asked, how strong is a cultivator in the God Ascension realm? They're practically at the peak of cultivation, the strongest cultivators out there. Seeing Chu Liuxiang's face afterward, Yuan continued, I know what you're thinking. I already have an idea where to go to find someone that powerful. Anyways, until I find this soul, there's nothing we can do but pray that everything works out. This isn't going to be easy, but try your best to not worry too much about it. Yuan knew that he would only make them worry needlessly by telling them this information, especially when they could not do anything about it, but he did not want to keep them in the dark about something this serious. What should we do now? Mei Feng suddenly asked him. I know there's nothing we can do to help you, but surely, there is something we can do to lessen your burden, right? Yuan smiled and said, just keep doing what you normally do. I will be more at ease that way, too. If you say so. After the meeting ended, everyone returned to their rooms to ponder about the situation. Hey, what do you think of the situation? Wang Bingjing stopped Wang Ming before he entered his room and asked. What is there to think about? Once again, we're too weak to do anything, so Yuan is forced to do everything by himself. Although there's nothing we can do this time, it won't be like that next time. Wang Bingbing smiled after hearing his words and nodded, I agree, but if we're going to be of any use to him, we'll really need to step it up. So, I'm thinking of ascending to the third heaven soon. That might be a good idea. Wang Ming said with a look of relaxation. Okay. I've decided. I'm going to ascend as soon as I'm done with my current training at the sect. I bet I'll ascend faster than you. Wang Bingbing then said. We'll see about that. And without saying anything else, Wang Ming entered his room. When Wang Bingbing returned to her room, she immediately went into Cultivation Online and began planning to ascend. Meanwhile, inside their room, Chu Liuxiang said to Yuan, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing so suddenly? He raised an eyebrow. Because last night, even though you probably weren't in the mood. That's nonsense, and there was no way you could have known. While I admit that I wasn't in the mood at first, I didn't regret it, as I felt much better afterward, so thank you. Does this mean you'll immediately return to Cultivation Online? Chu Liuxiang then asked. As much as she wanted to spend some more time with him, she couldn't blame him for leaving again. However, to her surprise, Yuan shook his head and said, No, I am still going to stay here for a little longer to spend more time with you guys, with you and Meishio. Really? Chu Liuxiang's face immediately brightened after hearing his words. He nodded with a calm smile. Chu Liuxiang suddenly tossed herself at him and said, If that's the case, you should see Meishio tonight. After all, you'll be mine tomorrow, the whole day. Yuan chuckled, Sure. Meishio, it's me. Are you free? Yuan asked as he knocked on her door. Meishio opened the door a few moments later and welcomed him inside. Once inside, Yuan continued, If you have anything on your mind, I'm here to listen. Meishio sat on the bed and sighed, I have a lot on my mind, but it's mostly just wondering about the end of the world. Though, I do have one question. Do you plan on telling Ro about the situation? Yuan then said, I thought about telling her, but I decided against it, as I don't want her to worry needlessly. Do you think I should tell her? Meishio quickly shook her head, No, I agree with your decision. Knowing Ro, she'll definitely freak out for a while. Yuan chuckled, I will tell her after Earth is no longer in danger. The room fell silent for a moment before Meishio asked, So when will you return to Cultivation Online? I won't immediately return, but I'll probably shorten it a little. Meishio displayed a surprised expression upon learning of his choice to remain despite their challenging circumstances. You're that confident? She asked. Well, not really, but there's no need to rush either. Starting a week or two later won't make that much of a difference when we have 100 years, even if there are only 10 years. In the meantime, I am going to be spending my time with you guys. Tonight probably isn't a good time, so let me know whenever you want to. Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, Meishio grabbed his hand and pulled him onto the bed with her. Even if the world were to end tomorrow, I would still want to spend the night with you, Meishio muttered in a low voice before pressing her soft lips onto Yuan's. Moments later, their clothes were scattered across the floor, where they would remain for the remainder of the night. Meanwhile, in the third heaven. So, how did you cross paths with Yuan? She merely inquired as they strolled through the city. How? Feng Yuxiang stammered, her mind instantly recollecting their initial meeting and causing her to break into a sweat. Opting to omit the unpleasant details of their initial meeting, Feng Yuxiang provided a truncated explanation, saying, I used to own a shop in the lower heavens. The young master was a customer there. The sword he wields, the Empyrean Overlord, he purchased it from me. How did you wind up traveling together? She merely expressed surprise upon learning of Feng Yuxiang's background as a shop owner, struggling to fathom how she came to serve Yuan. And what brings someone of your status to the lower heavens? Isn't that realm intended for mortals? She merely inquired further. Feng Yuxiang let out a sigh as she explained, I stirred up some problems in the upper heavens and was chased down there. My bloodline was even cursed, condemning me to live as a human. What? Your bloodline was cursed? That's the worst fate for a divine beast. Who would dare commit such a heartless act? She merely reacted with shock. Feng Yuxiang shrugged, it happened a long time ago, I don't even remember his face, only that he had a weird symbol on his hand. A weird symbol? Shi Meili inquired further. Yes. Anyways, even though my bloodline is cursed, as long as I am with the young master, the curse will be removed soon. Huh? How? His blood. Every time I consume it, the curse weakens a little. It'll only be a matter of time before I regain my full strength. Feng Yuxiang smiled. Yuan's blood. Shi Meili suddenly recalled her parents tasting Yuan's blood and couldn't help but wonder if there was something special about it. What does his blood taste like? She inquired, her eyes filled with fascination. It's hard to describe the taste, but it will taste better than anything you've ever tasted in your life. Huh? That doesn't make any sense. You won't understand it until you taste it. It's also super addicting. Once you taste it, you'll not be able to enjoy other things as much. That doesn't sound very good. She merely raised her eyebrows. It doesn't, until you taste his blood. Is that so? Hold on. I want to eat that. Shi Meili suddenly halted their conversation to approach a food stall. I'll take some of this. Shi Meili pointed at the meat skewers being sold. That would be 5 copper coins. Here. Shi Meili handed a spirit stone to the man behind the stall, who nearly fell back from shock. I don't have enough change. The man said in a nervous voice. I don't need it. Shi Meili placed the spirit stone on the counter and grabbed the meat skewer before walking back to Feng Yuxiang, who was shaking her head, what a waste of money. The skewers here taste so different even though they're cooked from the same meat, and this is the 11th stall today. How wonderful. A few moments later, they came to another halt, but not because Shi Meili noticed another skewer stall. What do you want? Feng Yuxiang asked the tall young man who suddenly stopped in front of them, blocking their path. Just a little of your lady's time. How would you like to eat lunch together at the best restaurant in this city? It'll be my treat, of course. The young man said as he looked at Shi Meili and her half-eaten skewer. Are we being hit on right now? Shi Meili looked at Feng Yuxiang with raised eyebrows, as she had never encountered such a situation before, having only heard about it. Feng Yuxiang nodded, yes, we are. She then responded to the man, I am not interested in humans, so you may scram. Nevertheless, the young man remained still and grinned, saying, I had a feeling you weren't human, hence why I approached you. Don't worry, I'm not human either. So what if you are a beast? I don't care if you are human, beast, or god, I am not interested. Feng Yuxiang sneered in disdain. However, the young man remained undisturbed by her words and said, don't be like that, beauty. I promise you it'll be worth your time. After all, I came down here from. The young man proceeded to point toward the sky with a confident smile on his face. So, you're from the upper heavens. What of it? Feng Yuxiang responded, her patience wearing thin. Not just any upper heavens. The 7th heaven. The young man proudly declared. Feng Yuxiang rolled her eyes and responded, even if you're from the 7th heaven, I can't imagine someone of your standing bothering with beings from such a humble realm. Despite her skeptical remarks, Feng Yuxiang couldn't deny that the young man standing in front of them exuded the unmistakable presence of someone hailing from the upper heavens. Please. I'm not the type to discriminate. It doesn't matter if they're from the lower heavens or the supreme heavens. As long as they're beautiful, they'll deserve my attention, the young man proclaimed. And he continued, furthermore, you ladies cannot deceive my eyes. I can tell whether someone is special or not with a glance, and you ladies are definitely special. Feng Yuxiang felt a strong urge to smack this stubborn young man who did not seem to know how to give up. However, knowing that he was someone from the upper heavens, there was a good chance that he came here to find Yuan, and she did not want to stir up any trouble that could lead back to him. A moment later, seeing how they did not seem to care about his origin from the seventh heaven, he continued, "Okay, I get it. You don't care about the upper heavens, but what if I tell you that I am a heavenly white tiger from one of the immortal clans?" The immortal clans? Feng Yuxiang's eyebrows raised upon hearing this unfamiliar term. "I'm not surprised you haven't heard of them since they only exist in the upper heavens, but as a beast, surely, you know of the legendary immortal monarch, right?" Both Feng Yuxiang and Shimei's eyes flickered upon hearing this familiar name. The young man noticed their interest and smiled inwardly. Got them. What does the immortal monarch have to do with the immortal clans? Feng Yuxiang asked. The young man promptly replied with clear pride in his voice, "The immortal clans are lineages that descended from the supreme beings who served the immortal monarch. In simpler terms, our ancestors were among the 9 supreme beings who followed the immortal monarch during his time. We're also some of the most powerful and influential families in the realm of beasts. There isn't a single beast that doesn't know of our name in the upper heavens. So, are you interested in lending me some of your time now?" Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, "Not really." Eh? The young man's expression froze. "Are your ears only for show? I already said that I'm not interested, multiple times. If your only method of courting is to flaunt your background, I feel sorry for you." Feng Yuxiang said before looking at Shimei and continuing, "Let's go." And without paying the young man from the immortal clans any more attention, the two of them walked around him without looking back. The young man stood there with an incredulous expression on his face. This marked the first instance where someone had turned him down despite learning of his background. However, what hurt him the most was Feng Yuxiang's nonchalant attitude towards the immortal clans. In the upper heavens, the immortal clans are treated no differently than royalties. Divine beasts would lower their heads before the immortal clans, much less ordinary beasts. In fact, even royalties in the world of beasts treated them with utmost respect. The young man's body trembled in anger, and his aura suddenly began to fluctuate, causing the atmosphere there to change. "Hold it right there." The young man suddenly bellowed, his voice resonating through the air and causing it to quiver. "You really don't know how to give up." Feng Yuxiang sighed as she halted. "This is no longer about me." "Then what is it about?" Shimei asked in a nonchalant voice. "Humph. I won't be surprised if he's never been rejected in the upper heavens, so he's experiencing denial." Feng Yuxiang spoke out before the young man could respond. And she continued, "What are you going to do now? Threaten us to come with you using your family's name? How dare you?" The young man turned around to look at them with killing intent exuding from his yellow eyes, his white and black hair swirling wildly. "How scary." A provocative smile appeared on Shimei's face. "You probably don't know this, but disrespecting the immortal clans is punishable by death, ignorant or not," the young man spoke in a cold voice. "And I, Bai Shutao, shall execute you for your crimes." A vicious light glimmered in Bai Shutao's eyes right before one of his hands suddenly flickered, turning invisible for a split second. Shimei's eyes widened, and she instinctively pushed Feng Yuxiang away. "Watch out." "What?" Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, a large cut appeared on Shimei's arm with blood running down her elbow. "Oh. You actually saw that?" Bai Shutao expressed genuine surprise upon seeing this. If Shimei hadn't pushed Feng Yuxiang away at the last moment, Bai Shutao would have taken Feng Yuxiang's head. "You bastard. You really intended to kill her with this many people around? Are you out of your mind?" Shimei gritted her teeth in anger, her aura skyrocketing. A spirit king. No, spirit emperor with her cultivation suppressed. Did you also come down here from the upper heavens? If so, there's no way you wouldn't know of the immortal clans, yet you dared to disrespect me and my family. Bai Shutao narrowed his eyes at them. And he continued, so what if there's people here? You're the only ones I'm going to kill. If you think I would hold back because there are others here, think again. Crazy bastard. Feng Yuxiang uttered in a cold voice as she stood back up. Are you okay? Feng Yuxiang asked Shimeli after standing back up. Yes, it's just a scratch, she nodded. Sorry. If I was paying a little more attention, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. It's okay. Feng Yuxiang turned to Bai Shutao with a stern expression and remarked, if the immortal monarch witnessed your behavior just now, he'd have you executed on the spot. Keep his name out of your mouth. He isn't someone a mere ordinary phoenix should mention so casually, Bai Shutao growled in response. Yet you were so desperate to spend some time with this ordinary phoenix just moments ago, even using his name to do so. Feng Yuxiang clapped back. You're a disgrace to the immortal monarch's legacy, if the immortal clans are even real. How dare you? Bai Shutao's face bulged with veins of anger upon hearing Feng Yuxiang's words that could erase a whole legacy if uttered in the presence of the immortal clans in the upper heavens. I was going to give you a quick and painless death, but you really couldn't help yourself. Not only did you mock my family, but the entire immortal monarch's legacy, huh? Even 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough for you. When the people around them realized the gravity of the situation, they immediately scattered away like ants in the rain, unwilling to get caught up in their trouble. He's not an opponent we can take down alone. Shimeli said to Feng Yuxiang through divine sense. I know. Let's take him down together. Bai Shutao suddenly laughed out loud, you won't be able to take me down even if you work together. Feng Yuxiang and Shimeli frowned upon realizing that Bai Shutao had intercepted their communication through divine sense, something that can only be done by someone far superior to them. As expected of someone from the seventh heaven. Even if their cultivation is restricted to Spirit King, they are pretty much untouchable for everyone in this world. Feng Yuxiang could feel herself sweating for the first time in a while. This pressure, he's countless times stronger than the Azure Dragon family's patriarch even in his current state. Shimeli sighed inwardly, realizing just how small her world was compared to the outside world. He's coming. Shimeli warned Feng Yuxiang. Heavenly Tigers advance. Half a second later, Bai Shutao disappeared from his spot and appeared a few steps away from Shimeli. Heavenly Tiger's fangs. Bai Shutao plunged his claw-like hands toward Shimeli's body. Shimeli didn't dare to hold back and fought back with her fists, punching Bai Shutao's incoming strike. However, even with her full strength, Shimeli wasn't able to block Bai Shutao's unstoppable claws and was sent flying, destroying the small building behind her. Seeing this, Feng Yuxiang semi-transformed, spreading her fiery wings before shooting herself at Bai Shutao. Vermilion Phoenix dominating the heavens. Phoenix's wrath. Once she arrived before Bai Shutao, Feng Yuxiang released her phoenix flames directly at him, engulfing his figure in an instant. Humph. What weak flames. Are you really a phoenix? Bai Shutao's voice resounded before he emerged from her flames without a single scratch on his body. Heavenly Tiger's destruction wave. Bai Shutao roared at Feng Yuxiang, releasing a powerful sound wave that obliterated everything within several blocks of her direction. Fortunately for Feng Yuxiang, she barely managed to protect her life by erecting a wall of fire before her, but even then, she did not escape unscathed. Fuck. If I had been even a second slower, I would have died just now. Feng Yuxiang cried inwardly as blood oozed from the cuts on her body. She turned to look behind her, only to witness the devastation that had befallen the city. All of the buildings had turned to rubble, and corpses could be seen scattered everywhere. You crazy bastard. I thought you only wanted to kill us. Using such destructive techniques in the middle of a city, you are really out of your mind. Is this how someone related to the immortal monarch should behave? Calling you a disgrace was an understatement. I can't wait to witness heaven's tribulation rain down upon you. Feng Yuxiang shouted at him. However, Bai Shutao remained unfazed by the destruction he had caused, even looking completely relaxed. Heaven's tribulation. It won't show up even if I were to destroy this entire city. That's what it means to be from the immortal clans, that is how much influence we have within the 9 heavens. Bai Shutao sneered, his demeanor completely different from the beginning, almost as though he was a different person. Heavenly White Tiger. I've heard tales about your bloodline, she merely muttered as she emerged from the rubble of the collapsed building. A bloodline brimming with violence. When you lot engage in battle, you lose your sanity and won't cease until your hunger for violence is appeased. However, witnessing it firsthand, you guys are far more crazy in reality, she added. Are you regretting it now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Now that you've made my blood boil, I won't stop until you both are dead. If you don't want this city to perish with you, then stop struggling and offer your lives to me. Bai Shutao commanded. Che. Feng Yuxiang spat out the blood in her mouth and mumbled, I didn't think I would be relying on this so soon, much less for a crazy bastard like him. She proceeded to retrieve a vial of blood from her spatial ring. Blood? Bai Shutao narrowed his eyes at the vial in Feng Yuxiang's grasp. And how will that save you? What is she planning? She merely mumbled to herself, as she was also puzzled by Feng Yuxiang's actions. However, Feng Yuxiang did not respond to Bai Shutao's inquiry and consumed the entire vial of blood. Arg! Feng Yuxiang released a painful cry before quickly suppressing it. The next moment, her aura skyrocketed all the way to the heavens. Her crimson hair lengthened and ignited in flames, gradually spreading throughout her body until her entire form resembled a fiery sphere. When the flames that had enveloped Feng Yuxiang vanished a moment later, she reappeared with a completely altered appearance. Her clothing had been incinerated, and only her private parts were concealed by flames as if she were clad in an attire crafted entirely of fire. A red symbol that had not been present before had materialized at the center of her forehead, and her eyes seemed to smolder with inner flames. Feng Yuxiang looked at her hands and muttered in a low voice, as expected, the young master's blood is truly mythical. Bai Shutao had a profound frown on his face after seeing Feng Yuxiang's transformation. That appearance. Though he couldn't recollect it right away, he had a strong feeling that he had seen Feng Yuxiang's appearance somewhere else. Feng Yuxiang suddenly looked at Bai Shutao and pointed her finger at him. Die, she murmured in a low voice, then released a highly concentrated beam of flames from the tip of her finger, directing it straight at Bai Shutao. Seeing this, Bai Shutao promptly shifted his head to evade the approaching attack, narrowly escaping the beam that soared into the heavens, piercing through the clouds and leaving a clear hole behind. Bai Shutao felt a few drops of cold sweat forming on his back afterward. If Feng Yuxiang hadn't aimed at his head just then, he wouldn't have been able to evade the attack in time because his body hadn't reacted quickly enough. Realizing this, Bai Shutao's face flushed with embarrassment, and his body trembled in anger. How many times do you have to humiliate me before you are satisfied, woman? If I don't rip you from limb to limb, my surname is not Bai. Bai Shutao roared, his aura soaring even further. Using his movement technique, Bai Shutao quickly approached Feng Yuxiang, who also used her movement technique to confront him. Just like her appearance, Feng Yuxiang's combat prowess had changed drastically. However, even with her upgrade, she was still behind Bai Shutao and was unable to land a single hit even after 1,000 exchanges. Just how strong is this crazy bastard? Feng Yuxiang couldn't believe that she was still losing to him despite her transformation, and Bai Shutao was still a spirit king while she had entered the spirit emperor realm. Not wanting to disturb Feng Yuxiang's pace, she merely watched them fight from a distance for some time at first, but when she realized that Bai Shutao was slowly pushing Feng Yuxiang back more and more, she decided to join the fight and support Feng Yuxiang, even removing her own restriction, allowing her spirit emperor cultivation to surge forward. How many times do I have to tell you that you won't defeat me even if you work together? Bai Shutao became more defensive when she merely joined the battle, and despite his disadvantage in numbers, he did not seem to be worried even in the slightest. Of course, neither Feng Yuxiang nor she merely was going all out, as they were still in the middle of a city, so they were subconsciously holding back their strength, unlike Bai Shutao, who couldn't care less about his surroundings or the innocent people around them. Eventually, the guards in that city showed up, surrounding them. Halt! Do you even realize where you rascals are currently? Fights between cultivators are strictly prohibited inside a city, especially those at your cultivation level. Are you trying to level this entire city? Thousands of guards surrounded them. That crazy bastard attacked us first. We're only defending ourselves. Feng Yuxiang responded to them. I don't give a fuck who started this fight. You will stop now and come with us for interrogation. Bai Shutao looked at these guards and sneered, unless you plan on participating in the fight, I suggest you all get out of here before I make you participate. Who the hell do you think you are? The leader of these guards roared at him. You're not worthy of knowing my identity, Bai Shutao retorted in a chilly tone. Arrogant little bastard. If you think you can fight all of us, you can go ahead and try. Arrest these fools. The leader commanded. Yes. The guards immediately began approaching them in a massive formation for apprehension, making sure that they couldn't escape. Bai Shutao merely scoffed at their pointless attempt, and just as he prepared to slaughter these guards, another voice boomed. What is going on here? A slender figure descended from the sky moments later. She was a gorgeous young woman with a noble aura around her, appearing to be around Feng Yuxiang's age at first glance. Her hair was a mixture of mostly white with some black, and she had yellow eyes, much like Bai Shutao. Upon the arrival of this newcomer, her mere presence was sufficient to freeze the guards in their tracks, and Bai Shutao began to display signs of unease. During the ensuing moment of silence, the young woman surveyed her surroundings, taking note of the city's devastation. I leave you alone for a few days, and in such a short span of time, you've managed to create such a colossal mess. Are you intentionally trying to piss me off, Bai Shutao? The young woman spoke in a cold voice as she stared at him with a piercing gaze that could penetrate even the heavens. Bai Shutao trembled as he replied in a bashful manner, I can explain this, elder sister Ning. The young woman suddenly disappeared from her location and appeared in front of Bai Shutao faster than one could blink their eyes before punching him in the stomach so hard that Bai Shutao's body arched like a bow. Does it look like I care about your reasoning? She asked him, and she continued, in case you forgot, we are not here to play around. If you're not going to cooperate, I will send you back home. I know. But those two dared to disrespect the immortal clans. Bai Shutao pointed at the puzzled Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili in the distance. Bai Ning turned to look at them with a narrowed gaze before turning back to look at Bai Shutao. Have you forgotten where you are? The immortal clans don't exist down here, so they wouldn't know much about us. Why waste your energy over something so insignificant? How childish, not that I expected more from you. Bai Shutao clenched his teeth in the realization that he couldn't talk his way out of this predicament. Hold on a moment, then a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. They also mocked the immortal monarch, he immediately cried out loud. Bai Ning's entire face froze after hearing this, and her body began trembling a moment later. Bai Shutao smiled inwardly at her reaction and quickly continued in a sorrowful voice, that's right. They called him a phony, among other vile epithets that I wouldn't dare repeat even on my deathbed. When I heard their disrespect toward the immortal monarch, my rage got the best of me, and I felt compelled to reprimand them. The sky above the city suddenly darkened despite the early hour, and it felt as if the world itself trembled in apprehension of some impending event. What the hell is going on? Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice. I have a bad feeling about this. Shi Meili swallowed inwardly. How dare they, my beloved immortal monarch, unforgivable. Bai Ning murmured in a chilling tone, her presence radiating such killing intent that it could fill the heavens. She fixed her gaze on the startled Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili, and the intensity of her look sent shivers down their spines, their very instincts urging them to flee. I have a really bad feeling about her, worse than that crazy bastard. Feng Yuxiang mumbled, swallowing nervously. Shi Meili nodded, agreeing with her, she's definitely extremely dangerous. Even if we use our full strength, I don't think we'll be able to beat her. If only the young master was here. Feng Yuxiang sighed. However, just as Bai Ning prepared to approach them, she suddenly halted her movements. Elder sister. What's wrong? Bai Shutao asked her after noticing something off about her. We're leaving, she said in a low voice. What? No way. We need to punish. Then you can stay here. I won't be responsible for whatever happens next. Bai Ning glared at him before disappearing like a ghost without explaining any further. Seeing this, Bai Shutao pointed at Feng Yuxiang and roared, You guys are the first to live another day after humiliating me. But don't you dare think for a second that this is over because I have remembered your scent. I will find you later and kill you. I swear upon my surname. After his declaration, Bai Shutao also disappeared from the scene, leaving everyone there speechless. What just happened? Why did they suddenly leave? Shi Meili was baffled by the turn of events. The guards snapped out of their daze shortly after, and since Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili were still there, they decided to apprehend them. Don't let them escape as well. The leader of the guards shouted. However, just as they approached them, Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili's body suddenly looked as though they were being sucked into something, the space around them wrapping in a circular motion. A second later, they also disappeared into thin air, leaving the guards dumbfounded. Fuck. 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 The leader of the guards stomped the ground in anger before ordering the others, I want half of you to chase after them. I don't care if they left the city or not. The other half will stay behind to clean up the mess they made in the city. Meanwhile, Bai Shutao chased Bai Ning several thousand miles away from the scene. When they eventually came to a halt, Bai Shutao asked her in an agitated voice, Elder sister. Why did you suddenly up and leave? You could have easily killed those bastards that mocked the immortal monarch. Pap. Bai Ning abruptly turned around and slapped him in the face, sending him flying like a ragdoll. You dare raise your voice at me? Are you courting death? She sneered. She turned to look towards the sky and mumbled a moment later, we were being watched by someone at God Ascension. If we had stayed there for a little longer, that person would have likely attacked us. Huh? Why would someone at that level attack us? Bai Shutao expressed his surprise after standing back up. It probably has something to do with those two you picked a fight with, she calmly said. I didn't pick a fight with them. They picked a fight with me by mocking our family and the immortal monarch. Bai Shutao panicked. Do you really take me for a fool, you womanizing bastard? Knowing you and your tendencies, you got angry when they refused to follow you. This isn't the first time something like this has happened, either. Bai Shutao tried to make another excuse, but he was immediately cut off by Bai Ning, you even destroyed a city and killed innocent people. Don't think you'll get away with this. Once we return home, father will deal with you accordingly. Bai Shutao's body trembled in fear upon hearing her words, but his hatred for Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili only increased, as he still blamed them for his current situation. I swear I will not rest until I make you bitches pay, he cried inwardly. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili had been teleported to another location. Senior. Feng Yuxiang realized why the heavenly white tigers had suddenly left when she saw Dong Yi standing before her. Thank you for rescuing us. If it weren't for you, we would have probably died back there. Feng Yuxiang bowed to him. Dong Yi shook his head, I should be apologizing for not showing up sooner. I had left this world temporarily to investigate something. But to pick a fight with the heavenly white tiger immortal clan, you're quite reckless. But they started the fight. Shi Meili sighed. Regardless of how it started, they will keep an eye out for you from now on, especially Bai Shutao. But there's no need to worry. That Bai Shutao is a well-known troublemaker, so there are usually people watching over him. I'm not worried about that fool at all. Feng Yuxiang said. I'm more worried about that woman who was with him. Shi Meili sighed. Dong Yi shook his head and said, actually, there is something else that you should be worrying about right now. What is it? Dong Yi pointed above them, where the sky seemed unnaturally dark for some reason. What is that? She merely asked with raised eyebrows. No way. Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously when she saw the sky. Is it just me or is that a heaven's tribulation? Dong Yi confirmed Feng Yuxiang's worries. Huh? Heaven's tribulation? Why is it over here? We weren't the ones who killed those innocent people. She merely exclaimed. No, but you did break a rule of heaven by being a spirit emperor and using such powers in a place that is limited to those below spirit emperor. Dong Yi explained to them. The reason why there are no cultivators above the limit given to each world and why nobody in the upper heavens dares to descend without proper permission is simply because of the rules of heaven. When someone violates a rule, an inescapable heavenly tribulation is invoked to punish the offender, with the severity of the tribulation determined by the individual's transgressions. As Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili had employed cultivation beyond the level of Spirit King in the third heaven, they had breached a rule of heaven, hence their current predicament. Senior. Is there anything you can do? Feng Yuxiang looked at him for help. As this was her first encounter with heavenly tribulation, it was only natural for her to act nervous. Dong Yi sighed, there is, but there isn't at the same time. I could wipe away the heavenly tribulation for you this time, but it will eventually return in the future, and it will be much more powerful at that time. Therefore, you can only face it. And he continued, don't worry, your crime wasn't that bad. The heavenly tribulation won't kill you, but it will hurt a little. We have to confront it. Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously. Don't worry. I have read stories of people using heavenly tribulations to temper their own bodies. It can't be that bad. Shi Meili said, trying to comfort herself. Dong Yi then said, the heavenly tribulation is about to start. You should gain some distance away from each other so you don't make things harder for each other. I'll watch over you so you won't die. They felt much more at ease after hearing Dong Ye's words. A moment later, they began flying away from each other until they were at least 50 miles apart. The sky above them appeared normal for a few moments, almost as though they had escaped the heavenly tribulation. However, it would turn dark again after some time with tiny blue snakes dancing around the clouds. The next time I see that crazy bastard, I will definitely make him pay for this. Feng Yuxiang gritted her teeth as she prepared to confront the heavenly tribulation. She sat down and closed her eyes, clearly her mind. While this may be her first time being confronted by a heavenly tribulation, this wasn't her first time seeing one. In the upper heavens, heavenly tribulations occur on an almost daily basis, so she has witnessed a fair share of people fighting them. Many people perished before the heavenly tribulation, but some people have managed to escape, and just as Shi Meili had said, some even used them as a body-tempering method. Those who recklessly confronted the heavenly tribulation perished while those who remained calm and allowed the heavenly tribulation to strike them managed to survive. Feng Yuxiang said to herself. Eventually, amidst the darkened skies, a powerful and thick bolt of lightning descended upon Feng Yuxiang. Boom! In an instant, the ground around Feng Yuxiang was charred black, and it looked as if a bomb had been dropped in her area with several miles of the land around her being affected by the heavenly tribulation. Feng Yuxiang, who used most of her spiritual energy to block the heavenly tribulation right before it struck her, managed to survive, but her entire body was dripping with blood. I managed to survive. She sighed inwardly, feeling a little relieved. Yet, her despair grew as she realized that the black clouds above her had not dissipated, and it even looked as though it was preparing for a second strike. The number of strikes corresponded to the severity of one's crime, with 3 strikes being the most common. A few moments later, a second bolt of lightning descended on Feng Yuxiang. The destruction caused by the second strike was even more devastating than the first one, as heavenly tribulation only becomes more powerful with each strike. When struck by the second heavenly tribulation, Feng Yuxiang's life flashed before her eyes for a brief moment, recalling all of the time she spent with Yuan and the others, even though it was only a tiny portion of her experience. By the time the second strike came to an end, Feng Yuxiang had already exhausted all of her spiritual energy, leaving her completely vulnerable to the final and most powerful strike. As the heavenly tribulation gathered energy for the third strike, Feng Yuxiang laid on the ground and stared at the heavens with a blank look on her face. Ah! I might actually die here today. I'm sorry, young master. Feng Yuxiang muttered as the third strike descended on her a moment later. Meanwhile, she merely returned to Dongyi after her heavenly tribulation. Her appearance looked much better than Feng Yuxiang after her first strike, almost as though she didn't even experience the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation wasn't that bad. I expected much worse. She merely laughed merrily, and she continued, I understand why some people use it to train their body now. I could feel my body being stronger than it was before the heavenly tribulation. She then asked, Senior, where's Feng Yuxiang? Her heavenly tribulation should be ending soon, he said. After a few minutes of silence, he spoke again, follow me. She merely nodded and followed him to where Feng Yuxiang confronted her heavenly tribulation. When they arrived, Shi Mei's eyes widened in shock as she gazed upon the devastation that far exceeded what she had experienced. What in heaven's name happened here? Was this caused by the heavenly tribulation? There's no way, right? Shi Mei turned to look at Dong Yi for answers. He nodded and explained, the strength of one's heavenly tribulation depends on two primary factors, the gravity of their transgression and their personal strength. You may be a spirit emperor, but Feng Yuxiang's true strength is far stronger, hence the difference between your heavenly tribulation. Wait. But that's only if she has her original strength, right? There's no way she could have endured such a powerful heavenly tribulation with her current prowess because of the curse. Unfortunately, the heavens don't take into account such minor details. Dong Yi sighed. Then what happened to her? Don't tell me that she died. I cannot sense her presence. Shi Mei began panicking when she realized this. She's not dead, but... Dong Yi gestured towards an object lying on the ground at the epicenter of the devastation. What is that? Shi Mei looked at the oval-shaped object in the distance with a profoundly puzzled expression on her face. The object was red and covered in golden symbols, was the size of a watermelon, but most important was its shape, as it was shaped like an egg. Are you trying to tell me that's Feng Yuxiang? How? Shi Mei exclaimed a moment later. Shi Mei landed before the red egg, but she didn't dare to touch it. Is this really Feng Yuxiang? How did something like this happen? Is she okay? She looked at Dong Yi for more answers. Dong Yi nodded and responded, she's fine. She's currently in a state of recovery that occurs when a phoenix is on the verge of death, it's their final line of defense. While in this state, she will be protected by that shell until she fully recovers. With that being said, this isn't something just any ordinary phoenix can do. Only those with the powerful bloodlines would be able to do something like this, mostly those related to royalty. How long will it take for her to recover? Shi Mei then asked. Unfortunately, it's hard to say. Some phoenixes may take months to recover while others take years. And since her bloodline was cursed, it might take longer than usual. I wouldn't be surprised if it takes several decades for her to emerge from that shell. No way. Shi Mei was speechless. She could have never expected something like this to happen right when Yuan left. How should I explain this to Yuan when he returns? She sighed. Just tell him the truth. You're not at fault here, neither of you are, so he won't blame you for it. I know, but it still sucks to be the bearer of bad news. After a moment of silence, Shi Mei asked, so, what should we do with this egg, her shell? Take it with you and keep it safe. Shi Mei looked at the egg with a look of hesitation on her face. After all, it could be extremely fragile, and she did not want to cause any harm to it. Dong Yi smiled when he saw her expression, and he said, don't worry, the shell isn't so fragile that it would crack easily. In fact, it won't leave a scratch even if you were to attack it with your full strength. It isn't their final line of defense for nothing. If you say so. Shi Meili felt much better after hearing Dong Ye's words, but she still handled it with extreme care when she picked it up, treating it as though it was a golden egg. "I'll take you back to the cabin, where you can recover your own strength until my lord returns," Dong Yi said to her a moment later. Shi Meili nodded, and they disappeared into thin air shortly after. Meanwhile, the city was in full panic after what had transpired. A good portion of the city had been destroyed by the event, and hundreds of people had perished. Tian Xuan and Tian Xianzu stood outside their home, looking at the destruction before them. Heavens! If the fight had been just one block closer, our residence would have been destroyed too. Tian Xuan muttered in a dazed voice. Just what in heaven's name happened out there? Tian Xianzu sighed. Back at the cabin, Shi Meili asked Dong Yi, "Can you tell me a little more about the immortal clans? Just who are they?" "There's really not much to say about them. They are just a bunch of arrogant beasts running around with the immortal monarch's name behind their backs because their ancestors served him. In terms of influence, they are up there with the 4 ancient families and the royal families. Of course, they are also quite powerful, especially the Heavenly White Tiger clan. Their greatest strength is, well, their strength, rivaling even dragons." "So their ancestors served Yuan?" Shi Meili asked for clarification. "Indeed. The ancestor of the Heavenly White Tiger was one of the 9 supreme beings that followed the immortal monarch. He was a very loyal fellow who would put the immortal monarch before anything in his life. If the immortal monarch told him to jump off a bridge, he'd do it without hesitation. Some would even call it an obsession." "Seriously? If that's true, his descendants must have fallen quite hard." Shi Meili shook her head as she recalled Bai Shudao's personality. The immortal clans used to be entirely different, beasts with actual pride for their legacy. Nowadays, however, they are just a bunch of selfish bastards who abuse the immortal monarch's name for their own profits, and they get worse with each generation. Yuan won't be happy to hear this. Shi Meili sighed. The Lord will probably be pissed, especially after he fully recovers his memories. Dong Yi closed his eyes and recalled the immortal monarch's relationship with his followers and sighed inwardly. "Anyways, it's about time for me to leave again. I will return when the Lord returns," Dong Yi suddenly said. "Okay. Once again, thank you for saving us." Shi Meili nodded. After Dong Yi left the cabin, Shi Meili placed Feng Yuxiang on the bed and wrapped the blankets around her like some kind of nest. Then, she sat on the wooden floor and began cultivating to recover her own injuries. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Shi Meili did not stop her cultivation even for a second, and Feng Yuxiang remained unmoving on the bed. The city, which had been ravaged by Bai Shudao, had now been cleaned up and was in the process of restoration. On Earth, Yuan would spend most of his time in the bedroom with Mei Xiu and Chu Liuxiang, only leaving from time to spar with Li Jinsi. As for the other members of the faction, they were busy with their own things in Cultivation Online. Another week passed with little change in everyone's routine. During this time, Yuan managed to contact Bai Lihua to thank her for the information regarding the 10 great families. He wanted to speak with Yu Rou, but she was busy inside Cultivation Online and wouldn't come out anytime soon. "I will let Yu Rou know that you tried to contact her later. Do you want to set up a meeting for when she returns?" Bai Lihua asked him. "No, it's fine. I will be returning to Cultivation Online soon, and I don't know when I will return this time." "I see. Then if there's any message you want me to pass to her, just let me know." Yuan nodded. "Then can you tell her?" "I understand. I'll let her know. Thank you again." After his conversation with Bai Lihua ended, Yuan notified Mei Xiu and the others that he would be returning to Cultivation Online that day. "Then I'll meet you guys at Cultivator's Haven in a bit," Yuan said to them. Mei Xiu, Chu Liuxiang, and Li Jinsi nodded in acknowledgement before they returned to their rooms. After returning to his room, Yuan placed the console on his head and entered Cultivation Online. "What happened here?" Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner when he saw the buildings around him being repaired. You didn't hear? A pedestrian heard his mumbling and said, a huge fight between several powerful cultivators occurred in the middle of this city about 2 weeks ago, destroying a third of the city and killing hundreds of innocent people. Right after I left for my break. How unfortunate. Yuan sighed, as he could have probably done something to prevent it. The culprits were never caught either, as they had vanished into thin air like ghosts right as the guards surrounded them. Thank you for the information. Not paying any more attention to the events, Yuan tried to notify Feng Yuxiang of his return. Feng, I am back. Where are you guys? However, there was no response from Feng Yuxiang even after waiting for several minutes. Yuan didn't find anything weird about it initially because he could still feel his connection with her. Did she go so far away that she can't hear me in just 2 weeks? Where on earth did they go, he wondered inwardly. Yuan tried to contact Feng Yuxiang again, but when he received no response, he decided to visit the Tian family first. The old lady answered the doors again, but she allowed him to enter their household immediately. Please wait in the guest room. I'll call for the masters. Thank you. Sometime later, Tian Suin entered the guest room. Where is the senior? Yuan asked in a slightly worried tone. He returned to the sect first. I'll be returning soon with Yenyu. Oh, that's good. I thought he was caught up in the incident 2 weeks ago. We were almost caught up in it. If they had fought even a block closer to our house, we wouldn't be here right now. A fight between spirit kings in the middle of a city, I can't imagine the kind of crazy bastards that would do such a reckless thing. Tian Suin shook her head. Anyways, what are you doing here? I just wanted to speak with Miss Yenyu one last time before I leave this place, he said. Oh, right. You did say something like that before leaving last time. Although she's still holed up in her room, she's definitely getting better. I'll see if she's ready to speak with you now. Thank you. Tian Suin then left to find Tian Yenyu in her room. After knocking on the door, Tian Suin announced, Yuan is here to see you. Some shuffling could be heard from inside the room before it went silent again. Tian Suin sighed, when are you going to stop being so childish? Do you have any idea how many times your father has been rejected by me in the past? Anyway, this is probably your last chance to see him. Once he leaves, he will be leaving the third heaven for good, so. Before Tian Suin could even finish her sentence, the door slammed open, and Tian Yenyu came out with a resolute expression on her face. Without saying anything to Tian Suin, Tian Yenyu walked to the guest room, where Yuan was waiting. It's good to see you again. Yuan smiled at her appearance. Tian Yenyu nodded, and she spoke in a low voice, sorry. Sorry for leaving so abruptly last time. It's fine. Yuan shook his head, anyways, I'm here to say my goodbyes today, as I will be heading towards the fourth heaven soon. Tian Yenyu gritted her teeth after hearing his words, and the thought of not being able to see him again greatly disturbed her heart to the point where she could feel pain. After a moment of silence, Tian Yenyu spoke in a soft yet resolute voice, I may not be worthy right now, but I swear that I will become someone worthy of being beside you the next time we meet. She then bowed to him and continued, thank you for everything, Yuan. I will remember it for the rest of my life. Unsure of how to respond to her, Yuan could only silently nod his head in acknowledgement. The next moment, Tian Yenyu turned around and walked away, returning to her room. Let's return to the sect as soon as possible, mother. Tian Yenyu said to Tian Suin in the hallway. Tian Suin nodded, we can leave in the morning. I'll go pack my things then. After Tian Yenyu disappeared into her room, Tian Suin returned to the guest room. Then I'll be taking my leave now, Yuan said as he prepared to leave. Stay safe. Tian Suin said to him as he left their front gate. As Yuan walked away from the Tian family's household, a figure appeared before him like a ghost. Welcome back, my liege. Dong Yi bowed to him in a respectful manner. Perfect timing. I was going to call for you in just a moment. Yuan said. Do you have another mission for me? He nodded, yes, and this one is quite crucial. Dong Yi nodded, I understand. However, there is something that you should know right away. What's the matter? Yuan had a bad feeling when he saw Dong Yi's expression. It's related to your servant, Feng Yuxiang. Yuan frowned upon hearing this, and he inquired, did something happen to her? It'll be much easier to explain if you saw the situation for yourself. I'll bring us to the cabin immediately. Dong Yi waved his sleeves, teleporting both of them to the cabin. When they arrived outside the cabin, Shi Meili could be seen standing by the door. Are you okay, Meili? Yuan asked her since he knew that she had been with Feng Yuxiang before he left. She nodded, yes, I am. But Feng Yuxiang, she. Once they entered the cabin, Yuan looked around the room with a puzzled face, as he'd expected to see Feng Yuxiang, but there was only a single egg resting on the bed. Where's Feng? He asked. Shi Meili pointed at the egg on the bed and replied, she's right over there. Eh? Yuan muttered in a dazed manner with a baffled look on his face. This egg is Feng. How on earth? Yuan approached the egg and inspected it with more attention, and sure enough, he could sense his connection with Feng Yuxiang inside the egg, albeit a bit faint. How did this happen? He turned to look at Shi Meili. Shi Meili released a sigh and proceeded to explain the whole situation to him. You see. Shortly after you left, we wandered the city and were approached by someone from the immortal clans, the Heavenly White Tiger clan. That person wanted us to spend some time with him, but we refused. One thing led to another, and we ended up fighting this person. This person was incredibly powerful, so powerful that even when working together, we couldn't defeat him. Things got crazy, and we ended up unsealing our cultivation past Spirit King. However, because only Spirit Kings and below are allowed in the third heaven, we'd essentially broken a rule of heaven, which provoked a heavenly tribulation. I managed to survive my tribulation, but Feng Yuxiang wasn't as lucky, as her tribulation was much more powerful than mine since it calculated her true strength even though she had her powers suppressed. In the end, she entered this state, which she will remain until she recovers from her injuries. Yuan was speechless after learning about the situation. What kind of bullshit is this? He muttered in a cold voice. You guys were simply protecting yourselves from that bastard, yet you were the ones punished for it. His body trembled in anger, and the atmosphere in the cabin changed drastically with the temperature dropping like an anchor in water. When Dong Yi sensed the intense bloodlust within Yuan's aura, his body shivered from excitement, as it reminded him of the evil god during the war. So, you're the ones who caused all that ruckus in the city, huh? Yuan mumbled a moment later. That was mostly the Heavenly White Tiger's fault. He recklessly used his powers, destroying the city and killing hundreds of innocent people. I know, you don't have to tell me. Yuan said, and he continued, you're not at fault here, so don't blame yourself for what happened to that city and those people. In fact, you're also the victims here. He turned to Dong Yi and asked, the immortal clans, tell me about them. Dong Yi nodded and repeated what he told Shi Meili some time ago. The immortal clans are derived from the supreme beings that followed the immortal monarch, your liege, in the past. They are basically their descendants, and they are essentially royalty within the world of beasts. The immortal clans used to be noble clans that would continue the immortal monarch's legacy by improving the relationship between humans and beasts even after his disappearance. Unfortunately, they are just a bunch of selfish and arrogant pricks nowadays that abuse their power and influence, smearing the immortal monarch's name and legacy. The Heavenly White Tiger clan is one of these immortal clans. Their ancestor was a loyal servant of the immortal monarch, someone I greatly admired. While they may not be as influential as some other immortal clans, they are undoubtedly one of the most powerful in terms of sheer strength. Yuan nodded and inquired for more details. What can you tell me about the bastard who attacked them? His name is Bai Shutao. He's the 6th oldest among over 50 children in the clan. He's quite notorious in the upper heavens as the Heavenly White Tiger clan's #1 troublemaker and a lecherous playboy who pursues any beauty he encounters. In terms of strength, he ranks as the third strongest among his siblings. His bloodline is very pure, only second to the eldest in the family, so the clan treasures him and overlooks many of his misdeeds. His cultivation is currently suppressed to Spirit King, but his true cultivation is at first level Immortal Ascension. He cultivates the Heavenly White Tiger clan's secret technique that can only be taught to those with a strong bloodline. Dong Yi spoke of Bai Shutao in great detail, almost as though he had investigated Bai Shutao to extreme lengths for many years. Then where can I find him? Yuan inquired at the end. I will seek him out if that is your command. Dong Yi said. Please do. I won't leave the third heaven until I make him pay for hurting my precious companions. My liege. Dong Yi seemed a little bit worried after hearing his words. Immortal Ascension? How far up is that compared to a Spirit King? Shi Meili suddenly asked. That would be 12 entire realms. Above Spirit King is Spirit Emperor, then Spirit Sovereign, and lastly, Spirit Enlightenment. Past Spirit Enlightenment is the Divine Realm, which consists of 9 separate realms. It is also what most people in the upper heavens call the true beginning of cultivation. At the end of the Divine Realm is the Immortal Ascension Realm, and only after Immortal Ascension could one be considered an immortal cultivator. That's a lot of realms. Shi Meili was speechless. Dong Yi nodded. That's why I highly advise against approaching Bai Shutao now, my liege. Although you may have the upper hand with his suppressed cultivation, you won't stand a chance against him if he gets even a little serious. Yuan remained resolute and mumbled, so I have a good chance at killing him before he unseals his powers, huh? That's good enough for me. Dong Ye's eyes widened at his words and quickly responded, my liege, until you have enough power to deal with the entire Heavenly White Tiger clan, you should refrain from doing something so drastic and reckless. I understand that you are angry, but even I won't be able to protect you if the Heavenly White Tiger clan were to seriously come after you for killing their treasured child. They are that powerful. Yuan frowned. Yes. They may not be as noble as previously, but they are definitely as powerful. Killing Bai Shutao will not only endanger your own life but your friends as well. Yuan closed his eyes to ponder Dong Ye's words. A moment later, he opened his eyes, which flickered with a vicious light, and mumbled, in other words, I can do anything but kill him directly, right? What do you plan on doing? Dong Yi asked after swallowing nervously. Don't worry about it and find me Bai Shutao, he spoke in a commanding tone. Dong Yi sighed inwardly, but he could not refuse Yuan's orders and nodded, I understand. I'll locate Bai Shutao by the end of the day. Sometime later, Yuan asked, how long will she stay inside that egg? Until she fully recovers from her injuries, which could take months if not years, and since her bloodline was cursed, it will probably take years. Dong Yi explained. Years. Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration after learning that it could potentially be years until he sees Feng Yuxiang again. Not wanting to wait such a long time, he asked, is there anything we can do to lower that time, help her recover faster? There is one way. Since you're the immortal monarch, your blood should be able to help her recover faster, as well as weaken her curse at the same time. Dong Yi said. With that being said, you should not give her too much of your blood, as it could have the opposite effect and affect her negatively. How much blood should I give her? A few drops once a week should suffice. Okay. Yuan didn't hesitate to feed several drops of his blood to Feng Yuxiang immediately. The moment his blood touched the egg's surface, the golden symbol surrounding it emitted a faint glow, and his blood was absorbed into the shell as if it were being consumed. Looks like it's working. Dong Yi said. Yuan sighed in relief, and he prayed that it wouldn't take years before they met again. He then asked, one more thing. Can I take her with me when I travel? Dong Yi nodded, of course. However, if you want to carry her around safely, you'll need a special spatial ring that can store living entities inside. Fortunately, I happen to have something like that with me. He proceeded to retrieve a spatial ring and offered it to Yuan. This is a grand spatial ring. Unlike ordinary spatial rings, they have a whole world inside, allowing you to carry around living beings. The only drawback is its size, so you won't be able to fit as many things inside as an ordinary spatial ring. Even the biggest grand spatial rings out there won't have as much capacity as a medium-sized spatial ring or storage pouch. This grand spatial ring has enough room to fit Feng Yuxiang and 2 other individuals. Thank you for this. Yuan accepted the grand spatial ring. As curious as he was about its value, he feared that he would not be able to accept it after learning about it. My liege. Dong Yi called him. Yeah. When Yuan looked at him, Dong Yi suddenly lowered his head and spoke in a sincere voice, I'm truly sorry for this inconvenience. If this useless sack of old bones had shown up a little earlier, your precious friends wouldn't have been hurt. I had left the 3rd heaven briefly to investigate the other ancient seal holders, but this isn't meant to be an excuse at all. I will accept any punishment you may have for me. Yuan shook his head and said, Stop it. You're not at fault here. And if it weren't for you, things would have ended much worse for all of us, so if anything, I should be thanking you. Thank you for protecting my friends, Dong Yi. Ah, my liege, Dong Yi muttered as he felt profound emotions welling up within his ancient soul. He then stood tall and spoke in a serious voice, This humble servant shall look for Bai Shutao right now. If you need anything, just send me a message and I will come running back. Take us back to the city before you leave, Yuan said as he stored Feng Yuxiang inside the grand spatial ring. Sometime later, Yuan and Shi Meili returned to the city while Dong Yi went to find Bai Shutao. What are we going to do now? Shi Meili asked him. I'm going to meet up with some of my friends to let them know that there will be a slight delay in our journey, and then I will deal with Bai Shutao. After that, I'll find Liang Shaoxing for his ancient seal. Oh, I also have to deal with the 10 great families before we make our way to the 4th heaven. Your friends? 10 great families? Shi Meili raised her eyebrows. Oh, you haven't met them yet, but they'll be traveling with us to the 4th heaven. As for the 10 great families, they aren't even worth mentioning. Yuan briefly explained. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the cultivator's haven. When he arrived, he could see 3 beauties standing outside the building. When these beauties noticed him, they immediately walked over with smiles on their faces. Who is this? Chu Liuxiang asked, her gaze fixated on Shi Meili. This is Shi Meili. Yuan introduced her. Oh, you're the princess from the ancient dragon city, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Chu Liuxiang. Mei Xiu. Li Jinxi. These are my friends, and they'll be traveling with us, Yuan added. Hello. I wasn't expecting to travel with such a large group. Shi Meili greeted them with a bright smile. However, she was crying inwardly, these 3 humans are so gorgeous. Does he only have beautiful females as friends or something? Not only are his servants beautiful, but even his traveling companions are beautiful. This made Shi Meili recall her talk with Shi Mingze about having more rivals in the future. Meanwhile, Yuan said to them, I'm sorry, but something came up, so I'll have to delay it for a little longer. What happened? Is there anything we can do to help? Mei Xiu asked. Yuan showed them Feng Yuxiang's egg and explained the situation to them. What? How dare that bastard do such a thing to Feng Feng? Chu Liuxiang was greatly agitated by the end. Yuan, are you okay? We'll be here if you need to talk. Mei Xiu said. He nodded, I'm fine, but I'll make that bastard pay for hurting them. Should I help you? Li Jinxi asked. No, this man is really powerful. Even I wouldn't be able to defeat him if he used his full power. If he's as powerful as you say, how will you make him pay? He restricted his cultivation to Spirit King to obey the rules of this place, so it's not as though he's untouchable from the get-go. I see. Then good luck. The next moment, Dong Ye's voice echoed in Yuan's mind, my liege, I've located Bai Shutao. Yuan's eyes sparkled with a profound intensity as he inquired, "Where is he?" After hearing that Dong Yi had located Bai Shutao, Yuan immediately asked, "Where is he?" "He is about 30,000 miles away in a city called East Victory," Dong Yi said. Yuan then said to Mei Xiu and the others, "I just received news of Bai Shutao's location, so I will be heading there now. Xiao Hua, Yingying, stay here with them. I don't want you guys to get involved." Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying left his body after hearing his words. "Are you sure, Brother Yuan? I can come with you just in case." Xiao Hua asked him in a slightly worried voice, as he was essentially picking a fight with someone who was close to reaching immortality. The difference between their prowess was so vast that no amount of talent would help him win. Yuan nodded with a calm smile, "Don't worry, I have some tricks up my sleeves. And there's still Dong Yi, who will be watching over me. Okay. Stay safe." Xiao Hua no longer tried to convince him to not confront Bai Shutao alone. "Make sure you beat that bastard up good, Yuan." Chu Liuxiang cheered for him. Yuan disappeared from their sights the following moment after being transported by Dong Yi. "My liege, although I will be watching over you, I won't intervene unless your life is on the line and you are completely helpless. Please don't misunderstand, as it would put you and your friends in even greater danger if my presence is revealed to be connected to you. After all, I am already being hunted by the Celestial Emperor and his dogs, and your true identity must remain hidden until you are powerful enough. Don't worry, Dong Yi. I understand, and I only need you to take me out of there when I give you the signal. As you command." Once Yuan arrived at the city, he asked, "Bai Shutao is inside that city, correct?" "Indeed. I cannot fight him while he is still inside that city, as I do not want to repeat what happened to the other city. If the two of us fought, the entire city would surely be destroyed. Is there any way to lure him out here?" Yuan pondered out loud with a slight frown on his face. "I could wrap him out here, but that is out of the question, as such actions would leave my scent on him. I'll think of something while I take a good look at him for myself," Yuan said as he approached the city. Meanwhile, inside the city, Bai Shutao approached a beautiful woman who caught his interest and introduced himself. "How are you doing, my lady? I'm Bai Shutao, and I am from the upper heavens. Would you like to have tea with me?" The woman chuckled and said, "Upper heavens? This is my first time hearing that for a pickup line. If you came from the upper heavens, then I am the emperor's wife." Naturally, the woman did not believe for a second that Bai Shutao had come from the upper heavens. After all, why would someone from the upper heavens be wasting his time courting women in broad daylight? However, Bai Shutao did not appear to be offended by her reaction at all and continued smiling. "You don't believe me? Then how about this?" Bai Shutao retrieved a medallion from his spatial ring and showed it to the woman. "Only those who have been authorized to descend are given this medallion. Do you believe me now?" The woman covered her mouth as her face became filled with surprise. "You are really from the upper heavens? What are you doing down here?" she inquired. "Just some family business that doesn't really require my attention, so I decided to come out to play a little. How about it, pretty lady? Do you have some time to spare?" The woman pondered a little before nodding, "Just a little, okay. Great. Follow me." Bai Shutao chuckled as he led the woman into a nearby restaurant. Yuan watched the whole scene from a distance. What an unbelievable fellow. He destroyed a city and killed hundreds of innocent people not long ago, and he's already back to courting girls like it never happened. Yuan was speechless. After spending some time pondering what he should do, Yuan entered the same restaurant. "Hello, how may I help you?" The receptionist was slightly startled when she saw Yuan's appearance, but she didn't say anything about it. "I'm here with my friend. He has white and black hair, and he came in here with a woman with brown hair," Yuan said. "Oh, they're on the 3rd floor. Thank you." Yuan gave her a slight nod before walking to the 3rd floor. There were several private rooms on the 3rd floor, all of them with their doors closed. Yuan approached the one at the end of the hallway and opened it without hesitation. Inside, Bai Shutao and the woman had been chatting merrily until they were suddenly interrupted. Who the hell are you? Bai Shutao immediately questioned Yuan. However, Yuan didn't respond to his question and instead laughed in a mocking tone. Bai Shutao, did you trick another naive woman with that fake medallion of yours? I must say, you're quite the genius to have come up with such a plan. What? The woman's face became filled with disbelief upon hearing his words. What the fuck are you talking about? My medallion is real. And who the fuck are you? Remove your mask and show me your face. Bai Shutao was as taken aback as the woman and panicked for a moment. You despicable bastard. In a fit of anger, the woman threw her tea at Bai Shutao, soaking his face, and then stormed out of the room without giving him a chance to defend himself. Yuan didn't say anything and merely stared at Bai Shutao in silence. A moment later, Bai Shutao's voice cracked with fury as he bellowed, You fucking bastard. His entire body quivered with rage as he slammed the table, destroying it. Seeing his reaction, a smile appeared on Yuan's face that was covered by his mask. I don't care who you are, I swear upon my name that I will rip you from limb to limb and feed your bones to the dogs for this humiliation. Bai Shutao growled as he stood up and glared at Yuan with intense killing intent in his gaze. In his entire life, he has never felt so humiliated before, and what he experienced with Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili could be neglected in comparison. In response, Yuan chuckled, Rip me from limb to limb? You can't even court girls properly, yet you want to do something that complicated? I cannot wait to see you try. Bai Shutao's face was so red from anger that steam could be seen coming out of his ears. I'm going to kill you. Bai Shutao's aura exploded. However, before Bai Shutao could do anything, Yuan escaped through the window. Bai Shutao was taken aback by this and roared, Are you serious? Where the fuck do you think you are going? Without even thinking about it, Bai Shutao immediately chased after Yuan. While in hot pursuit of Yuan, Bai Shutao couldn't help but notice the familiarity in Yuan's movement technique. However, his seething anger prevented him from realizing that it was the very same technique employed by Feng Yuxiang when they fought. Hey! You're a little slow for a dog. Are you hurt somewhere? Do you want me to slow down a little for you? Yuan suddenly took the time to provoke Bai Shutao in the middle of their cat-and-mouse chase. Bai Shutao was so angry that he couldn't even find any words to respond. Instead, he released a primal, thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. In the very next moment, his speed surged dramatically. Seeing this, Yuan also increased his speed, just enough that it seemed like Bai Shutao was slowly catching up. Eventually, they ventured so far from the city that nothing but trees and mountains stretched as far as the eye could discern. Once he was confident that their fight would not disturb anyone, Yuan slowed down to a halt. When Bai Shutao saw this chance, his eyes lit up, and without stopping, he rushed at Yuan with his claw-like hands ready to snatch Yuan by the throat. Right as Bai Shutao's claws reached his throat, Yuan's figure flickered, disappearing right before Bai Shutao's eyes. Gah! Yuan re-emerged by Bai Shutao's side the next instant, his fist struck deep into Bai Shutao's stomach, forcing everything he had consumed at the restaurant out. And without giving Bai Shutao a chance to recover, Yuan continued to beat him until Bai Shutao eventually escaped from his grasp. You fucking bastard! Bai Shutao muttered as he gasped for air. Underestimating Yuan due to his Spirit King cultivation turned out to be a costly mistake for Bai Shutao, resulting in a thorough beating for several moments. If his friends learned that he'd taken a beating from someone in the third heaven, even if it was just for a brief moment, he would become a laughingstock for several centuries. I will admit that you took me by surprise there. However, that was your only chance to kill me, and you just missed it. Bai Shutao said after he wiped the puke from his mouth. Is that so? Yuan remained calm as he waited for Bai Shutao's next move. Before I kill you, tell me, why did you come after me? And why are you hiding your face behind a mask? Are you afraid that I would recognize you? Or are you just that ugly? Bai Shutao inquired with an arrogant look on his face. No real reason at all. You look like a good punching bag, and I just couldn't help myself. Yuan casually shrugged. I see. Bai Shutao murmured as his aura surged drastically. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I am going to give you a slow and painful death. Bai Shutao exclaimed as his figure flickered, disappearing into thin air. Heavenly Tigers advance. Bai Shutao materialized behind Yuan in an instant, his claw-like hands already closing in on Yuan's neck. Heavenly Tiger's fangs. Without glancing back, Yuan pivoted around, his fist shrouded in a tyrannical energy. Relentless dragon overwhelms the 9 heavens. With intent, Yuan directed his fist squarely at Bai Shutao's claw-like hands. When their attacks clashed, Bai Shutao grimaced in excruciating pain, as Yuan's overwhelming strength obliterated his entire right arm, tearing his muscles and shattering his bones instantly. Fuck! Bai Shutao hastily backed away from Yuan. When he looked at his right arm, it was a gruesome mess, looking as though it had been through a meat grinder. The very next moment, Bai Shutao reached into his spatial ring with his left hand and retrieved a pill, tossing it directly into his mouth. Yuan then watched as Bai Shutao's destroyed arm made a full recovery within seconds before his very eyes. That medicine is pretty strong. If only your arm was as strong as the medicine, it wouldn't have snapped like a twig. Yuan did not forget to provoke him some more. Bai Shutao glared at him with a deep frown. What the hell is going on? He's clearly only a spirit king, so how is he overpowering me, he wondered inwardly. The strength he had exerted could have effortlessly vanquished both Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili in a single blow, yet he suffered another humiliating defeat at the hands of a mere spirit king, a human at that. After experiencing so many defeats, not to mention the pain of his arm being destroyed, Bai Shutao's fury subsided, granting him a moment of clarity. In his current condition, he could see that the masked man wasn't an ordinary human, and there was something profound about him. You're not from this realm, are you? Bai Shutao asked him. No, I am not. Yuan gave him a proper response for the first time. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Bai Shutao swiftly deduced that Yuan must hail from the upper heavens, much like himself. No wonder why he's wearing that mask. He doesn't want me to know his identity, he thought. Unbeknownst to him, he was only half right. But he couldn't have guessed that Yuan was someone from Earth, at world that is even weaker than the lower heavens. Despite coming from the upper heavens and knowing my identity, you still dared to assault me? Are you insane? I can have your entire family executed for your crimes. Bai Shutao sneered. What are you talking about? You're the one who assaulted me first. Yuan said. I am only defending myself. Bullshit. If you hadn't humiliated me with that lie at the restaurant, we wouldn't be here right now. Me? Lie? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yuan acted stupid. Bai Shutao could feel his anger coming back. Enough of this, I don't care why you approached me, but you'll regret it. I'll make sure of it. Bai Shutao's aura increased even further, almost as though he had no limits to his strength. And without saying anything else, he began attacking Yuan again. However, he still found himself on the losing end, being punched left and right by Yuan. Fuck. 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 I don't care anymore. Even if I have to deal with a heavenly tribulation later, I will not let this bastard humiliate me any longer. Having reached this decision, Bai Shutao immediately unsealed his cultivation base, propelling it from peak Spirit King to peak Spirit Emperor in a mere heartbeat. As he ascended to the rank of Spirit Emperor, his aura underwent a profound transformation, and his spiritual energy surged skyward, exuding a powerful presence that was prohibited in the third heaven. He's still underestimating me, huh? Yuan grinned upon witnessing Bai Shutao's transformation. Well, this couldn't be more perfect. Meanwhile, Bai Shutao became enraged when he noticed that Yuan was still in the Spirit King realm, misunderstanding the situation. How dare he look down on me? Bai Shutao surmised that Yuan's reluctance to unseal his cultivation stemmed from a perception of being underestimated. After taking a moment to channel his anger into energy, Bai Shutao rushed at Yuan again. Now that he was an entire realm above Yuan, Bai Shutao expected to waste him without any effort. Heavenly Tiger's Destruction Wave. Bai Shutao roared, attacking Yuan with the same technique that destroyed a third of a city, yet it was 100 times stronger than previously. In the blink of an eye, the sound waves generated by the technique obliterated the scenery behind Yuan, reducing the trees and even mountains to nothingness. What? Bai Shutao's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed that Yuan remained unscathed by his assault, even though he was convinced it had not missed its mark. In response, Yuan cleaned his ears with his pinky and muttered, "Can you not do that again? That tickled my ears. How did you?" Right as Bai Shutao opened his mouth, Yuan rushed at him and started beating on him again, almost as though Bai Shutao's increased cultivation never even happened. After snapping out of his daze, Bai Shutao removed some more of his restraints, reaching peak spirit sovereign. "Die, you bastard!" Bai Shutao's arms suddenly transformed into tiger arms. Heavenly Tiger's Severing Fury. He unleashed a dozen swings of his claws at Yuan, each stroke giving rise to 5 formidable wind blades that cleaved through everything in their path, their power and sharpness rivaling that of sword aura. Using nothing but his bare hands, Yuan swung them at the wind blades, effortlessly cutting them in half as if he were chopping through mere twigs. The split wind blades continued to fly into the distance, cleaving through anything that dared to block their paths as easily as cutting tofu. "No way. What are you?" Bai Shutao was in disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that he was still being overwhelmed by a spirit king while he was a spirit sovereign. Even though he could increase his cultivation even further, to spirit enlightenment, he was hesitant to do so, as his heavenly tribulation would grow stronger as he unsealed more of his powers, and using the powers of a spirit enlightenment in the third heaven would threaten even someone like him as long as he remained in this realm. With increasing his cultivation ruled out as an option, Bai Shutao resolved to execute the next best course of action. "I didn't think I would bring this out in a place like this." Bai Shutao muttered as he retrieved a pair of white gloves that resembled a tiger's paw. The pair of gloves emitted a distinct aura that could only be associated with soul weapons, a feeling that Yuan was well acquainted with. The moment he wore the gloves, Bai Shutao's aura skyrocketed even further even though his cultivation remained the same. Each soul weapon possessed its individual set of effects, and the gloves seemed to have substantially increased Bai Shutao's stats, as he was at least 3 times more powerful compared to just moments ago. Yuan contemplated summoning his Empyrean overlord, but he was concerned that such an action might unveil his true identity, so he had to decide between Starry Abyss or Dragon's Soul. "Since I have never used Dragon's Soul before, it'll almost be impossible to identify me unless they go to the ancient Dragon City," Yuan thought to himself, summoning Dragon's Soul a moment later. "Che. So you also have a soul weapon." Although Bai Shutao wasn't surprised that someone as powerful as Yuan had a soul weapon, he had hoped that wasn't the case. "Whatever. Even if you have a soul weapon, there's no way it's more powerful than mine, which belonged to the heavenly white tiger god himself," Bai Shutao exclaimed as he confronted Yuan with confidence. Even though he summoned his soul weapon, Yuan didn't immediately use it and still relied on his limbs to fight Bai Shutao, mostly his legs. Seeing this, Bai Shutao didn't even bother to dodge his kicks, allowing them to strike him on purpose. Yuan immediately realized why Bai Shutao had disposed of all of his defenses, as there seemed to be an invisible armor protecting him that absorbed all of the kicks. "It's no use. As long as I am wielding my beast's unyielding might, none of your attacks will affect me. You won't be able to touch even a single hair on my body now." "Ahahaha." Bai Shutao laughed out loud as he focused solely on offense, pouncing on Yuan like a mad tiger. Despite the ineffectiveness of his initial attacks, which felt like punching a steel wall, Yuan persisted in his efforts to breach Bai Shutao's defenses. "Ha ha ha. It's futile. You can keep struggling, but my defense is invincible." Bai Shutao chortled maniacally. Heavenly Tiger's Severing Fury. Not only did Bai Shutao's defenses experience a substantial boost, but his offensive capabilities also soared, perhaps even surpassing his formidable defenses. What's wrong? Is your soul weapon just for show? Bai Shutao provoked him after noticing that he hadn't used his weapon once since he summoned it. Are you sure? I don't want to accidentally kill you. Yuan replied. I'd like to see you try. Bai Shutao grinned, and he suddenly stopped moving. He spread his arms and gestured, come. I'll even give you a chance to kill me. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Bai Shutao. Go ahead. What are you waiting for? Bai Shutao began approaching him with complete confidence written all over his face. Then I won't be humble. Without any hesitation, Yuan swung the dragon's soul at Bai Shutao, but he didn't aim for the neck. Sha! The following moment, Bai Shutao's eyes widened with disbelief when the dragon's soul tore right through his invisible armor and detached his right arm, almost as though his defenses had suddenly disappeared. Wah! Bai Shutao immediately distanced himself from Yuan before taking out another pill and swallowing it. A few seconds later, his severed arm regenerated entirely. Yuan then pointed at his severed arm in the distance and said, Go grab your soul weapon. I won't touch you until you do. You bastard. The confidence on Bai Shutao's face had been wiped clean off, and he hastily went to retrieve his soul weapon, feeling humiliated once again. Meanwhile, Yuan couldn't help but be inwardly impressed by the dragon's soul's performance. He had struck Bai Shutao without employing any techniques just now, yet he had effortlessly severed Bai Shutao's arm. As expected of a soul weapon that is related to the dragon goddess. He smiled inwardly. After realizing that Yuan could somehow penetrate his defenses, Bai Shutao refrained from recklessly approaching him. Curse it all. Just who is this guy? Why is he so incredibly powerful? I've never heard of anyone like him in the upper heavens. Bai Shutao lamented inwardly, his thoughts in turmoil as he desperately sought to uncover Yuan's true identity. Seeing Bai Shutao's hesitation, Yuan smiled and spoke, Why are you thinking so much? Just increase your cultivation again. Maybe you'll be able to suppress me when you're at spirit enlightenment. Bai Shutao clenched his teeth in frustration. Though he was reluctant to unlock more of his cultivation, he couldn't imagine defeating Yuan in his current state. Do I have no other choice? Damn it all. If I don't do it, he might actually kill me. In the end, Bai Shutao decided to increase his cultivation once again, entering the first level of spirit enlightenment. In his thoughts, Bai Shutao recognized that without increasing his cultivation, he would likely meet his end at Yuan's hands. However, he believed he had a reasonable chance of surviving the heavenly tribulation due to the abundance of resources at his disposal. Naturally, he had little confidence in overcoming Yuan even with the release of his full cultivation, but such considerations had to be set aside for the moment. So, this is spirit enlightenment, huh? The pressure is no joke. Yuan swallowed nervously after feeling the oppressive aura being exuded by Bai Shutao. Not only was Bai Shutao now 3 entire realms above him, but Bai Shutao wasn't an ordinary spirit enlightenment cultivator either. He hailed from a formidable clan in the upper heavens and possessed a true cultivation level far beyond spirit enlightenment. Now that things have reached this point, I will have to get serious, or I'll die. Yuan thought to himself. He closed his eyes and recalled the feeling he had felt when he transformed. Dragon Awakening. In the following instant, Yuan's black hair transformed to a shimmering gold, and his eyes ignited with a brilliant gold hue. His aura swelled, emanating a domineering presence. What? Bai Shutao's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Yuan's transformation, and he mumbled in a bewildered tone, You were a beast all along. Having held the belief that Yuan was a human this entire time, and observing no prior indications of Yuan being a beast, this revelation greatly astonished him. Yuan aimed his spear at Bai Shutao, his voice chillingly cold as he remarked, Try not to die too quickly. The instant his sentence ended, Yuan attacked Bai Shutao. Yuan's movements were so swift that Bai Shutao could scarcely react, and before he even realized, his left leg had been cleanly severed. Bai Shutao didn't even have the time to express his pain before Yuan attacked again, aiming for his other leg. Bai Shutao swiftly evaded the attack, but despite his efforts, Yuan's spear still grazed him, tearing away a chunk of flesh from his other leg. When he realized that his strength was still insufficient, Bai Shutao did not hesitate to increase his cultivation again, entering the second level of spirit enlightenment. He also tossed another pill into his mouth, quickly regrowing his lost limbs. Seeing this, Yuan pushed himself even further. Sha! Once again, Yuan managed to sever Bai Shutao's legs. This time, he severed both legs with one swing. What the fuck is this bastard? Bai Shutao began to panic when it seemed like he would always be behind Yuan no matter how much he increased his cultivation. Over the next several minutes, Yuan would cut off Bai Shutao's limbs over and over again, littering the ground with dozens of Bai Shutao's limbs. Bai Shutao would continuously swallow pills to restore his limbs and increase his cultivation, reaching all the way to the 9th level of spirit enlightenment. However, his mental strength did the opposite and deteriorated rapidly. Eventually, Bai Shutao could no longer endure the torture and snapped. Enough. I have had enough. I don't care if I die after this as long as I take you with me. He unleashed his loudest roar yet. My liege, you need to retreat now. He's going to unseal all of his cultivation. Dong Yi suddenly warned him. Yuan nodded. But just as Dong Yi prepared to teleport Yuan away, another presence manifested in their vicinity, and a commanding voice boomed a second later, "What do you think you're doing? Halt this instant." Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Bai Shutao ceased his actions and regained his composure. "Elder sister," he mumbled in a dazed voice. Sure enough, Bai Ning appeared before them a moment later. What in immortal monarch's name is happening here? She glared at Bai Shutao, demanding answers. Bai Shutao, you bastard. What the fuck have you done? Not only have you once again sneaked away, but you've also violated a heavenly decree. Why did you unseal your cultivation? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Bai Ning interrogated Bai Shutao the moment she arrived. I can explain this. Bai Shutao replied hurriedly, his face fraught with fear. You better have a good explanation for your actions, or I will end you myself right now. Bai Ning's gaze emitted a potent aura of bloodlust, her patience with Bai Shutao's antics thoroughly worn thin. Bai Shutao immediately pointed at Yuan and cried out loud, "It's all that bastard's fault. He came out of nowhere and provoked me while I was minding my own business and drinking tea with a new friend. Not only did he humiliate me, he even attacked me. I was only defending myself." He proceeded to direct his finger at the dozens of limbs on the ground and continued, "Look down there, at my limbs. I was forced to use almost all of my supreme rejuvenation pills because of him." Bai Ning looked at the ground where Bai Shutao's severed limbs were scattered about like trash and frowned. Turning her attention to Yuan, she inquired, "Who are you?" "It's common courtesy to offer your own introduction before seeking to learn about others," Yuan replied calmly. Following a momentary silence, Bai Ning abruptly vanished from her position, appearing in front of Yuan with a swiftness so remarkable that he could barely perceive the motion. "I won't ask again," she spoke in a frigid tone. "She's strong. Really strong." Yuan cried inwardly. Even without the need for a confrontation, Yuan could discern that she was immensely more powerful than Bai Shutao. Despite that, he did not give in to her pressure and said, "I won't repeat myself either." Before he could complete his sentence, Bai Ning suddenly extended her hand toward his throat with the intention of killing him. Yuan anticipated her actions and managed to respond promptly, deflecting her hand with his own. Bai Ning's eyes widened slightly, clearly taken aback. After blocking her attack, Yuan distanced himself from her. Bai Ning did not follow him and remained still. "Why did you target Bai Shutao?" Bai Ning inquired suddenly. "It's none of your business." "Regrettably, it is. No matter how inept he may be, he is still my younger brother from the same family, and as the eldest in the family, I have a right to understand why someone is targeting my sibling," Bai Ning asserted. "So you're his sister, huh?" Yuan had heard about her from Shi Meili. However, since she wasn't involved in their incident, Yuan couldn't justify attacking her, even if she was Bai Shudao's sibling. If she had attacked Shi Meili or was responsible for Feng Yuxiang's current situation, he would have had enough reason to act. I don't know who he is, but he's undoubtedly from the upper heavens. He's also a beast, although I can't discern his specific race by scent alone, as there's something peculiar about it, Bai Shutao interjected. Whatever. I don't care about your identity or your reason for attacking Bai Shutao, but since you dared to lay hands on a member of the Heavenly White Tiger clan, I will punish you accordingly and question you afterward. Bai Ning's aura surged the following moment, and unlike Bai Shutao, she did not underestimate Yuan, entering the peak of Spirit Emperor without hesitation. Yuan didn't want to fight her, but seeing how she was determined to fight him, he no longer had a choice. A moment later, the two would clash against each other, their formidable spiritual energies colliding in a fierce confrontation. This person, he's formidable. Bai Ning recognized Yuan's strength and comprehended how he had managed to press Bai Shutao to his limits. Neither of them would overpower the other even many minutes and thousands of exchanges later. Over time, Bai Ning's battle with Yuan ceased to be about punishment and transformed into a form of enjoyment. After all, she had very few peers who could match her strength, even in the upper heavens. Bai Shutao was utterly astonished to see someone last this long against Bai Ning, who was widely feared and respected in the upper heavens. Not only does he have a lower cultivation than her, he's even fighting her on equal footing, he cried inwardly. If he were to mention this fight to the people in the upper heavens, not even his own parents would believe him, such was the sheer absurdity of the spectacle unfolding before him. Sometime later, as Bai Ning remained engrossed in her battle with Yuan, the sky above them abruptly grew dim and overcast, almost as though a thunderstorm was approaching. Shit! The heavenly tribulation. I completely forgot about it. Bai Shutao cried out loud when he saw the darkened sky. When she realized that her enjoyment was coming to an end, Bai Ning clicked her tongue in disappointment. If only we had crossed paths under different circumstances, we might have made fine sparring partners, she remarked to him, then added, regrettably, it's time to end this. Unfortunate, indeed. Yuan agreed with her. Suddenly, Bai Ning's aura surged to even greater heights, and her cultivation reached the peak of Spirit Sovereign. Are you certain you don't wish to, at the very least, divulge your name with me before I end your life? Bai Ning inquired about his identity again. Yuan smiled and said, you already know my name. What? Bai Ning was caught off guard by his response, yet she couldn't quite fathom its significance. My liege, I am going to teleport you to safety now. Dong Ye's voice resounded again. Bai Ning suddenly furrowed her brow, detecting Yuan's attempt to escape. Don't even think about it. Bai Ning roared as she prepared to stop him. Halt! Yuan suddenly bellowed in a commanding tone. Inexplicably, Bai Ning found herself abruptly losing control over her own body and froze in place. Then, before her very eyes, Bai Ning watched helplessly as Yuan vanished from her sight like a ghost. Once Yuan's presence disappeared, Bai Ning immediately regained control over her own body, yet she continued to remain frozen in place, her face filled with shock and disbelief. What just happened? Why did my body suddenly? She looked at her own hands and tried to fathom what had just occurred, yet she couldn't find an answer even with her vast experience and expansive knowledge. Elder sister. What should I do? Bai Shutao's desperate cries immediately interrupted her thoughts. She turned to look at him with a frown and responded in a cold voice, whatever you are supposed to do. Don't act like this is your first encounter with a heavenly tribulation. But I have never encountered one this powerful. He stammered nervously, swallowing hard as the dark clouds expanded, enveloping the entire sky above them. Bai Ning looked at the clouds and sneered, you might be on the verge of death after this, but you won't die. And without saying another word, she left him to deal with the heavenly tribulation alone. Damn it. That fucking bitch is as heartless as ever. Family, my fucking ass. Bai Shutao cursed at her inwardly before clearing his mind and preparing to deal with the heavenly tribulation. Eventually, a bolt of purple lightning struck Bai Shutao, obliterating everything within a 1,000-mile radius around him, and it repeated 4 times, with each successive strike growing more potent. Bai Shutao utilized all of his life-saving treasures and resources to deal with the heavenly tribulation, as he wouldn't be able to survive on his own power, at least not in his current state. Meanwhile, after leaving Bai Shutao alone, Bai Ning tried to search for Yuan, traveling tens of thousands of miles, only stopping when it was her turn to deal with the heavenly tribulation. And despite only unsealing her cultivation to Spirit Sovereign, her heavenly tribulation was countless times more powerful than Bai Shutao's heavenly tribulation, mostly due to her true cultivation as a true immortal. Each bolt of lightning was strong enough to obliterate a spirit enlightenment cultivator 1,000 times, yet all Bai Ning had to do was wave her sleeves, destroying the lightning and only suffering minor injuries afterward. The heavenly tribulation only lasted for 3 strikes before it disappeared, and Bai Ning immediately returned to her search. She also couldn't help but replay Yuan's words inside her mind continuously. "You already know my name. What in the world does he mean by that? I already know his identity. No, that's impossible. I wouldn't forget someone like him." Bai Ning hadn't experienced this level of frustration in a long while. In fact, she had never felt this degree of helplessness in her entire life. And the more she contemplated it, the more her frustration intensified, almost to the point of madness. Meanwhile, Bai Shutao was on the verge of death after his heavenly tribulation came to an end. If he thought about how much resources he had used in such a short time, it would probably push him to his death. Instead, he focused on blaming Yuan and cursed at him non-stop. "I swear I will not rest until I find you and make you pay 1,000,000 times for this humiliation. I swear." He cried out in anguish while lying on the ground, his gaze fixed on the heavens. As for Yuan, he found himself back at Dong Ye's cabin after being teleported. "Thanks. I would have been in trouble there if you didn't teleport me away," he expressed his gratitude to Dong Yi. "Please don't thank me, I was simply doing my job." Dong Yi shook his head. And he continued, "Anyway, as expected of you, my liege. I am impressed by how well you played them. They're definitely stomping the ground in anger as we speak. I wish I could have done more," he sighed. "If you'd done more, you would have killed Bai Shutao at the very least. Honestly, you could have killed him and probably gotten away with it since you hid your identity well, with the slight exception of that hint you gave the woman." Yuan removed his mask, revealing a bittersweet smile. "I couldn't help it. Before I knew it, those words had already escaped my lips," he sighed. "It'll be fine, I think. Even an immortal monarch fanatic like Bai Ning wouldn't dare imagine that you are the actual immortal monarch." Dong Yi tried to reassure him of the safety of his identity. "Either way, what's done is done," Yuan said. And he continued, "Anyways, now that we are alone, I have something to talk to you about." "Is this related to that crucial matter you mentioned before?" Dong Yi asked. Yuan nodded, and he spoke. "Before that, I must ask you, are you aware that this body of mine is only an avatar created from a portion of my soul?" He figured that someone with a cultivation as high as Dong Ye's wouldn't be influenced by the Celestial Emperor's curse. Hearing his question, Dong Yi silently nodded his head with a smile on it. "I am aware of your situation, my liege," he said. "So you know that my real body is currently located somewhere far away from the 9 heavens?" Yuan wanted more confirmation. "Indeed. In fact, I have known about it even before we met." Dong Yi confirmed. "Good, then this will speed things up," Yuan said. And he proceeded to tell Dong Yi of his situation on Earth. "A formation keeping the world alive, huh? It must be the work of a blood mastiff, as they are the only ones who could possibly maintain such a powerful formation for so long." Dong Yi mumbled out loud. Yuan then explained his current plan to Dong Yi. "If you are looking for a soul belonging to a God Ascension Realm cultivator, the Shadow Realm will definitely house some there, but it's also extremely dangerous there. Unless absolutely necessary, even I wouldn't venture to that grim place. Dong Yi shuddered just thinking about the atmosphere there, as well as the countless immortal souls trapped there since ancient times. Dangerous or not, I have no choice but to go there, unless you have another idea. Yuan looked at him. I can think of several other places where you might find that kind of soul, but unfortunately, these places are even more dangerous than the Shadow Realm, so they are out of the question. Dong Yi said. The Shadow Realm it is then. Yuan sighed. Speaking of the Shadow Realm, do you know how I can reach that place? Yuan asked. I know there's a way to get there in the lower heavens, but I'm not sure I can enter that place again, so I will need a new path there. The fourth heaven. Dong Yi responded, continuing in a grim voice, in the fourth heaven, there is a place called Vanishing Valley. It's a dangerous area, one of 4, gateway to hell, to exist in the 9 heavens. Gateway to hell? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Dong Yi then explained, they are also called forbidden zones, extremely dangerous areas that even immortals avoid at all costs. Most people that enter will never return, hence the name. Fortunately, the Vanishing Valley is the least dangerous of the 4 out there, but that's not really saying much. The Vanishing Valley is a deceptive place that may not appear very expansive at first glance, but once you step into the valley, it magically stretches on endlessly, ensnaring you within its confines for eternity, not to mention the countless powerful magical beasts roaming within that place. And when I say powerful, I mean there exist magical beasts rivaling immortal cultivators, despite it being located in the 4th heaven, where the limit is spirit enlightenment. Magical beasts as powerful as immortals. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing this information. Even with his talents, he wouldn't last a single breath against such powerful opponents. There's a reason why even immortals perish in these regions. Forbidden zones defy all logic and transcend heavenly rules, they are domains not intended for humans, Dong Yi added solemnly. Is this the only way into the Shadow Realm? Yuan then asked. No, but the next entrance is in the 7th heaven. Unless you want to wait until then, you will have to enter through the Vanishing Valley, and even if you wish to wait, it won't be any safer than the Vanishing Valley. I will head to the Vanishing Valley then. Yuan declared. Will you be coming with me? He then asked. I have faith in your abilities, my liege. Dong Yi smiled. So you won't be coming. Regrettably, I'm unable to enter a forbidden zone due to their unique properties, which would strip me of my technique and reveal my existence in this world, Dong Yi lamented. Unique properties? Yuan inquired for more information. Dong Yi nodded and continued with his explanation, all forbidden zones are shrouded in a unique energy that nullifies any disguises, including concealment techniques, and without such techniques, my presence would be announced to the entire world, which will lead to an all-out war. Is that so? Well, I wasn't expecting you to follow me everywhere I go, anyway. Yuan shrugged. I have one more question. The curse cast by the Celestial Emperor, which is currently afflicting many in the 9 heavens, is there any way to dispel it? How did you manage to evade it? Dong Yi did not immediately respond and pondered for a moment before answering, the curse itself has no effect on those at God Ascension. As for getting rid of the curse for those already affected, this useless servant has very limited experience when it comes to curses, so I cannot help you. I'm sorry. Yuan shook his head, it's fine. I'm sure we'll find a way eventually. Sometime later, Dong Yi said, My liege, regarding the matter with the ancient seals. I have located Liang Shaoxing, the previous patriarch of the Azure Dragon clan. Oh. Where is he? He spends most of his retirement at the Tunes of Heaven's establishment in North Wind City. It's not far from here, actually. If that's the case, I should visit him first before I return to the others. My liege, if you are after his ancient seal, you will most likely have to take it from his corpse, as it is their job to protect the seal even at the cost of their lives. Dong Yi warned him. The identities of the ancient seal holders are shrouded in secrecy for a reason, as they bear the responsibility of safeguarding the seals. It's only logical to assume that taking them by force might be the necessary course of action. Yuan fell silent, as he didn't want to forcefully steal the ancient seal. Is there any way to acquire the seal without fighting? Yuan asked. Dongyi silently shook his head. Is that so? Yuan closed his eyes and sighed. I'll try to convince him to hand over the seal without fighting, but if I must, I will take it by force. Then I'll take you to the city now. Dongyi said. Sometime later, Yuan was transported right outside of North Wind City. Upon entering the city, he immediately began inquiring about the Tunes of Heaven's establishment. Tunes of Heaven's establishment. Head to the entertainment district in the southern part of the city. You'll realize you're close when you begin hearing music. Thanks. Yuan began heading towards the south as directed. After walking for several minutes, Yuan suddenly caught the sound of a zither being played. I must be getting close. The sound only grew louder as he got closer to his destination, yet nobody on the street seemed to be bothered by it. In fact, they were all enjoying the free music. Eventually, he spotted the Tunes of Heaven's establishment. It was an expansive 4-story building that occupied half of the city block. The constant flow of people entering and exiting the establishment indicated its popularity. When Yuan approached the entrance, he was stopped by a beautiful young woman, who asked him, "Are you here to dine in the lobby, or do you have an appointment with someone?" "I'm here to dine," he said. "And are you here alone?" "I am." "I understand. Please, follow me." Yuan nodded and followed the woman inside. The first floor had the appearance and setup of a restaurant, but there was a small stage at the center of the room, graced by another beautiful woman who was performing with her zither. "Here is your seat." The woman gestured to show Yuan his table. "Thanks." He was closer to the walls than the stage in the center of the room, but he was still able to have a clear view of the woman on the stage. The woman then said, "If you wish to have a meal while you enjoy the show, this is the menu. If this is your first time at our establishment, you should know that we charge an extra fee for every 30 minutes that you stay here. The price will also be on the menu." And she continued, "There's also the option to rent a private room and hire one of our experts to give you a private performance if you're interested." After the brief introduction, the woman left him alone and returned to the entrance of the building to welcome the next guest. Yuan looked around the room and thought to himself, since he's from a renowned family, he will most likely have a private room. He proceeded to use his divine sense to inspect every individual within the building to find Liang Shaosheng. However, he couldn't find anyone that fit the description given to him by Dongyi, and the strongest cultivator there was only a spirit lord. According to Dongyi, he shows up to this place almost every day. Since he's not here right now, let's just enjoy the show for now. Yuan opened the menu and proceeded to order a dozen dishes without hesitation. While he waited for his order, Yuan looked at the second menu, where he could hire one of their musicians. There were over 50 musicians on the roster at a glance, with 90% of them being women. Everyone had a different price, with the most expensive one to hire being 20 times more expensive than the second most expensive musician. Li Luoyang. 100 spirit stones an hour. Yuan's eyes widened at the extraordinary price tag. He personally cannot imagine spending so much money on an hour of music. Once he was finished with the menus, Yuan turned his focus to the woman performing on the stage, mostly to her slender fingers and the way they played the zither. Before he realized it, the music had put him into a trance-like state. In the midst of his daze, an image suddenly flashed inside his head, a piece of memory that he did not recognize. That was. In that fleeting memory, he witnessed a beautiful young woman playing the zither on a stage, yet the surroundings and the musician on the stage were somewhat different. Even though the memory flashed for less than a second, Yuan unmistakably identified the person on the stage as the zither goddess. That was definitely the zither goddess, albeit a little younger than what I remember. Why did she appear inside my head just now, he wondered. Thank you for the wait. Here is your food. A server showed up with his food shortly after. Shortly after Yuan began eating his food, another image flashed inside his head. This time, he was sitting before a table filled to the brim with food, but there was another individual there, sitting right beside him with an innocent smile on her face. Zither Goddess. Once again, the Zither Goddess has appeared before him in his memories. Whose memories are these? If it's the Zither Goddess, perhaps Tian Kai. But why are they surfacing now? As Yuan pondered the implications of these memories, a voice resounded throughout the first floor. This is a notice to all patrons. Fairy Li Luoyang will be performing in 30 minutes, and for the next 60 minutes, the 30-minute fee will be raised to 10 spirit stones per person. She's finally here. I've waited all month for this moment. I barely managed to save up 20 spirit stones for her. Despite the exorbitant price tag, nobody in the establishment voiced complaints. On the contrary, many of them seemed exhilarated, their faces brimming with anticipation. Witnessing the excitement of those around him, Yuan also felt a rising sense of anticipation. 15 minutes later, Yuan noticed a particular individual entering the establishment, emanating the aura of a peak spirit king. He had mostly black hair with several strands of blue hair, and he had black eyes, looking vastly different than the azure dragon family he'd encountered in the ancient dragon city. Furthermore, he barely exuded the aura of a dragon. He's finally here. Liang Shaoxing. He then observed Liang Shaoxing take a seat right in the front, directly before the stage. Despite being an ex-patriarch, Liang Shaoxing did not look any older than 40. Yuan began pondering how he should approach Liang Shaoxing. Finally, the woman who had been playing music for the past hour concluded her performance and vacated the stage. A few moments later, the lights on the first floor abruptly dimmed. Suddenly, the sound of a zither echoed through the establishment, this time producing a few random notes. The very next moment, a figure materialized on the stage as if by spectral magic. She was a tall beauty adorned in a pink outfit that accentuated her generous curves. "Hello, everyone." The woman greeted as she took a seat on the stage, placing a black zither on her legs. "My name is Li Luoyang, and I will be entertaining you for the next hour." The entire place erupted with excitement with everyone cheering loudly for her. "Fairy Li. You're as beautiful as ever. I love you, Fairy Li." While everyone was charmed by her beauty and elegance, Yuan was paying attention to something else. Third-level Spirit King. Her cultivation is quite impressive for a musician in this place. He hadn't anticipated the musician to be a cultivation expert, but it explained her high fees. "Today, I will be performing a special piece, one that was passed down to me by my master 300 years ago. It's called The Old Dream," Li Luoyang announced. "The Old Dream?" Yuan mumbled, sensing an odd sense of familiarity with the name. Ding. Li Luoyang commenced the song with gentle, melodic notes before gradually intensifying the piece, all while maintaining the same tempo. Every movement her fingers made was bolstered by her cultivation, enhancing its impact and enabling her to produce notes that seemed to tangibly touch the depths of one's soul. She began singing a moment later, her soft voice sending chills down everyone's spine. "Old memories are like a window. Once pushed open, it becomes difficult to close. In this old dream, the sound of your voice beckoned my soul. In the old dream, the sensation of your touch sent chills down my entire being." Yuan closed his eyes and indulged himself in the soft sound of Li Luoyang's voice. Unbeknownst to him, tears had begun flowing down his cheeks. Gradually, more unfamiliar memories began flashing in his mind. He was seated in what looked like a restaurant, and his attention was drawn to the stunning young woman positioned on the stage at the room center. She was dressed in vibrant red robes, her long, flowing black hair cascading down her back, and resting on her legs was a worn-out zither. Nonetheless, her zither skills were far from exceptional. In fact, they were somewhat rigid and inexperienced. Despite this, she had a full audience, with most of them captivated by her beauty and attending solely for that reason. The young woman was aware that her audience wasn't there for her musical talents, and this weighed heavily on her heart. Nevertheless, she couldn't voice any grievances, as this was her sole means of earning a livelihood. She possessed remarkable endurance, having endured hours on the stage, continuously playing the zither without any breaks. Upon concluding her performance, she rose to her feet and offered a bow to the audience. "Thank you all for joining us today," she expressed her gratitude. When the young woman got off the stage, the audience quickly surrounded her with pouches filled with money in their grasp. "Fairy Tan. Please accept this gratification. Marry me, Fairy Tan. I can promise you a life of happiness. Sorry, I have an appointment I must attend to now." The young woman hurriedly made her way through the crowd and, somehow, found herself standing right in front of Yuan's table. As the young woman walked past him, Yuan muttered, "The music was rather terrible, but your passion and dedication somewhat compensated for it." Eh. The young woman known as Tan Songyun abruptly halted her movement and turned to look at him with wide eyes. Despite Yuan's critical words, Tan Songyun didn't display any signs of anger. In fact, she seemed quite pleased, as it indicated that Yuan had paid attention to her music and wasn't there just for her beauty. However, she didn't linger and left shortly after. Over the next several days, Tan Songyun would not return to the public stage, but she was still working within the building, giving private performances to those who hired her. Whenever she moved about in the restaurant, she would notice Yuan sitting at the same table from time to time. Eventually, she gathered all the courage she had been building up for weeks and approached him, asking, "Excuse me, would you be willing to hire me for a session? One of my clients happened to cancel his appointment, so I have a free slot later tonight." "Huh?" Yuan looked at her with a slightly surprised face before uttering, "With your terrible skills? I'd rather not waste my money." His words left Tan Songyun absolutely gobsmacked, as she had never been rejected before, much less in such an embarrassing manner. However, before she could utter any response or storm away in anger, Yuan continued speaking, "Though, if you want, I'm willing to let you hire me." "You want me to hire you? For what?" Tan Songyun asked out of curiosity. "I'll teach you how to play the zither." "You know how to play the zither," she subconsciously muttered. "If I didn't, why would I even bother asking?" Tan Songyun realized how dumb her question had sounded, and her face flushed with embarrassment. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. You have no idea how many people yearn for my guidance," he added. "I can assure you that a single lesson will transform your music." "Why me?" Tan Songyun couldn't help but ask, wondering if he was only trying to impress her and court her like the others. "Why?" "Because your skills are so terrible that I pity you." Yuan shrugged. "Is that so? Then tonight at midnight, come to the 3rd floor. I'll be in the room at the very end of the hallway." Tan Songyun said. "Midnight? If I don't accidentally fall asleep before then?" Yuan casually said. "Then I will be waiting for you," Tan Songyun replied before walking away and resuming her work. Several hours later, precisely at midnight, Yuan ascended to the 3rd floor and made his way toward the room at the end of the hallway. "Come inside," Tan Songyun's gentle voice resounded from the room after he knocked on the door. Inside the room, Tan Songyun was seated on a small platform at the far end of the room, near the wall. "Welcome." Tan Songyun realized at this moment that she still hadn't learned of his name. After closing the door, Yuan spoke with a smile on his face, "Tian Kai, that is my name." Then, "Senior Tian, I'm looking forward to your guidance." Tian Kai then stated, "Before we proceed, I haven't yet disclosed my fee. Ordinarily, wouldn't one inquire about the price before making a purchase?" "How much for a session?" she asked a moment later. "That will depend on how much effort it'll take to teach you, so I won't know until then, but it won't be cheap." Tian Kai calmly replied without giving an answer. Tan Songyun couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive, feeling as though she might be taken advantage of, but at the same time, she had this indescribable sense of curiosity toward him for some reason. Maybe it was his confident demeanor, his straightforward character, but it could also be something else. "If he asks for an unreasonable amount, I could always refuse. It's not as though he could force me to pay him," she thought to herself as she nodded her head, accepting his guidance. Let's begin the session. Tian Kai said as he walked up to Tan Songyun before taking a seat right in front of her. Play me one song. It doesn't matter which one. Tan Songyun nodded and randomly picked one of the songs she would play to the public. Tian Kai closed his eyes and listened in silence. Several minutes later, she asked him, "How was it?" Tian Kai opened his eyes and released a deep sigh, "Unbelievable. How did you manage to worsen your skills since your performance several weeks ago?" "What? It's worse." Tan Songyun was speechless. "Play me a different song," Tian Kai requested a moment later. "Okay." Tan Songyun proceeded to play a second song. This time, she selected a piece she was particularly confident in. However, Tian Kai's criticism only worsened. "It's even worse than your last song. Good heavens, your talents are backwards." Tan Songyun was beginning to wonder if he was merely messing with her. She frowned and said, "What am I doing wrong? Can you at least tell me that?" Tian Kai didn't answer her question and instead said, "Play the song again. I'll show you." Is he doing this so he could experience my performance for free? She wondered inwardly as she played the same song again. Once again, it's gotten worse. Tian Kai shook his head at the end of the song. Tan Songyun could no longer bear it and frowned, "Stop messing with me or I will call the guards and have you removed." Tian Kai shrugged, "It's not my fault that you're thinking about useless things when you play the zither." "What?" Tan Songyun's face loosened a little after hearing his words. "You're thinking too much. Clear your mind and play from your heart. Let your feelings guide your fingers, not your mind." He offered genuine advice for the first time. "Clear my mind. That's easier said than done. There's no way I can do that so suddenly." Tan Songyun said. "Then allow me to ask you one question. Why do you play the zither?" he suddenly asked her. "Why?" "To make a living, of course." "Really? Even though there are plenty of other things you can do to earn money?" Tian Kai looked at her with a doubtful gaze. Tan Songyun frowned and responded in a cold voice, "What are you implying? That I should sell my body instead? You're no different from the other men. I'm disappointed in you. Leave." However, Tian Kai had a bewildered look on his face and said, "How did you manage to misunderstand my few words so much?" "I'm impressed." "Then what are you implying?" "I'm trying to say that you're lying." Tian Kai sighed. "I'm what?" "Whether intentionally or not, you're lying to me, and more importantly, to yourself, by claiming you play the zither merely to make a living." "I can discern what you cannot from the way you play the zither," Tian Kai remarked. "You could have chosen to be a dancer, or even a songstress, yet you chose to play the zither despite the burden it puts on your heart." "Burden?" Tan Songyun looked at him with a puzzled face. "When you played the zither publicly that day, you were disheartened throughout because the audience wasn't truly listening to your music. With your heart so heavy, it's no wonder your performance was so terrible. And if you were truly playing for the money, you wouldn't have such a burden in the first place." "You." Tan Songyun was at a loss for words. She couldn't comprehend how he could see through her so clearly. It was as if he could read her mind. "Those feelings, I want you to forget about them while you are with me because I am listening, so play the zither with that in mind." Unbeknownst to her, Tan Songyun began to cry, as she had always longed to hear such words, to know that someone was listening to her music. Without requiring any further instructions or another word spoken, Tan Songyun's fingers started to glide along the zither strings. "What's this feeling? My shoulders, my hands, they feel so light, like feathers." For the first time, Tan Songyun was completely absorbed in her own performance with a clear mind. As the song neared its conclusion, Tan Songyun experienced a sense of regret, not wanting her newfound feeling to end. After the song concluded, Tan Songyun fell into a profound silence, her gaze fixed on her trembling hands that were reluctant to release the zither. Tian Kai's voice broke the silence a moment later, "That was a little better than your public performance, but it's still terrible. What do you think?" If you still want me to leave, I'll never show my face here ever again. When Tan Songyun heard his words, she immediately lifted her head and exclaimed, "No. Please, stay here and listen to my music a little longer," she uttered with a rosy face. Tian Kai smiled and said, "My ears can only handle so much, but if you improve with every song, I think I'll be able to endure it." Tan Songyun hastily nodded her head even though the idea of improving with every song was beyond her comprehension. Over the next hour, Tian Kai would continue to give her guidance, but he did not directly teach her how to play the zither, only allowing her to improve by herself. When she realized this, she asked him for the reason. "Why?" "It's simple. I don't have the authority to take away your style, to take away what makes you unique. I am not teaching you because I want you to play like me. I want you to play your own zither. What makes me unique?" Tan Songyun did not know how to respond to his reasoning. "Anyways, let's end the lesson here." But I can keep on going," Tan Songyun quickly said. "The more you try to force something, the less effective it will be. If you want to continue, we will do it another day. Then tomorrow. Same time." "Sure." "Oh. What about your payment?" Tan Songyun suddenly remembered. "Huh. Did you think my session would be finished so quickly? Until you can properly play the zither or you fire me, it will count as one session." "Thank you," Tan Songyun said after snapping out of her daze. Without saying anything else, Tian Kai disappeared from her sight. And for the rest of the night, Tan Songyun would continue practicing the zither, imagining that Tian Kai was still in the room and listening to her the whole time. "Huh." The handsome young man watching Tan Songyun's performance had a surprised look on his face as he listened to her zither performance. "It actually sounds good," he cried inwardly. Tan Songyun was renowned for her lackluster zither skills and her outstanding beauty, so one could imagine his surprise when Tan Songyun's music actually sounded good. Once her song had concluded, the young man immediately began clapping with excitement. "Amazing! Truly amazing, Fairy Tan. Your performance just now is incomparably better than just a few days ago. How did you improve in such a short amount of time?" he inquired. "I am presently receiving guidance from an expert," Tan Songyun shared without divulging too much information about Tian Kai. She wanted to keep their relationship a secret because her clients frequently expressed jealousy. "Anyways, this is the end of our session. Thank you for always coming back to see me," Tan Songyun said with a beautiful smile on her face. The young man's face flushed with redness, and he said, "Fairy Tan. Please wait a moment." He proceeded to retrieve a large case from his storage pouch and placed it before her. "This is..." Even without seeing the interior of the box, Tan Songyun had a good idea what this was about, as it wasn't her first time being in such a situation. The young man opened the box, revealing gold bars among other precious treasures. "I love you, Fairy Tan. Please, marry me. I promise that you'll live a carefree life for the rest of your life," the young man declared with a solemn expression on his face. With a heavy expression on her face, Tan Songyun replied, "I'm sorry, but I cannot respond to your feelings." "Why?" The young man expressed despair. "Don't tell me, you already have someone in your heart." Tan Songyun suddenly visualized Tian Kai inside her mind, but she quickly tossed it aside and said, "No, that's not it." "Then for what reason are you rejecting me?" "I am simply satisfied with my current life and do not wish to start a family yet." Half of what she said was true with the other half being a lie, but even Tan Songyun herself couldn't tell which was which. "I understand. However, I will not give up on you, Fairy Tan. If you're not ready now, I will wait until you are ready for a family," the young man said before making his way to the exit. "Wait. Your treasures." Tan Songyun stopped him when he left behind the box of treasures. "Consider it as a gift from me." And without any hesitation, he walked out of the room. Tan Songyun stared at the box of treasures with a hesitant look on her face. One on hand, it was a tremendous amount of money that would take her years of work to acquire, but on the other hand, if she accepted it. Aren't you going to take it? He left it for you, after all. Tian Kai's voice suddenly resounded in the room, startling her. When did you arrive? She asked. I've been here for a while now. Are you ready to continue your lessons? Yes. After being told how much she's improved by all of her clients, Tan Songyun was more motivated than ever to improve her skills. And over the next several weeks, Tian Kai would show up every day at midnight without fail to give her guidance on the zither. Throughout this period, Tan Songyun's zither skills improved significantly, to the extent that she was no longer the worst performer in the establishment and had become the most skilled. As the days passed, Tan Songyun's gratitude toward Tian Kai grew even more profound, and before she knew it, her admiration had transformed into love, to the point where she couldn't spend a single hour without thinking about him. She wished for their current situation to continue indefinitely, but she was aware that their session would eventually come to an end, and she could sense that this time was drawing near. To extend their sessions, Tan Songyun eventually began deliberately slowing down her progress. Naturally, Tian Kai saw through her almost instantly. You aren't improving as you should. Is there something on your mind? He asked her one day. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said, I've been thinking about leaving this place to pursue another career. Oh. Do you already have a plan? He inquired further. That depends. On what? On your response. Without explaining any further, Tan Songyun suddenly walked to sit right beside him, even leaning her body on him in an intimate manner. Once our lessons are finished, can I continue to be by your side? After a brief moment of silence, Tian Kai responded, that would be difficult. Tan Songyun could feel pain in her heart after hearing his words, almost as though someone was squeezing her heart with the intention of bursting it. Nonetheless, she still asked, why? He smiled and explained, firstly, I am a cultivator, and you are a mortal. Such pairings hardly ever work out. Secondly, once our lessons conclude, I will need to return to the upper heavens, and I won't be able to be by your side all the time to protect you. Tan Songyun's eyes widened at his words, and she muttered, so you're not rejecting me? No, I am not, but I also cannot allow you to follow me. Then I will become a cultivator, one that will be strong enough to follow you, she exclaimed in a passionate voice. I swear I will do it no matter how long it takes. Tian Kai chuckled, I don't doubt your determination, but are you sure you want this kind of life? Normally, it's the man that's chasing after the woman, you know. In response to his question, Tan Songyun leaned in and pressed her soft lips against Tian Kai's. Does that answer your question? She asked him, her face flushed with redness. After kissing Tian Kai, Tan Songyun muttered, after this is over, I am going to leave this place. Where will you go? Tian Kai asked her. I'm going to walk the path of a cultivator and join a sect. Is that so? Being a cultivator isn't as easy as most mortals believe, you know. It's a path that's filled with blood and corpses. I am aware, but that won't stop me from chasing after what I love, what I desire. Tan Songyun suddenly stood up and pulled him towards the cold bed. Are you sure? Tian Kai asked her. As a private performer, Tan Songyun had been offered an immense amount of wealth by her clients in hopes of embracing her body, as that was a common interaction for those in her line of job. Despite the enticing amount of money that could let her live a life of luxury, she refused every single one of them and kept her body pure. I am sure. Tan Songyun nodded in a bashful manner. That night, Tan Songyun gave her innocence to Tian Kai, and they didn't stop until the following morning when someone knocked on her door. Fairy Tan, are you awake? Your client is already here. I'll be there in a moment. Tan Songyun quickly replied. However, she had no intention of attending that appointment. When will you leave this place? Tian Kai asked her as she got out of the bed to get dressed. Right now, she said, taking him by surprise. What? Right now? But what about your job? I'm quitting, and I'll be doing so without letting them know, as the owner surely won't be willing to let me quit, Tan Songyun declared. After all, she was the bread and butter of this establishment, their most successful and highest-earning performer. Without her, their revenue would drop by at least half. Given her value, the owner of the establishment would never allow her to leave so abruptly. And where will you be going after you sneak away from this place? Straight to the closest sect. It's too sudden. Are you even thinking this through? Tian Kai couldn't help but express his concerns. I don't know where I will go, but I have enough money to not worry about such things for now. I haven't decided on which sect to join yet, but I'll join one before I run out of money. Tian Kai rubbed his eyes and sighed, Are you really sure you want to do this? She stared at him with a resolute face and nodded, I won't repeat myself. I want to stay by your side, and I am willing to do anything to realize that dream. Tan Songyun realized that she might be moving a little too fast, especially since she barely knew Tian Kai, but she also knew how her heart felt about him and what it desired. Seeing how adamant Tan Songyun appeared, Tian Kai showed a defeated smile on his face. In that case, why don't you stay with me for a bit? Tan Songyun's eyes widened, seemingly taken aback by his unexpected offer. After all, our lessons are not finished yet, and since you'll be joining a sect, I've decided to teach you a little more than I had planned. After a slight pause with no response, he asked, You don't want to? Tan Songyun immediately snapped out of her daze and replied, I do. Please let me stay with you. Then you should start packing, he said with a smile. Tan Songyun didn't have much luggage. In fact, besides her zither, some clothes, and money, she had nothing else. Several minutes later, she was ready to leave. Okay, I am ready. Tan Songyun declared. Tian Kai nodded and walked to the window, opening it. Whenever you are ready, he said to her. We're leaving through the window. Unless you plan on disguising yourself, I don't see how you'll sneak out from the front door. Don't worry, I won't let you fall. Tan Songyun nodded and walked over to him. When she got close enough, Tian Kai hugged her waist and jumped out of the window. Wah! Tan Songyun was so shocked that she forgot how to scream, but she quickly realized that they weren't falling down. Instead, they were going higher and higher toward the sky. We're flying. You were an immortal cultivator all along, she exclaimed. You don't have to be an immortal to fly. Tian Kai laughed. Sometime later, Tian Kai descended by a river located within the mountain range, and there was a humble building constructed beside the river. I wasn't expecting to come all the way out here. Is this really where you live? Tan Songyun looked around with an amazed face. I travel often, so I usually make my own home. You don't like it? I do. I really like the atmosphere here. It's so peaceful and quiet. Thus began Tan Songyun's new life with Tian Kai. During the day, they would practice music together, and then during the night, they would express their love for each other. Back at the establishment Tan Songyun had snuck away from, there was widespread panic as they realized their top performer had vanished without a trace, and her clients became filled with depression. Naturally, they made efforts to search for her, but their attempts were in vain. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and before they were aware, Tan Songyun had stayed with Tian Kai for almost a year. During this time, he taught her some cultivation techniques for the zither, even assisting her cultivation. Tan Songyun did not know it at that time, but Tian Kai had taught her extremely powerful and valuable techniques that would make even those in the upper heavens filled with envy. Then, right as they passed a year, to Tan Songyun's bewilderment, Tian Kai suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a note and some resources. I apologize for the abrupt disappearance, but something came up and I had to leave. Unfortunately, I will not be able to return for a while. I will be waiting for you in the upper heavens, Songyun. Despite leaving her alone so abruptly, Tan Songyun did not feel anger towards Tian Kai, as she had anticipated this day would eventually come a year ago, even feeling grateful that she had managed to stay with him for so long. Yes, let us meet each other again in the upper heavens, my beloved. Tan Songyun mumbled as she pressed the note against her beating heart. Tan Songyun. Yuan muttered in a low voice after Tian Kai's memories came to an end. Although Tan Songyun did not know of his reason for leaving, Yuan did. If the Celestial Emperor hadn't found him, he would have definitely remained by her side for as long as possible. He sighed inwardly. Nonetheless, he was quite shocked to learn of Tian Kai's relationship with Tan Songyun, who would eventually become known as the Zither Goddess. Teacher and lover, huh? I wonder if she's still looking for me. Yuan wondered as Li Luoyang's performance reached its end. There were still many unanswered questions, such as how Tian Kai and the Zither Goddess met in the first place, as he was told that they didn't know each other by Song Linger. He was told that the Zither Goddess had been born 25,000 years ago while the god of music existed for millions of years. What if Song Linger had been talking about a different god of music? What if Tian Kai wasn't a god of music like he'd originally thought? These are questions that won't be answered until he finds the Zither Goddess or regains more of Tian Kai's memories. Thank you all for coming here today to witness my performance. I will return next month and have hopefully improved my skills by then. Li Luoyang gave the audience a respectful bow, causing the place to erupt with cheering and encouragement. At the end of her performance, the light in the room slowly returned, and the workers there would go from table to table asking for payment. Coincidentally, Yuan's table was towards the exit, so Li Luoyang would be walking in his direction. When Li Luoyang got close enough, Yuan subconsciously muttered, "For your first song, you should slow down a bit on the 51st, 88th, 109th, 171st, and 182nd note. Speed up on the 17th, 27th, 49th, 82nd, 122nd, and 251th note." Li Luoyang halted her movements and glanced at Yuan with a shocked expression on her face. Even without Yuan's advice, Li Luoyang knew that she had misplayed several notes, but he'd also mentioned notes that even she didn't realize she had messed up. Her performance was nothing short of perfect to the audience, and she's never received any complaints before, much less being corrected on a song that only she should know how to play, so one could imagine the surprise on her face. How does he? It's not as though I play the old dream often either. And before she could respond, Yuan continued, "You're the Zither Goddess disciple, aren't you? If you have some time later, I would love to have a chat with you." It wasn't a secret that Li Luoyang had received guidance from the Zither Goddess, as it was part of her advertisement campaign, but with the way he spoke, Yuan made it sound like he didn't know before today. "Do you know my master?" Li Luoyang couldn't help but ask him. He nodded, somewhat. "And what was your relationship with her?" she continued inquiring. Yuan pondered for a moment and retrieved the soul-ensnaring zither before responding, "Our relationship is a bit difficult to explain." "That's the soul-ensnaring zither. Why do you have something like that on you?" Li Luoyang nearly dropped the zither in her grasp when she saw the soul-ensnaring zither, something owned by the Zither Goddess. As far as she was aware, the Zither Goddess had left the soul-ensnaring zither in the lower heavens, and only those who could play it could receive it. Does that mean he can play it? Li Luoyang swallowed nervously at the thought of hearing the soul-ensnaring zither's sound, as she had tried to play it before and failed miserably. Seeing her expression, Yuan plucked one of the strings with a smile on his face. The moment he released the string, a heavenly note resonated throughout the building. Although it was just a simple, single note, it was filled with wonder and mystery. The sound sent chills down Li Luoyang's entire being. After a brief moment of silence, she asked him, "Do you have time now? I'd like to invite you to my room." Before he could even answer, Yuan felt a cold gaze behind his back. It was Liang Shaoxing, and he was giving him deadly stares for some reason. However, such a question would be answered the very next moment. "Lady Li. You mustn't. You have a very important client today. He's from the Azure Dragon family. One of the workers there reminded her of her schedule. Li Luoyang sighed, "Young man, will you be staying here for long? Or you can come back later tonight when I am off work." "Unfortunately, I have somewhere else that I need to be, so I won't be here for long." Li Luoyang began to contemplate. She didn't want to offend the Azure Dragon family, especially since her client was their former patriarch. However, she had been dreaming of hearing a song from the soul-ensnaring zither ever since she learned about it hundreds of years ago and didn't want to miss the opportunity. Eventually, she took a deep sigh, walked over to Liang Shaoxing, and bowed, "I am deeply sorry for the inconvenience, but I would like to reschedule our session. As compensation, I will give you 3 hours of my time instead of just 1, and it'll be free of charge." Liang Shaoxing wasn't someone who cared about money. He was more irritated at the fact that Li Luyang had chosen Yuan instead of him. However, since it was difficult to make an appointment with her even for someone like him, he decided to not make a scene there and just accept his free sessions. After forcing a smile on his face, Liang Shaoxing spoke, "Don't worry about it. I have nothing but time on my hands since my retirement and the compensation is more than fair." Meanwhile, Yuan sighed inwardly, "Looks like it'll become even more difficult to take his ancient seal without fighting." After confirming her rescheduling with Liang Shaoxing, Li Luoyang brought Yuan to her room on the 4th floor. Unsurprisingly, as the establishment's most popular and highest-earning performer, Li Luoyang's room took up half of the 4th floor. The interior of her room was simple yet elegant with decorations that were barely noticeable until Li Luoyang stood near them, enhancing her beauty. "Please, make yourself comfortable," Li Luoyang said to him as she took her usual seat by the platform. Yuan sat directly in front of her. "So, what would you like to know about my master?" Li Luoyang asked him. "Oh, just so you know, this information won't come for free. In return, I'd like you to play some songs for me with that soul-ensnaring zither." "Of course." Yuan nodded. "Then, for my first question, do you know where the zither goddess is now?" "No, but she visits the lower heavens once every few hundred years." "Do you think she'll visit soon?" "I doubt it since she visited 100 years ago." "I see, then how did you become her disciple?" "Well, she was a patron at this establishment when I happened to be performing that day, and she approached me with the offer of guidance. I refused at first, unaware of her identity. Then Li Luoyang raised her hand when Yuan tried to ask another question, and she said, "I'd like to hear a song before we continue." Without saying another word, Yuan placed the soul-ensnaring zither on his lap and began playing with a gentle smile on his face. Li Luoyang's eyes widened with shock a few moments later. She only had to hear a few notes before she was convinced of his godlike skills. Yuan's music penetrated the walls and quickly filled the building, shocking everyone inside. When those outside the building heard the music, they rushed inside to take a glance at the performer, but to their disappointment, he was nowhere to be found. "Who's that playing? Only Fairy Li would be this good." "No. I have never heard this song before. Who else besides Fairy Li could perform like this? It's even coming from the 4th floor. What about that young man who went with her? She must have known about his skills, hence why she risked offending Senior Liang." Yuan's performance lasted only a minute, which was far from enough to satisfy the audience. Are you also her disciple?" Li Luoyang asked him afterward. Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "I guess you can say that since she taught me how to play this zither." "So she taught you? No wonder why you can play it." Yuan then asked, "Can I ask my next question now?" She nodded. "Do you know anything about the zither goddess' relationship with the god of music?" "God of music?" Li Luoyang raised her eyebrows, and she asked, "Which one?" "There's been many throughout the years. Someone named Tian Kai." "Tian Kai? Sorry, I am not aware of any god of music by that name." "Is that so?" This confirmed Yuan's suspicion that Tian Kai was never the god of music. If Tian Kai wasn't the god of music, who was he? And why was the zither goddess absorbed in the god of music statue? Can you tell me what you know about the god of music? Not the people, but the title in general. Li Luoyang nodded, but she also pointed at his zither. A moment later, heavenly music filled the establishment once more, attracting even more customers to the building. The music lasted a little longer this time, allowing the workers at the building to pinpoint the location it came from. It's definitely coming from Lady Li's room. How much would it cost to hire someone like him? The owner of the establishment muttered to herself as she pondered how much she was willing to pay. Once the music ended a few minutes later, Li Luoyang asked him, "How long did it take you to reach that level of skills?" "A few years," he responded with a smile. Li Luoyang burst out laughing, "That's a great joke. A few years, pfft." Anyone in her position might think that Yuan was joking, but if she knew that Yuan had only started playing the zither a year ago, she might consider giving up on playing herself. Anyways, the title of God of Music gets passed around quite often, so much so that it doesn't really matter nowadays. If you want it, you can challenge the current God of Music and snatch it from them. I think you'll have a good chance with your current level of skills. I'm not really interested in acquiring the title. He shook his head, and continued, "Another question. Do you know why the zither goddess comes down to the lower heavens? I asked her this question before, and she told me that it's to visit her old home." Her old home, huh? The image of a certain building beside a river suddenly appeared inside Yuan's head. Wait a minute. The teleportation formation within the zither goddess immortal cave. Is that her method of transportation? Its existence would make much more sense if she used it to visit the lower heavens every few hundred years. Does this mean I have a good chance to find her in the fifth heaven? He suddenly came to this realization. Meanwhile, in the lower heavens, a veiled figure approached a certain building. Identity yourself. The guard at the gate stopped this person at the entrance. The figure removed the veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, and she spoke in a low voice, "The soul-ensnaring zither. I cannot sense its presence. What happened to it?" Despite being startled by her shocking beauty, the guard managed to utter, "It was taken." The woman frowned upon hearing this news, even emitting a subtle hint of killing intent. "Who took it?" "I don't know, but it was with Master Zhou's approval since that person managed to play it." The woman fell silent after learning of this news, and her killing intent immediately vanished. Without saying a round word, the woman turned around and walked away, disappearing into thin air a moment later. Who was that? The guard muttered in a dazed voice, his mind ensnared by the woman's beauty. "Master Zhou, regarding the recruitment, have you decided on your next disciple yet?" A group of adults sat before Master Zhou, who was renowned as a top zither expert in the lower heavens and also the previous owner of the soul-ensnaring zither. "Not yet. There are so many promising applicants, and I only have one slot left, so I am having a difficult time choosing," Master Zhou said as he calmly brushed his long, white beard. Suddenly, the door slammed open, and a veiled figure nobody there recognized walked inside. "Who dares interrupt?" An awe-inspiring and unparalleled presence enveloped the room, leaving everyone in a state of paralyzing awe and fear. While the room was filled with silence, the veiled figure walked to the center of the group and asked them in a cold voice, "Which of you is surnamed Zhou?" "That would be me." "Dare I ask your identity, senior? And why are you looking for me?" Master Zhou raised his hands which were still trembling in fear. The veiled figure then spoke, "The soul-ensnaring zither that I had left in your ancestors' hands for safekeeping, why did you give it away?" "The soul-ensnaring zither? Impossible. You can't be the zither goddess." Master Zhou exclaimed in utter shock as this realization dawned upon him. The veiled figure suddenly retrieved a thin-bladed sword and pointed it at Master Zhou's throat, yet nobody in the room dared to move a finger, their bodies still frozen in fear. "Answer my question," she demanded. "The soul-ensnaring zither has been with my family for over 25,000 years, collecting dust all the while because nobody could play it," Master Zhou explained, and he continued, "I was never informed of its purpose, entrusted to us for safekeeping. Thus, I believe that if anyone possessed the ability to play it, they should rightfully inherit it. After a moment of silence, the veiled figure asked, the person who inherited it. This Yuan. Where can I find him? I'm sorry, but I do not know. However, I know someone who may be able to answer your question, Zither Goddess. Fei Yuan. She's a disciple from the Dragon Essence Temple. She was with Yuan, and they seemed quite close with each other. After another moment of silence, the veiled figure spoke, given your familial ties to my dear friend, I shall not chastise you for parting with my cherished Zither. Thank you, Zither Goddess. Stop it. Excuse me. That nickname. I never liked it. Then how shall I address you, Senior? By my name, Tan Songyun. After saying those words, Tan Songyun lowered her sword and walked out of the room before disappearing like a ghost. That was the Zither Goddess. She's quite different from what I've heard. One of them whispered, his voice filled with bewilderment, long after her departure. Right? I always thought she was a benevolent goddess, said another. That was probably the Zither Goddess from 25,000 years ago. People can change a lot in a year, much less thousands of years, another sighed. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Essence Temple. Amazing. Fairy Fei, you've improved once again. I love you, Disciple Fei. After her performance ended, her audience at the Dragon Pavilion cheered like there was no tomorrow. Fei Yuan gave an elegant bow and said, thank you all. This will be all for me today. See you next month, Fairy Fei. I'll be waiting for you. Fei Yuan left the Dragon Pavilion shortly after and made her way back home. It's almost been a year since he left. What is he doing now? Where is he? Fei Yuan pondered about Yuan as she walked home. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when a veiled figure descended from the sky and landed right in front of her. What? Fei Yuan jumped back after being startled. Are you Fei Yuan? Tan Songyun asked her without even giving her a chance to recover. When she arrived at the sect, the first thing that caught her attention was Fei Yuan's Zither performance, and after hearing the other disciples address Fei Yuan's surname through divine sense, she decided to approach Fei Yuan. Yes. I am, but who are you? Fei Yuan asked. Then are you familiar with Yuan? Yuan. Fei Yuan was taken aback to hear his name just as she had been thinking about him. If this wasn't fate, what else could it be? I'm sorry, but you won't be able to find him here. Fei Yuan said a moment later. Where can I find him? I don't know, Fei Yuan shook her head. Once again, Tan Songyun retrieved her sword and pointed it at Fei Yuan. If you value your hands, I'd suggest you tell me the truth. Fei Yuan was dumbfounded, as she didn't expect her to get so aggressive so suddenly. Why are you looking for him? He has something that belongs to me. Sorry, but I really don't know. He left for the second heaven almost a year ago. Fei Yuan had no problem telling her the truth, as there was no way this mysterious woman could find Yuan with such a clue, and it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Tan Songyun gritted her teeth in frustration after hearing this news. Second heaven. How troublesome, she cursed inwardly. Tell me everything you know about this Yuan. And what will you do when you find him? Fei Yuan asked. That's none of your business. Fei Yuan gritted her teeth and uttered, then I won't help you. You don't care about your hands. Without them, you'll never be able to play the zither again. Tan Songyun swung her sword so quickly that Fei Yuan couldn't even see her movements, and the tiles around her suddenly had several sword cuts on them. However, despite the fear on her face, Fei Yuan remained resolute. You can take my life for all I care. I won't help you find Yuan if you're going to hurt him. Tan Songyun fell silent, leaving Fei Yuan to wonder about her expression hidden behind the veils. I will not repeat myself. Either you answer my questions or your hands go. Tan Songyun spoke after a moment of silence. However, several figures suddenly appeared before them with their weapons already pointed at Tan Songyun. Who the hell are you? And why are you pointing your weapon at my disciple? Long Yuan, sect master of the Dragon Essence Temple, inquired in a demanding tone. Sect master. I don't know why, but she's inquiring me about Yuan. Fei Yuan said. Yuan. Long Yuan frowned upon hearing this familiar name. I don't care who you are or why you're looking for Yuan, but how dare you invade our sect and threaten one of our disciples? And what do you think you can do to me with your cultivation bases? Tan Songyun asked them as she used a movement technique, disappearing from her location like a ghost. When she appeared again, she was right behind Long Yuan with her blade pressed against his neck. I could take out all of you without breaking a single sweat. What? When did she get behind me? I couldn't see her movements at all even though she was right in front of me. Long Yuan cried inwardly. Sect Master. Get away from the Sect Master, you fiend. The elders around them immediately released their cultivation bases. Tan Songyun released a sigh and unexpectedly lowered her weapon. Now. One of the elders shouted and suddenly attacked. Wait. Long Yuan tried to stop him, but he was too late. However, before the elder's weapon could even get close to her body, Tan Songyun's arm flickered, and the elder's weapon shattered like glass after being struck by a rock the very next moment. Before the elder could even process what had just happened, Tan Songyun used her other hand to grasp his neck, lifting him into the air like nothing. Please. Wait. Long Yuan cried out loud after seeing this. Nobody there dared to move a muscle, fearing that she might snap the elder's neck the moment they did. After a moment of silence, Tan Songyun swung her arm, flinging the elder to the side like garbage. She then said, the soul ensnaring zither. Your friend took something that he wasn't supposed to, so I am looking for him. What? The soul ensnaring zither. Fei Yuyan's eyes widened with shock as she came to a realization. You can't be, the zither goddess. Tan Songyun removed her veil, revealing her beautiful face, and said, I don't like that nickname. Tan Songyun is my name. The place turned silent once again as everyone there tried to grasp the situation. Are you really the zither goddess? Long Yuan couldn't help but doubt her identity. Tan Songyun glared at him and said, I don't have the time to entertain you. Tell me everything you know about Yuan and I will be on my way. If you play a song for us and prove your identity, I will tell you everything I know about Yuan. Fei Yuyan said, and she continued with a resolute face, if not, I won't tell you anything even if you kill me. Tan Songyun sucked her teeth in an annoyed manner, yet she did not reject Fei Yuyan's offer. She then beckoned at Fei Yuyan, causing the zither in Fei Yuyan's arms to float towards her. With the zither hovering in the air right before her chest, Tan Songyun immediately began playing the strings. Instantly, the atmosphere in the entire sect changed, filled with heavenly music resonating through the air. Fei Yuyan and the others near Tan Songyun could see illusions around her, almost as though a world had been materialized by her music. However, the music was cut short and stopped midway. It was such a blatant pause that it nearly made the audience puke out blood from anger. Why did you stop so suddenly? Fei Yuyan demanded an answer with a frown on her face. I didn't come here to perform for you. I should have proved my identity with that much. Now, tell me about Yuan. No. I requested for a song, not half a song. Fei Yuyan did not want it to end there. Enough. Tan Songyun roared, her voice carrying some of her cultivation base. Cough. Fei Yuyang and those around her suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. My patience has run out. If you don't stop this nonsense right now, I will not hesitate to kill you. If you think you're my only option of finding Yuan, you can ignore my warning. All right. I apologize for overstepping my boundaries, Zither, Senior Tan. Your music was so good that I couldn't help myself. Fei Yuyan sighed. I'll tell you everything I know about Yuan, but let's go somewhere more private. Fei Yuyan turned to look at Long Yuan and continued, I'll be fine, Sect Master. Thank you for everything. If you say so. Long Yuan and the other elders left them alone shortly after. Fei Yuyang brought Tan Songyun back to her own living quarters, where she explained her relationship with Yuan and everything she knew about him. Even if he's a genius, the soul-ensnaring zither requires a unique technique that only I know to play, so how? Did he create another technique for it? That's absurd. Tan Songyun was not aware of teaching Yuan the technique, as that was something done by the soul-ensnaring zither on its own accord. And that's all I know about him. I know it's not much, but it's good enough. Tan Songyun interrupted and immediately made her way for the exit. Wait. Fei Yuyang suddenly stopped her. What do you want? I know this may be asking too much, but can you give me some advice on the zither? How can I play like you? Fei Yuyan asked. You want to play like me? Tan Songyun asked for confirmation. Yes. Fei Yuyan eagerly nodded. Then you might as well quit playing the zither. Eh? Fei Yuyan's eyes widened at her unexpected response. Are you playing the zither just to play like me, or are you playing it because you enjoy it? Everyone has their own style and uniqueness, and I don't have the authority to take that away from you. Tan Songyun retrieved a small book and tossed it at the dazed Fei Yuyan. That will not teach you to play like me, but it might help you improve your own style, if you have the talents for it. Thank you, Senior Tan. I will not disappoint you. I'm not expecting anything from you. Tan Songyun said before disappearing from her sight. Though she may appear cold and ruthless at a glance, she's actually very kind and thoughtful on the inside. Fei Yuyan sighed as she stared at the book in her hands. Yuan, good luck. Thank you, Lady Li. That's all of the questions I have for now. Yuan said to Li Luoyang sometime later. You're leaving already. Why don't you stay here a little longer to chat? This is my first time encountering someone taught by the zither goddess other than myself. Li Luoyang looked a little sad after realizing that he was about to leave. I have other businesses to attend to, so I cannot stay for too long. One more song. You can leave after playing one more song. Li Luoyang raised a single finger on her hand and shoved it at his face. Yuan nodded with a smile and agreed, okay, I will play one last song. After taking a moment to ponder what song he wanted to play, Yuan began moving his fingers on the zither. This is. Li Luoyang's eyes widened with excitement when Yuan started playing The Old Dream. Now that she knew he had been taught by the zither goddess, she wasn't surprised that he could play the song. Of course, Yuan didn't learn the song from the zither goddess, nor did he recall it in Tian Kai's memories. After listening to it once, he'd completely ingrained it within his memories. As for how he managed to figure out Li Luoyang's mistakes during her performance, it was purely because of his own expertise and instincts. Li Luoyang's performance didn't sound wrong to him, but in his mind, it would sound better with his changes. Li Luoyang agreed with such changes, hence why she wasn't upset when he corrected her. At the end of the song, Li Luoyang muttered in a dazed voice, "It sounds even better than I remember." "Thank you," Yuan said with a smile on his face as he stowed away the zither. "Then I'll be leaving now. Will you visit this place again?" Li Luoyang then asked. "Honestly? Probably not, since I came here with a purpose." Yuan did not lie to her. "Is that so? That's unfortunate. However, if you ever feel like it or happen to be nearby, please visit us. I'd like to listen to your music again." "Of course." "Oh. One more thing. I never got your name." "It's Yuan, and do you mind if I leave through your window? I don't want to deal with the crowd outside." "Sure thing." Li Luoyang chuckled. After leaving through the window, Yuan did not wander too far away from the building, and he began to ponder what he should do with Liang Xiaoxing and his ancient seal. Fortunately, he had been keeping track of Liang Xiaoxing's location through divine sense this entire time, so he didn't need to wait for him to return to the Tunes of Heaven's establishment. However, there was a bigger problem. How should I approach him without making him want to punch me at a glance? After what had transpired with Li Luoyang, he was certain that Liang Shaoxing had been offended and felt humiliated by the rescheduling, so he couldn't just approach Liang Shaoxing as nothing had happened. After pondering for some time, Yuan eventually came up with a somewhat risky plan. It may be risky, but if everything goes right, I won't need to fight him for the ancient seal. Yuan disappeared from the streets to prepare for his meeting with Liang Shaoxing. Meanwhile, Liang Shaoxing was drowning himself in alcohol at a nearby restaurant as he waited for his appointment with Li Luoyang. That goddamn bastard! Which rat hole did he crawl from? How dare he humiliate me in front of everyone and force Lady Li to choose between us? I'll skin him alive the next time I see him. Liang Shaoxing slammed his cup on the table, causing the entire restaurant to tremble. However, despite the disturbance he was causing, nobody approached him, as he was a well-known individual within the city, so everyone knew his identity. After consuming alcohol non-stop for several hours, Liang Shaoxing paid the bill and left the restaurant, feeling a bit drunk. The moment he stepped outside the restaurant, he sensed an unfamiliar yet overwhelming aura coming from outside the city. When he sensed his aura, his eyes widened with shock, and the slightly drunk expression on his face became completely serious. What a powerful presence! And this aura, it can't be. In order to confirm his doubts, Liang Shaoxing immediately flew towards the aura's direction. Sometime later, Liang Shaoxing halted his movements when he saw a figure hovering above the trees in the distance. This figure was draped in a full-length black robe with long, flowing golden hair cascading down the back, and their face was concealed behind an ordinary-looking mask. It was evident to even the most oblivious observer that the individual before them was far from ordinary. Liang Shaoxing's body trembled when he noticed the details on his clothing. That appearance. That aura. The golden dragon robe. What is something like that doing down here? What is a dragon emperor in the third heavens? Unsurprisingly, Liang Shaoxing came to such a conclusion. He hailed from a prominent dragon clan where such information is common knowledge. I was told that some people from the upper heavens would be showing up in the lower heavens, but I wasn't expecting to meet any dragon emperors, he cried inwardly. Shortly after Liang Shaoxing's arrival, Yuan slowly turned around to glare at him with a serious atmosphere around him. Who the hell are you? Yuan asked in a cold voice, pretending not to know him. Liang Shaoxing subconsciously lowered his head in submission and responded in a respectful voice, "This lowly one is from the Azure Dragon family, and my name is Liang Shaoxing. One of the 4 ancient families, huh? And what does the Azure Dragon family want from me?" Yuan suddenly activated Dragon's Gaze to scare Liang Shaoxing a little more and to erase any doubt Liang Shaoxing had of his identity. Dragon's Gaze? Liang Shaoxing nearly crapped his pants when confronted by its terrifying pressure. The Azure Dragon family has nothing to do with this. I was coincidentally in a nearby city when I sensed your impressive aura, so I decided to check it out. I'm sorry if I had disturbed you. Liang Shaoxing shouted in a terrified voice. Seeing Liang Shaoxing's reaction, Yuan deactivated Dragon's Gaze and retrieved his aura, allowing Liang Shaoxing to breathe properly. After a moment of silence, Liang Shaoxing said, "Once again, I sincerely apologize if my curiosity had disturbed you. If my presence isn't wanted here, I will immediately leave." Faced with a dragon emperor from the upper heavens, he attempted to distance himself from the situation. Even as a member of the 4 ancient families, he felt like a commoner in the presence of a true dragon emperor. Wait. However, Yuan did not let him off so easily. Since you're here, you might as well stay for a little longer, especially since you're from the Azure Dragon family. I happen to know someone from your lineage in the upper heavens. Yuan approached Liang Shaoxing, who was visibly tense and nervous. In the presence of a dragon emperor, even a seasoned expert of over 1,000 years might feel as vulnerable as a child. When he was close enough, Yuan released a somewhat surprised and puzzled noise. Are you really from the Azure Dragon family, of dragon bloodline? Yes. I am definitely from the Azure Dragon family. Unfortunately, our bloodlines in the lower heavens are quite weak and lacking, especially when compared to those in the upper heavens. Liang Shaoxing retrieved a medallion to prove his identity afterward. Is that so? That explains why I can barely sense the aura of a dragon from you. Yuan muttered. How pitiful. Liang Shaoxing cried inwardly at Yuan's rude remarks, yet he did not dare utter any complaints and even pretended as though they were compliments. Anyways, is your family nearby? Yuan suddenly asked. Huh. They are, but why do you ask, Your Majesty? I'd like to witness how the Azure Dragon family operates in the third heaven, or would that be too troubling? I am a stranger to your family, after all. Of course not. It's no trouble at all, Your Majesty. It'd be an honor to grace our family with the presence of a dragon emperor. Liang Shaoxing's eyes lit up when he heard Yuan's words. This is working out pretty well. Yuan thought to himself. As much as he wanted to get the ancient seal from Liang Shaoxing and disappear as quickly as possible, he couldn't move too hastily or be too direct, or his ulterior motives would be exposed in the blink of an eye. However, Liang Shaoxing suddenly continued, Your Majesty, aren't you busy at the moment? According to what I've been told, those coming from the upper heavens have some kind of assignment. Yes, and I've been working for months without any breaks now, so I've decided to take a day or two off. If you are worried about me being punished for slacking off, you should worry for those who spent 6 months in the nameless emperor's tomb first. My apologies, Your Majesty. I didn't mean to. It's fine. Yuan shook his head. Then allow me to guide you to our humble estate. Liang Shaoxing said. Yuan nodded and proceeded to follow him. While he traveled with Liang Shaoxing, Yuan notified Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying that he would be gone for a little longer than expected and not to be worried about him since he was fine. Several hours later, Liang Shaoxing entered a valley located several thousand miles away from North Wind City. Somewhere along this valley was a concealment formation that hid a separate path from the main path. This path obviously led to the Azure Dragon family, and it was only accessible by someone with the Azure Dragon family's medallion. As they stepped into the formation, it felt like they had entered a completely different realm. The path was lined with medicinal herbs and other exotic plants, leading them to the sprawling estate at the far end of the pathway. Although they were still quite far away from the mansion, Yuan could already see people gathering outside in a large formation. Once they arrived at the mansion, these people shouted in unison, Welcome to the Azure Dragon family, esteemed Dragon Emperor. Welcome back, Senior Liang. Naturally, Liang Shaoxing had notified his family of their arrival through his communication jade slip. He did not want to risk screwing up their chance of befriending a Dragon Emperor, who could potentially usher them into a new age. I appreciate the effort, but I actually dislike crowds. Yuan calmly said, as he did not want to deal with more people in his current situation. Is that so? My apologies. I will send them away immediately. Liang Shaoxing then beckoned for them to leave. The Azure Dragon family looked puzzled after being sent away, but they didn't dare to question it and immediately dispersed except for one person, the current patriarch of their family. This is my son and the current patriarch, Liang Dishan. Liang Dishan stepped forward and bowed, It's an honor to meet you, Dragon Emperor. If there's anything you need from this one, don't hesitate to call for me. Yuan silently nodded. Then allow me to show you around. Liang Shaoxing said a moment later. Yuan didn't say anything and silently followed him inside the building. Using his divine sense, Yuan could see several hundred people inside and within the vicinity of the mansion, with about a third of them giving off a similar aura as Liang Shaoxing. Wherever they went, the people there would stop whatever they were doing to lower their heads to Yuan, treating him as though he was real royalty. As the Azure Dragon family treated him with such reverence, Yuan couldn't help but realize the significance and importance of Dragon Emperors. Their status seemed to surpass even the family's own revered ancestors. After showing Yuan around the mansion, Liang Shaoxing eventually brought him to the guest room. Your Majesty, might I propose a moment of respite? Is there a particular dish or libation that might pique your interest? Regrettably, our provisions may not rival those of the upper heavens, but we shall exert every effort to provide you with satisfaction. Despite being a retired patriarch, Liang Xiaoxing's servant-like attitude rivaled real servants. I'm not particularly picky, so I'll have whatever you got to offer, Yuan said. As you wish. Liang Xiaoxing immediately called over a servant and basically requested a feast. Liang Xiaoxing, being a dragon himself, was well aware of their penchant for food. Thus, he believed that providing a sumptuous feast for a single dragon emperor wouldn't be too extravagant. While they waited for the food, Yuan asked Liang Xiaoxing, "Tell me a little about your family's history." Liang Xiaoxing quickly replied, "Our family has a lineage dating back to the primordial era. If there's any specific aspect you'd like to learn about, please feel free to ask, and I'll do my best to provide the information." Yuan clarified, "I'm interested in the history of this specific branch of your family, not your entire family lineage." "Oh, if that's the case, then our Azure Dragon family came down to the third heaven shortly after the divine heavens was split into 9 separate realms at the end of the immortal monarch's era." Liang Xiaoxing continued in a dispirited manner, "Well, when I say we came down, it's more like we were exiled by the main branch. Our bloodlines were considered weak and unfit to stay in the upper heavens, so we were basically cast out." Hearing this, Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Do you hold a grudge against the main branch for their decision? For kicking you down here?" Liang Xiaoxing immediately shook his head, "Of course not. That'd be outrageous. We bear no grudge against the main branch because we understand that our own limitations led to our exile down here. Compared to those in the main branch, we're practically just humans with unique features. We simply don't deserve to remain up there. Moreover, if someone with a strong bloodline is born in our family, we can always send them to the upper heavens, where they can receive proper nurturing. So, we're not completely confined to the lower realms." Another idea came to Yuan when he heard such words, and he asked, "What if, and this is purely just me thinking out loud, but what if I could improve your bloodline and help you ascend?" Liang Xiaoxing's eyes widened with shock and disbelief after hearing Yuan's words, not because he did not believe Yuan had the capability but because he didn't think there was any reason for Yuan to do something like that for them. "If your majesty would be willing to bless our unworthy family with such a chance, we'd be forever in your debt. It has been over 200,000 years since someone from their family was talented enough to be accepted by the main branch, so Liang Xiaoxing couldn't let such a chance get away." Yuan did not immediately respond and waited for a few moments before opening his mouth. "What I am about to tell you must be kept a secret," Yuan said. "Of course. I swear upon my bloodline that I will not utter a word to anyone." Liang Xiaoxing immediately agreed with the solemnity that reflected the deep significance of a beast's oath. To a beast, their own bloodline held a significance akin to a soul for humans, and when a beast swore upon their bloodline, it became an unbreakable bond, even in the face of life-threatening challenges. Yuan then asked, "Do you know my purpose for coming down here?" "According to my sources, those who came from the upper heavens are looking for a certain individual," Liang Xiaoxing said. Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed. A criminal so dangerous that he's wanted by the celestial emperor himself. However, that is not the only reason I came down here. The ancient seal holders. As someone from the 4 ancient families, I'm sure you are well aware of their existence." "Of course. They are responsible for guarding the ancient seals used for opening the primordial realm, a dangerous realm crawling with criminals. But how are they related to your mission?" As an ancient seal holder himself, Liang Xiaoxing had to inquire. "Rumor is, there is a traitor amongst them, and they plan on opening the primordial realm." "What?" Liang Xiaoxing exclaimed in a shocked voice. "That's impossible. I am aware of how unbelievable it sounds, but that's what I was told, hence why I am down here to investigate the Azure Dragon family. Honestly, I was pretending to not know your identity at first so that I could watch you without arousing suspicion, but now that I am here, I realize there's a better way to do this. Liang Xiaoxing, one of 4 ancient seal holders, allow me to ask you. Do you still have your ancient seal on you? I want to see it." Yuan glared at him. Liang Shaoxing swallowed nervously, and after a moment of silence, he inquired in a trembling voice, I apologize for my impertinence, Dragon Emperor, but could you please share with me which family you belong to? Yuan narrowed his eyes and muttered in a cold voice, you dare doubt my identity? I wouldn't dare. However, as an ancient seal holder, I cannot expose my ancient seal to anyone who doesn't have the authority, even if they are a Dragon Emperor. Please understand my position here, Your Majesty. The room fell silent as Yuan tried to think of a way out of this. Shit. Did I act a little too quickly? If I screw up here, he'll know that I am a fake. If his identity becomes exposed, he would have to fight his way out of there and take the ancient seal by force, which he was confident in doing without much effort, but he did not want to harm Liang Shaoxing and his family. Your Majesty. Liang Shaoxing started doubting Yuan's identity. Fuck it. It's all or nothing. In the end, Yuan decided to take a gamble and responded in a confident voice, I'm with the Shi family. The Shi family. Liang Shaoxing's expression became filled with shock, his body frozen with fear. My deepest apologies. This foolish one did not fathom Your Majesty's affiliation with the venerable Shi family. Liang Shaoxing immediately dropped to his knees and performed a series of kowtows. His reaction took Yuan by surprise. Does the Shi family also have influence in the 9 heavens? He wondered about the extent of their authority and where the Shi family was located in the 9 heavens. The Shi family. Who could have foreseen that an individual from that esteemed lineage would descend to this realm? Liang Shaoxing cried inwardly. The Shi family resided exclusively in the supreme heaven, and they occupied a preeminent position among the dragon race. Though they didn't have a direct role in overseeing the 4 ancient seals, one of the clans under their authority held that responsibility. If the Shi family was forced to act, this issue with the traitor must be of significant magnitude. Liang Shaoxing sighed inwardly before speaking, I understand. If it's the Shi family, I will do everything in my power to assist you. He then retrieved his spatial ring and took out a metal box from within. The metal box looked ordinary at a glance, but it had several layers of powerful formations protecting it. Level 6, no. It's at least a level 7 formation. Yuan quickly understood that the formation was far more advanced than he had initially thought. It was not just a level 6 formation, it was at least level 7, if not higher. This realization meant that even if he had managed to take the metal box by force, he wouldn't have been able to open it until he became a level 7 array master or higher. Yuan looked at Liang Shaoxing and wondered if he was a level 7 array master. However, to Yuan's surprise, Liang Shaoxing took a different approach to unlocking the formation. Instead of using conventional methods, Liang Shaoxing dripped several drops of his own blood onto the metal box. The metal box quickly absorbed his blood, causing the protective formation to unlock itself. Once all of the formations vanished, the metal box unfolded itself, revealing what appeared to be a metal piece of a puzzle inside. This is actually my first time seeing the ancient seal. What a unique appearance it has. Yuan muttered. It is only a piece of the full key, after all. Liang Shaoxing did not find anything weird with Yuan's comment since the ancient seals rarely leave their holder's grasp. Your Majesty, what is the Shi family's plan regarding the traitor? Liang Shaoxing suddenly asked. We still don't know the identity of the traitor, and for all I know, it could be you. Yuan shrugged. What? No way. I swear upon my bloodline that I am not the traitor. I would never dare, not even in my dreams. Liang Shaoxing immediately declared. Unfortunately, I don't know that for sure. Therefore, the Shi family has decided to retrieve all ancient seals for the time being until everything is sorted. Retrieving all ancient seals. While Liang Shaoxing understood the rationale behind the Shi family's decision, he couldn't help but find it astonishing, as it marked the first time an event of this magnitude had occurred. And I'll be honest with you. Yuan added, there's a good chance that the Shi family will decide to change the ancient seal holders as well as a precaution. Liang Shaoxing nodded, that makes sense. I have been holding on to this ancient seal for over 20,000 years now. I thought I would be holding it until my last breath, but this is fine as well. I shall entrust it to you and the Shi family. Liang Shaoxing offered the ancient seal to Yuan without any suspicion that he was being scammed. Ancient seal has been acquired. Thank you. Yuan accepted the ancient seal and stored it inside his dragon spatial ring. Now then, let's talk about the other matter. Huh? What other matter? Liang Shaoxing raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. You forgot already? I'm talking about helping you improve your bloodline. Consider this as a gift for your assistance and because you didn't make things difficult for both of us. Liang Shaoxing's eyes widened with shock after hearing such words. Are you serious, Your Majesty? You're willing to help improve my bloodline? He didn't dare believe it. Yes, but to be honest with you, I am not 100% certain my idea will work, so it will only be an attempt. Yuan had no idea if his plan was feasible, but he wanted to give Liang Shaoxing something in return for the ancient seal to ease his own guilt. Then, Liang Shaoxing suddenly halted and closed his mouth with a pondering face. Is something wrong? Yuan asked. No, but I have a request for Your Majesty. Instead of improving this unworthy one's bloodline, can you help someone else? My granddaughter, her talent and future are better than mine, after all. Yuan nodded, I don't mind. Thank you, Your Majesty. Liang Shaoxing's face immediately brightened with excitement. She's currently at her sect, but I'll tell her to return immediately. In the meantime, please enjoy the feast we've prepared for you. I appreciate the feast, but I don't like to be around people. That's perfectly fine. We can bring the food here for you. If that's the case. Yuan nodded. Servants showed up shortly after to replace some furniture before filling the room with food and drinks. Please enjoy yourself, Your Majesty. If you need anything, I will be waiting right outside this room. Liang Shaoxing bowed before leaving the room since he knew that Yuan needed to take off his mask to consume the food. Once he was alone, Yuan removed his mask and began cleaning up the dishes. Meanwhile, Liang Shaoxing contacted his son. I want Liang Qinru to come back immediately. Liang Dishan had a look of disbelief on his face as he asked, Father, don't tell me you're trying to give her to the Dragon Emperor. You fool. Do you honestly think the Shi family's Dragon Emperor would take an interest in someone from a branch family? He's way beyond our reach. Liang Shaoxing lectured him. What? He's from the Shi family? Liang Dishan exclaimed in shock after learning of this information. If you understand the situation, hurry up and call her back. We cannot let him wait too long. I understand. I will immediately send someone to. Go get her yourself. Liang Shaoxing commanded. Liang Dishan didn't say anything else and immediately left the mansion. Sometime after Liang Dishan left the mansion, he arrived at the Heaven and Earth Grand Manor, a secluded sect with fewer than 1,000 disciples. Despite their small number of disciples, the Heaven and Earth Grand Manor was an immense powerhouse within the third heaven. They were the most powerful sect and had the highest concentration of geniuses, true geniuses that have the capability to fight those at a much higher cultivation than themselves. The Heaven and Earth Grand Manor also had a presence in the upper heavens, which granted them connections and resources far beyond what other sects could hope to compare. All of the sect elders in the Heaven and Earth Grand Manor were spirit kings, with many of them being at the peak of spirit king. Senior Liang, what can we do for you today? The sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Grand Manor personally greeted Liang Dishan when he arrived. Where's my daughter? I need her to return home immediately, he said. The sect leader responded while shaking his head, unfortunately, disciple Liang just entered closed cultivation. If we disturb her now, it might affect her cultivation. Typically, when an individual goes into secluded cultivation, they stand at the precipice of a breakthrough, requiring utmost tranquility and forbearance of interruptions, as even the slightest disruption could bring irreparable harm to them. However, to the sect leader's shock, Liang Dishan said, I don't care. Bring her out. This is an emergency. Liang Qinru was the Liang family's priceless treasure. She had talents that hadn't been seen in their family for over 100,000 years, so they poured all of their efforts and resources into her. The thought of damaging her talents and her future was simply unthinkable, even if the chances of that happening were less than 1%, regardless of the emergency. Senior Liang, I don't want to sound rude, but it would be imprudent to interrupt her at this point. The sect leader sighed. I am well aware of the risks. However, this matter exceeds that. If you're not going to bring her out, I will personally do it myself. Liang Dishan exclaimed, his patience wearing thin. The sect leader sighed again, I understand. I'll go call her right now. Sometime after the sect leader left, the entire heaven and earth Grand Manor shook violently, almost as though it was hit by an earthquake. Furthermore, the atmosphere pulsated with an overwhelming reservoir of spiritual energy, an immense force that served as the true catalyst behind the earthquake. When Liang Dishan sensed the spiritual energy and recognized it as his daughter's spiritual energy, he gritted his teeth and clenched fists, his face filled with dread. Qinru, I'm sorry, he cried inwardly. The occurrence of a spiritual energy outburst in this manner typically signifies that someone's profound breakthrough has been prematurely disrupted, so the chances of Liang Qinru's breakthrough being interrupted were quite high. Liang Dishan's worst nightmare came true when the sect leader returned to him with a pale complexion. Where's my daughter? Liang Dishan asked with a deep frown. She's currently being treated for her injury. There's no way you didn't feel the disturbance just now. Because we interrupted her right before she had a breakthrough, she's currently experiencing immense backlash. If I hadn't prepared for this possibility beforehand and treated her the instant it happened, her cultivation would have been crippled. This is why I didn't want to disturb her. Liang Dishan rubbed his eyes and asked, how bad is it? Very bad, worst case scenario. That spiritual energy outburst just now was more than half of her cultivation base, so she's only a spirit lord now. It will take another 100 years for her to recover, and we still don't know if her talents have been affected by this incident. Heavens! Liang Dishan felt his knees weakening after hearing such news. Just what is this emergency, anyways? The sect leader asked. Liang Dishan refused to answer such a question. After all, if it was revealed that he risked Liang Qinru's cultivation in order for her to meet someone, his reputation would vanish instantly. After another hour, Liang Qinru's treatment was completed, and she was returned to Liang Dishan. At the sight of his daughter, her pale countenance and fragile demeanor sent Liang Dishan's heart plummeting. Qinru. Are you okay? He asked her. Do I appear fine to you? You disturbed my breakthrough, causing me to forfeit half of my cultivation. Just why did you come here? She bellowed in fury. Liang Dishan lapsed into silence, his response eluding him in the face of her anger. After a moment of silence, he muttered, let's go. Your grandfather is waiting for our return. No. I will not leave until you tell me what this emergency is. Liang Qinru sternly refused. Liang Dishan didn't say anything else and used his spiritual energy to carry her, forcing her to move. If Liang Qinru still had her original cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to do such a thing. I can't believe you. Just wait until I tell Grandpa about this. Liang Qinru was left baffled by his unreasonable treatment towards her, especially when he had always treated her like a princess. Sometime later, once things calmed down a little, Liang Qinru asked again, Father, what happened? Did something happen to the family? No, but something might if we don't return immediately. We have an important guest, and you're going to meet him. Liang Qinru's jaw dropped after hearing this news. You nearly cost me my life just so I could meet someone. Are you out of your mind? She cried out loud. He isn't just someone. He's a dragon emperor from the Shi family, he exclaimed. However, that didn't quell Liang Qinru's anger. I don't care if he's a dragon emperor or from the Shi family. How dare you sell me to another man? And you are the one who's always telling me to stay away from them. Nobody is trying to sell you. He just wants to meet you for some reason. But if he fancies you, it would greatly benefit our entire family and you. With his influence, he could easily compensate you for your injury today and more. Because they were in such a hurry, Liang Shaoxing forgot to tell Liang Dishan their reason for wanting Liang Qinru. Are you listening to yourself? If you aren't trying to sell me, I don't know what is. This is why I didn't want to come. Liang Dishan sighed inwardly. Eventually, Liang Dishan and Liang Qinru returned to their household. What took you so long? Liang Shaoxing yelled at them on sight the moment they returned. Grandpa! Please help me. Father has gone crazy. Because of him, my breakthrough was disturbed and I experienced a spiritual energy outburst. My cultivation even dropped all the way to Spirit Lord because of the outburst. Liang Qinru immediately began begging for help. However, to her surprise, Liang Shaoxing dismissed her complaints and said, "It's just a mere spiritual energy outburst. Your cultivation will eventually recover. However, this opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Quickly, come with me." Liang Qinru couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her grandfather, who treasured her more than even her father and was known to move heaven and earth at her slightest request, was dismissive about the injustice she'd experienced. Seeing how she wasn't moving, Liang Shaoxing resolved to take matters into his own hands. He firmly seized her arm and proceeded to guide her away. As they approached the guest room that was occupied by Yuan, Liang Shaoxing warned her, "When you meet the Dragon Emperor, make sure you don't say or do anything offensive, as that could literally cause the death of our entire family." Is this Dragon Emperor really that important? I can't believe you're going to sell me to him, she sighed with a distressed look on her face. If her cultivation base hadn't been harmed, she wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. What the hell are you talking about? Who said anything about selling you? Liang Shaoxing frowned. Huh? Then why did you force me to come back? And why are you so desperate to let him see me if you're not trying to sell me? You foolish girl. Do you have any idea what kind of power a Dragon Emperor possess? One from the Shi family, no less. The Dragon Emperor is a benevolent and charitable person, and he agreed to help you improve your bloodline. What? My bloodline? Liang Qinru's eyes widened with surprise. He was originally going to help me, but I requested for him to help you instead. After all, you're the most talented in our family with the brightest future. But the spiritual energy outburst could have affected my talents. That kind of minor setback will become irrelevant once your bloodline improves. Even if it increases by a single grade, your talents will soar to unimaginable heights, to levels that even if all of your talents are gone, it would still make you far stronger than before. Liang Qinru swallowed nervously after hearing such words that sounded quite exaggerated. Upon reaching their destination, Liang Shaoxing issued one final caution, his voice weighted with concern. Please, remember not to take any action that might incur his displeasure. If he makes any requests of you, simply acknowledge them with a nod. He then knocked on the door and announced, "Your Majesty, my granddaughter, Liang Qinru, has arrived. We apologize for the delay. Qinru needed treatment after experiencing a spiritual energy outbreak because we disturbed her seclusion to rush her here, and she was in the midst of a breakthrough." Spiritual energy outbreak? Yuan raised an eyebrow after hearing this unfamiliar term. He wore his mask and opened the door a moment later. This is the Dragon Emperor. Why is he wearing a mask? Liang Qinru wondered to herself. "Qinru greets your Majesty," she said as she bowed her head in a respectful manner. "What happened to you?" Yuan inquired for more information. "I was in the middle of a breakthrough when my father came to get me. A spiritual energy outburst occurred when I lost my concentration, and I ended up losing more than half of my cultivation base." Liang Qinru explained, hoping to gain some sympathy from him. Sure enough, Yuan felt bad for her. That is truly an unfortunate incident. Since it was entirely Liang Dishan and Liang Xiaosheng's fault for rushing her return, Yuan didn't feel guilty about her incident. However, he definitely pitied her. Although I cannot return your lost cultivation, I can try to improve your bloodline. What do you say? My cultivation will eventually return, but improving my bloodline is a different story. If you could do such a thing for me, I would be forever grateful to your majesty. Liang Qinru raised her head, revealing her face to him. Yuan's eyes widened when he saw Liang Qinru's face, as she greatly resembled somebody that he knew. Dragon Goddess Yao. Although she looked much younger, Liang Qinru resembled Dragon Goddess Yao. Of course, it could be a coincidence. Yuan contemplated to himself, the other Azure Dragon family possessed the scale of Dragon Goddess Yao, which contained a fragment of her memories. With this revelation, the notion of a profound connection between the Azure Dragon family and Dragon Goddess Yao seemed increasingly plausible. Your Majesty, may I inquire if something is bothering you? Liang Xiaosheng asked when Yuan suddenly became silent. Yuan snapped out of his daze and said, No, I was just thinking about the process. Anyways, let's get this started. If there's anything you need for the ritual, our family will cover all of it. Liang Xiaosheng then said. Ritual? There's no need for a ritual. Yuan shook his head. Then how are you going to improve her bloodline? Liang Xiaosheng was quite puzzled, as it usually required a ritual to improve one's bloodline. You'll see in just a moment, Yuan gestured for them to enter the room behind him. Once they were all inside the room and closed it, Yuan picked up an empty cup from the table and began filling it with his blood. The grandfather and granddaughter duo watched with wide eyes. When the cup was nearly filled to the brim with his blood, Yuan offered it to Liang Qinru, who had a baffled look on her face. Noticing her hesitation, Yuan spoke with a chuckle, Don't worry, the cup is unused and clean. Your Majesty, just to confirm, you want me to drink your blood? Liang Qinru asked him in a nervous voice. Anyone would be hesitant if they are suddenly told to drink a cup of blood, especially when the blood belonged to a complete stranger. That's right. Yuan nodded, confirming her worries. Liang Qinru swallowed nervously as she stared at the cup of blood in silence. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and accept His Majesty's generous offering. Liang Xiaosheng urged her to accept the cup. And he said to her through divine sense, the blood of a dragon emperor is unfathomably pure. Our blood are no different than muddy water in comparison. If you consume his blood, there's a really good chance that your bloodline will improve. Even if it doesn't, his blood will definitely benefit you in many other ways. If I can get rid of him just by drinking some blood, then. Liang Qinru thought to herself. Thank you, Your Majesty. After resolving herself, Liang Qinru accepted the cup of blood and held it against her soft lips. A deep breath later, Liang Qinru tilted the cup and swallowed a mouthful of the blood. Liang Qinru, who had her eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open, her pupils dilated with shock. Liang Xiaosheng noticed the look on her face and wondered what caused her to make such a surprised face. What in heaven's name is this flavor? Why is it so delicious? Liang Qinru exclaimed within her thoughts, her senses overwhelmed by the unprecedented gustatory delight. It was as if she had never experienced anything so delectable, akin to a starved soul savoring the most sumptuous of feasts for the very first time. And without any hesitation, she went for another mouthful. In the following moment, her body visibly trembled under the onslaught of the intense sensation coursing through her mouth and throat. After swallowing her third mouthful of blood, Liang Qinru could feel her entire being burning up, almost as though her blood was boiling. Though, she was too absorbed in the taste of Yuan's blood to notice the change in her body. However, as an observer, Liang Xiaosheng noticed her complexion turning red, looking as though she was getting extremely drunk, not to mention her erotic look. It was only when she inevitably emptied the cup that Liang Qinru snapped back into sense. Clang! Liang Qinru suddenly dropped the cup in her hands and fell to her knees. What is happening? My body is burning. My breath, I can't breathe. Liang Qianru began panicking. Calm yourself, Yuan said. That sensation is simply your bloodline undergoing a profound transformation. After all, he had experienced the same sensation during his bloodline's awakening. Upon hearing his words, Liang Qianru's panic subsided, and she gradually realized that, despite the fiery sensation coursing through her body, she was not in any actual pain but rather experiencing only mild discomfort. What are you doing? Hurry up and cultivate. Liang Shaoxing suddenly reminded her. Liang Qianru immediately positioned herself in the lotus position and began cultivating. However, she wasn't cultivating to increase her cultivation. Instead, she was focused on the change occurring within her body and trying to maximize its effects. Yuan then said, "This will probably take a while. Let's go outside to avoid disturbing her." After exiting the room, Liang Shaoxing immediately lowered his head and bowed to Yuan. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Words cannot express my gratitude to you, so if you need." Yuan raised a hand and interrupted, "Don't worry about it. And seeing how everything worked out properly, I shall take my leave now." "Huh? You're leaving already? But Qianru still hasn't thanked you yet. I'm sure she'll finish soon, too. Unfortunately, I still have a lot of work to do. Tell her to save her gratitude until our next meeting. I'm sure we'll meet again, too," Yuan said, refusing to stay there any longer. Liang Shaoxing wanted Yuan to stay a little longer, but he also didn't want to be too bothersome, so he had no choice but to nod his head. "Then at least let me show you the way out." Yuan shook his head and said, "Someone needs to stay here to make sure she's not disturbed. We wouldn't want another spiritual energy outburst to happen to her, right? Then I'll take my leave now." Without letting Liang Shaoxing say another word, Yuan turned around and walked away, quickly disappearing from Liang Shaoxing's sight. Liang Shaoxing made sure to bow to Yuan as he walked away, staying that way even long after he was gone. Liang Qianru would not come out of the room for many hours, 9 hours to be exact. Liang Shaoxing guarded her room the entire time, making sure nobody could disturb her. After emerging from the room, Liang Qianru's foremost desire was to express her heartfelt gratitude to the Dragon Emperor. However, to her dismay, she was told that he had left long ago. "His Majesty departed shortly after you commenced your cultivation," Liang Shaoxing relayed. "He also instructed me to convey a message to you: save your gratitude until your next meeting." "Our next meeting?" Liang Qianru muttered, her face suddenly turning red. "Anyways, how do you feel?" Liang Shaoxing inquired about her condition a moment later. Liang Qianru clenched her fists and muttered, "My body is overflowing with strength even though my cultivation hasn't recovered a bit. I don't know how much my bloodline has improved, but I can say with certainty that I am currently stronger than I was before my spiritual energy outburst despite having a lower cultivation." "That powerful?" Liang Shaoxing swallowed nervously after hearing such outrageous claims. "In fact, I can still feel my bloodline getting stronger as we speak. This is simply incomprehensible." Liang Qianru sighed, feeling a sense of awe. She looked at Liang Shaoxing and asked, "By the way, His Majesty, what was his name?" "Huh?" Liang Shaoxing made a weird face upon hearing her question, as it made him realize that he never asked for a name. "You don't know his name? I can't believe you'd make such an embarrassing mistake, Grandpa." Liang Qianru was livid after learning of this information. "What? Is there really a need to know his name? We know he's a dragon emperor from the Shi family, isn't that good enough? How many dragon emperors do you think exist in the 9 heavens, much less from the Shi family?" Liang Shaoxing defended himself. "That's..." Liang Qianru couldn't argue with his logic. "Anyways, let's get your bloodline tested. If it's good enough, I'll immediately contact the main branch and see if they will be willing to accept your transfer." "Okay." Liang Qianru hoped that her bloodline had reached the main branch's standards, as that would allow her to move to the upper heavens, where she could meet the Dragon Emperor again. Meanwhile, after leaving the Azure Dragon family's territory, Yuan flew straight toward the nearest city, where he logged off upon arrival. After logging off, Yuan went to find Mei Feng, who was just finishing up her daily cleaning. I need some help regarding the 10 great families. Do you know where their recruitment is being held? Yuan asked, as he decided to deal with them before ascending to the fourth heaven. As far as I am aware, one needs to contact them by phone and answer some questions before they are given the location, Mei Feng said. To root out those without an exile, Yuan mumbled to himself. Would you like to me give them a call? Mei Feng then asked. I will call them myself since they'll most likely be asking questions only those with an exile could answer. I understand. Give me a minute. After receiving the recruitment's phone number, Yuan immediately gave them a call. Hello, thank you for contacting us. Before we begin the recruitment, please answer this question: what is an exile? The person on the other side of the phone asked Yuan. To filter out players who might attempt to contact them without possessing an exile, the recruitment process incorporated a straightforward question, serving as a method to identify and discern such individuals. Certainly, the answer could be obtained by individuals without an exile, but the effectiveness was enough for the recruitment. Exiles are criminals that have been banished to the primordial realm. Thank you. My name is David, and I will be your recruiter for today. We will now begin the recruitment process. To start things off, where are you currently located in Cultivation Online? Just the realm is enough. I'm currently in the third heaven. Perfect. Then what is your cultivation? Yuan had to ponder for a few seconds before responding, 9th level Spirit Grandmaster. My. So you're a top player? David uttered in surprise. The top players are only Spirit Grandmasters. Yuan sighed inwardly as the realization dawned upon him that the top players were merely Spirit Grandmasters. Being a player with minimal interaction with the broader player base, Yuan's understanding of their world was essentially zero. It's all thanks to my exile, Yuan said a moment later. Of course. The difference between players with an exile and those without is akin to heaven and earth. David was fully convinced that Yuan had an exile by his side now. Let's move on to the next question, and please be as detailed as possible when answering the next few questions. Where and when did you meet your exile? In addition to recruitment, the 10 great families also took this opportunity to learn more about exiles in hopes of finding more of them. After pondering for a moment, Yuan calmly answered, I met my exile about half a year ago near South Wing City in Second Heaven. How did you meet? She found me when I was lost. What condition did you have to meet before being accepted by the exile? Condition? Yuan raised an eyebrow at this question, as he doesn't recall fulfilling any condition. Eventually, he made a guess and said, I had to entertain her. Can you be a little more specific? What kind of entertainment? She was bored, so I hunted some magical beasts for her. Contemplating these questions, Yuan found himself pondering how other players encountered their exiles and whether they had undergone specific quests to secure approval. After all, it seemed inconceivable that any exile would willingly accept a weak player as their master, considering the potential impact on the fulfillment of their legacy. What grade is your exile? David then asked. Yuan contemplated for a moment whether he should answer properly, but considering how much he'd overestimated the players before, he eventually decided to give a fake answer. What was before divine grade, again? She's a Lord grade servant, Yuan answered. Wow! Lord grade. Your exile must be exceptionally powerful. David expressed his awe so clearly it could be visualized through the phone. Out of curiosity, what grades are the other exiles? Yuan asked. They are mostly elite grade. Out of the dozens of players we have recruited, you're the third one to have a Lord grade exile. Such sensitive information is typically kept a secret, but David wanted to recruit Yuan no matter what after learning that his exile was Lord grade. I see. Yuan expected most exiles to be Lord grade if not divine grade like Xiao Hua, so he was greatly surprised to hear that most of them were only elite grade. How could there be such a huge difference? What determines their grades? Their strength, or their potential? David continued asking questions shortly after. What is your player ID? Xiao Yang. Is that your real name as well? Yes. Eventually. Thank you for taking the time to answer our questions. This marks the end of the first part of the recruitment. For the next part of the recruitment, you will need to show up at a specific location in Cultivation Online with your exile, where another player with an exile will confirm the identity of your exile. Will you be able to make it there right now? It's located at Enchanted Bamboo Forest near Yoke City. I can make my way there now. Great. Please call this number when you've arrived. David said before giving him another phone number. After hanging up the phone, Yuan sat there in silence and pondered how he should act accordingly. Since he had an exile, there wasn't any need to worry about failing the recruitment. However, his face is quite renowned after his announcement half a year ago, so most players out there have probably memorized his face by now. I could go to the recruitment wearing a mask, but that'd be a little suspicious. Even if I transformed myself, there's a decent chance that I'd be recognized. Suddenly, Yuan recalled the existence of a certain pill that could change his outer appearance and decided to disguise himself for his recruitment. Now that he's dealt with his problem, he has to worry about Xiao Hua. Even without much knowledge of the other exiles, he would be willing to bet his life that Xiao Hua was unique and that not many other exiles were as small and young as her. He was also pretty sure that Xiong Lu had warned the others of Xiao Hua, who killed Zhao Hui, so they would all be alerted the moment they saw her. Can the pills also make her taller? Yuan wondered inwardly, as he was only aware of the pill's capability to alter one's facial features. In the end, not wanting to overthink it, he decided to think about Xiao Hua's disguise after getting his hands on some appearance-altering pills. Normally, he'd go to Feng Yuxiang for such an issue, but because of her condition, he would have to find other ways to acquire the pills. After returning to Cultivation Online, Yuan immediately went around asking people about stores that sold pills. The Majestic Pill Pavilion will have all of your pill needs. There's a small branch in this city, but if you're willing to make the trip, there's a major store in the Western Owl City that will sell almost all pills one can imagine. Can I travel to the Western Owl City through the teleportation device? Yuan asked. Of course, but it'll cost you a good amount. Thank you. Yuan decided to check out the branch store first. The branch store was smaller than Yuan had envisioned. The interior was barely large enough to fit a dozen people inside at once, and there was only one person working at the desk. Welcome to the Majestic Pill Pavilion. How can I help you? The worker there asked when Yuan approached the desk. Do you have any pills that can change one's appearance? Appearance-altering pills, huh? They are quite rare, so we don't carry any here. If you want to buy them, you'll have to go to the main branch at Western Owl City. In the end, Yuan had to travel to the Western Owl City. Half an hour later, Yuan arrived at Western Owl City and the Majestic Pill Pavilion. This place is ridiculously huge. Yuan was baffled at the sight of the colossal building that spanned an entire block and towered with 40 floors. The place looked more like a royalty's apartment building than a store. Having seldom relied on pills in his journey, Yuan possessed limited knowledge when it came to the intricacies of the pill market. In the world of cultivation, pills stand as an indispensable resource for both cultivators and mortals alike. Whether sought for medicinal purposes or to enhance one's cultivation, pills often take precedence over treasures due to their abundance and effectiveness. Yuan entered the building shortly after. The first floor consisted mostly of reception desks and information boards for the other floors. Thank you for waiting. Here is your order, Senior Huang. The worker handed a box of pills to the customer. On the first floor, ordinary customers could order pills and pick them up at a later date. If one wanted a specific pill, they could find them at the information board, where hundreds of jade slips could be found hanging. Each jade slip contained information regarding all of the available pills in the store and which floor they could be found on. After looking through the jade slip, Yuan found the appearance-altering pills on the 7th floor. However, something else intrigued him. On the 35th to the 37th floor, there were alchemy classes being taught. The 35th floor is meant for beginners with less than 10 years of experience. The 36th floor is meant for intermediate alchemists with less than 100 years of experience. Last but not least, advanced alchemists with over 100 years of experience go to the 37th floor. Surprisingly, these alchemy classes were free, so Yuan could enter without paying a single coin. However, the classes are taught only once a month. Oh. There are classes in session today on the 35th floor. Yuan pondered, taking a peek inside briefly after he finished with his shopping. Sometime later, he arrived on the 7th floor, and he immediately walked to the nearest empty desk. "Hello, what kind of pills are you looking to buy today?" The worker, a handsome young man, greeted him with a bright smile. "Appearance-altering pills." "Certainly. They are currently 25 spirit stones each. How many would you like to purchase?" 100 spirit stones. That's 100,000 gold coins for a single pill. Yuan cried inwardly after hearing the price. Fortunately, he was pretty rich. "I'll take 2. Despite his immense wealth, Yuan only bought what was necessary. "Oh, can these pills alter one's height?" he then asked. "Unfortunately, they can only alter your facial features. Only the grand appearance-altering pills can achieve full-body alteration. Those are 1,000 spirit stones each, but even cultivators at Spirit Enlightenment won't be able to see through your disguise." Yuan's eyes widened at the price, and he asked, "What about the appearance-altering pills? Who will be able to tell the difference?" "They will work against spirit lords at best, but even then, if someone is experienced with disguises, they would be able to tell even if they are only a spirit grandmaster," the worker explained. "The exiles at the recruitment will mostly be spirit kings, so that would render the ordinary appearance-altering pills pointless." "Okay, I'll take 2 grand appearance-altering pills instead." Yuan handed over 2,000 spirit stones. "Thank you. I will bring them to you right away," the young man said before disappearing into one of many back rooms on that floor. The young man returned with a small wooden box a few minutes later. He opened it before Yuan to show the 2 red pills resting inside. "Please confirm the product." Grand appearance-altering pill, Tier 4, purity, 81%. Effects, alters one's appearance. Will last for 6 hours. Description, a spiritual pill concocted by pill expert Chin Cheng. Limit, once every 6 hours. Grand appearance-altering pill, Tier 4, purity, 87%. Effects, alters one's appearance. Will last for 6 hours. Description, a spiritual pill concocted by pill expert Huang Li. Limit, once every 6 hours. "I have confirmed it," Yuan said as he accepted the wooden box, tossing it inside his spatial ring. "Is there anything else that I can help you with?" "No, this is all. Thank you." Yuan walked away, making his way to the 35th floor to take a glimpse of their class. Upon arriving at the 35th floor, Yuan was greeted by a large door with 2 Spirit Lord guards. "I'd like to experience the alchemy class," Yuan said to the guards as he approached them. The guards silently inspected him for a moment before nodding their heads. Yuan opened the door and entered the massive room. The room's interior, devoid of decorations and furniture for space efficiency, housed over 500 people at a glance. They sat in silence, attentively observing a middle-aged woman on a platform at the room's end as she skillfully concocted pills. Yuan took a seat at an empty spot and used his divine sense to take a closer look at the concoction. Since he watched Wang Xiuying concoct pills before, he understood the basics and the middle-aged woman's current progression. Since she's still melting the ingredients, she must have just started. 3 hours later. She's still melting the ingredients. It took Wang Xiuying only an hour to finish. Yuan wondered if the pill being created was much more powerful than the Tier 2 pill Wang Xiuying had concocted. Eventually, after waiting 4 whole hours, the alchemist on the stage intensified the strength of her alchemy flames, causing it to dance vigorously. Several more minutes later, the alchemist opened the cauldron, releasing a cloud of dark smoke and revealing the completed pill. Spirit Recovery Pill, Tier 1, Purity, 91%. Effects: restores spiritual energy. The effectiveness will significantly decrease for cultivators above Spirit Master. Description: a spiritual pill concocted by pill expert Mingyi. Limit: once every hour. It's only a Tier 1 pill. Even the purity is worse than the Tier 2 pill concocted by Wang Xiuying. Yuan shook his head inwardly. Does this mean Wang Xiuying was already more skillful than this pill expert half a year ago? This pill expert is a spirit lord, too. While Yuan was disappointed by the results, the rest of the audience there were filled with awe and cheered like fans during a concert. I hope you all paid attention to my demonstration just now. If you have a cauldron and would like to try to concoct the pill yourself, we have the ingredients over there. I will be going around to instruct you as well. The middle-aged woman said. Hearing this, multiple people there brought out their cauldron. Yuan wanted to try concocting a pill, but he did not have any alchemy flames. I still have the cauldron I bought with Wang Xiuying, but I don't have the alchemy flames needed to concoct pills. If I really want to, this store sells alchemy flames on the 38th and 39th floors. After pondering for a moment, Yuan left the 35th floor and made his way to the 38th floor. Hello, are you looking to purchase alchemy flames? A pretty young woman beckoned him when she noticed him looking around. Yuan nodded as he approached the young woman. Do you have any alchemy flames meant for beginners? He asked. Of course. What type of alchemy flames are you looking for? How many types are out there? Sorry, I'm really new to this. Don't worry about it, we've all been there. The young woman chuckled, and she continued, anyways, there are 3 main types of alchemy flames: spirit, tranquil, and neutral. Spirit-type alchemy flames are fierce and vicious in nature. They are extremely powerful and require minimal spiritual energy to maximize their strength, making them the most powerful type of alchemy flames. However, because of their viciousness, they are also extremely hard to control, so only those with peak talents or vast experience would use this type of flames. Meanwhile, tranquil-type alchemy flames are the complete opposite of spirit-type. They are calm and gentle in nature, so they will be much easier to control. Unfortunately, they are not as powerful as spirit types and will require much more spiritual energy than spirit types to achieve the same results. This is the most popular type of flames for beginners, but most of them quickly change to the other types after gaining some experience. Last but certainly not least, we have neutral type, also known as ordinary alchemy flames. Just as its name implies, they have a neutral nature. They are neither calm nor vicious, placed right between spirit type and tranquil type with a perfect balance of power and control. Most experienced alchemists favor this type. In fact, the vast majority of alchemists use this type of flame. Yuan pondered for a moment before deciding, I'll choose tranquil type. Since he has an immense supply of spiritual energy, he won't have to worry about the inefficiency of such flames, and as a beginner, he should use something easy to manage. I understand. Here is a list of all available tranquil-type alchemy flames for sale. The first 3 pages are meant for beginners, so you don't have to look past that. The young woman handed him a thin book with about 5 pages. Yuan nodded and started looking through the book. Although 3 pages sounded a lot at first, once he looked at the book, there were only 6 names per page. However, when he saw the prices for these beginners' alchemy flames, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. 1. Nameless Tranquil Flames, 10 million Spirit Stones. 2. Azure Jade, 370 million Spirit Stones. 3. Soothing Heavens, 450 million Spirit Stones. 4. Blue Fate, 490 million Spirit Stones. 5. Royal Sea, 585 million Spirit Stones. 6. Perfect Silver, 700 million Spirit Stones. Holy fuck. Why the hell are they so expensive? He cried inwardly. The prices for the alchemy flames were so outrageously expensive that Yuan doubted if his eyes were working properly. Am I seeing this right? 1, 2, 3, 9 digits. Why the hell do these alchemy flames cost so much? Yuan had to count the digits 2 times before he could believe what he was seeing. After confirming the prices, Yuan noticed the other information written beside each alchemy flame. 2. Azure Jade, 370 million spirit stones. Description: discovered and named by Pill Demonis Li Hua 3 million years ago. Effects: pills concocted with Azure Jade will automatically gain a 30% increased effect. Recovery pills will gain an additional 10% increased effect. 3. Soothing Heavens, 450 million spirit stones. Description: discovered and named by Heavenly Soldier, by Long 900,000 years ago. Effects: pills concocted with Soothing Heavens will automatically gain a 35% increased effect. Strengthening pills will also gain an additional 1% purity. 4. Blue Fate, 490,500,000 spirit stones. Description: discovered and named by Ice Fairy, wooing 5 million years ago. Effects: pills concocted with Blue Fate will automatically gain a 35% increased effect. All pills have a 5% chance of gaining an additional 15% increased effect. 5. Royal Sea, 585 million spirit stones. Description: discovered and named by Princess of the Sea, Lu Hai 11 million years ago. Effects: pills concocted with Blue Fate will automatically gain a 40% increased effect. When concocting pills near the sea, gain an additional 2% purity. 6. Perfect Silver, 700 million spirit stones. Description: discovered and named by Silver Emperor, Jean Boeing 7 million years ago. Effects: pills concocted with Perfect Silver will automatically gain a 40% increased effect. There is a 1% chance to duplicate all completed pills. As Yuan read the additional effects granted by the alchemy flames, he started to understand why they are so astronomically expensive. When the young woman saw Yuan's surprised expression, she couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Named alchemy flames are very expensive due to their scarcity. How does one discover named alchemy flames? Yuan then asked. Named alchemy flames are simply special alchemy flames with unique properties. They can be found anywhere in the world, and when they are discovered for the first time, the individual who discovered it may give it a name. Are named alchemy flames one of a kind? Certainly not. Most named alchemy flames have identical duplicates. In fact, the ones we have for sale at the moment exist elsewhere. However, certain alchemy flames are considered one of a kind, as only one has ever been discovered to this day. If I recall correctly, there are exactly 10 one-of-a-kind named alchemy flames in existence at the moment. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, if I were to acquire nameless alchemy flames today, would it be difficult to change it in the future? No, but you will need to learn how to control your new flames from scratch. Some experts also carry more than a single type of alchemy flame. After learning all of this information about alchemy flames, Yuan pondered if he should spend 10 million spirit stones just to try out alchemy. While I have plenty of wealth after looting the Nameless Emperor's tomb, it's not as though I have any spirit stones on me since I still need to sell the treasures. He had planned on selling the ancient grade treasures he took from the Nameless Emperor's tomb in the fourth heaven since there is more wealth in that place compared to the third heaven. Besides buying them, are there any other methods to acquiring alchemy flames? Yuan suddenly asked. Of course. Most nameless alchemy flames are not found in the wild but created by alchemists, you know. Really? The young woman nodded and said, if you want to try creating your own alchemy flames, we can sell you the method to do so. It'll only cost 100 spirit stones. Huh? Why is it so cheap? Yuan was surprised when he heard about the low price. While this method is public information, it's not something you can learn by going around asking people. Also, not everyone has the capability to create their own alchemy flames. Only 1 in 100,000 people have such talent. I'd like to purchase the method. Yuan decided a moment later. Okay, give me a second. The young woman reached underneath her desk and retrieved a thin book. She handed it to him after being paid 100 spirit stones. We have seclusion rooms on the 20th floor if you wish to use them. The young woman said afterward. By the way, how long does it usually take to create alchemy flames? Yuan asked. If you have the talent, it won't take more than several minutes. I see, thank you for all the help. Yuan made his way to the 20th floor shortly after. Upon arriving, he was greeted by several hallways with multiple closed doors in each hallway. Are you looking to use a room? A worker there approached Yuan a moment later. Yes. That will be 5 spirit stones for 30 minutes with a limit of 2 hours per person. How long do you intend on staying? 30 minutes should be enough. I understand. Please, follow me. The worker proceeded to lead Yuan to one of the available rooms. After paying 5 spirit stones, Yuan entered the room. The second the door closed, a timer appeared on the blank wall. 29:59. Yuan didn't waste any time and immediately started studying the book. After memorizing the entire content in less than a minute, Yuan closed his eyes and began following the instructions on creating his own alchemy flame. Alchemy flames are essentially highly condensed spiritual energy. Just like air, when compressed enough, their temperature rises. However, that is just the basic logic behind it. Actual alchemy flames are on a completely different level. As he sat on the floor in the lotus position, Yuan positioned his hands to face each other with a few inches between them, almost like he was preparing to clap them. Within a few seconds, Yuan sensed a warm sensation enveloping his palms. This warmth steadily intensified until, eventually, a small ball of flame materialized between his hands. The tiny ball of flame materialized by Yuan was a beautiful golden color, but it was so small that even the weakest wind could blow it out of existence. Fortunately, the alchemy flame was only half completed, so there was still more work to be done. As Yuan continued to compress his spiritual energy and add it to the existing flame, the golden alchemy flame gradually grew larger and larger. Over time, the alchemy flame expanded, growing to a size comparable to that of an apple. Ding! A familiar sound resounded inside Yuan's head, causing him to open his eyes. You have successfully created nameless alchemy flames. You have learned summon alchemy flames. You have acquired the title Alchemy Expert from successfully creating alchemy flames for the first time. Alchemy Expert. Description: all pills concocted by the user will have an increased 10% effect. Summon alchemy flame. Rank: Heaven. Mastery level: 1. Description: allows the user to materialize alchemy flames. Consumes chi every second. Nameless alchemy flame. Grade: Tier 1. Growth rate: very fast. Effects: unknown. Description: created by player Yuan. Yuan stopped compressing his spiritual energy after seeing that he'd successfully created his alchemy flames. At a glance, his alchemy flame seemed ordinary, but Yuan noticed that his alchemy flame had a growth rate that also existed in his soul weapons. This indicated that his alchemy flame would very likely grow stronger the more he used it. However, even though he acquired his own alchemy flames, he did not have any techniques to control the flame, as that was a different thing entirely. Yuan pondered for a moment before he recalled a certain technique that he'd learned near the beginning of his journey. Heavenly Fire Control. Rank: Mortal. Mastery level: 1. Description: consumes 10 chi per second. Allows you to control and adjust the temperatures of regular fire with your spiritual energy. It was a technique he had purchased along with 2 other cooking skills, yet until today, he had never found an opportunity to put it into practice. But can I use a technique meant for controlling regular fire to control alchemy flames? Yuan wondered as he read the description. Since it wouldn't hurt to try, that was exactly what he did the following moment. Summon alchemy flames, heavenly fire control. After summoning his alchemy flame, he attempted to control it using heavenly fire control. It seemed pointless at first when the alchemy flames refused to budge, but Yuan did not stop trying, as he was receiving more notifications. Your comprehension of heavenly fire control has increased slightly. Your comprehension of heavenly fire control has increased slightly. Your comprehension of heavenly fire control has increased slightly. Eventually, Yuan could move his alchemy flame using heavenly fire control. Your comprehension of heavenly fire control has increased significantly from successfully controlling alchemy flames. Heavenly fire control mastery level, 1, 2, 2. Once his mastery level increased, Yuan found it possible to control his alchemy flame, but it was only barely enough to make it move left and right a few inches. Your comprehension of heavenly fire control has increased significantly. As Yuan continued using the technique, his comprehension grew rapidly, and his control over the alchemy flame got better and better. Your comprehension of heavenly fire control has increased significantly. Heavenly fire control mastery level, 2, 2, 3. Your comprehension of heavenly fire control has increased significantly. Heavenly fire control mastery level, 3, 2, 4. Your comprehension of heavenly fire control has increased significantly. Possibly due to heavenly fire control being a mortal rank technique and Yuan using it on something as profound as alchemy flames, its mastery level surged dramatically. Heavenly fire control mastery level, 9, 2, max. Within minutes of using the technique, Yuan maxed out its mastery level, and his control over the alchemy flames reached the point where he could raise or lower its temperature and transform its shape at will. This should be good enough to concoct pills, Yuan muttered to himself before leaving the room and making his way back to the 35th floor. Once he returned to the room, he approached the middle-aged woman, who was currently lecturing another individual. "What do you want?" She looked at him after finishing her business with the other individual. "I'd like to try concocting pills as well," he said. The alchemist proceeded to point at the ingredients by the wall and said, "Go help yourself." "Thank you." After receiving permission, Yuan went to grab some of the ingredients. Fortunately for him, who didn't know the proper ratio of ingredients, there were instructions available by the ingredients. 3 pieces of spirit herb, a gram of ginseng powder, 3 grams of spirit dust, and a tablespoon of echinacea powder. After gathering all of the ingredients listed, Yuan went to an empty space in the room and summoned his cauldron. He sat before it and closed his eyes to recall not the performance done by the middle-aged woman but what he saw from Wang Xiuying's performance. Once he was satisfied, Yuan took a deep breath and summoned his alchemy flame, engulfing the bottom half of the cauldron in his golden flames. When Yuan summoned his alchemy flame, the surrounding onlookers couldn't help but divert their attention toward his distinctive golden flame. In contrast to the usual colors, Yuan's alchemy flame gleamed in bright gold, leading them to speculate that he possessed a named alchemy flame. "Look at that! Such powerful flames! He must possess named alchemy flames. What kind of alchemy flame is that? Does anyone know? I only know of 2 other golden-colored named alchemy flames, but even they are not as beautiful and colorful as this." The commotion in the room caught the attention of the middle-aged woman, and upon spotting Yuan's flame, she abruptly halted her activities. Intrigued, she made her way toward him, eager to inspect his alchemy flame up close. "What kind of alchemy flame is this? I have never seen such a bold color before." She had a deep frown on her face as she pondered. Could this be the Tier 7 named alchemy flame, Golden Lion's Pride? No, the color is slightly different, and there's no way a beginner would be using a Tier 7 alchemy flame. The middle-aged woman was perplexed by Yuan's alchemy flame. The reason she and everyone there mistook Yuan's nameless alchemy flame for a named alchemy flame was because of its vibrant and unique color. All nameless alchemy flames had the same color with slight variation depending on its type. Nameless spirit-type alchemy flames have an orange-red color. Nameless tranquil-type alchemy flames have a light seafoam color. As for nameless neutral-type alchemy flames, they were simply grayish in color. Any color distinct from the three common colors likely indicated a named alchemy flame, and Yuan's golden flames did not align with the characteristics of the nameless varieties. While everyone in the room was fixated on his alchemy flame, Yuan was focused on his pill concoction. Once his cauldron was hot enough, he tossed all of the ingredients into it and closed the lid. Utilizing his divine sense, Yuan could perceive every minute detail transpiring within the cauldron, even with its lid closed. As his alchemy flame blazed fervently, the ingredients within the cauldron swiftly melted, almost too quickly. It hasn't even been 10 minutes and he's already melted all of the ingredients. If he melts the ingredients too quickly, their quality will degrade, and the pill will come out damaged. The middle-aged woman shook her head inwardly at Yuan's beginner's mistake. Although it was possible to speed up the melting process, it would require immense talent and experience to ensure that none of the ingredients were damaged in the process. However, anyone could tell that Yuan was a complete newbie at alchemy, as he was simply just blazing through the melting process with raw power. Having melted the ingredients, Yuan promptly proceeded to the subsequent step, crafting its distinctive round shape while simultaneously solidifying the substance by lowering the temperature of his flames without weakening the flames. What? The middle-aged woman's eyes widened with shock when she witnessed Yuan's seemingly perfect control over the temperature of his flames. He's clearly a novice, yet his mastery over the flames is exceptional. Lowering the flame temperature almost instantly, something I struggle with, and he's accomplishing it effortlessly, as if it's second nature. Not only did he lower its temperature rapidly, but he had done so while keeping the flame's shape and intensity the same. Even if given 1,000 years to practice, most people would not achieve anywhere near such perfect control. Just who is this guy? A few more minutes later, Yuan deactivated his flames and removed the cauldron's lid, releasing a dark cloud of smoke. When he retrieved the pill from the cauldron and saw its condition, Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. The pill looked nothing like how he'd expected. It was smaller than it should, and there were cracks all over it. Damaged Spirit Recovery Pill, Tier 1, Purity, 97%. Effects, restores spiritual energy. The effectiveness will significantly decrease for cultivators above Spirit Master. 90% reduced effect. Description, a spiritual pill concocted by player Yuan. Even though it came out damaged, the purity was surprisingly high. Let me see your pill. The middle-aged woman suddenly said. Yuan nodded and gave her the damaged pill. It's damaged, but the purity is ridiculously high. How did he even manage to make such a thing? The middle-aged woman was greatly surprised by the outcome of the pill, mostly because of its high purity. One contributing factor to the usual lengthy process of melting ingredients lies in the dual task of not only liquefying them but also purifying the inherent impurities within, so it didn't make any sense for Yuan's damaged pill to have such a high purity when he melted the ingredients in such a short time. This isn't something that can be achieved with talent alone. The high purity must be an effect of his named alchemy flame. If he can concoct a damaged pill with such high purity, one can only imagine the results of a properly concocted pill. She turned to look at Yuan and spoke, "Do you know why it came out damaged?" Hastening through the melting process without sufficient experience inflicts harm upon the ingredients, culminating in a damaged pill. I guess I did rush through it a little. Can I try again? Yuan acknowledged that he was indeed a little impatient. Go ahead. There are plenty of ingredients left. The middle-aged woman gestured. As Yuan stood up and went to grab more ingredients, the middle-aged woman retrieved a communication jade slip and activated it. Senior, I think you should come to the 35th floor. There's a really interesting fellow here. She received a response a moment later, if this turns out to be a waste of time, you'll compensate with 1,000 Tier 4 pills. Of course. When Yuan returned to his cauldron, the middle-aged woman stopped him and said, Wait a minute. Someone will be coming to watch you. Yuan raised an eyebrow, but he decided to not question it. Sometime later, an old woman entered the room. When the people inside noticed her presence, they were all greatly shocked. It's Pill Grandmaster Zhao. The only Pill Grandmaster in the third heaven. What is someone like her doing here? The people there were greatly baffled by her appearance. They wanted to greet her, but nobody there dared to approach her, as her status was simply too high for them. Pill Grandmaster Zhao directly approached the middle-aged woman who summoned her. Ma Qingyun, I hope you're prepared to spend the rest of the year concocting pills for me, she said with a cold smile. The middle-aged woman, Ma Qingyun, smiled and said, you haven't even seen anything yet, master. She then gestured at Yuan and continued, he's the one. Pill Grandmaster Zhao turned to look at Yuan and his cauldron for a brief moment before sighing out loud, what a waste of time. You may begin now. Ma Qingyun said to Yuan shortly after Pill Grandmaster Zhao arrived at the scene. Yuan nodded and immediately summoned his alchemy flame. What? Pill Grandmaster Zhao nearly stumbled back in surprise at the sight of Yuan's golden flames. Her eyes widened in disbelief and shock. Yet, it wasn't just the golden hue that astonished her the most, it was the exceptional purity of the flames. I have never seen such pure alchemy flames before. Does his body not contain any impurities? That shouldn't be possible for someone his age and that level of cultivation. A smile appeared on Ma Qingyun's face when she saw Pill Grandmaster Zhao's reaction to Yuan's alchemy flame. I knew it was the right call to summon you, she chuckled inwardly. However, Ma Qingyun suddenly frowned when she saw what Yuan was doing in the cauldron. This little. I just told him that rushing the melting process will only result in a damaged pill, but he's still doing it. Ma Qingyun wondered if Pill Grandmaster Zhao's presence had anything to do with it. After all, anyone would be nervous if they were being watched by the best alchemist in the third heaven. As for Pill Grandmaster Zhao, she wasn't even paying attention to the pill concoction and was solely focused on Yuan's alchemy flames, almost as though she was bewitched by its beauty. The purity is perfect, but now that I am looking at it closely, this alchemy flame, it's almost as though it was formed very recently. Pill Grandmaster Zhao didn't think for a second that Yuan was responsible for forming the alchemy flame and thought that he had gotten extremely lucky with acquiring a newly formed alchemy flame. Meanwhile, Yuan was completely focused on melting the ingredients. Contrary to Ma Qingyun's thought, he was not pressured by Pill Grandmaster Zhao's presence. In fact, she was no different than the other people in the room. And while it may seem like he was rushing to melt the ingredients, Yuan was actually taking his time to melt the ingredients. In the end, instead of taking 10 minutes to melt the ingredients, it took him an incredible 20 minutes to finish, twice as long as before. He removed the lid afterward, releasing a cloud of dark smoke. What? He's already finished. Pill Grandmaster Zhao was taken aback when he suddenly took away the golden flames. There's no way. He's only a beginner, right? Yuan retrieved the pill a moment later. Flawless Spirit Recovery Pill, Tier 1, Purity, 100%. Effects, restores spiritual energy. The effectiveness will significantly decrease for cultivators above Spirit Master. 50% increased effect. Description, a spiritual pill concocted by player Yuan. A smile appeared on Yuan's face when he saw the condition of the pill. It did not have a single crack on it, and the surface was as smooth as a pearl. Let me see that pill. Ma Qingyun exclaimed and hastily took the pill from Yuan's grasp before he could even respond. After inspecting the pill, Ma Qingyun swallowed nervously and thought to herself, a flawless pill. He concocted a flawless pill in less than half an hour. Even if it's only a Tier 1 pill, this isn't something I can achieve. She turned to look at Yuan with a doubtful gaze as she was suspicious of his identity. Is he really a beginner? No, there's no way. He's definitely an expert. Now that I think about it, there's no way a beginner would have a named alchemy flame. Ma Qingyun became filled with anger when she came to this realization. I've been fooled. This fucking bastard. How dare he humiliate me before my master? Right as Ma Qingyun prepared to curse at Yuan in an outburst, Pill Grandmaster Zhao took the pill from Ma Qingyun's grasp without uttering a word and began to inspect it. A moment later, she looked at Yuan and spoke, "You little brat, are you really a beginner? Did you come here to show off?" Yuan raised his eyebrows and responded with an innocent expression, "I am a beginner. In fact, I am concocting pills for the first time in my life today." For the first time. Ma Qingyun nearly puked blood after hearing such an outrageous claim. If one could achieve such godlike results on their first day of practice, everyone would be an alchemy god after practicing for less than a decade. Is that so? However, to everyone's surprise, despite Yuan's outrageous claim, Pill Grandmaster Zhao seemed to believe his words. "What's your name?" she suddenly asked. "Yuan." "Then, Yuan, want to become my disciple? I'll mold you into the best alchemist in this world in less than a year, no. I can guarantee you that you will surpass me in half a year." "Master?" Ma Qingyun was shocked to the core after hearing such words. "Don't tell me you actually believe in his lies. There's no way a beginner would be able to concoct a flawless pill on their first day, much less in such a short amount of time." Pill Grandmaster Zhao sneered, "Although I may not have seen the concoction process because I was absorbed by his alchemy flames, I saw enough to make a sound judgment. A pill master can disguise their skill by purposefully messing up their pills, but they will have an incredibly hard time disguising their behavior and habits." While this young man exhibited incredible, even perfect, control over his flames, his application was wholly novice, as if devoid of any prior experience. And despite the flawless result of the pill, his handling of the ingredients and post-treatment of the pill itself was straight trash. Most of all, I cannot sense the aura of an expert from him no matter what. If he's actually an expert in disguise, I'll quit being alchemy. No way. Ma Qingyun swallowed nervously. "Don't worry, I am really a beginner," Yuan suddenly said as he stood up. "The only reason I even have a cauldron is because I use it for body tempering." And he continued, "As for your offer, sorry, but I will have to refuse." Hearing his response, Pill Grandmaster Zhao narrowed her eyes at him, which may seem threatening to others, but Yuan didn't get such a feeling at all from her. "What is your reason for refusing? Do you know who I am?" Pill Grandmaster Zhao asked him after a moment of silence. Yuan shook his head, "I don't, but judging by how everyone reacted to your presence, I'm willing to bet that you're someone influential. As for my reason for refusing to be your disciple, I just don't have the time right now." And he continued, "To be honest, I came here on a whim and don't have any intention to learn alchemy seriously for now." On a whim. Ma Qingyun nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood after hearing such words. How can someone like that have so much talent? The heavens are unjust. She sighed inwardly. Pill Grandmaster Zhao frowned and said, "How can you say such a thing when you have tremendous talents for alchemy? Don't be foolish and waste something that countless would be willing to kill to have. Even if I possess the talent for it, there's currently no compelling reason pushing me to learn alchemy immediately. Moreover, it appears to demand a substantial investment of time." Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. "No reason?" exclaimed the Pill Grandmaster Zhao. "How can you, as a cultivator, say such a thing? Do you comprehend how many cultivators yearn to master alchemy but lack the innate talent? Pills constitute an indispensable facet of a cultivator's journey. Possessing such a skill would undeniably be advantageous. Consider finding yourself stranded in the wilderness without any pills. A cultivator versed in alchemy can concoct the needed pill on the spot, whereas one devoid of such abilities would be left to struggle and lament the heavens for not bestowing upon them such talents. Do you know why most cultivators invariably travel with an alchemist by their side during exploration? It ensures they never have to worry about depleting their pill supply, and the presence of an alchemist substantially enhances one's chances of survival. Although learning alchemy will definitely demand a considerable investment of time, the benefits undoubtedly outweigh the cons and make it a worthwhile pursuit." After hearing Pill Grandmaster Zhao's lecture on the importance of alchemy, Yuan could not refute the advantage of having the ability to concoct pills at will. However, that didn't change the fact that he did not have the time to learn alchemy. Since most people bring an alchemist with them, I can simply do the same in the future if I really need to. Yuan thought of Wang Xiuying. I understand where you are coming from, but it doesn't change the fact that I currently have no time for alchemy. I will consider learning alchemy again once I lessen some food off my plate. Yuan said as he retrieved his cauldron. You can keep that pill. I will be taking my leave now. Thank you for the class. Yuan said to Pill Grandmaster Zhao before walking towards the exit. Pill Grandmaster Zhao could only silently shake her head as she watched Yuan leave the room. Are you really going to let him leave? Ma Qingyun suddenly asked. What do you want me to do? Beg him to stay. He made a decision, and I will respect it. If he's really as talented as I think he is, I doubt starting a little later will do much to hinder him. Pill Grandmaster Zhao shrugged. And she continued, and to be completely honest with you, I'm not confident that I have the capability to teach a monster like him. Hopefully, he will encounter someone more qualified in the future. Ma Qingyun swallowed nervously. She couldn't fathom what Pill Grandmaster Zhao was thinking or feeling for her to act so humbly. After leaving the majestic Pill Pavilion, Yuan made his way back to Meishio and the others. Sorry, it took so long. I took a detour. Are we going to the stairway to heaven now? Chu Liuxiang asked. He shook his head and said, No, there's one last thing I have to do. The 10 great families, I am going to put an end to their nonsense before it gets too crazy. It won't take too long. How do you plan on doing that? Meishio asked. Yuan proceeded to tell them about his participation in the recruitment. Chu Liuxiang chuckled after learning of it. Seriously? I can already imagine their faces when you show up. Do you need our help? Li Jinxi asked. No, I just need Xiao Hua to come with me to keep up with the appearances, and I plan on dealing with them alone. Yuan looked at Xiao Hua and explained, a group of people have been recruiting exiles like you, and they plan on ambushing us because of what happened not long ago. Xiao Hua quickly recalled her most recent fight and nodded, okay. Yuan retrieved one of the grand appearance-altering pill and handed it to her. We'll need to disguise ourselves. Can you change your facial features and make yourself taller? Xiao Hua accepted the pill and proceeded to stare at it with a pondering expression on her face, wondering what she should make herself look like. Ah, don't consume it now. Let's do it when we are close to our destination. Yuan quickly said when he thought she was going to swallow it there and then. Xiao Hua nodded. Then I'll be off now. I'll see you guys later. Yuan left with Xiao Hua shortly after, quickly making their way to the enchanted bamboo forest. About 2 hours later, they arrived at their destination. Yuan consumed the grand appearance-altering pill shortly after arriving, transforming his face to look like a random stranger's face, someone he passed by on the streets and happened to remember. Xiao Hua followed him and swallowed the pill. A moment later, her petite body started growing taller and taller until she was even taller than Yuan by an inch, and her face became almost unrecognizable to Yuan. Although she looks completely different at a glance, if I look closely, she somewhat resembles Xiao Hua after her transformation. Yuan then asked out of curiosity, Xiao Hua, that appearance, is she someone you know? Or did you make it up? Xiao Hua nodded and calmly responded, she's my elder sister. Eh? Yuan's eyes widened at her unexpected words. You decided to disguise as your elder sister. Now that I think about it, I don't know anything about your family. Yuan said after a moment of silence. My family is very boring. They spend all of their time cultivating, rarely ever stepping outside their room. It's normal to see each other once every few hundred years. Xiao Hua calmly said. Hundreds of years. How old are you really, Xiao Hua? Yuan couldn't help but ask her. Since it wasn't her own face, Xiao Hua actually looked quite threatening when she frowned. Never mind. Yuan decided not to question her further. However, to his surprise, Xiao Hua responded, I don't know. You mean you are so old that you don't remember your own age? Yuan was speechless after hearing this. No. Xiaohua quickly rejected such an outrageous claim, and she continued, my memories only go up to a certain point and most of my oldest memories are missing. Eh? Really? This was Yuan's first time hearing such a thing from her. I only began recalling my memories shortly after we entered the second heaven. I also gained some more memories when we entered the third heaven, so I think that ascending the 9 heavens has something to do with my memories. Xiaohua explained. As for why she hadn't spoken of this subject earlier, it was merely due to the absence of an opportune moment for discussion. And you didn't know about any of this before? Yuan asked. Xiaohua shook her head. Then do you remember why you were in that area when we first met? Surely, it wasn't your family's backyard as you had claimed, right? Yuan recalled their first meeting and asked. I wasn't lying. Xiaohua shook her head and continued to explain, that area really belonged to my family, at least my memories told me so. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua looked at Yuan with a worried expression and said, Brother Yuan. If Xiaohua regains her memories and becomes someone different, you can abandon her. I won't blame you. Despite her words, a calm smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he quickly said, I won't do that. No matter who you become in the future, fate brought us together for a reason. Unless you decide to walk away yourself, I won't leave you. Brother Yuan. Xiaohua's face flushed with redness. Yuan then said, if anything, I should be saying that to you. After all, I am also in the process of regaining my memories. If I become someone you no longer want to follow, I won't blame you for leaving. That won't happen. Xiaohua immediately said with a firm expression on her face. I believe you. Yuan chuckled. Anyways, we're at our destination. Here, Xiaohua. Yuan showed her the old jade mask he wore and continued, just in case the exiles recognize your sister's face. Once Xiaohua wore the mask, he continued, I will be right back. Wait here for a few minutes. Okay. Yuan logged off the next moment and called the phone number he received before. Is this Xiaoyang? A nervous voice asked the moment the line connected. It was David's voice. Yes, it's me. Thank God. I thought you decided not to join us when you didn't contact us for so long. David said, revealing the reason for his anxiousness. Yuan then said, I'm really sorry it took this long, but something came up and I had to deal with that before coming. Anyways, I am at the location you gave me. Don't worry about it. The second part of the recruitment will begin shortly. Just sit tight and wait for our people to arrive. I understand. Yuan returned to Cultivation Online after hanging up. Now we wait. Yuan said to Xiaohua. He also made sure to suppress his aura all the way to Spirit Grandmaster. About 20 minutes later, Yuan could sense 2 individuals approaching their direction from a distance. One of these individuals had the aura of a Spirit Master while the other individual exuded the aura of a Peak Spirit King. It was obviously a player and their exile. However, for some reason, these 2 individuals did not show themselves and watched Yuan and Xiaohua from a distance. Yuan didn't try calling out to them and patiently waited for them to do their thing. Who KIs, do you sense the aura of an exile coming from either of them? A young man asked the tall, bulky man beside him. After a moment of silence, Who KIs spoke, that tall woman beside him, she's definitely an exile. What about that man beside her? What's his cultivation? Who KIs narrowed his eyes at Yuan and said, judging by his aura, he should be around Spirit Grandmaster. However, there's something strange about him. It's almost like he has more power than what's being revealed. I see. Why's that woman wearing a mask, though? Doesn't that seem suspicious to you? The young man asked another question. No, not at all. Considering that she's an exile, she's wearing a mask most likely because she was only recently sent to the primordial realm, so she doesn't want anyone to recognize her. As for the rest of us, we've been in the primordial realm for so long that we don't have to worry about anyone recognizing us, at least not in this kind of lowly place. I see. Once they confirmed Yuan and Xiaohua's identity through the information provided by David, the young man and his exile finally came out of hiding and showed themselves to Yuan and Xiaohua. Are you Xiaoyang? The young man asked. Yuan nodded. You must be the recruiter for the second part of the recruitment. Not quite, and you've already passed the second part when we confirmed that you had an exile with you. My name is Dazzling Sword, nice to meet you. The young man introduced himself, but he only revealed his character's name. Dazzling Sword. Is there another name I can address you as? Yuan asked with a weird look on his face. You can just call me Daz then. Alright. Then, Daz, what's next? Yuan asked. There's still one last part of the recruitment before you can meet the others. Dazzling Sword said, and he continued, you see, there's a reason why the 10 great families gathered all of us together. Do you know why? Yuan pretended to think about the answer before responding. Is there some kind of insanely hard dungeon that requires this much firepower? Dazzling Sword laughed at his answer for a moment before speaking, something like that, but it's not a dungeon. It's an exile. Yuan acted surprised and exclaimed, what? The 10 great families is doing all of this just for a single exile? She's not just a mere exile. She's an exile from the Azura clan. Hu Kai's exclaimed with clenched fists. Xiaohua, act surprised and shout, what? The Azura clan? That's impossible. Yuan instructed her through divine sense. What? The Azura clan? That's impossible. Xiaohua shouted a moment later, but it sounded a bit stiff and unnatural. I know it sounds ridiculous, and while there isn't any actual proof, just the possibility of the Azura clan existing outside the primordial realm is dangerous enough for us to work together. Hu Kai's took Xiaohua's unnatural response as a kind of shock and continued to explain further, if it's true, that someone from the Azura clan has managed to acquire the Supreme Heaven's legacy, we must work together to get rid of her before she gets rid of us. If we don't deal with her as soon as possible, none of us will have a chance of survival. Xiaohua's eyebrows twitched after hearing such a thing, as Hu Kai's made it sound like her family was the most dangerous thing in this world. If it's really the Azura clan, then I am willing to work together with the other exiles to get rid of her. Xiaohua said a moment later, following Yuan's instructions again. Great. Then until we remove the threat, we are in a truce. If you attack any of the other exiles for any reason, we will all attack you at once. Do you understand? Hu Kai's asked, his gaze filled with killing intent. Xiaohua silently nodded her head. Is that all there is to it? Just hunting this exile? Yuan suddenly asked. Yeah. What else do you want? Dazzling Sword nodded. Oh, are you perhaps asking about the rewards? Don't worry, you'll receive your share once we meet up with the others. So the 10 great families are purposefully not mentioning the true purpose of their recruitment, huh? Yuan thought to himself. Then what will happen after we finish this quest? Yuan continued asking. We will return to our own journey. Dazzling Sword said. But if you manage to make a connection with the 10 great families, you can probably continue working with them. I see, then when are we going to make a move? I'm not sure about that, but from what I've been hearing, we might be moving out very soon. Anyways, if you have more questions, you can wait until we group up with the others. Dazzling Sword said. Follow me. Yuan and Xiaohua proceeded to follow Dazzling Sword into a nearby city to use their teleportation device. As they traveled, Hu Kai started a conversation with Xiaohua, so, what did you do to end up as an exile? Xiaohua responded without looking at him, I killed people. Of course you did. All of us did. How did you kill them? How many did you kill? Did you have a nickname? They called me the Butcherer. I had killed at least 10,000 mortals and over 1,000 cultivators. Brother Yuan, can I kill him? Xiaohua asked even though she already knew his answer. You'll get your chance later. Try to keep calm for now. Yuan said. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua responded to Hu Kei's in a cold voice, that's all. 1,000 cultivators. You're much more pathetic than I thought. What did you say? Hu Kei stared at her with immense killing intent shooting out of his eyes. Seeing this, Xiaohua turned to look at him and suddenly released her own killing intent. Xiaohua's killing intent was so powerful that it materialized around her as an aura, making it seem as though she was surrounded by the countless souls that she had murdered. Heavens! Hu Kei's fell on his buttocks from shock after sensing Xiaohua's dreadful killing intent. Do I still need to answer your questions? Xiaohua asked. Hu Kei's hastily shook his head. What a fucking monster! Hu Kei's cried inwardly. How many people did she kill to acquire such immense killing intent? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Dazzling Sword was left dumbfounded after what he'd just witnessed. It was also the first instance he had seen Hu Kei's, typically assertive, behaving with such timidity. Is this the power of a Lord-grade servant? Dazzling Sword swallowed nervously, as Hu Kei's was only an elite-grade servant. After a while, they reached a sizable mansion perched atop a solitary hill, approximately 100 miles away from the nearest city. Yuan could sense the presence of over 100 individuals inside this building, and most of them were spirit kings. 112 spirit kings. So they managed to recruit this many exiles, huh? Yuan sighed inwardly. However, even though he was against so many exiles, Yuan did not feel worried in the slightest. Where are we? Yuan asked Dazzling Sword. The Xiong family's property. Those rich bastards bought this land and this mansion here just for this quest. Dazzling Sword sighed out loud, and he continued, anyways, once we go inside, you'll be assigned to a room. Stay in there until you're called. Someone from the 10 great families will personally interview you later. If they approve of you, you'll officially be recruited and receive your rewards. After giving Yuan a brief explanation of what to expect, Dazzling Sword opened the mansion doors and led him inside. The interior was extremely quiet, almost as though they were the only ones there. Of course, that wasn't the case. Most of the exiles were in their own room with their partner, guiding their partner's cultivation. Since it required one to reach the Supreme Heaven to complete the Supreme Heaven's legacy and exiles are unable to ascend on their own, they could only rely on their partners. Regrettably for these exiles, their partners were players who were unaware of cultivation until very recently, so it was much harder for them to grasp cultivation techniques. If it weren't for the system's assistance, most of them would be utterly hopeless when it comes to cultivation. Sometime later, Dazzling Sword led Yuan and Xiaohua to their room where they would be sharing together. This will be your room for now. Once you are officially recruited into our group, you'll receive another room. You are also not allowed to roam this place until then. Any questions? Dazzling Sword explained. How long will it take for the recruiter to show up? Yuan asked. It shouldn't take long. A few hours at most. You have a Lord-grade exile, after all. Dazzling Sword said. Later then. Dazzling Sword closed the door on the way out. While they waited for the recruitment to continue, Yuan used his divine sense to scout the area and examine everyone within the building. Out of the 112 exiles, the majority of them were men with only 4 being female. They also had the appearance of a gangster and the aura of a delinquent. They are the type that people subconsciously avoid on the streets. Xiaohua, I know that as an exile, you feel responsible for the other exiles, but as partners, it's only natural to share responsibilities. Can you leave them to me this time? Yuan asked her. Okay. Xiaohua reluctantly nodded her head. Even if she wanted to deal with these exiles, she knew that she did not have the capability to do so in her current state. Of course, it would be a different story if she released the seal within her like the last time, but Xiaohua did not want to rely too much on the monster within her. But brother Yuan, I want you to let me take care of that man from before. Xiao Hua suddenly said. While she may not be able to fight over 100 exiles at once, she definitely didn't mind taking care of one. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. About half an hour later, Yuan turned to look at the door when someone knocked on it. They came earlier than I'd expected. He went to open the door to find a beautiful young lady standing outside. Yuan raised his eyebrows after seeing this woman with a familiar face. This woman. If I recall correctly, we met during my visit to Bai Lihua's estate. What was her name again? As Yuan tried to recall her identity, the woman greeted him with a friendly smile and said, "Hello, I'm Fiery Queen from the Walker's family. May I come inside, Xiaoyang?" Fiery Queen. Oh, right. She tried to recruit me to the Walker's family back then. Yuan finally recalled her identity. Despite his excellent memory, his mind tends to automatically filter out unnecessary or unimportant information. Please. Yuan gestured for her to enter the room. As Fiery Queen entered the room, her eyes shifted toward Xiao Hua, who was calmly seated on the couch. Once they were all seated, Fiery Queen spoke, "In case you don't know, I am from the 10 great families that organized this quest." Yuan smiled and said, "I have heard of you." Good, then let's start the final recruitment. Actually, this is more like an interview, since you are pretty much already recruited. You have been briefed about our mission by Dazzling Sword, correct? Fiery Queen asked. Indeed. Our mission is to defeat an exile who hailed from the Azura clan. That's right. Her existence is incredibly dangerous and would hinder not only the other exiles but also us, players. Fiery Queen said with a serious frown on her face. Just how powerful is this exile? Yuan asked. She's strong enough to treat other exiles as toddlers. However, now that there are over 100 of us working together, it will only be a matter of time before we defeat her. Seeing how she refused to talk about him, Yuan decided to poke the bear at the hornet's nest a little. This exile, she should also have a partner, right? Do we know who it is? Fiery Queen's face twitched a little after hearing his question, and she hastily said, "As far as I am aware, this exile is working alone. If she doesn't have a partner, how could she threaten us? I was told that exiles are not allowed to ascend by themselves. While they cannot ascend alone, they can still do other things, such as hindering other exiles and players. This exile from the Azura clan is extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. In fact, she had killed over 100 players already. Is that so? If she's that dangerous, she definitely needs to be stopped. I'm glad that we are on the same page. Now let's talk about our contract. Since you are willing to work with us, we will supply you with a heaven-grade treasure. Unfortunately, we don't have any on hand right now since they had all been taken by those who came before you, but if you see a heaven-grade treasure that you would like to have on sale anywhere, we will purchase it for you. As for your money of $5 million, we will send it to you the moment we have your bank information." Yuan nodded, "Sounds great." Fiery Queen then continued with a fierce look on her face, "However, I must warn you. Once our money is in your bank, you can no longer back out of this quest. If you do so, we, the 10 great families, will crush you with our full force. Do you understand?" "Of course. I wouldn't dare to do anything like that." Yuan nodded with a calm smile. After getting his response, Fiery Queen said, "You can give your bank information to the one who recruited you through the phone. The payment will be made within 24 hours. The same goes for your heaven-grade treasure. Any questions before I leave you alone?" "Just one." Yuan raised a finger as he said, "When are we going to deal with this exile? Dazzling Sword told me that it won't be long before we act." "We will act the moment we confirm the location of PLA, this exile," Fiery Queen said, nearly slipping and saying Player Yuan. And she continued, "Don't worry, it shouldn't be long before we find her. We have thousands of people actively looking for her." "Is that so?" I hope we find her soon so I can get back to the game, Yuan said with a mysterious smile on his face. So they are looking for me, huh? Not only was he being hunted by the Celestial Emperor and thousands of experts from the upper heavens, but even the players were looking for him. Yuan could wipe out everyone in the mansion at any moment, but he wanted to wait until the main culprits gathered so he could take care of them at once. Since they are actively keeping the fact that they are hunting me a secret, these players have no idea what they signed up for and are just a victim to their scheming. Yuan had no intention of hurting these players, especially since there was a chance he could hurt their souls and cripple their cultivation. However, as for their exiles, I will erase every last one of these criminals. This will also increase Xiao Hua's chances at the Supreme Heaven's legacy. While he planned on sparing the players, he was adamant on dealing with the exiles. No more questions, right? Then I will leave you alone for now. You can use this mansion as you like. There's even a swimming pool if you want to refresh yourself. After Fiery Queen left the room, Yuan turned to look at Xiao Hua and said, I will be right back. He logged off the following moment. Sometime later, he went to find Mei Feng. Can you do something for me? He asked her. It depends on what you need. I'd like you to spread some rumor on the internet about me appearing in a certain location in Cultivation Online. I can do that, but what are you planning? Yuan proceeded to tell her about the current situation and how he needed to reveal his presence so he could act. I see. Give me an hour or so and your presence will be known by almost everyone on the internet. Mei Feng said with a confident smile on her face. Great. As for the location. Sometime later, Mei Feng retrieved her cell phone and called a certain individual. It's me. I need you to do something for me. Shortly after Mei Feng's phone call, rumors of Yuan's location began to spread in every forum and blog related to Cultivation Online. Devil Dog, you won't believe this, but I just met the famous player Yuan today. We even shook hands. 9 lives, really? Where did you find him? Blue Chicken, if it's player Yuan, I saw him too. Though, I didn't dare to approach him. Cancel me, nobody has seen player Yuan for over half a year and he's suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Seem sus. Finish him, right? This dude's probably just looking for clout. Devil Dog, if you don't believe me, you can go there and look for him yourself. I don't know what he was doing, but he's probably in the middle of a quest. While some people did not believe the rumors, there were many who believed it. It didn't take long for the rumors to reach the 10 great families' ears. What? Player Yuan was spotted at Enchanted Bamboo Forest. There's no way this is real. Xiong Lu did not dare believe his ears. The likelihood of Yuan appearing near their base just as they sought him out was near impossible. It would be no different than him intentionally walking into their crosshairs. Even if the rumors are true, what could he possibly be doing there? Fiery Queen questioned. Does it matter if the rumors are true or not? We still need to check it out for ourselves. Chen Huaqing said. I sent some people to investigate the moment I heard it. Xiong Lu said. Despite his doubt, he could not allow the chance of finding Yuan to slip away, even if the chances were almost impossible. And he continued, call everyone from the group and make sure they are standing by in Cultivation Online just in case. Meanwhile, when Yuan returned to Cultivation Online, he said to Xiao Hua, I'm going out for a bit. If somebody comes here and asks for me, just tell them that I went somewhere. If they ask where, tell them you don't know since I disappeared into thin air. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded. Ah, I'll need to use your mask for a bit. Do you have anything else to cover your face? Yuan asked. I do. Xiao Hua proceeded to take out another mask from her spatial ring before handing back the black jade mask to Yuan. A divine-grade treasure. Yuan raised his eyebrows after sensing the aura coming from her mask. Xiao Hua calmly nodded in acknowledgement as she nonchalantly wore the mask. Just how many treasures do you have? Yuan chuckled. A short moment later, Yuan silently left the mansion and made his way to the enchanted bamboo forest. When he arrived at the enchanted bamboo forest, Yuan started to wander the place casually as he waited for people to show up. After waiting for around 15 minutes, Yuan sensed an approaching presence and made his way to this person. That mask. Could it really be player Yuan? This person exclaimed when he saw Yuan and his renowned black mask appearing out of thin air. Who are you? Yuan pretended to encounter him by chance and asked. Are you player Yuan? The player asked. I am. Yuan calmly nodded. I am Mui. I rushed here when I heard that you were here. I'd like to request a match with you. Please. The player said. You want to spar with me? Why? Yuan asked the player out of curiosity. My reason. I want to see how powerful you are, to confirm whether you are as strong as they say. Mui said. I see. Yuan inspected Mui. He was only a spirit master, and it looked like he'd made the breakthrough very recently. An opponent of this level was akin to an ant before Yuan. In fact, he could erase Mui without lifting a finger. However, Yuan sensed several more presences appearing not far away and wanted to use this opportunity to spread his own presence even more. I don't mind a spar, but the difference in our cultivation is very vast. Even if I limit myself and don't use any spiritual energy, I might kill you by accident. Are you okay with that? Yuan asked Mui. I don't mind. Mui said with a nervous smile on his face. Yuan couldn't fathom why Mui was willing to risk his own cultivation to confirm his strength. Of course, Yuan had no intention of killing Mui for real. Shall we get this start then? Yuan summoned his Empyrean overlord and casually stood there. That sword. He's really player Yuan. Mui finally confirmed Yuan's identity after seeing his sword. Since anyone could get their hands on a black jade mask, Mui wasn't exactly sure if the person before him was player Yuan. However, his large sword was something unique and had been recalled many times by those who were struck by it during the mystic realm. While there was still a small chance that the person before him could be an impersonator, Mui did not believe that was the case, as he could feel the immense difference between their strength even without having the capability to see Yuan's true cultivation, and his instincts were screaming for him to leave. Mui retrieved his own weapon a moment later, wielding two short swords, one in each hand. It was at this moment the other presences that Yuan had sensed early showed up. Wow! The rumors are true. Player Yuan is in the enchanted bamboo forest. Who's the one pointing his swords at player Yuan? Isn't that player Mui the player challenger? I heard some time ago that a player wielding two swords was going around challenging players, fighting stronger opponents as he went. Apparently, he's never lost a fight. He even defeated someone in the top 1000. But to go for player Yuan, isn't he just begging for defeat at this point? Mui ignored the spectators and acted as though they didn't even exist. Don't go easy on me. Mui suddenly said. If I don't hold back, this will be over before you can even blink. Yuan shook his head. Despite such arrogant words, Mui did not take offense to it. I don't care. Just don't go easy on me. Mui suddenly took an offensive stance. Yuan smiled and said, at least show me that you aren't a waste of my time. Mui released a low roar before rushing at Yuan with both arms in motion. Twin Serpent's Bloodthirst. Mui's swords became coated with a green aura after he activated his skill, his body overflowing with spiritual energy. Once he was close enough, Mui activated another skill. Twin Serpent's Dance. Mui's arms flickered wildly as he swung his swords in a seemingly random manner. Yuan did not move a single step and blocked all of the incoming strikes without using any spiritual energy. However, Mui did not stop his relentless attack even after they were blocked. That's right. Keep blocking my attacks. Mui smiled inwardly. The green aura covering his swords wasn't just for show and was actively releasing poison. This poison was odorless and invisible to the eyes, and while it may lack strength at first, if enough was consumed, it could take out even a spirit lord. You are just like everyone else, player Yuan. Underestimating me will be your downfall. Just a little more and I will be known as the first player to defeat you. Mui could already envision his victory. Look at how vicious and fast he is. How is player Yuan even blocking these attacks? The spectators were left speechless by Miwu's performance. Why isn't he fighting back and only defending? Is he so overwhelmed by player Miwu's relentless attacks that he cannot do so? Are you stupid? Look at player Yuan's fluid and minimal movement. He's effortlessly blocking those attacks. This is probably nothing more than child's play for him, said someone with more combat experience. A few minutes later, Mui's eyes flickered with a vicious light. It's over for you, player Yuan. Twin serpents outburst. After uttering such words, Yuan suddenly stopped moving. You have been poisoned. You have been afflicted with twin serpents' invisible poison. Absolute regeneration has been activated. The twin serpents' invisible poison was destroying Yuan from the inside at a rapid rate, but it wasn't enough to keep up with his absolute regeneration, and it took less than 2 seconds for Yuan to suppress the poison. Twin serpents' invisible poison has been neutralized. Poison resistance has increased significantly. Mui, who wasn't aware that Yuan had already neutralized his poison, laughed out loud. My twin serpent's invisible poison can kill even a spirit lord within 2 minutes, and I waited 5 whole minutes just for you, player Yuan. You're probably in so much pain that you can't speak or move right now. Don't worry, it will only last for a moment, because you will die soon. Poison, huh? Yuan sighed inwardly. Though inherently resilient against physical harm, Yuan remained susceptible to assaults that targeted his internal body, such as poison. Fortunately for him, Mui's poison wasn't too strong, or he would have sustained much more damage. I should increase my poison resistance a little more in the future just in case I encounter someone with even stronger poison. Yuan didn't expect to gain insight in such an insignificant spar with another player, and he silently thanked Mui for it. Poison, huh? I didn't expect that. Yuan said a moment later, shocking Mui. What? How are you still standing? Mui exclaimed with a look of disbelief on his face. How are you still standing? That poison is powerful enough to kill even a spirit lord with ease. You should be on the ground writhing in pain now. Mui was in disbelief, as this was the first time someone affected by his poison hadn't fallen. Did my poison not affect him? No, that's not possible. I also waited for 5 whole minutes before I activated it. There's no way it could be too weak either. If I was only a spirit lord, your poison might have worked on me. Unfortunately for you, I am not a spirit lord. Yuan calmly said. What? Don't tell me. You're a spirit king. Mui exclaimed in a shocked voice. The spectators could also be heard gasping in shock after learning of this revelation. If I was only an ordinary spirit king, the poison still would have done immense damage. Yuan thought to himself. It was only because of his regeneration skill that kept him unharmed from the poison. No way. How did you manage to reach Spirit King so fast? Even the top players are only at Spirit Grandmaster with the peak players barely entering Spirit Lord. Mui asked in a nervous voice. Yuan shrugged, I'm not sure. It just happened. If only Mui knew that Yuan was a peak Spirit King who couldn't progress further because of his unique physique. Anyways, is that all you've got to show me? Yuan then asked. He paused for a moment before continuing with narrowed eyes, if so, I will end our little spar. Mui felt chills throughout his entire being after feeling Yuan's gaze. Not yet. Mui roared as he clenched his fists and rushed forward. Fuck. 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 If I cannot defeat him with my trump card, what chances do I have left? There's no way I can beat him without my poison. Mui cried inwardly as he relentlessly swung his swords at Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan sighed, I guess you have nothing else to show me. Wait! Mui exclaimed. I'll give you a minute. Yuan calmly said. Mui scrambled his brains, but in the end, he had nothing else to show. Since you helped me gain some insight, I will help you as well. Yuan suddenly said. Excuse me? Mui raised his eyebrows. You wanted to confirm the rumors of my strength, correct? What are these rumors? Yuan asked. That you have the strength to destroy a mountain with a single swing. Mui recalled one of the comments he'd read online. Destroy a mountain with a single swing, huh? Yuan looked around and could see several mountains in the distance. He chuckled and said, as much as I want to show you that I could destroy a mountain, I cannot destroy nature for such a pointless reason. Instead, I'll show you something else. Yuan suddenly released his cultivation, causing it to burst out of his body. What the hell do you plan on doing? Mui fell on his buttocks from shock and subconsciously began crawling backward. Yuan clenched the Empyrean overlord and stood there with an overbearing posture. Please. Spare me. Mui cried out loud with tears flowing down his face. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan swung his sword, but it wasn't at Mui. The following moment, a massive beam of spiritual energy shot toward the cloudy sky, blowing all of the clouds away and creating a clear sky for as far as one could see with their eyes. The spiritual energy from the technique was so immense that some of the spectators fainted for a brief moment. What do you think? That should have been enough to destroy a mountain. Yuan looked at Mui with a smile afterward. Mui could only absently nod his head. Forget about a mere mountain. He could wipe out a dozen mountains or multiple cities with that much power. Mui cried inwardly. Meanwhile, at the Xiong family's mansion where all of the exiles are gathered, the exiles are alerted by the immense spiritual energy they have just sensed. Ceasing their activities, they redirected their attention to the windows, observing the abrupt transformation of the previously cloudy sky into a clear expanse. What in heaven's name was that just now? Who released that spiritual energy? Are they trying to destroy a city or something? The exiles were interested in the person who released the spiritual energy, but it wasn't enough to make them tremble in fear or anything like that. At the same time, the 10 great families received confirmation of Yuan's presence in the enchanted bamboo forest. The rumors were true. I witnessed player Yuan there with my own eyes. He even fought with another player. Was there a little girl beside him? Xiong Lu asked. A little girl? No, I don't think so. He was alone. Che. Xiong Lu sucked his teeth in an annoyed manner. If we don't take care of that little girl with him, the source of his powers, it won't matter how many times we kill player Yuan. Xiong Lu thought to himself. No, she shouldn't be that far away. As an exile, she has a duty to protect her partner. If we push player Yuan into a corner, she will definitely show up to save him. A wide smile appeared on Xiong Lu's face. This is perfect. We'll take player Yuan hostage and mess with him until she arrives. Listen to me carefully. I want you and everyone there to stall Yuan until we get there. I don't care what you have to do. Don't let him leave. Xiong Lu demanded through the phone before closing the connection and calling the others. Player Yuan has appeared at Enchanted Bamboo Forest. We will make our move immediately. Gather the forces. Today will be player Yuan's last day at the top. Shortly after the phone call, the 10 great families summoned every single exile and their partners. We have confirmed the Azura clan's exiles' location. We need to move out immediately. Gather outside the mansion. Fiery Queen shouted loud enough for everyone in the mansion to hear. Should I go outside or wait for Brother Yuan's return? Xiaohua asked Yuan through divine sense. Go with them. We'll meet up in a bit. Yuan quickly responded. Xiaohua acknowledged. Shortly after being summoned, all of the exiles and their partners gathered right outside the manor. As players from the 10 great families stood before a little over 200 individuals, Xiong Lu spoke in a loud voice. Fortunately for us, our target wandered into our crosshair and was spotted at Enchanted Bamboo Forest just a few minutes ago. I have already sent some people to delay the Azura clan's exile for as long as possible, so we need to move immediately. Delaying someone from the Azura clan? Ha! Those people are probably long dead. One of the exiles there sneered out loud. I am aware of our opponent's strength, and I did not send a mere 10 or 100 people. I called over 1,000 people to delay her. Even 10,000 ordinary people would not be enough. Another exile shouted. That's why we need to stop chatting here and move already. Xiong Lu exclaimed. Let's go. And without saying anything else, they began marching towards the Enchanted Bamboo Forest. Fiery Queen subconsciously glanced at Xiao Hua, who had an overwhelming presence and stood out even though she was at the very end of the formation. Where's her partner? Fiery Queen raised an eyebrow when she could not see Xiao Yang anywhere in the crowd. Is he not here? This is perfect. A mysterious smile appeared on Fiery Queen's face as she approached Xiao Hua. Where is your partner? Fiery Queen asked Xiao Hua a moment later. I don't know. He disappeared into thin air and hasn't returned since. Xiao Hua nonchalantly responded. So he logged off. I thought we told the recruiters to call everyone on the roster to make sure they are not offline. Fiery Queen thought to herself. Oh well. This works perfectly for me. Correct me if I am wrong, but your name is Tian Hua. Fiery Queen recalled the fake name Yuan had given them. Xiao Hua calmly nodded, acknowledging it. What do you think of your partner, Xiao Yang? Fiery Queen then asked. After a brief moment of silence, Xiao Hua said, he's weak and lacking in talent. Fiery Queen's eyes flickered with excitement after hearing such an answer, and she quickly said, in that case, why don't you work with me instead? I can assure you that I am both stronger and more talented than your current partner. After all, without the help of an exile, I have managed to achieve Spirit Grandmaster by myself. If I have a powerful exile like you by my side, I will definitely be able to help you achieve your goals. Of course, she had spent an unimaginable amount of her family's fortune to purchase gold and treasures from other players to reach such a point. How annoying. Xiao Hua sighed inwardly. However, Xiao Hua decided to play along for a bit. And how will you be able to help me achieve my goals? For starters, my family is very rich, so money is of no issue. If you help me grow stronger, I will use that strength to help you. At the very least, I will be much more useful than your current partner. Let me think about it. Xiao Hua said with a desire to end their conversation there. What the fuck is there to think about? I am clearly better than that ordinary-looking bastard. If someone like him can reach peak Spirit Grandmaster with her help, I will definitely reach Spirit King before anyone else. Fiery Queen cursed inwardly. Of course. Take as much time as you need. Fiery Queen said to Xiao Hua with a calm smile. While the 10 great families had managed to find a few partnerless exiles with the help of their current exiles, she was not lucky enough to be chosen. Fiery Queen didn't plan on taking an exile from another player at first, but when she saw the opportunity to do so, her nature made her act upon her greed. Meanwhile, at Enchanted Bamboo Forest, Yuan was surrounded by players. Player Yuan. Can I get a handshake? Player Yuan. Please sign my weapon. Player Yuan. Let's party up for a bit. Yuan could tell that some of the players there were genuine fans, but most of the people there had ulterior motives. Are they stalling me? Yuan smiled inwardly at their pointless attempts. After all, he did not plan on running away. Since it will take them some time to arrive, I might as well entertain myself. Yuan accepted one of the genuine fans' requests to sign their weapon. After acquiring their weapon, he asked, how would you like me to sign it? I will leave that to you. I would appreciate it if your signature could last for a long time. The young fan did not expect for Yuan to respond and was ecstatic when he accepted her sword. A long time, huh? Yuan pondered for a moment before retrieving his Empyrean overlord. Are you okay with me scratching your weapon? He asked. I don't mind. What's your name? Ren Yun. The following moment, Yuan tossed the fan's sword into the air, and without hesitation, he swung at the sword, engraving the words, to Ren Yun, Yuan, on one side of the sword's blade. Here you go. Yuan returned the sword to the baffled fan. Eh? The fan looked at the perfectly written words with wide eyes. How did he write such clean words with a sword? Thank you very much. The fan eventually snapped out of her daze and bowed to him. After a brief moment of silence, the other fans retrieved their weapons and began pleading for a signature as well. Player Yuan. Please sign my weapon too. Mine too. Yuan proceeded to sign more weapons, only accepting the weapons from his genuine fans, leaving the others wondering why they were being ignored despite being closer to him. As Yuan lingered in the enchanted bamboo forest and news of his presence spread online, more and more players traveled there to meet him. However, upon their arrival, they were surprised to find hundreds of players blocking their path, almost like a group of bodyguards during a concert. Hey! Who the hell are you guys? Get out of our way. We're here to meet player Yuan. One of the players there angrily shouted. You don't need to know our identity. The only thing you need to know is that you aren't allowed past this point. You can try if you'd like, but you'll die. One of the players blocking the path said. The 10 great families did not want any interruptions while they hunted player Yuan, hence the blockade. Furthermore, it was to prevent player Yuan from escaping. Sometime later, Yuan suddenly stopped his interaction with his fans when he sensed a chilling aura appear in the distance. This aura did not come from a single individual. It was created by a group of ominous beings. They are finally here, huh? Yuan looked at his fans, and not wanting to involve them in his battle, he said to them, sorry, but I have to end things here and continue my quest. Already? Please stay with us a little longer. You haven't signed my weapon yet. Yuan then said, I will do this again at a later date and a proper location. I have already memorized all of your faces here, so if I see you at the next location, I will give you priority. And without saying another word, Yuan left the crowd. However, while some players decided to let him go, most of the players there actually followed Yuan. Of course, Yuan had expected this. After all, you're all just fake fans trying to stall me. Yuan couldn't care less if these players were caught up in his battle with the exiles, as they were already involved in the first place. Please wait, player Yuan. There's still something I must tell you. Where do you think you are going, player Yuan? I will not let you leave until you fight me. These players tried every tactic available to stall him, as they had misunderstood his current action as running away, and they were all tasked with stalling him until the main forces arrived. If you can catch me, I'll listen to what you have to say, Yuan said to the players before speeding up a little. Unsurprisingly, most of the players there were left in the dust by his speed. Only those with superior cultivation managed to keep up, but even then, they were barely keeping up with Yuan. Oh. Not bad. How about this? Yuan sped up even more. What? How the hell is he moving so fast? I have a heaven rank movement technique and I cannot keep up. As the players desperately tried to keep up with Yuan, he continued to increase his speed every few minutes. However, Yuan made sure to remain in these players' sight, as he did not want the 10 great families to think that he had left. Once he was close enough to the exiles, Yuan decided to leave the players behind, disappearing from their sight like a ghost. What the hell? Where did he go? He couldn't have gone far. Spread out and look for him. We cannot lose track of him when the main forces are so close. We'll be executed if he gets away. These players desperately began searching for Yuan, unaware that he had already arrived before the main forces. Yuan stopped moving when he came across the 10 great families and the exiles. Xiong Lu almost couldn't believe his eyes when Yuan appeared before them like a ghost. It's really him. It's player Yuan. But why the hell is he here? What happened to the guys watching over him? The others didn't immediately realize Yuan had appeared before them, but when they saw Xiong Lu's surprised face, they began realizing their situation. You. Player Yuan. Fiery Queen subconsciously muttered. Yuan looked at her and said, if you're asking for a signature, I am no longer giving out signatures today. All of the players there realized they were standing before player Yuan after he acknowledged it. Wow! Is it really player Yuan? What's he doing here? This is my first time seeing him in person. How lucky! Besides the players from the 10 great families, everyone there did not know they were going to be hunting Yuan in just a moment. What a coincidence, player Yuan. I've been looking for you. You have no idea how much I have wanted to see you since our last encounter. Xiong Lu suddenly said. Yuan looked at him and asked, have we met before? I don't recall meeting you before, though. I'm not surprised, since it was only briefly. By the way, where's that little girl who was with you before? She left to do something for me. Why are you looking for her? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. Because. Hey! Why the hell did we stop? The Azura clan's exile will get away at this point. One of the exiles suddenly roared out loud. How dare you stop and chat while in the middle of something so important? Do you want to die? Another shouted. Xiong Lu turned to look at the group behind him and calmly said, we stopped because we have arrived at our destination, at our target. What the fuck are you talking about? Besides us, I don't sense the presence of an exile nearby. Xiong Lu pointed at Yuan and continued, that's because she isn't here right now. However, her partner is right here. If we capture him, she will definitely come to save him. What? Our target was player Yuan. You didn't tell me about this. One of the players there exclaimed in shock. I also wasn't told about this. What is the meaning of this? Did you lie to us? The players began shouting with clear disbelief on their faces. What is the meaning of this? I thought we were after an exile. Nobody said anything about hunting a player Yuan, much less. The players were outraged when they realized that they had been tricked by the 10 great families to go after player Yuan, who was an idol to many of them. Shut up! Xiong Lu roared, quickly silencing the scene. We are after the exile. However, we recently learned that she had formed a partnership with player Yuan. Unfortunately, we weren't able to reveal this information in time. If I have to fight player Yuan, I'd rather quit this group. Someone suddenly said. Right? I'm leaving. Another exclaimed. More and more of the players started threatening to leave the group. Xiong Lu's body trembled in anger, and he shouted a moment later, you can leave if you want. However, don't forget about the contract that you signed. Not to mention the money that we have already sent you. You are obligated to fulfill your duties. If you decide to leave without fulfilling your duties, the 10 great families will become your enemy. I will ensure of that. The players trembled in fear after hearing Xiong Lu's words, their faces filled with despair. While player Yuan may be the strongest player in Cultivation Online, the 10 great families have real influence in the real world, and their influence isn't small. In fact, the 10 great families are so immensely wealthy and influential to the point where even the government could not touch them without risking a serious backlash in the economy amongst other things. If ordinary players were to make an enemy out of such titans, their lives would be ruined, not to mention their friends and families. Player Yuan or not, I will fulfill my duties. The players changed their minds in the blink of an eye after hearing Xiong Lu's threat. The 10 great families' power was on full display at the moment. Seeing this, Yuan could only shake his head in silence. He felt bad for the players. They were tricked by the 10 great families and forced to fight. Don't worry, I don't blame you guys, Yuan said a moment later. When the players heard Yuan's words, they felt less guilty about their actions. Meanwhile, the exiles were running out of patience. I don't know what you lots are chatting about, but I have no reason to raise my hand against a mere child. I only agreed to work with you because of the Azura clan's exile, yet I don't see her anywhere. What is the meaning of this? If you don't give us a satisfying answer, I will kill you, regardless of your background. Unlike the players, the exiles had no reason to listen to Xiong Lu, and with the 10 great families' influence limited to Earth, there was simply no way to threaten the exiles. Even if their partners begged them, most exiles only work when it benefits them. Furthermore, these exiles could easily replace their current partners with other players at any time, as there was an abundance of players without an exile out there. There's no way this brat could be the Azura clan's exile's partner. The Azura clan would never work together with a weakling. Another exile said. Xiong Lu knew that it would be difficult to control the exiles, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. In the end, he decided to tell them the truth. I am not lying to you, I have no reason to. He's definitely the Azura clan's exile's partner. After all, I watched them kill my partner. Xiong Lu said, revealing that he'd lost his exile to Yuan. What? Your exile was slain. Fiery Queen and the others from the 10 great families were greatly surprised to hear this for the first time. However, the exiles did not immediately believe him. Your exile was slain by them. What was his name? One of the exiles asked. Xiong Lu gritted his teeth and uttered, his name was Zhaohui, also known as the Harbinger of Agony. The exile's eyes widened with shock after hearing this familiar name. Harbinger of Agony. The Harbinger of Agony is dead. Zhaohui was quite renowned even within the primordial realm, and he was a divine-grade servant just like Xiaohua, so he was in his own league when compared to the gathered exiles. To further prove his claims, Xiong Lu retrieved some of the items that Zhaohui had given him. Those treasures. They definitely belonged to the Harbinger of Agony. Unbelievable. To think the Harbinger of Agony would perish in such a place. Suddenly, one of the exiles there approached Yuan, appearing before him like a ghost. Is it true that you killed the Harbinger of Agony? The exile asked. Yuan calmly stared at the towering figure before him. This exile was impressively tall and almost 3 heads taller than him. However, he was quite scrawny with his bones visible. Yuan smiled and responded to the question, no, I didn't kill him. It was my exile who killed him. You guys mentioned the Azura clan, right? My exile also mentioned coming from such a place before. The exile standing before Yuan suddenly erupted with immense killing intent, enough to completely cover their area. Where is she? I will spare your life if you bring us to her. The exile said, expecting Yuan to cower in fear from his killing intent, just like the nearby players who were trembling violently. However, to his surprise, Yuan remained composed. I guess you need to have some backbone to be Azura clan's exile's partner. The exile smirked. And he continued, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Oh. And what are you going to do? Yuan asked in a calm voice. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to force you to tell me her location, even if I have to rip apart some limbs. Is that so? I'd like to see you try. A cold smile appeared on Yuan's face. The following second, Yuan summoned his Empyrean overlord, and with movements that none of the exiles could grasp, he dismembered the arms of the exile standing before him. The exile didn't even realize his arms had been severed and only sensed a cold sensation brush past his shoulders, and the moment the exile tried to move his arms, they fell off his body and fell on the ground, leaving him stunned and speechless. What? A look of despair and fear appeared on the exile's face when he realized the situation. Too late, Yuan muttered in a cold voice. With another swing, the exile's head was sent flying into the air, landing only a few steps away from Xiong Lu and the others. "That's one down." The others could hear Yuan mumbling such words afterward. Complete silence filled the scene as everyone there tried to comprehend what had just occurred. Yuan spread his arms wide apart and broke that silence by speaking in a beckoning manner. "What are you all waiting for? You won't force me to do anything if you just stand there." Xiong Lu pointed at Yuan while trembling and shouted in a nervous tone, "Get him." The next moment, several exiles left the formation and attacked Yuan at the same time. In the blink of an eye, Yuan found himself surrounded by 4 exiles, all of them exuding immense killing intent. Abyssal quicksand. One of them pointed at Yuan's feet, causing the ground beneath him to sink like a quicksand, binding his movements. Heart piercer. Another exile from behind shoved his sword towards Yuan's heart. However, as if that wasn't enough, the 2 exiles at each of his sides were swinging their weapons directly at his neck. Are they going to kill him already? I wanted to capture and torture him. Xiong Lu cried inwardly as he watched the scene. Meanwhile, Yuan did not even bother trying to defend himself and stood still in a nonchalant manner. "What?" The exile behind Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice when he realized that his sword could not pierce Yuan's skin, almost as if there was invisible armor protecting his body. "Your head is mine." A split second later, the exiles by his side reached his neck with their weapons, but just like the first attack, their weapons were stopped and could not penetrate Yuan's skin, much less take his head. "What in heaven's name?" Everyone there muttered in a dazed voice, as they were unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Did the exiles stop their attack right before they could kill Yuan, or did something stop them? None of the spectators could tell for sure. "You should put a little more arm strength into your strikes if you want to kill me," Yuan suddenly said in a calm voice. The exiles around him suddenly sensed danger and immediately distanced themselves from him, their backs soaked in cold sweat afterward. "Oh." Yuan mumbled in a slightly surprised tone. If the exiles hadn't moved just now, he would have killed them. "Don't kill him," Xiong Lu suddenly exclaimed. "If we don't capture him alive, we won't be able to bring out his exile. I don't think we can kill him even if we tried." One of the exiles thought inwardly. He could tell from their failed attack just now that Yuan was a formidable opponent. "If you want to capture me, you should have brought more people, a few thousand more exiles." Yuan smiled. "You arrogant little bastard." Xiong Lu gritted his teeth. He turned to look at the exiles behind him and roared, "What are the rest of you waiting for? Get him." "Huh? Who the hell are you to command us? And are you really telling everyone here to gang up on a mere child? Laughable. If he's just a mere child, then you should have no problem capturing him alone." Xiong Lu sneered back, and he continued, "I think you're scared of him, hence why you're staying back. You dare mock me." "He's right." Yuan suddenly interjected. "I think you're all scared. Don't be afraid and come at me at once. I'll even go easy on you." Hearing his provocation, several more exiles stepped outside the formation and approached him. There were a dozen exiles that surrounded Yuan now, yet he did not seem to be bothered by their presence in the slightest. In response, Yuan actually stored his Empyrean overlord and brought out his starry abyss. "It's been a while since I used you. Let's have some fun, shall we?" Yuan mumbled while looking at the beautiful dagger in his grasp. "He has 2 soul weapons." The exiles were quite startled to see Yuan pull out another soul weapon. Meanwhile, the players didn't know that Yuan could also wield a dagger, as they had only seen him with the Empyrean overlord. Is this what he means by going easy? They all wondered. The next moment, Yuan made the first move and started attacking the closest exile to him, and before they could react, he executed one of them with a simple strike at the neck. The spectators were stunned. Yuan's movements were so swift that the players couldn't keep up and the exiles were barely able to follow them. "Stop using your eyes. Use your divine sense to follow him," one of the exiles suddenly shouted. Even though it seemed obvious, the exiles were simply too stunned by Yuan's overwhelming prowess to think. However, even though they could follow Yuan's movements with their divine sense, their bodies were having difficulties responding to his speed. One by one, Yuan slew the exiles as though they were mere mortals. When the spectating exiles realized the gravity of their situation, they could no longer stand still. More and more exiles began leaving the formation to fight Yuan. 10. 20. 30. Yuan had to face 30 opponents by himself. He was constantly bombarded with powerful techniques and even spiritual attacks that tried to mess with his soul. Unfortunately for the exiles, Yuan's soul strength was beyond their comprehension, and was not affected by these spiritual attacks in the slightest. As for the martial techniques, they were not strong enough to break through Yuan's defenses, and even if some managed to injure him a little, his wounds would immediately be restored within the blink of an eye. Of course, Yuan wasn't just sitting there and letting them attack him for free. Whenever he noticed a gap in their defenses, he would take the chance and slay an exile without fail. This fucking monster. Is he even human? It feels like I am fighting with a demon instead. One of the exiles cursed out loud. The players witnessing their fight were just as stunned if not even more shocked. Xiong Lu. I thought you said that only player Yuan's exile was powerful. If that's the case, how is he fighting so many exiles at once and still winning? Someone from the 10 great families looked to him for answers. Xiong Lu, who was dazed with his eyes wide open, muttered, I don't know. He began doubting himself and their whole operation. Ha ha ha. Yuan suddenly started laughing. This is quite fun, but there's not enough of you. All of you come at me at once. Entertain me some more. That crazy bastard. In the end, more and more exiles left the formation to join the fight. Soon, over 70 exiles were attacking Yuan at once, and rather than fighting a human, it felt like they were subjugating a dangerous monster instead. Why aren't my spiritual techniques working on him? It's as though they're passing right through him. One of the exiles cried in frustration. Fuck. What is his body made of? Not even my divine-grade treasure can pierce his skin. Another cursed out loud. The Azura clan's exile must have drowned him in treasures. There's no way a mere spirit king could fight so many of us at once. Keep attacking him. There must be a limit to his tricks. He will eventually run out of spiritual energy, too. Yuan's battle with the exiles was so massive that it caused havoc within the enchanted bamboo forest, alerting nearby experts. With every release of a potent technique by an exile, the entire forest quivered. Furthermore, with so many powerful cultivators gathered in one area, the pressure within the forest was intense and unbearable for the players there, forcing them to evacuate the enchanted bamboo forest, as they were losing health just by being in the vicinity. Half an hour into their fight, Yuan slew over 30 exile, and there were only 4 exiles who have yet to join the fight, Xiaohua being one of them. Fiery Queen, seeing this, approached her and said, "Are you not going to join the fight? We'll lose more exiles at this rate. Please, we need your help." Xiaohua glanced at her with a cold gaze, sending shivers down her back. "Brother Yuan, what should I do?" she decided to ask him. Yuan smiled and said, "Do whatever you want." After receiving his response, Xiaohua looked at the exile standing not too far away from her, the one who partnered with Dazzling Sword. Then, without any hesitation, she approached him. Dazzling Sword suddenly sensed a presence behind him and turned around. What? To his absolute surprise, Xiaohua was standing behind his exile with her arm extended and fingers grasping onto his exile's neck. What the fuck do you think you are doing to my exile?" Dazzling Sword exclaimed, catching the other's attention. "Tianhua. What are you doing? Your enemy is over there." Fiery Queen couldn't believe her eyes. Xiaohua ignored Fiery Queen and the other players. Shortly after grasping onto the exile's neck, she tossed him outside the formation. "Senior. What are you doing?" The butcher asked her with a puzzled look on his face. I don't like you, and your face is annoying, so I am going to kill you. Xiao Hua said as she retrieved two large swords, wielding one in each hand. If you think I am just going to sit back and let you kill me, you're gravely mistaken. The butcher grabbed the two axes strapped to his back and wielded one in each hand like Xiao Hua. The following moment, Xiao Hua kicked her feet and flew at the butcher, who confronted her with sweaty palms. Despite his words just now, he knew that he had no chance of winning against her after learning of her killing intent not long ago. However, he wasn't expecting to fight her by himself either. Sure enough, the two exiles who had refrained from engaging Yuan due to their lack of confidence quickly opted to assist the butcher upon witnessing Xiao Hua's betrayal. The butcher and the other two exiles surrounded Xiao Hua with a triangular formation. Xiao Hua was not confident that she could fight 3 exiles at once, but when she remembered that Yuan was fighting over 70 of them at once, she gritted her teeth and tossed away all of her useless thoughts. If I am going to follow Brother Yuan, I will need to get stronger, much stronger than I am currently. A resolute expression appeared on Xiao Hua's face. Heavenly domain, full power. A vicious light flickered within Xiao Hua's gaze right before a tyrannical pressure enveloped the 3 exiles surrounding her. What is this? Xiao Hua took advantage of the exile's stunned state and swung her large swords at the exile standing closest to her, executing him in a single strike. Heaven-sealing technique. Without any pauses after the kill, she immediately sealed the cultivation of the next closest exile before swinging her sword at him. My cultivation is sealed. The exile didn't realize that his cultivation had been sealed until it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua slew 2 of the 3 exiles, leaving the last one, the butcher, completely speechless. Xiong Lu, who couldn't be bothered by the commotion behind him, finally decided to take a peek, and his eyes widened when he saw the swords in Xiao Hua's grasp. Her. That's her. She's player Yuan's exile. Xiong Lu exclaimed in a terrified voice after recognizing her swords. What? The players turned to look at Xiao Hua with wide eyes. Even the exiles fighting Yuan stopped moving and risked their lives to look. You told us she was a little girl. Which part of her is little? One of the exiles suddenly cursed out loud. I'm sure it's her. She used the same weapons when she fought my exile. I cannot explain her change in appearance, but I am certain that it's her who killed Jiaohui. Xiong Lu said. Did she consume an appearance-altering pill to fool us? One of the exiles deducted correctly. Appearance-altering pill. Then. Fiery Queen turned to look at Yuan with a horrified look on her face. Yuan smiled and said out loud, I guess there's no point in hiding now, Xiao Hua. He removed his mask, revealing his appearance as Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang. You bastard. How dare you trick us? Fiery Queen's face flushed with redness after realizing that they had been completely played by Yuan. Xiao Hua also removed her mask, revealing her sister's beautiful appearance. When the exiles saw Xiao Hua's face, their faces immediately paled. Crimson Empress. Not one exile there did not recognize Xiao Hua's sister's face. After realizing the identity of their target, the exiles suddenly lost all motivation to continue, with some even dropping their weapons in despair. All it took was a mere glance at Xiao Hua's face for the exiles to lose their will to continue fighting. Crimson Empress. We were after the Crimson Empress this entire time. When the exiles came to this realization, their faces twisted with fear and despair. What's going on? Why did they stop the moment they saw her face? Fiery Queen and the other players wondered inwardly as they tried to comprehend the situation. Unlike the exiles, the players were oblivious of the Azura clan's true influence and power, much less about this Crimson Empress. Crimson Empress. We didn't know you were here. Please, spare me. One of the exiles suddenly got onto his knees and kowtowed while begging for his life. I was tricked into doing this. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have came here. Another exile dropped his weapon and surrounded his hands toward the sky. They are this terrified of her. Just what kind of person is her sister? Yuan wondered inwardly, finding the exile's reaction to be quite entertaining. Abruptly, several exiles in the vicinity pivoted and started sprinting away, displaying a sense of urgency as if their very lives hinged on making a swift escape, devoid of any hesitation. Where do you think you are going? Yuan swiftly reacted to their escape and activated 10,000 ghost blades, creating hundreds of starry abyss to chase after the exiles. None of the exiles managed to run away successfully and perished out of sight shortly after they ran. When the other exiles saw this, they tossed away any thought of running away. However, most of them never even intended to run away in the first place, as they weren't foolish enough to turn their backs on the Crimson Empress. Crimson Empress, please have mercy. We will accept any punishment you give us. This was the best way for these exiles to save their lives, by giving it up on their own and hoping the Crimson Empress would spare them. However, it wouldn't be out of pity or generosity. In the Crimson Empress' eyes, they were as insignificant as ants, and unless one was a psychopath, they wouldn't go out of their way to step on every ant they saw. Xiaohua wasn't sure what to do in this situation. She didn't expect to cause such a commotion by using her sister's appearance. Suddenly, just as Xiaohua opened her mouth, her figure began shrinking. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua returned to her original appearance. This was witnessed by everyone there. Naturally, it was due to the appearance-altering pill running out of effect. Yuan also reverted to his original appearance. Following a prolonged moment of silence, the exiles, initially trembling in fear, transitioned to trembling with rage upon understanding the situation. You little bitch. Who the fuck are you? How dare you mess with us by using the Crimson Empress appearance? The exiles rose to their feet, gripping their weapons with renewed determination. Their eyes gleamed with a potent killing intent, fueled by an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Even if it's the last thing I do in this life, I will make you pay for humiliating me. How dare you play with me? You little bitch. I'll skin you alive. The exiles roared as they ran towards Xiaohua, completely ignoring Yuan. Xiaohua was startled when all of the exiles started running at her and contemplated releasing her seal again. A calm sigh that none of them heard suddenly resounded, followed by an immense pressure that appeared out of thin air. Heavenly Domain. Yuan activated Heavenly Domain, abruptly freezing the movements of the exiles in their tracks. Turning your backs to your opponent in the middle of a fight. You guys are either really confident or dumb. Yuan spoke as he replaced the starry abyss with the Empyrean Overlord. I guess it's about time I finish this and make my way to the fourth heaven. Dragon Awakening. Yuan's aura surged toward heaven, and his presence began to mirror that of a divine beast. His once pristine black hair and clear eyes transformed into a resplendent gold. This won't take long. Vanishing Ghost's soundless blade. Yuan's sword flickered for an instant. The next moment, half of the exiles there collapsed to the ground without realizing that they had been killed. A solitary swing of his sword cleaved through over 40 exiles, rending them in half and causing a river of blood to flow. When the other exiles saw this, their faces paled, but before their mind could even comprehend their situation, Yuan swung his sword again. Sha! An unyielding and overwhelming sword light flashed, sweeping the rest of the exiles in the blink of an eye. In a span of mere seconds since Yuan's transformation, he had obliterated all the exiles, leaving only the one beside Xiaohua standing. His overwhelming prowess was on full display, leaving the players in absolute shock and disbelief. Seeing this, Xiaohua quickly snapped out of her daze and went to finish the butcher within a minute. Yuan deactivated Dragon Awakening afterward and approached the players with a nonchalant look on his face as he casually stepped on the corpses in his path, stopping only a few steps away from Xionglu. Now that all of your exiles are gone, what are you going to do? Yuan asked. Xionglu didn't know how to react and subconsciously smiled in a nervous manner. You fucking monster. He uttered in a trembling voice. If you have nothing else to say, I'll end this right now. Xiong Lu gritted his teeth and bellowed, you might wield power in this world, but don't forget who truly holds authority and influence in the real world. You're just a mere orphan without any substantial support. I can crush you and everyone around you like an ant whenever I please. Yuan smiled at his threat and said, you can't defeat me in this world, so you're going to fight me outside of Cultivation Online next. Of course, I don't mind, but don't forget. The smile on Yuan's face suddenly disappeared, and his expression turned grim. You won't die if I kill you in this world, and you will at most lose your ability to cultivate. However, if you decide to fight me on the other side, I can't guarantee that you'll still be alive afterward. Xiong Lu's expression darkened after hearing his words. You dare to threaten me? Xiong Lu bellowed in a fit of rage after hearing Yuan's words. Yuan chuckled, it's just a friendly reminder. You probably feel quite accomplished after dealing with the Zheng family. However, let me make it clear, the Xiong family operates on an entirely different echelon. Not even 10 Zheng families could pose a threat to us. Xiong Lu asserted with a tone of superiority. Consider this carefully, Yuan, or should I call you Tian? Do you genuinely wish to antagonize the 10 great families? By doing so, you won't merely be provoking us but also all our allies, encompassing the entirety of the legacy ranking. Even if you somehow have the prowess to resist us, how long will you be able to keep that up? The legacy rankings control the world. Can you hide from the world? Can you fight against the world? What about your friends? How will you protect them? Yuan fell silent as Xiong Lu rambled on and on about the legacy ranking and their insurmountable power. You Tian, if you have any sense, cease this opposition. I'm open to having you work for me. There's no need for us to be adversaries. Join us and assist in conquering this world called Cultivation Online together. You will be paid handsomely, and you will receive unimaginable fame and status. Xiong Lu extended a hand and continued, daring Yuan to defy the proposition, if you refuse to work for us, then we can only be adversaries, and we will crush you with the full extent of our power. A heavy silence enveloped the entire area as those present held their breath, anticipation hanging in the air as they anxiously awaited Yuan's response. Yuan's reply had the potential to reshape not only the dynamics within Cultivation Online but also on Earth itself. After all, his cultivation techniques and secrets in Cultivation Online could easily flip the entire world around. Nevertheless, whether Yuan accepted or declined Xiong Lu's offer, the world would undergo a transformative shift. The future of both Cultivation Online and Earth hung in the balance, teetering between peace and destruction, all contingent upon Yuan's decision. After a moment of silence that felt like an eternity, Yuan spoke in a calm voice, I have minded my own business ever since I first stepped into this world, only striving towards my own goal, so I don't understand how I ended up here, surrounded by mostly people I have never met until recently, even being threatened by them. Even when my exile killed your exile, we weren't the ones who approached you, nor were we the ones who started the fight. Now that I think about it, this whole situation started when you threatened us. Are you sure you want to make the same mistake again? This time, it won't end with just one dead criminal. Yuan stood there with a calm expression on his face. Xiong Lu's entire body trembled upon hearing Yuan's words, and he asked, is this your final answer? I will keep my hand in this position for another 3 seconds. If you... No, that wasn't my final answer. Yuan suddenly interrupted. The very next moment, before anyone there could even react, Yuan swung his sword at Xiong Lu, severing his body in half from top to bottom. This is my final answer. Xiong Lu couldn't even respond to Yuan because he was dead, but there was a shocked expression on his face as his body dissipated into thin air. At that moment, Xiong Lu experienced his first death in Cultivation Online. After killing Xiong Lu, Yuan turned to look at Fiery Queen and the others from the 10 great families. Tell him this when you guys see him in a bit. I hope you guys will entertain me more than today. Wait. Just as Fiery Queen opened her mouth and tried to speak, a notification appeared before her. You have died. The other 7 players from the 10 great families also encountered the same notification simultaneously. Once he dealt with the 10 great families, Yuan shifted his attention to the remaining players standing there, their faces marked with terror as they wondered if they were next to die. After releasing a deep sigh, Yuan spoke, "You can relax. I am not going to kill you guys since you were basically tricked into hunting me. Unfortunately, I had to kill all of your exiles. Though truth to be told, I would have killed them even if none of this had happened, as I also have an exile of my own, and only one exile can complete the legacy. If you hold any grudges toward me for this, I welcome you to come after me. However, I won't be as forgiving as today, so bear that in mind when you think about pointing your weapon at me." One of the players there suddenly raised his hand and asked in a nervous voice, "Player Yuan, are you really going to fight the 10 great families, the legacy ranking? I am not going to go out of my way to fight them since I have more important things to do, but if they really want to fight, I won't sit back and be a pushover. While you are probably invincible inside Cultivation Online, the real world is a different story. I cannot imagine how you'll deal with the legacy ranking, as they essentially run the world." Yuan nonchalantly shrugged, "I'll figure it out when the time comes, but as I already said, I have more important things to deal with." "What is possibly more important than being the enemy of the world?" another player exclaimed in disbelief. "It's not like I am really going to fight the entire world, but for starters, how about the end of the world?" Yuan said with a smile. "The end of the world? What are you?" Yuan merely shook his head in silence before turning to look at Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, let's leave." Xiaohua silently nodded and flew to him, avoiding the sea of corpses and blood beneath her. "Oh, I almost forgot." Yuan suddenly made a gesture with his hand, causing all of the spatial rings and storage pouches that belonged to the corpses to fly toward him. After sucking all of the loot inside his own spatial ring like a vacuum, Yuan quickly left the scene. Meanwhile, the players present remained in a state of bewilderment, grappling with uncertainty as they attempted to discern their next course of action. "What should we do now?" one of the players there asked out loud sometime after Yuan left them behind in the bloodied scene. "What can we do? All of our exiles are dead because of the 10 great families, but it's not like we can mention this to anyone without facing their wrath. What about our contract with them? Do we have to return the money and treasure since the quest failed miserably? Fuck. What a goddamn mess this is. If you think this is a mess, just wait until they start fighting in the real world. Do you think they'll shed blood? I don't know about player Yuan, but the 10 great families do not tolerate humiliation, and they definitely wouldn't hesitate to kill someone over such things. They are also above the law and backed by the government, so even if they kill someone, it could easily be swept under the rug. If we're talking about an ordinary person, that is. What about player Yuan? The entire world is aware of his presence. There's no way to sweep him under the rug. I will probably sound crazy for saying this, but I don't think even the 10 great families can touch player Yuan without immense backlash. No, I agree with you. If this had happened a year ago, I would have definitely called you crazy. However, Cultivation Online is no longer just a game, and just think of how much information and knowledge player Yuan has about Cultivation Online. All of that information is priceless and could be used to fight back. Due to the recent changes on Earth, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Cultivation Online has become a second Earth, at least that's how the people on Earth are starting to see it. And as much as Xiong Lu wanted to ignore Yuan's influence in Cultivation Online, most would not agree with him. Eventually, these players logged off and called their recruiter to see what would happen to them. Ultimately, they were informed that they could retain the funds already provided, as it constituted part of the contractual agreement. However, the other half of the reward would not be dispersed, given their failure to fulfill the mission. The players were relieved, but they were not satisfied. After all, their exiles were worth far more than what they were given, and to lose them was an immense loss even for the 10 great families, much less these ordinary players. Sometime later, Yuan stopped walking when notifications suddenly bombarded him. You have executed an exile. You have earned the title Exile Executioner. Exile Executioner. Description: after executing over 100 exiles, your accomplishment and dedication have been acknowledged. You are now an exile executioner. As an executioner, you will deal 100% increased damage when facing against an exile. Weaker exiles will also flee in your presence. Due to your achievements, you have gained a significant amount of contribution points for your faction. Your faction rank has been promoted to General. Oh. Yuan was pleasantly surprised by this promotion. However, he quickly became disappointed when he didn't receive anything else for his promotion. What can I even do as a general in the faction? I probably won't find out until I climb much higher. He sighed inwardly. Actually, I have to visit the myriad of techniques before I ascend to the next realm. After deciding to visit the myriad of techniques, he started making his way to the nearest city. Meanwhile, the players of the 10 great families gathered outside Cultivation Online sometime after they died to Yuan. The atmosphere within the meeting room was thick with a profound silence, and not a soul uttered a single word for minutes after assembling, almost as if they were all too ashamed. After many minutes of silence, someone eventually spoke out. "What am I doing here?" Bai Lianhua asked. Even though she did not expect to be summoned and had no desire to attend, her curiosity about their present predicament proved too compelling to ignore. Upon arriving last and sensing the tense atmosphere, she promptly discerned that their endeavors had ended in failure. So this is a losers' gathering, huh? But that doesn't explain why I was summoned as well. Are they going to blame me for not assisting them? Bai Lianhua wondered inwardly as she anxiously waited for a response. However, nobody answered her question. After another minute of silence, Xiong Lu spoke. Did anyone here lose their ability to cultivate? Since there was a chance for one's cultivation to be crippled after death, he had to know if anyone there experienced such a tragic fate. Losing their ability to cultivate. Bai Lianhua raised her eyebrows. That could only happen if you die. Did Yuan slaughter all of them? Bai Lianhua could barely keep her composure after learning of this news. If she had even slightly worse self-restraint, she would have burst out laughing. In response to Xiong Lu's question, everyone that were slain by Yuan shook their heads. He killed all of them. Bai Lianhua subconsciously grinned at their misfortune. When Fiery Queen saw Bai Lianhua smiling at them, she immediately slammed the table in anger. What the hell are you smiling about, Bai Lianhua? Do you think this is funny? Huh? Bai Lianhua didn't even realize she was smiling until it was pointed out and was surprised by Fiery Queen's sudden outburst. But she didn't back down and chuckled. Of course I find it funny. The 9 of you, the strongest and most powerful players in Cultivation Online, couldn't take down a single player and even died to him, not to mention the other players you recruited. I have never seen a failure of such epic proportions. This will definitely go down in history, I will make sure of it. You're going too far, you bitch. Fiery Queen roared. The others also started cursing at her. Bai Lianhua merely shrugged at their insults. Curse at me all you want. It won't change the fact that you tried to go after Yuan and miserably failed. Bai Lianhua calmly said to the people in the room. We lost because you refused to help us. Fiery Queen shouted, trying to save some face. However, nobody in the room backed such a statement, as they were aware that even if Bai Lianhua helped them, it wouldn't have made a difference, as that was simply how powerful Yuan was. In their minds, they were kicking themselves for agreeing to help Xiong Lu. Due to their lack of judgment and jealousy, they made a devastating mistake that ruined their faces and any potential relationship with the uncertain powerhouse known as Yuan. Bai Lianhua, on the other hand, could now monopolize any benefit the others could have gained if they hadn't attacked Yuan, and if she joined forces with Yuan, it would make things even more complicated for them. You lost because I didn't assist you. No, you lost because you messed with the wrong individual. I cautioned all of you that he wasn't someone to be taken lightly, yet none bothered to heed my words and willingly marched to your doom alongside Xiong Lu, Bai Lianhua retorted, her tone marked by a mix of frustration and admonishment. Anyways, did you summon me here merely to display your humiliation? If so, I've witnessed enough. Just as Bai Lianhua prepared to leave the meeting, Xiong Lu spoke in a cold voice, "We summoned you because player Yuan has declared war against the 10 great families, which includes the Bai family." Bai Lianhua frowned upon hearing this, and she quickly said, "Bullshit. He waged war against you. Don't drag my family into your mess." No, Xiong Lu is correct. Player Yuan has declared war against the entire legacy ranking. Henceforth, we will unleash our full might to crush him, Jing Yan will confirmed. Fiery Queen added, "Given that the Bai family is part of the legacy ranking, you also bear the responsibility to address this threat, unless, of course, you wish to align with player Yuan and stand against the entire world. Don't forget that the legacy ranking played a pivotal role in shaping your family's current status. If you choose to bite the hands that fed you, we won't hesitate to put you down," another participant warned. Bai Lianhua clenched her fists and responded to them in a cold voice, "You guys sure talk big for a bunch of losers. Are you going to cry to your parents because you lost a fight? I cannot imagine being that pathetic. And speaking of parents, I wonder if yours are aware of this. After all, your words carry little weight when it's your parents who make the ultimate decisions." When Bai Lianhua brought up their parents, the room plunged into an eerie silence, as if she had struck a nerve. While everyone in the meeting room was the top player in their respective families, they could not go around declaring war without their family's approval. "You don't need to worry about that. I will speak with my father right after this meeting, and I do not doubt that he will have no problem with crushing a single ant." Xiong Lu spoke in a confident voice. "Until then, you should stop spewing bullshit. I'll take my leave now if there's nothing else." Bai Lianhua said. "Go ahead." Xiong Lu calmly nodded. Bai Lianhua didn't hesitate and logged off from the meeting room. After that, she immediately called her father, Bai Mengyao. "I am currently in the middle of a meeting. Call me back in a few hours." Bai Mengyao immediately said after connecting. "This is urgent, father." Xiong Lu stated that the legacy ranking plans to collaborate to crush Yuan. The others from the 10 great families also shared the same sentiment. Despite maintaining a composed demeanor during the meeting, Bai Lianhua was secretly fraught with concern. After all, engaging in conflict with a few individuals from the 10 great families was an entirely different prospect than facing the entire 10 great families themselves. How odd. Bai Mengyao spoke after a moment of silence. "I didn't receive any news regarding this. Are you sure this isn't just that child's bickering?" "Well." Xiong Lu said that he'll talk to his father about it after the meeting. Hearing this, Bai Mengyao suddenly burst out laughing, which greatly baffled Bai Lianhua. "What's so funny? You know nothing about that child's old man. Do you truly think he's as immature as his son? He didn't raise the Xiong family to its current position with ignorance and recklessness. If he's as shrewd as I think, he wouldn't dare think about crushing someone as important as Yuan." "Someone as important as Yuan? Is there something I don't know, father?" Bai Lianhua asked. "There's a lot of things you don't know about. Anyways, there's nothing to worry about. I will call you back when I am done with my meeting." Bai Mengyao hung up the phone, leaving Bai Lianhua speechless. Meanwhile, Yuan arrived at the myriad of techniques. "Is this your first time here?" A young man that Yuan didn't recognize greeted him when he entered the building. "No." And without explaining further, Yuan lifted his head to look at the ceiling and spoke out loud, "Senior Bai, can you hear me?" His actions greatly shocked the young man, who hastily said, What do you think you are doing? He's a friend." A familiar voice suddenly resounded, shocking the young man even further. "My hands are a little full at the moment, so you'll have to wait a bit." Senior Bai continued. A portal opened up before Yuan. "Take your time." Yuan calmly stepped inside the portal, disappearing from the building. Once he was inside Senior Bai's realm, Yuan flew to the nearest floating pavilion and waited for Senior Bai's arrival. After several hours, a portal materialized before Yuan, and Senior Bai stepped through it. I apologize for the wait, Yuan. My business took a little longer to deal with than expected. Senior Bai apologized after stepping through the portal. Yuan shook his head, it's fine. I came here unannounced, too. After taking a seat and receiving some tea, Senior Bai poured a cup for him. Thank you. I'm relieved to see you've survived the Nameless Emperor's tomb. How was your experience? I can sense that there's something different about you, but I can't quite pinpoint it, Senior Bai remarked. It was quite an experience. I came close to death a few times, to be honest. Oh, I also encountered a few individuals from the upper heavens, Yuan shared. Even though they are supposed to be hunting a certain individual. Senior Bai shook his head at these people from the upper heavens. But I cannot blame them for visiting the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Even immortals used to travel to the third heaven all the time just for that place. Anyways, what are you going to do now? I'll be making my way towards the fourth heaven after this. The fourth heaven already, huh? You are probably one of the fastest climbers out there. In my experience, you are definitely the fastest climber. Even the most talented cultivators spend years preparing before challenging each door, yet you undertake them whenever you please, Senior Bai smiled. Once you transition from the third heaven to the fourth heaven, it'll be akin to stepping into an entirely new world. The disparities in cultivation will be even more profound, and the world itself will unfold in grander proportions. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, do you know anything about the Vanishing Valley in the fourth heaven? Senior Bai immediately frowned at this name, and he asked in a grim tone, I hope you are not planning on visiting that godforsaken place. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face as he said, unfortunately, I must go there. The frown on Senior Bai's face deepened. Do you have any idea what kind of place the Vanishing Valley is? I am aware that it's a very dangerous place. It's more than just dangerous. The magical beasts alone could threaten even immortals, not to mention the real monster dwelling within. Monster? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Dong Yi didn't mention anything about a monster. This creature is neither human nor beast, but a spirit. Even the most powerful magical beasts within the valley are akin to toddlers in comparison to this spirit. Fortunately, unlike the magical beasts, the spirit won't approach you unless provoked. However, that doesn't diminish its danger, Senior Bai explained. Regardless, I'd like to know your reason for venturing into the Vanishing Valley, he then inquired. I have to go even if it kills me because the lives of many are at risk, including mine. What kind of trouble did you get yourself into? Let me see if I can help you. Yuan smiled and said, I didn't get into any trouble, it just happened. And as much as I'd like your help, I don't think it's something you can assist me with. Senior Bai narrowed his eyes slightly and proceeded to ponder in silence. Does it have anything to do with your world? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. There's no need to be surprised. I've known about it ever since we first met. Senior Bai continued. Is it really okay for you to say that? Yuan asked in a worried tone. He was already aware that top cultivators weren't affected by the Celestial Emperor's curse, but he harbored a suspicion that other rules were preventing them from divulging such information. Senior Bai stroked his beard and replied calmly, actually, we are not supposed to acknowledge it, reinforced by the Celestial Emperor himself, so I am currently going against the Celestial Emperor by telling you this. With that being said, we are in a safe zone, so they won't know unless we tell on ourselves. Is that so? Yuan saw Senior Bai in a new light. After taking a deep breath, Yuan nodded, yes, it's related to my world, a place we call Earth. How much do you know about our world? He then asked. Not much. As far as I'm aware, Earth used to be part of the 9 heavens before it was separated. If you weren't aware, the 9 heavens used to be one extensive world, but it was divided into 10 different realms after a certain incident. Yuan nodded, I know that much. While the 9 heavens remained relatively close to each other, my world drifted away. Yes, it happened so fast that nobody was able to do anything but watch as it disappeared into the distant void. Though, even if there was time, I doubt anyone would be willing to exert any resources to save a piece of the world that was drastically smaller than the others, almost insignificantly so. Yuan agreed with Senior Bai. Compared to the 9 heavens, Earth was incomparably small, and no sane person would go out of their way to save a pebble that had fallen off a mountain. What about the Celestial Emperor? What did he tell you guys about us? Yuan then asked. He told us that he'd found a method to bring those from Earth back to the 9 heavens through some kind of spiritual technique, but he didn't go into details. Of course, we were also told to not acknowledge your world. Did he tell you why he brought us back to the 9 heavens? No, and I don't have the slightest idea of his intentions. However, he wanted us to raise you guys. Raise us? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. Yes, to nurture you as cultivators. However, we aren't allowed to approach you until you guys reach the 7th heaven, as that is punishable by death. But you. Senior Bai smiled. There are exceptions, such as when you approach us by chance. It's not like we are forbidden from speaking with you entirely. If we somehow meet through special circumstances, we are allowed to interact, just like how we met in the myriad of techniques, which is connected to my personal realm. We are just not allowed to leave our world and travel to the lower heavens to find you. Yuan was excited to learn so much new information regarding the 9 heavens and Cultivation Online, and he could feel himself slowly approaching the truth behind the Celestial Emperor's intentions. How many people did the Celestial Emperor tell this information to? Yuan inquired after learning that it wasn't a secret in the upper heavens. As far as I know, everyone with even the slightest influence in the 7th heaven and above was notified by the Celestial Emperor. From small families and sects to powerhouses with sway over entire continents. However, there's a good chance that such information trickled down to the lower heavens as well. So pretty much everyone in the 7th heaven and above are aware of our existence and not influenced by the curse. That is correct. Though, even if someone is aware, they will most likely not reveal it to you like I am currently due to the Celestial Emperor's action. What sort of action? Yuan raised an eyebrow. The Celestial Emperor has the power to create heavenly laws by inscribing them into the heaven's will. Once something is written in heaven's will, all living beings living within the 9 heavens must obey the law, or they will be punished with a fate worse than death, soul extermination. Isn't that a little too much power for one individual? Yuan frowned slightly after learning of the Celestial Emperor's prowess. While it may sound incredibly dangerous to have such authority, it's not something that he could abuse at will. Because of what happened in the past, the Celestial Emperor cannot create any law as he pleases without the approval of the Celestial Council. The Celestial Council? What's that? It's made up of members from several of the most prominent and influential powerhouses in the entire 9 heavens. They are there to ensure that the Celestial Emperor does not abuse his power and create another situation like the heavenly war of immortals and gods. With that being said, the Celestial Emperor still has the final say even if everyone in the Celestial Council are against it. I see. Yuan mumbled. Now why don't you tell me a little about your world and its situation that requires you to travel to the Vanishing Valley? Senior Bai suddenly inquired. Since Senior Bai told him so much, Yuan had no reason to keep it a secret and did not hesitate to reveal information about his own situation. My world, Earth, is on the verge of collapse. We're not exactly sure of the cause, but we think it's due to a lack of spiritual energy. If it weren't for a certain individual who had been protecting the world by supplying his spiritual energy for countless years, our world would have disappeared long ago. Senior Bai fell silent with a pondering expression on his face. Just like cultivators, a world created through spiritual energy will collapse without it. Even if your world is only a small fragment of the 9 heavens, it would still require an immense amount of spiritual energy to keep it from crumbling apart. Who is this individual? To support the world for so long, he must have a deep cultivation. He's not human. He's a divine beast, a blood mastiff. Yuan revealed. Senior Bai's eyes widened with surprise after hearing this. Did you just say he's a blood mastiff? They are so exceeding rare that they're on the verge of extinction even in the 9 heavens. Senior Bai exclaimed. Extinction? Really? Yuan's face was filled with surprise. Yes. Blood mastiffs have a unique bloodline that allows them to absorb spiritual energy much faster than others, and they only absorb the purest spiritual energy. This kind of bloodline would be heaven-defying if acquired by a cultivator. Because of this, they were hunted to near extinction. Yuan frowned upon learning this information. When did this happen? It occurred around the same time as the hunting of dragons, Senior Bai replied. He continued, unfortunately, blood mastiffs were already a rare race, unlike dragons, which have multiple bloodlines and a vast community, so it didn't take long for their bloodline to decline. Nowadays there are probably less than 10 blood mastiffs across the entirety of 9 heaven. In fact, I have never come across one myself throughout my entire life. However, it would make sense for this individual to be able to support your world for so long if he's a blood mastiff, as they have the highest spiritual energy capacity out of all races out there. Yuan's respect for the Lord significantly increased upon learning the truth about his race's history. If humans had been hunted to near extinction by beasts, it would be unlikely for any sane human to sacrifice themselves to protect a world dominated by beasts. Yet, that was precisely what the Lord did. Despite his race being hunted to near extinction, he still chose to sacrifice himself to protect Earth. I understand the situation of your world now, but that doesn't explain why you need to visit the Vanishing Valley. Nothing in that place will help your predicament. Senior Bai said a moment later. The Vanishing Valley is just a road I must take to reach my real destination, Yuan said. Your real destination? The Shadow Realm. Senior Bai stood up after hearing this name. The Shadow Realm? That place is infinitely more dangerous than the Vanishing Valley. Not even an insane person would dare think about going there. He exclaimed. The corrupted souls within that place possess neither will nor intelligence. They have only their destructive instincts, and they will attack anything in sight. And because they aren't living or have a physical body, they cannot be killed through normal means. The Shadow Realm is not a place meant for the living. It was sealed away for a reason. I know. I experienced for myself how dangerous that place is firsthand. Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. You've already been there before. Senior Bai looked at him with a dumbfounded face. Yes, and I was much, much weaker than I am now back then. Senior Bai swallowed nervously at such words. He'd been to the Shadow Realm once before, but he was only looking at the place from outside in a safe zone. I didn't even dare to enter the Shadow Realm back then. He sighed inwardly. Anyways, the reason I need to visit the Shadow Realm is because I am looking for a cultivator's soul in the God Ascension Realm, Yuan said as Senior Bai stared at him with wide eyes. The blood mastiff is currently depleting more spiritual energy than he can absorb, and since spiritual treasures are incredibly scarce in our world, we can only rely on a powerful cultivator's soul for assistance. I understand your reasoning, but even if you somehow manage to find a cultivator's soul of that level, how will you bring them back to your world? Yuan retrieved his Empyrean Overlord in Starry Abyss, showing it to Senior Bai. I'm told that a soul weapon can shelter souls, and since these soul weapons are connected to my soul, I can summon them even in my world, Yuan explained the process to him. Senior Bai fell into silence with a look of amazement on his face. I see, that would work. However, the biggest issue here is finding these souls. A God Ascension Realm cultivator can only be found in the 7th heaven and above. If you're thinking about finding one in the Shadow Realm, you have a better chance of reaching the 9th heaven before you find a cultivator's soul of that level in the Shadow Realm that hasn't been corrupted. Senior Bai sighed. He continued, the Shadow Realm hasn't been used since ancient times, and the chances of a soul surviving this long without losing their sanity are extremely unlikely. I already found 2 of them, though. What? Is that true? Senior Bai exclaimed, his face filled with shock. Yes, but my cultivation wasn't sufficient enough to shelter these cultivators back then. They asked me to return once I reach Spirit Emperor, but my current soul strength should surpass even that of a Spirit Emperor. Senior Bai rubbed his eyes and asked in a worried tone, "Are you sure that you aren't being tricked by these souls?" One of these souls claimed to be the sect master of the immortal monastery and the other claimed to be one of 3 ethereal immortal fairies. Perhaps you have heard of them, Senior. Senior Bai's body trembled upon hearing this information. Did you just say the sect master of the immortal monastery? The immortal monastery used to rule the divine heavens as one of the top 3 sects during the primordial era, and their sect master was one of the most powerful figures in the world. If they existed today, even the biggest sects would look insignificant before them. As for the ethereal immortal fairies, they exist even to this day, and they are some of the most influential figures in the 9 heavens. Each of them has unrivaled beauty and is widely recognized as the most beautiful woman in the 9 heavens. Of course, they are also powerful cultivators. I guess they weren't spewing complete lies back then. Yuan thought to himself. If these souls are truly who they claim, there's a decent chance that they are not lying. However, you must still be careful. Yuan smiled and said, "How about this? After I shelter them inside my soul weapon, I will come back here and let you judge them for yourself to see if they are truly who they claim they are." Senior Bai nodded, that would be for the best. Yuan and Senior Bai proceeded to continue their conversation about the Shadow Realm and the Vanishing Valley for a while. Senior Bai would give Yuan his advice and his own experience in the Vanishing Valley to prepare him better for the place. As for the Shadow Realm, since he had no experience himself, Senior Bai could only talk about the corrupted souls within the place. Corrupted souls lack a physical form, rendering physical attacks ineffective against them. However, being souls, they are inherently vulnerable to spiritual attacks, Senior Bai explained. With that being said, I do not recommend attacking them unless you have no other choice. They are indifferent when it comes to physical attacks since they know they can't hurt them, but if they are hurt even the slightest with spiritual attacks, they will become enraged and go on a frenzy, making them much more annoying to deal with. Do you know where the entrance to the Shadow Realm is in Vanishing Valley? Yuan asked. Unfortunately, I do not know its exact location. However, it should be near the Giant's Sword. Giant's Sword? What's that? Yuan inquired for more information. In the Vanishing Valley, there exists a massive sword that makes even mountains look small. Half of the sword is rooted in the ground, yet it's large enough to touch the clouds. We call it the Giant's Sword since it was clearly made to be wielded by giants. If you see it, you should be near the entrance. However, you must never approach the Giant's Sword. Is there something there? Senior Bai nodded, that's the monster's territory. If you get too close, the monster will attack you. Not even the magical beasts there dare to approach the Giant's Sword. That's how dangerous it is. This monster is a spirit, correct? Yes. There are many types of spirits in this world, with the most common being weapon spirits. When a weapon or soul weapon gains enough experience, whether through battle or other means, it gives birth to a conscience, and that conscience has a small chance of becoming a spirit. A weapon with a spirit is vastly superior to a spiritless weapon, as these spirits awaken a weapon's true potential. As for the spirit, depending on their grade, their appearance may vary. Yuan looked at his 2 soul weapons in silence for a moment before asking, can a weapon give birth to multiple spirits? No, every weapon can only give birth to one spirit. Then is there a way to tell if a soul weapon has given birth to one yet? Senior Bai looked at his soul weapons and said, there is a way, but it requires special equipment, something we don't have access to right now. With that being said, I don't sense any spirits within your soul weapons, so there's a good chance that they are spiritless. Of course, there's an extremely small chance that they already gave birth to a spirit, but that spirit is not with the weapon for some reason. Spirits can be separated with their weapon? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Of course. If a soul weapon were a human, their body would be the weapon itself while their soul would be the spirit. If you can separate your soul from your body, why can't soul weapons? Senior Bai said as he pointed at Yuan, reminding him that he currently exists within the 9 heavens as a soul while his real body was on earth. What happens if a spirit dies? Yuan then asked. The soul weapon won't be destroyed without its spirit since it came before, but the soul weapon will forever lose its ability to unleash its full potential. Yuan looked at his soul weapons again in silence. What about the spirit in the Vanishing Valley? What kind of spirit is it? He asked a moment later. We don't know. A spirit can be born from almost anything, even a blade of grass if it has enough spiritual energy. But considering its prowess and appearance, it most likely came from a powerful spiritual treasure, or it's a spirit created from that giant sword. Its appearance? Yes, this spirit has the appearance of a human. Only the highest grade of spirits would have such an appearance. Senior Bai said. A human-like spirit, how interesting. Yuan mumbled to himself after learning of this information. Interesting? Don't get any funny ideas, Yuan. This spirit may resemble a human, but it's a monster that will kill anything in its sight. Senior Bai warned him after seeing his expression. Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, I don't have a death wish. Sometime later, Senior Bai retrieved a box from his spiritual ring and said, Anyways, I have something to give you. Oh. Remember when you asked me to help you find a soul technique? While I did find someone to give you a soul technique, it doesn't feel right, and I technically didn't give you anything. Senior Bai offered the box to Yuan and continued, Thus, I have decided to give you something else. Since you already have a powerful soul technique, this will further strengthen your soul strength. Go ahead and take a look. Yuan nodded and opened the box, revealing a beautiful and remarkable golden crown. Soul Emperor's Crown. Grade, Mythic. Quality, Peak. Mental Strength Requirement, 20 million. Description, once worn by the Soul Emperor, who was known to have the strongest soul strength in the 9 heavens. Significantly increases your soul strength while worn. Give it a try. Senior Bai said. The moment Yuan wore the crown, he could feel his soul strength skyrocket. My soul strength is 4 times stronger now. Yuan was greatly shocked by how powerful the Soul Emperor's crown was. Anything related to soul strength was incredibly valuable, so one can imagine the worth of a mythic-grade treasure that could quadruple one's soul strength. However, the mental strength requirement was also ridiculously high. It appears that you are much stronger than I anticipated. Senior Bai suddenly said with a smile on his face. What do you mean? Yuan raised an eyebrow. The Soul Emperor's crown requires a tremendous amount of mental strength to wield. Normally, only those at peak spirit sovereign and above would be able to wield it, yet you can wear it without any problem as a peak spirit king. Is that so? Since his stats were still represented as question marks, Yuan had no idea how high they were, but he now knew that they were at least above 20 million, which is around the level of peak spirit sovereign. Speaking of Spirit King, you're still looking for a method to break through your physique, correct? Lady Su told me that she may have found something. I'll let her know of your next visit. Really? That's great. Yuan's eyes sparkled. He's been stuck at Spirit King for far too long. Fortunately, he was still in the 3rd heaven, where Spirit King was the limit. After talking for a little longer, Yuan decided it was time for him to leave. I won't take up your time any longer, Senior Bai. Once again, thank you for the Soul Emperor's crown. Senior Bai nodded and said, I wish you the best of luck in the Vanishing Valley and the Shadow Realm. Don't be reckless and stay alive. After leaving the myriad of techniques, Yuan logged off Cultivation Online and gathered everyone for a meeting. I have 2 things to talk about today. The first is that I will be challenging the stairway to heaven tomorrow, so the 4th heaven will be open soon. As for the second, it's more of a warning. I have somehow offended the 10 great families and the legacy family, so things might get chaotic soon. The 10 great families? What did you do to offend them? Wang Ming asked. Yuan then recalled his fight with the 10 great families. Those cowardly bastards. Not only did they come after you in a large group, they even have the audacity to threaten you after losing miserably. Chu Liuxiang slammed the table in anger. Even if it's the 10 great families, I don't think they can do anything to us while we're inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Mei Feng said. And she continued, in fact, most of the 10 great families' main branches are located inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain. So they are our neighbors, huh? Yuan was surprised to learn this information. Yes, they are all located on the upper level of the mountain. While Yuan and the others never tried to interact or learn more about their neighbors, Mei Feng took it upon herself to investigate the entire mountain and all of its residents. If they are residents of Dragon Spiral Mountain, they cannot touch us without angering the Lord, so there's really nothing for us to worry about, Mei Xiu said. Empty threats. Just ignore them. Wang Bingbing casually shrugged. Yuan nodded, that's what I plan on doing until they make a move. I have more important things to worry about. In the end, nobody there gave much thought to the 10 great families' threat. Due to Yuan's relationship with the Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, they were essentially untouchable inside the mountain. Even if the 10 great families ignored the Lord and attacked them, they were confident in their own ability to completely crush the 10 great families with their current strength. The following morning, Yuan logged into Cultivation Online and met up with Mei Xiu and the others. Are you all ready? Yuan asked them. Shouldn't we be the ones asking you that? You're the one challenging the stairway to heaven. Chu Liuxiang chuckled. Yuan smiled, then let's go. Just as they started moving, Yuan stopped walking and turned to look at Li Jinsi. I almost forgot. Li Jinsi looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yuan proceeded to retrieve a beautiful black and golden sword from his dragon spatial ring before pushing it towards Li Jinsi. What is this? Li Jinsi asked him. I found it inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. It belongs to you. Li Jinsi tilted her head in a puzzled manner. It belongs to me. But I have never seen this sword before. It's a long story, so I will explain it to you later. Just take it for now. Li Jinsi didn't say anything else and accepted the sword. Beyond its elegant exterior, the sword seemed unremarkable, almost as if it were an ordinary weapon. However, the instant Li Jinsi grasped the sword, it awakened with an unfathomable aura, revealing depths that transcended its initial appearance. This is... Li Jinsi exclaimed with a startled look on her face. What a profound aura. It's even stronger than the mythic-grade treasure my parents gave me. She merely was amazed by the aura coming from Li Jinsi's sword. This was her first time being in the presence of an Empyrean-grade treasure. Golden Empress. Empyrean grade. Li Jinsi swallowed nervously after seeing the weapon's descriptions. Jin Shi. Who is that? She wondered inwardly. Did you just say Empyrean grade? Even though they are only a grade above mythic grade, they are incomparably stronger and incredibly scarce. I've only read about them in ancient texts. She merely exclaimed. I cannot accept such a valuable treasure. I don't even think I can wield such a high-grade weapon with my current cultivation. Li Jinsi quickly tried to return the sword to Yuan. This weapon is special, and not only can you wield it, you're probably the only person in this world who can wield it. Yuan shook his head, refusing to take back the sword. If you say so. I will accept it. Thank you, Yuan. Li Jinsi muttered in a dazed voice. She had many questions, but she decided to wait until Yuan revealed them to her. What about us, Yuan? Chu Liuxiang looked at him with anticipating eyes. Yuan smiled and said, while I do have some treasures for you, it will have to wait until you're at a higher cultivation. Even if I give you an Empyrean-grade treasure now, you won't meet the requirements to wield it. Then how come Li Jinsi can wield that sword? Her situation is a little unique. I'm not sure how to explain it either. How envious. After a brief pause, Chu Liuxiang chuckled and said, I'm just joking. I'm already satisfied with my current weapon. She turned to look at Li Jinsi and continued, I don't know how to explain it, but that sword looks like it was made to be held by you. Li Jinsi nodded and said, honestly, even though this is my first time seeing this sword, it doesn't feel like this is my first time holding it, almost as though I already have years of experience with it. Shortly after Li Jinsi acquired her sword, they made their way to the stairway to heaven. An hour later, Yuan stood before the staircase. There were a little over 1,000 people at the stairway to heaven. Yuan was quite surprised to see so many people there. Oh. There are actually people here this time, and it's quite crowded. When he previously challenged the stairway to heaven, there were scarcely any onlookers or challengers. The fourth heaven is a very different place, Xiaohua suddenly spoke, and she continued, the 9 heavens is divided into 3 distinct levels. The lower heaven to the third heaven is considered the lowest tier and shares similarities in terms of restrictions and resources. In simpler words, there are not much difference between these 3 realms, so going from the lower heaven to spirit heaven isn't as impressive as entering the fourth heaven from the third heaven. What is the cultivation limit in the fourth heaven? Lan Yingying suddenly asked. Divine warrior. Xiaohua quickly responded. The divine realm, huh? That's quite the leap. Shi Meili sighed. How high is that compared to Yuan? Chu Liuxiang asked. Brother Yuan is currently a spirit king. He would need to break through spirit emperor, spirit sovereign, and finally spirit enlightenment before entering the divine realm and becoming a divine warrior. The difference between the divine realm and the spirit realm is like heaven and earth. Not even 100 spirit enlightenment could defeat someone who just became a divine warrior. Wow! Yuan didn't immediately challenge the stairway to heaven and decided to watch the others a little. As expected of Luo Zhihao. He's managed to climb the 3rd step in less than 5 minutes, and he's only an 8th level spirit king. As talented as Luo Zhihao is, he won't make it to the door. I have never seen anyone that isn't a peak spirit king climb all 9 steps. Shortly after reaching the 4th step, challenger Luo Zhihao could not endure the pressure and quickly gave up. The next challenger was a peak spirit king cultivator. Isn't that Xing Jin? I have been wanting to see him challenge the staircase since he entered peak spirit king 30 years ago. After spending half an hour, Xing Jin managed to climb all 9 steps, almost failing at the last step. 50 challengers tried to climb the staircase to reach the door over the next 3 hours. However, despite most of them being peak spirit kings, only 2 of them managed to reach the door in the end, with the rest failing before even reaching the 4th floor. Let's climb after the next one, Yuan said to the others. They made their way to the front as the next challenger began his climb. I'd like to climb next, Yuan said to the person working there. And before the worker could even respond, Yuan continued, I will also be helping them ascend, so I'd like 4 additional medallions. Lan Yingying and Xiaohua entered his body before he approached the worker, and since they were his servants, they didn't need any medallions. The worker looked at Yuan with a deep frown. Are you messing with me? If so, get lost. No, I am dead serious. Yuan calmly replied. The worker looked at the beauties standing behind Yuan and cursed inwardly, bastard is just trying to show off. Whatever. He'll only embarrass himself. And without saying another word, the worker tossed 5 medallions at Yuan. Yuan kept the challenger's medallion and handed the other 4 to the Meishio and the others. The observers who saw his actions were greatly surprised and immediately began mocking him. Look over there. He's going to carry 4 people through the stairway to heaven. Can you believe this? Ha ha ha. What a fool. He's trying to impress those fairies, but he'll only end up embarrassing himself. I don't recognize him. He must be a nobody. As more and more people noticed the situation, the amount of ridicule and mockery being thrown at Yuan increased. However, Yuan was unfazed by the surrounding mockery and calmly waited for his turn to challenge the stairway to heaven. After taking his medallion, Yuan waited about 15 minutes before the challenger failed to climb the staircase. It's our turn, Yuan said as he calmly approached the stairway to heaven with Meishio and the others followed him from behind. The area immediately became rowdy the moment the spectators saw Yuan and his group. Why are there 5 of them? I thought only one person could challenge the stairway to heaven at a time, asked someone who didn't know about the carry system. A challenger can bring up to 9 people with him through the stairway to heaven, but each additional person will drastically increase the difficulty. I have never seen anyone successfully carry 1 person, much less 4. He'll definitely fail at the first step. What an arrogant brat. I don't blame him for wanting to show off to those fairies with him, but he's biting far more than he can chew. He'll only end up embarrassing himself now. While the spectators continued to mock him, Yuan took his first step onto the staircase. I don't feel anything. Yuan thought to himself as he effortlessly walked to the next step. In the blink of an eye, Yuan reached the second step. Huh. Yuan ascended the first step so swiftly that spectators began to doubt their eyes. However, even upon reaching the second step, Yuan felt no pressure, as if the challenge held no weight. Without hesitation, he leaped to the third step. What? How is he already at the third step? It hasn't even been a minute since he started the challenge. Fuck. It's as if the stairway to heaven isn't functioning properly. The spectators were in disbelief. They have never seen anyone ascend with such minimal effort before. Yuan jumped to the fourth step the moment his foot touched the third step, his movements as light as a feather, and he continued to climb the steps without stopping. In the blink of an eye, Yuan reached the 9th step without a single break and without a drop of sweat on him. The entire area fell into a hushed silence as everyone struggled to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Yuan had ascended to the door faster than Meishio and the others, who were unaffected by the pressure. It was an inexplicable outcome. Shi Meili, who was new to the stairway to heaven, noticed the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd and wondered to herself, why do they look so surprised? Is it really that hard to climb these steps? Upon reaching the door, Yuan and the others placed their medallions into the slots, opening it. The spectators watched as Yuan and his group disappeared into the void beyond the door. Even if he managed to enter the stairway to heaven, it'll only be a matter of time before he fails and returns. Yeah. I think so too. The door to the stairway to heaven suddenly opened again only a few minutes after Yuan and his group entered, and the first challenger who made it to the door emerged from it with a defeated look on his face. Meanwhile, inside the stairway to heaven, Shi Meili and the others were transported to the spectators' room the moment they entered. Welcome back, Master. Tian'er greeted Yuan. It's been a while. Tian'er nodded and said, Master, you have become a lot more powerful since your last visit. I'm glad you think so. Because Master's current strength far surpasses the stairway to heaven's expectations, you may choose to skip the challenge and go straight to the 4th heaven, Tian'er suddenly said. Really? Yuan didn't expect to be able to skip the trials entirely. I thought it wasn't possible to skip these trials even as the master of this place. Tian'er nodded in confirmation, it's only possible when the challenger's strength far surpasses the current requirements. With Master's current strength, you'll pass the trials with ease. It would be pointless to make you take the trials. Yuan smiled and responded without any hesitation in his voice, no matter how easy the trials are, I will still do them. After all, they are related to my past. Tian'er nodded, then I will immediately begin Master's trial. Wait a second. Yuan suddenly stopped her. You have the ability to change the trial's difficulty, correct? Can you make it more difficult for me? Tian'er nodded, yes, I have the power to do that. Do you wish to increase the difficulty, Master? Yes, make it suitable for my current strength. Yuan nodded with a confident smile. A profound smile appeared on Tian'er's face as she thought to herself, as expected of Master. She had a feeling that Yuan would increase the difficulty, and giving him the option to skip the trials was actually a trial in itself. However, it was also true that Yuan's current strength would render the trials child's play. I understand. I will adjust the difficulty of the trials to match the Master's current strength. Tiana proceeded to close her eyes and stood there in silence. She opened her eyes a few moments later and said, "Okay, I have adjusted the difficulty. Are you ready to start, Master?" "I am." The scenery swiftly transformed, and within moments, Yuan found himself standing on an empty stage, encircled by a colossal crowd of giants. This place is, the Tournament of Strength? Yuan quickly recognized his location, as he still remembered that the previous trial had ended right before he could participate in the tournament. He quickly looked around, and sure enough, he could see Huang Shaoli and her family in the crowd, as well as Princess Maya and Giant Emperor Kulis at the royal family's spectating area. Boom! A massive figure suddenly jumped onto the stage, landing right before Yuan. "I'll give you a chance to surrender, human, unless you want to become human meat paste." The giant before Yuan said with an arrogant look on his face. Yuan immediately peeked at the giant's cultivation base, his heart skipping a beat after seeing the results. "First level divine warrior," he cried inwardly. "For our third match, we have Warrior Gulag and his opponent, Tian Yang." Giant Emperor Kulis personally announced the matchup, showing his favoritism. "That human will be squashed like a bug by Warrior Gulag in the blink of an eye. What's the point of this match?" A giant mocked upon sensing Yuan's insignificant cultivation base. "Warrior Gulag sure is lucky. This is essentially a free round for him. Good luck, Yuan. I know you can beat him." Huang Shaoli's loud cheering overlapped the surrounding mockery, attracting several displeased gazes. "Ha ha ha. How dare a mere spirit realm human cultivator stand in the way of a divine realm expert? I can kill you with a sneeze." Warrior Gulag laughed out loud. Despite the mockery and disdain, Yuan's facial expression remained the same, completely tranquil. Even though he's at the divine realm, he doesn't seem any stronger than by Shutao at spirit enlightenment. As expected of a genius from the upper heavens. Yuan thought to himself. Of course, Bai Shudao's actual cultivation was much higher than the divine realm, which plays a factor in his overwhelming prowess. This match confirmed Yuan's current strength to be comparable to an ordinary cultivator at the divine warrior realm, meaning he could fight someone 4 entire realms above his own cultivation. "No, this is not my limit." Yuan raised his fists and stood in a fighting pose. "Let's see if your strength is as impressive as your mouth." "You." Warrior Gulag's face flushed with redness. "Let the match begin." Giant Emperor Kulis suddenly declared. "You will regret standing before me, human." Warrior Gulag roared, and his skin abruptly shifted to a silver-gray hue with a shiny and smooth texture, resembling a body made of steel. That's the Steel Mountain physique. I've been told that it's one of the top 5 most durable physiques in the continent. One of the spectators commented in an excited tone. Warrior Gulag's giving that human too much face by using his physique. Meanwhile, Yuan acted as if Warrior Gulag's physique didn't exist and jumped at him. A vicious light flickered in Yuan's eyes as he threw a fist at Warrior Gulag. Warrior Gulag, who was too prideful to block the attack, decided to stand still with a confident look on his face. Bastard will only hurt himself, he laughed inwardly. However, when Yuan's fist connected with his stomach in the next moment, Warrior Gulag's face contorted in extreme pain as his body arched backward. Gah! Warrior Gulag flew all the way to the edge of the stage, barely managing to stay within its bounds. The audience fell silent after witnessing such a scene, their eyes wide with disbelief. Ha ha ha. That's what these fools get for underestimating my rival. Giant Emperor Kulis laughed out loud as he slapped his leg, causing ripples to appear. Yuan didn't chase after Warrior Gulag and allowed him to regain his composure, which took a good moment. Impossible. Warrior Gulag cried inwardly. Why does a human have such strength? How can a mere spirit king inflict such damage on my Steel Mountain physique? Warrior Gulag quickly recognized Yuan's strength and immediately ceased underestimating him. Upon standing back up, he spoke in an apologetic tone, I apologize for underestimating you. His Majesty had a good reason for taking interest in you, but I was too filled with envy to accept it. Does this mean you'll fight me seriously now? Yuan asked. Of course. Warrior Gulag immediately released all of his cultivation and activated his body enhancement technique, further boosting his Steel Mountain physique. Seeing this, Yuan could no longer afford to go easy and activated his transformation technique. What kind of technique is that? Is he really human? Is that even a body enhancement technique? I have never seen or heard of such a mythical technique before. The audience was greatly shocked by Yuan's transformation and doubted whether it was within the tournament's rules. Giant Emperor Kulis narrowed his eyes at Yuan for a moment before speaking. It's within the rules. Since Yuan's dragon transformation technique only affected his body, it would fall in the category of body enhancement. After his transformation, Yuan's aura soared all the way to the heavens. Warrior Gulag broke into a cold sweat just from the pressure being emitted by Yuan. Human or not, I will be victorious. Warrior Gulag took the initiative and charged at Yuan this time around. Seeing this, Yuan also advanced. Die! Warrior Gulag hurled his fist with all his might, and Yuan confronted it head-on. Upon the collision of their fists, the space surrounding them began to twist and warp. Most of the audience anticipated Warrior Gulag's victory, but the results greatly disappointed them. Yuan's strength was simply far superior, quickly overwhelming Warrior Gulag and blowing up his entire arm almost instantly after their clash. Warrior Gulag fell to his knees while coughing up a mouthful of blood. Can you continue? Yuan asked him with a relaxed face, looking as if he'd barely put any effort into their fight. I forfeit. Warrior Gulag shook his head. Winner, Tian Yan. Giant Emperor Kulis announced with excitement. Yuan deactivated his transformation and walked off the stage before going to where Huang Shaoli was standing. The audience immediately made room for him, their faces filled with awe and shock. That was amazing, Yuan. Huang Shaoli was smiling from ear to ear. Thank you, but that was barely a warm-up. In his mind, Yuan was also surprised that he'd managed to defeat a divine warrior so easily. Did Tiana really increase the difficulty? That was too easy even if it's a warm-up match. The tournament immediately continued to the fourth round with both fighters being giants, and unlike Yuan's match that ended in the blink of an eye, these two giants would spend the next several hours beating each other with nothing but their fists, their bodies soaked in blood by the end. Since martial techniques were banned, it looked like an ordinary fight between mortals, but each of their punches packed enough force to create powerful gusts of wind at every impact. The audience was hyped and screamed throughout the entire match, making it seem they were in a festival of sorts. Since the fourth match took several hours to conclude, Yuan had plenty of time to recover his strength even though he'd barely used any of it. Furthermore, Yuan did not recognize the fighters for the fourth match, as he doesn't recall seeing them in the qualifiers during the previous trial. Did the fighters change because of the changed difficulty? He wondered to himself. That's what a fight should look like. Right? It isn't a fight if there isn't a pool of blood by the end. The giants laughed merrily as the fifth match began. Once again, it was a fight between giants. The air would vibrate and the ground would tremble with every punch. Yuan narrowed his eyes at these fighters, as they were both third-level divine warriors. The fighters for the fourth match were both second-level divine warriors. Just how much will their cultivation increase by the time it's my turn again? Yuan's anticipation grew when he came to this realization. Meanwhile, inside the spectators' area, Shi Meili asked, Hey, why does that girl beside Yuan look like you? Shi Meili stared at Chu Liuxiang, who shrugged, I don't know. After the fifth match came to an end, the judge announced, sixth match. Royal Guard Baisar and Tian Yan. Huh. It's my turn already. Yuan thought he had to wait a few more matches since there were supposed to be 30 fighters. I guess they don't want me to have too much time to recover. Yuan thought to himself as he went onto the stage. His opponent was a giant and a member of the royal guard that serves the royal family, Giant Emperor Kulis family. The royal guards. I have never seen them appear in the tournament before. The spectators were especially excited by his presence. The royal guards consist of the strongest warriors on the entire continent and are seldom seen, only appearing during emergencies or when the safety of the royal families is threatened. Normally, it would be unthinkable for such powerful warriors to appear in a tournament, even if it were the biggest tournament on the continent, but Yuan was inside the stairway to heaven, where anything was possible. Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw Royal Guard Basar's cultivation. 6th level Divine Warrior. Seeing Yuan's surprised look, Royal Guard Basar spoke in a calm voice, although the Royal Guards have never appeared in the tournament before, it's not like we are forbidden from participating. We just don't have a reason to, as we are satisfied with our position. However, this year is different. The winner will have a chance to marry Princess Maya, and I have admired her ever since I first laid my eyes on her. I don't want to bully the weak, but I must acquire the title Colossal at all costs. Yuan was speechless. You may begin. The judge announced a moment later. Mammoth Body Temperament. Royal Guard Basar roared, immediately activating his body tempering technique, causing his body to grow double in size. All royal guards are bestowed with the Mammoth Body Temperament, a technique derived from the Great Mammoth Body Refinement. While it may be a weaker version of the Great Mammoth Body Refinement, it is still potent enough to rank among the top 3 techniques on the continent. Thankfully, we are limited to our physiques and body refinement techniques, Yuan thought to himself. If this was a regular tournament where they are allowed to use martial techniques, he'd have trouble fighting someone at Royal Guard Basar's cultivation. When it came to a battle of raw strength, one's cultivation wasn't as important as their body's temperament. However, Royal Guard Basar still had an advantage with his superior cultivation since he could recover his injuries and stamina with spiritual energy, allowing him to fight longer than someone with a lower cultivation. Of course, one could strengthen their body using spiritual energy, but it won't be anywhere as effective as body tempering, and it consumes too much spiritual energy. Yuan did not dare to underestimate his opponent and immediately transformed. The smell of a beast, how unpleasant. Royal Guard Basar muttered as he threw a punch at Yuan. Wanting to test his strength, Yuan confronted the attack with his own punch. The audience was pushed back by an intense gust of wind the following moment. In the end, neither Yuan nor Royal Guard Basar moved an inch from their exchange, almost as though they were equal in strength. Royal Guard Basar wore an expression of incredulity, seemingly unable to fathom that a human could match him in sheer strength. Let me see you do that again. He shouted as he punched again. I'll do it as many times as you want. Yuan smiled. An even more powerful gust of wind was created a moment later, yet Royal Guard Basar found himself unable to push back Yuan. However, it was the same for Yuan. Royal Guard Basar remarked with a slight smile, seems like your triumph over Warrior Gulag wasn't a mere fluke. It's been a while since I had a decent opponent. Nevertheless, if this is the extent of your abilities, defeating me will be beyond your reach. Earth Titan Physique. In the span of a heartbeat, Royal Guard Basar added another meter to his stature, and his physique became even more chiseled. I'll surrender if you can take this punch without any injuries. Royal Guard Basar exclaimed as he threw his third punch. Yuan could immediately tell that he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed if he confronted this punch like he did previously, but he also wanted to see the difference in their strength. Ha! Yuan confronted Royal Guard Basar's third punch with all of his strength. Thump! The entire stage trembled upon impact, and Yuan felt a shockwave shattering the muscles in his arm under immense force. Following their clash, Yuan's arm suffered a similar fate to Warrior Gulag's, reduced to ruins under the overwhelming force. Burn this into your soul, human. This is the difference between giants and humans. Royal Guard Basar laughed out loud. Yuan. Huang Shaoli covered her mouth with a shocked look on her face after witnessing Yuan's arm exploding into a bloody mess. Meanwhile, the audience cheered loudly for Royal Guard Basar. Hell yeah! Kill him with your next punch. The audience rooted for his victory. Yet, in the very next moment, just as the audience began to erupt in celebration, Yuan's previously annihilated arm miraculously regenerated, emerging anew in pristine condition. The sudden recovery left onlookers in stunned silence, an awe-stricken hush settling over the gathering as they grappled with the astonishing spectacle before them. What in heaven's name did he just do? How did he recover from such an injury? There's no way. He must have used some kind of medicine or treasure. But we were all watching him. It's impossible to do such a thing without getting caught before so many eyes. Even before His Majesty's presence, too. You never know. Humans always have tricks up their sleeves. Royal Guard Baisar did not think Yuan was cheating and asked, "Is that your physique?" "Who knows?" Yuan shrugged. Given that his regeneration ability stemmed from the consumption of demon cores and was intrinsically tied to the unique attributes of his physique, one could technically categorize this remarkable capability as an extension of his physique. Humph. No matter how many times you regenerate, it won't help you defeat me. Royal Guard Baisar remained calm despite Yuan's godly healing abilities. And without uttering another word, Royal Guard Baisar launched yet another punch at Yuan. Knowing that he couldn't overpower Royal Guard Baisar in his current state, Yuan swiftly sidestepped the attack, narrowly avoiding the strike. Then, seizing the opportune moment, he retaliated with a punch of his own. His fist landed directly on Royal Guard Baisar's body, but he was only able to push Royal Guard Baisar a few steps back and cause the area he punched to swell up a little. Heh! Royal Guard Baisar scoffed at the damage he received, which quickly healed even without needing to use spiritual energy. At this point, it appeared that Yuan was destined for defeat, as he seemed to lag behind his opponent in every conceivable aspect, and this thought was aligned by most of the audience. However, there was still something that Yuan had yet to try. Typically, activating more than one body tempering technique simultaneously was deemed impractical, as the strain imposed on the body and the issues of compatibility made it an untenable approach. In Royal Guard Baisar's case, he was using a body tempering technique to further boost his own physique, which is the ideal method for most cultivators. However, not every physique seamlessly accommodated such techniques. In reality, the majority of physiques proved incompatible, yet the exception lay with most giants, who were inherently endowed with physiques conducive to the application of body tempering techniques. This is what Royal Guard Baisar meant by the difference between humans and giants. After taking a deep breath, Yuan activated Golden Mountain Body Refinement, something he'd learned during his previous trial. In the ensuing moment, a delicate veil of golden aura enveloped Yuan's form, resembling a translucent armor. What? Royal Guard Baisar furrowed his brow at the unexpected sight. Like the majority of the audience, he had initially assumed that Yuan's transformation was a manifestation of a body tempering technique. Regrettably, their assumptions proved to be misguided, for Yuan's transformation was more intricately tied to his bloodline rather than any conventional technique. This feeling isn't bad. Yuan was satisfied with the results. Although Golden Mountain Body Refinement was only supposed to enhance his defensive capabilities, he could feel his strength surge as well. Regardless of the tricks you may possess, they won't aid you in defeating me, Royal Guard Baisar declared with disdain. In an instant, he surged forward, delivering a barrage of fist thrusts aimed at Yuan. Eager to gauge the extent of his newfound capabilities, Yuan opted not to evade the oncoming punches but instead confronted them head-on, testing the limits of his enhanced strength. Dong! The collision of their fists reverberated like the resounding beat of a war drum, echoing through the air with a palpable intensity. Dong! 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 Several exchanges later, both Yuan and Royal Guard Baisar took a step back. While Yuan's arms did not succumb to the explosive aftermath as they had before, the exchange did not leave them unscathed, and the impact resulted in some of his muscles and veins bursting. Yet, Royal Guard Baisar found himself in a slightly more dire state than Yuan. In addition to the bursting muscles and veins, his bones had shattered into hundreds of fragments under the immense force of the collision. Royal Guard Baisar gritted his teeth in frustration. He was slightly behind Yuan in terms of strength, but it wasn't to the point where he would outright lose. Since I have the superior cultivation, I will win if I outlast him. I doubt he'll be able to stay in that form for too long. Undeterred, Royal Guard Baisar chose to stake everything on outlasting his opponent. Swiftly mending his injuries, he wasted no time launching another assault on Yuan. Yuan immediately knew what Royal Guard Baisar was thinking and decided to entertain him. In the ensuing hours, Yuan and Royal Guard Baisar engaged in an unrelenting exchange of punches, continuously obliterating their arms in the relentless confrontation. Why isn't he tired yet? How does he still have the energy to sustain that form? Royal Guard Baisar pondered nervously, sensing his own spiritual energy nearing its limit, while Yuan continued to exude boundless vitality. How does a spirit king possess such an abundance of spiritual energy? And how can he persist in such a formidable state for such an extended duration? Royal Guard Baisar gritted his teeth in frustration, grappling with the perplexity of the situation. You don't look so good. Do you need a break? Yuan suddenly asked. What? A look of disbelief painted Royal Guard Baisar's face, transforming swiftly into anger as he realized that Yuan had just mocked him. How dare you look down on me, a mere human? Royal Guard Baisar's countenance seethed with anger, incensed by Yuan's suggestion that he take a break. Yuan shrugged and remarked, "Why do giants obsessively look down on humans? If I recall correctly, giants used to be humans." The entire venue fell into an abrupt and eerie silence as if Yuan had uttered something he wasn't supposed to disclose. After a moment of chilling silence, Royal Guard Baisar erupted with extreme anger, roaring, "Blasphemy! The audacity to compare a giant's bloodline to that of a lowly human. I will not let this slide." Royal Guard Baisar's eyes turned red, resembling that of a wild beast, and his aura gushed with immense killing intent. However, no matter how angry he got, he was still below Yuan in strength, and after another hour of brawling, Royal Guard Baisar exhausted his spiritual energy and mental strength. Eventually, Royal Guard Baisar succumbed, dropping to his knees with a broken arm that no longer recovered. Victor, Tian Yang. The judge declared a few seconds later when he could not sense any will to fight in Royal Guard Baisar's eyes. Yuan took a deep breath before walking off the stage. Despite winning the fight, he was not satisfied with the results, as it had taken him everything to defeat Royal Guard Baisar. I won't be able to win the future matches at this rate. I have to find a way to further strengthen myself before the next match begins. He thought to himself. Just as Yuan walked off the stage, Giant Emperor Kulas stood from his seat and spoke, "We will stop here for today and will resume in 48 hours. This is perfect." Yuan smiled inwardly. Seeing how he was given so much time, Yuan realized that the stairway to heaven already anticipated that he would lose the next match and gave him some time to prepare. The stairway to heaven expects me to grow during the trials. After all, this place is also a training ground for me. For most, the stairway to heaven is perceived merely as a bothersome wall one must climb to reach the upper heavens. Few pause to ponder its true purpose, a training ground, offering an opportunity to surpass one's limits. What are you waiting for? Giant Emperor Kulas asked his daughter when he noticed that she wasn't following him back to the palace. Princess Maya replied with a smile, "I'm going to stay with my new friends for a little longer." Giant Emperor Kulas looked at her gaze that was directed in Yuan's direction and laughed out loud, "Why don't you invite your friends to the palace?" "Are you sure, father? When have I ever doubted myself?" Giant Emperor Kulas said before disappearing from the scene. A few moments later. "Look! Princess Maya is coming to the crowd. I wonder what she's going to say. My heavens! I have never seen her this close before. I will remember this moment for the rest of my life." While under the audience's gaze, Princess Maya leaped into the air and landed right behind Yuan and Huang Shaoli. "Hey, if you don't have any place to stay for the next 48 hours, why don't you come to the palace with me? I've already got my father's approval, so you just need to nod." Princess Maya asked them with a beaming smile on her face. What? The royal family has invited them to the palace? But they're humans. No human has ever stepped foot inside the royal palace before. Yuan looked at Huang Shaoli and her family and asked, "What do you guys think?" "We are not foolish enough to reject the princess' generosity. Naturally, we are willing to accompany the princess to the palace," Huang Shaoli declared. "You heard them," Yuan said to her. "Great. Then I will bring us to the palace immediately." Without any delay, Princess Maya retrieved a device and poured her spiritual energy into it. In the ensuing moment, Yuan and the others' bodies started emanating a radiant blue light before abruptly disappearing from their current location. Upon reappearing, they found themselves within a vast and opulent building, and in comparison to the enormity of their surroundings, they were practically akin to ants. Wow! As expected of the royal family's home. This place is as large as an entire human city. Huang Shaoli was greatly awed by the spectacle before her eyes. This is just the lobby. The actual rooms are much bigger than this. Princess Maya smiled. "Come, let me show you your rooms." Yuan followed Princess Maya, but since the place was so huge, it didn't seem like they were moving even though they had been walking for several minutes already. "Do you walk around like this all the time?" Huang Shaoli asked her. "No, I am usually in my giant form when I am at home." "Want me to carry you guys?" "I don't think that would be appropriate for a princess such as yourself," Huang Qin said with a nervous expression on his face. "Don't worry about it. I couldn't care less about such things." After saying such words, Princess Maya began growing in size, quickly reaching 50 meters tall. As her growth ceased, she extended her open hand towards them, signaling for them to climb onto her palm. Without hesitation, Yuan leaped onto her palm, and once everyone had settled on her palm, Princess Maya resumed walking. "Whoa! This is so fun!" Huang Shaoli exclaimed as she spread her arms wide as if she wanted to embrace the wind. Sometime later, they arrived before a massive door. "This will be your room. Since it's large enough to fit 1,000 humans with ease and for convenience's sake, you guys can share it. Of course, if you wish to have your own room, it won't be difficult to make such arrangements either." Princess Maya said to them. "I'm fine with sharing the room," Yuan said as he looked at the Huang family, who also had no objections. Princess Maya nodded upon their approval and opened the massive door with a single hand. Upon entering the room, Yuan and the Huang family were greeted by a luxurious room that was far too big for them. As Princess Maya claimed, the room could easily fit over 1,000 humans. In fact, just the bed alone could fit over 10,000 humans with ease. "I don't know what to say," Huang Shaoli muttered in a dazed voice. "It wasn't too bad before we entered this room, but now that there is furniture and stuff, I really feel out of place. Is this how ants feel when they enter a human's house? I am speechless." Princess Maya placed Yuan and the Huang family on the table before shrinking her size to match theirs again. "What do you plan on doing now?" Princess Maya suddenly asked him. "Are you expecting me to do something?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. She nodded and said, "While you are definitely very talented, even defeating a formidable opponent like Royal Guard Baisar, you won't win the next match in your current state." "That's nonsense. Yuan will definitely win," Huang Shaoli exclaimed, defending him. Yuan smiled appreciatively and replied, "Thank you, but she's correct. My next opponent will undoubtedly be much stronger than Royal Guard Baisar, and if I enter the stage in my current state, I will definitely lose." "No way." Huang Shaoli was speechless. "We still have 2 days before the next match," Princess Maya said. "Huh? Are you proposing that he enhance his strength in just 2 days? That's too little time. It's impossible, even for someone as talented as him," Huang Shaoli remarked. Although it might sound like she was underestimating Yuan, she wasn't entirely wrong. 2 days is an incredibly brief period for any cultivator, especially for someone at Yuan's level of cultivation. Had Huang Shaoli uttered anything to the contrary, she would have sounded absurd. After all, even if one were to gorge themselves on treasures, the absorption of spiritual energy from those treasures would still necessitate time. Achieving substantial growth required the consumption of potent treasures, and the more formidable the treasure, the lengthier the process of absorption. At Yuan's level, if he wanted to see any significant growth, he would need more than 2 days. Unfortunately, that was all the time he had. I don't know how much help I'll be, if I'll even be of any help, but I will stay here with you for the next 2 days if you ever have any questions. Princess Maya said. Please don't expect me to give you any treasures, okay? I am already interfering with the tournament by helping you, which could get me in trouble with my father. The most I can do is give you guidance. Yuan smiled. Don't worry, I won't ask you to do anything unreasonable. And thank you. Princess Maya nodded, and she said, then let's get started. Given the limited time of 2 days, there are only 2 methods I can think of that will provide you with a significant boost in strength. 1. Achieve enlightenment for your current techniques, or 2. Consume treasures and absorb as much as you can in these 2 days. Princess Maya presented the 2 viable options to Yuan. Achieving enlightenment is easier said than done. That's not something you can do just because you need to. Huang Shaoli shook her head. I concur that the first method is unreliable and, frankly, nearly impossible. Therefore, we must opt for the second option. Hopefully, you have some treasures on you. Princess Maya glanced at Yuan. I do have a few in mind. He nodded. Is it really okay to consume treasures? Huang Chen suddenly spoke out. We're technically still in the middle of a tournament, after all. Huang Chen was worried that Yuan might break some kind of rule by consuming treasures during the tournament period. It's fine. He's only forbidden from using treasures during his fight. Princess Maya reassured that Yuan's safe, and she turned to look at Yuan before continuing. With that being said, any treasure that you consume and don't finish absorbing before you step on the stage will be erased, so you'll waste anything that you don't finish. Thanks for the heads up. Yuan nodded. Yuan proceeded to take a seat and started to look through all of his spatial rings and storage pouches for any potential treasures he could use to strengthen himself. I have plenty of treasures that will increase my spiritual energy, but since I am bottlenecked at peak Spirit King, it wouldn't make sense to consume any of these, as it would only be a waste of resources. He quickly ignored all of the treasures that would only improve his cultivation and focused solely on those that could boost his bloodline or physique. I could also temper my body, but I don't have anything that will give me any significant boost in 2 days. After a brief pause, Yuan realized something. No, wait a moment. He retrieved a transparent gourd filled with golden liquid that came from the golden celestial tree. Feng Feng told me that its liquid could be used to temper one's body. I didn't use it before because it could have forced me to ascend, but now that I think about it, my cultivation is limited to Spirit King because of my physique, so I shouldn't be able to break through even if I used it. Even if I somehow manage to break through Spirit King and become a Spirit Emperor or Spirit Sovereign, I should be fine because I am currently inside the stairway to heaven and I already plan on getting to the 4th heaven. What is that liquid? Huang Shaoli asked with curiosity written all over her face. Liquid from a golden celestial tree. Yuan nonchalantly responded. While Huang Shaoli didn't react to it, Princess Maya, on the other hand, expressed immense shock. Did you just say liquid from a golden celestial tree? But there's so much liquid. How old must a golden celestial tree be to yield such a substantial amount? Exclaimed Princess Maya in astonishment. The most golden celestial tree liquid I have seen is not even a tenth of the amount in your hands, and that was a 300,000-year-old golden celestial tree. Princess Maya said. The golden celestial tree I found was a few million years old, Yuan revealed. A few million years? Are you sure? That would be ridiculous. Princess Maya didn't want to believe it. What is this golden celestial tree? Huang Shaoli inquired. Huang Chen responded first, it's a valuable treasure, priceless even, that serves multiple purposes. Its leaves can be used to concoct powerful pills, and its wood can be utilized in crafting spiritual treasures. However, the most valuable resource it offers is the liquid, known to enhance one's talent and physique. Even a few drops of that liquid go for tens of millions of spirit stones. The value of the golden celestial tree also increases with age, added Princess Maya. Most trees don't start growing leaves until they are around 50,000 years old, and they only grow 1 or 2 leaves every 1,000 years. As for the liquid, it only produces a few drops every 10,000 years, after they reach 100,000 years old. Wow! Huang Shaoli muttered in a dazed voice. Anyways, do you plan on using that liquid to temper your body? You only have 2 days, which might not be enough. Princess Maya asked Yuan a moment later. This is the only thing that might help me at this moment, so I have to use it even if I waste some of it, he sighed. In that case, I won't try to convince you otherwise, as much as it breaks my heart to see such precious resources going to waste. Yuan then asked, do you know how I use this liquid to temper my body? Do I pour it into water and submerge my body in it, or do I drink it? You want to drink the golden celestial tree's liquid? Are you insane? That will kill you. Princess Maya exclaimed in a startled manner. Just like any other medicine, you dilute it with water and soak your body in it, she continued. I see. Yuan retrieved his cauldron and filled it with pure water that was produced from a treasure Feng Yuxiang had given him around the same time he started tempering his body. This treasure allowed him to create water that contained zero impurity as long as he charged it with enough spiritual energy, so he could temper his body no matter where he was located. After filling the cauldron with water, Yuan used his alchemy flames to boil the water. Eventually, Yuan removed the seal on the gourd and began pouring the golden celestial tree's liquid into the cauldron, quickly turning the water gold. However, when Princess Maya saw this, her eyes popped out of its sockets, and she screamed in a horrified voice, "Stop! Stop, stop, stop!" Startled by her yelling, Yuan hastily halted his actions. Huh? What's wrong? Yuan looked at her with a puzzled expression, as he was doing exactly what she instructed him to do. You crazy son of a bitch. A few drops of the golden celestial tree's water is more than enough to temper a giant for an entire month. Princess Maya explained the reason for her hysterical reaction. Oh. Yuan looked at the gourd and realized that he'd already poured a third of its content, which could have tempered a giant for several decades. What a waste. What a damn waste of resources. Princess Maya sighed with a throbbing pain in her heart and tears flowing down her face. It's still a little too early to call it wasted, don't you think? Yuan said with a calm smile on his face. A little too early. Please. There's no way you can absorb even a tenth of this resource in a year, much less 2 days. Princess Maya looked at him with a slight frown. Then I better get started right now. Without waiting another moment, Yuan began to remove his clothes. What? Huang Shaoli's face flushed with redness after seeing this. Princess Maya immediately turned around, her face also burning red. At least give us a warning. Sorry. After entering the cauldron, Yuan immediately started to absorb the golden celestial tree's liquid. It isn't painful at all. Yuan was taken aback when he started tempering his body and felt no pain. Instead, he experienced a peculiar sensation of pleasure, as though every inch of his body was being gently massaged. He had braced himself for excruciating pain, anticipating an intense ordeal given the reputation of the golden celestial tree as a potent treasure, but that expected discomfort never materialized. Soon, a delicate golden light enveloped Yuan's body. If one could peer into the interior of his body, they would witness his veins and bones radiating a resplendent golden glow. What is happening? Princess Maya swallowed nervously when she could see Yuan's aura growing stronger with every passing second. While it wasn't unprecedented for individuals to undergo significant growth in a short amount of time under the influence of heaven-defying treasures, Yuan's case was different. He wasn't consuming any ordinary treasure, rather, he was tempering his body in the liquid of the golden celestial tree, which would take much longer to show any results compared to consuming treasures. Moreover, the liquid from a golden celestial tree is renowned for being exceedingly challenging to absorb, even when significantly diluted. This isn't possible. He's not just tempering his body with a few drops of golden celestial tree liquid, but several cups of it, which should have severely slowed down his absorption rate. But why does it seem like it had sped up his absorption rate instead? Princess Maya's initial shock transformed into sheer terror as she comprehended the magnitude of Yuan's extraordinary undertaking. Meanwhile, Huang Shaoli and her family had no idea what was occurring before them, and not wanting to spend all of their time staring at Yuan, they eventually flew towards the bed to rest. As Yuan absorbed more and more of the liquid, he sensed his cultivation reaching its utmost limit. However, just as it seemed poised to break through, it encountered an abrupt halt, as if something were obstructing its progress. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have failed to break through. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have failed to break through. The notifications continued spamming for several minutes until it became silent, almost as if it knew that it was doing something pointless. However, while Yuan couldn't break past Spirit King, since he was continuously absorbing the golden celestial tree's liquid, all of the spiritual energy he absorbed had to go somewhere. Within Yuan's dantian, there was a ceaseless attempt to break through and expand, akin to a human futilely trying to kick down an indestructible or unopenable door. When the dantian failed to achieve a breakthrough, all the accumulated spiritual energy would be expelled from it, redirecting to further temper Yuan's body. In a weird twist of fate, his inability to achieve a breakthrough was quite the fortuitous event for his current situation, enabling him to expedite the tempering of his body more rapidly than if he were simultaneously enhancing both his cultivation and physique. What a terrifying rate of progression. He's definitely not human. Princess Maya swallowed nervously, witnessing Yuan's physique undergo a staggering transformation. At the rate Yuan was absorbing the golden celestial tree's liquid, he would, without doubt, finish absorbing all of its power within the 2-day limit. His body isn't just a bottomless pit, it's a limitless black hole that devours anything it touches. 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Out of curiosity and boredom, Huang Shaoli went to watch Yuan temper his body with Princess Maya, who had been staring at Yuan without blinking even once throughout this entire time. "How's it going?" Huang Shaoli asked Princess Maya. However, there was no response from Princess Maya. Huang Shaoli turned to look at her. "Are you okay?" Huang Shaoli was startled when she saw Princess Maya's expression, who looked like she was being haunted by a ghost. Princess Maya eventually snapped out of her daze to wipe the sweat forming on her forehead. "He's truly a monster. It's only been 24 hours, and he's already absorbed 75% of the treasure," she said. "What? I thought you said." "I know what I said, but to be frank, he's not human. I've never witnessed any human, giant, beast, or entity for that matter, possess such monstrous talents," admitted Princess Maya. "I knew he was special, but I didn't expect for it to be to such a degree." "Do you think he'll defeat his next opponent?" Huang Shaoli asked. "I don't know what will happen." Princess Maya shook her head. Even after giving him such praises? I'm not saying that he will lose. I simply don't know what to expect, as this is my first time seeing someone temper their body using so much golden celestial trees liquid. Just as Princess Maya finished her sentence, something inexplicable occurred before them. Inside the cauldron, Yuan's body, which had been emanating a shimmering golden light, suddenly intensified. The light became so bright that it overwhelmed the lights in the room and nearly covered the entire room, almost as if the sun had appeared in the room. "What? What is going on?" Huang Shaoli exclaimed as she covered her eyes. Then, just as swiftly as the light intensified, it vanished. Upon regaining visibility, the two ladies quickly observed Yuan's condition. "What in heaven's name?" Huang Shaoli subconsciously muttered in a puzzled voice after seeing Yuan, who seemed to be adorned in a semi-transparent golden armor that hadn't been present before. The golden armor encased Yuan's body seamlessly, devoid of any excess space, almost as though it were an integral part of his skin. "Do you know what's happening?" Huang Shaoli turned to Princess Maya for answers. Meanwhile, Princess Maya had a look of disbelief on her face. After a moment of silence, without providing any further explanation, Princess Maya turned around, soared toward the door, and swiftly exited the room. Her puzzling actions left Huang Shaoli speechless. She turned to look at Yuan again and muttered in a bittersweet voice, "What did you do this time, Yuan?" Meanwhile, after leaving the room, Princess Maya made her way to the treasure room, where her family stored all of its valuable treasures. This room wasn't accessible by anyone other than the giant Emperor Kulas himself, so when Princess Maya showed up, she was quickly blocked by the guards there. "Princess! What are you doing here? Get out of my way!" Without giving any explanation, Princess Maya smacked one of the guards, sending him flying. "Princess!" The other guards were shocked by her sudden aggression and didn't know how to react. When Princess Maya tried to enter the treasure room, the guards snapped out of their daze and tried to stop her. "What do you think you are doing, Princess? Only His Majesty is allowed to enter the royal treasury. You know this. Shut up. This is an emergency." Princess Maya shouted, followed by slapping another guard. "Call His Majesty." The guards didn't dare to attack Princess Maya or use too much force against her since she was Giant Emperor Kula's favorite child, so they could only block her with their bodies and call for help. "Your Majesty! There's been an emergency." Princess Maya suddenly showed up at the royal treasury with the intent of entering. When the guards tried to stop her, she attacked them. A guard relayed this news to Giant Emperor Kulas, who was in the middle of something. Giant Emperor Kulas frowned upon hearing this news and sighed inwardly, "What is that little brat doing?" He stood up and said a moment later, "I understand. I will take a look for myself what she's up to. Get out of my way, you idiots. I am in a hurry." Princess Maya shouted at the guards as she beat them. However, no matter how much the guards were beaten, they refused to let her enter the royal treasury, sacrificing their bodies to block her. "Please calm down, Princess. If you're troubled, you should speak with your father. I don't have the time for that." Eventually, Princess Maya managed to overpower the guards and reached the door to the royal treasury. Just as she prepared to kick down the door, a calm voice resounded behind her, "What do you think you are doing?" Princess Maya didn't need to look behind to see who was standing behind her and said, "Father, this is an emergency, please let me enter the royal treasury." Giant Emperor Kulas was taken aback by his daughter's calm demeanor, indicating that she was of sound mind and not acting recklessly. "Then answer this question. What are you trying to acquire from the treasury?" Giant Emperor Kulas asked. Hearing his question, Princess Maya answered without hesitation, "I'm going to get the golden droplet." Giant Emperor Kulas frowned upon hearing this, and he continued to inquire, "Why do you need the golden droplet?" "I thought I only needed to answer one question, Father. If you keep delaying me, it'll be your fault if the golden immortal physique fails to be born," Princess Maya asserted. The golden immortal physique. The expression on Giant Emperor Kulas' face became filled with shock, as though he was grappling with the incredibility of what he had just heard. "Don't tell me Yuan is." Giant Emperor Kulas immediately used his divine sense to find Yuan. Upon seeing Yuan submerged in a cauldron filled with gold-colored water and his body adorned with the semi-transparent golden armor, Giant Emperor Kulas was overcome with excitement, his entire being trembling with awe. Then, without hesitation, Giant Emperor Kulas kicked down the door to the royal treasury, shocking the guards there. "Your Majesty." The guards couldn't believe what they were witnessing. "I'll do this myself." Giant Emperor Kulas rushed into the treasury before Princess Maya and grabbed a specific bottle resting on a shelf. This bottle contained a solitary drop of golden liquid that appeared to be entirely solid, taking on the form of a tear-shaped drop. Princess Maya smiled after seeing her father's reaction, but she wasn't surprised. After acquiring what he needed, Giant Emperor Coolus rushed out of the treasury and said to the guards as he disappeared toward the direction of Yuan's room, "If anything leaves that treasury, I will have all of your heads." "Yes, your majesty. Sorry about the trouble." Princess Maya gave them a quick apology before following Giant Emperor Coolus to Yuan's room. Upon reaching their destination, Giant Emperor Coolus entered Yuan's room and shrunk his size to that of a human's size. He then flew to the cauldron with Yuan, who was still completely immersed in his tempering. "You're the emperor. Why are you here?" Huang Shaoli was startled by his sudden appearance. However, Giant Emperor Coolus did not respond to her, as he was too wholly engrossed in observing Yuan to hear her. "It's truly the golden immortal physique. I can't believe I'm witnessing its birth with my own eyes." Giant Emperor Coolus swallowed nervously. "What are you waiting for, father? Hurry up and throw in the golden droplet." Princess Maya slapped him in the back, snapping him out of his daze. Giant Emperor Coolus immediately opened the bottle and poured the golden droplet into Yuan's cauldron. As the golden droplet touched the surface of the water, it promptly melted, transforming the diluted gold water into pure gold, mirroring the appearance of molten gold. At the same time, Yuan experienced an intense craving sensation throughout his body, as if his entire being was starving for energy, and it suddenly became much easier to absorb the treasure. "What is this sensation? It's so comfortable. Your body has reached its utmost limit. You have absorbed golden immortal spirit essence. Your body has broken through its limits and surpassed perfection. You have attained golden immortal physique. You have gained the title Golden Immortal Physique." Description: Your body has surpassed perfection, attaining a physique thought to only exist in legends. Ding! Heaven Refining Physique activated. Heaven Refining Physique has begun fusing with Golden Immortal Physique. Progress, 0%. Yuan was too absorbed in his tempering to notice the notifications before him. Did it succeed? Princess Maya asked her father sometime later. "I'm not sure since this is my first time seeing the Golden Immortal Physique," he shook his head. "Golden Immortal Physique? What's that?" Huang Shaoli asked, hoping to finally get some answers. "It's a legendary physique that was thought to only exist during the primordial era." Princess Maya explained while her eyes remained focused on Yuan. The Golden Immortal Physique is recognized as the #1 physique for body refiners because of its near impenetrable defense and immense raw strength, Giant Emperor Coolus continued to explain. It first manifested in a cultivator who would later be known as the Golden Immortal, who stood as the most formidable body refiner in the divine heavens during the primordial era, unmatched by any. His godlike physique could deflect even celestial-grade weapons, withstand the most potent techniques, and he possessed the strength to pulverize stars into dust with his bare hands. The Golden Immortal Physique is also unlike any ordinary physique in the sense that it can only be attained through body tempering, meaning one cannot be born with it. There is only one known method of acquiring it, by tempering one's body in the golden celestial trees liquid. With that being said, not everyone who tempers their body in the golden celestial trees liquid will acquire the Golden Immortal Physique. Countless body refiners have undergone tempering in the golden celestial trees liquid across many eras, but there have only ever been 3 individuals who acquired the Golden Immortal Physique, with the Golden Immortal being one of them, Giant Emperor Coolus clarified. There is a way to discern if someone has a chance to acquire the Golden Immortal Physique. If a semi-transparent golden armor materializes on the individual during their tempering, they possess what's known as an incomplete Golden Immortal Physique. Giant Emperor Coolus continued. To fully attain the Golden Immortal Physique, they must promptly temper in Golden Immortal Spirit Essence, created by combining a golden droplet with the golden celestial trees liquid. What's a golden droplet? Huang Shaoli asked, her expression filled with curiosity. It's a treasure even more valuable than the golden celestial trees liquid. Possessing heaven-defying properties, it can elevate the grade of any treasure by several levels, said Princess Maya. For example, it can turn a divine-grade treasure into a mythic, even Empyrean-grade treasure. Of course, it can also immensely increase the potency of any medicine-type treasure like the golden celestial trees liquid. Wow! This is my first time hearing about such a treasure. How does one even find them? Huang Shaoli asked. They can rarely be found in the starry world, left behind by mythical rocks known as golden meteoroids as they soar through the void. Giant Emperor Kula said. These golden meteoroids are indestructible and move at a speed that even the fastest cultivators cannot follow. Naturally, they are incredibly rare as well. Only 2 golden droplets have been found in the last million years. After a brief pause, Giant Emperor Kula spoke in a solemn voice, honestly, I once strived to attain the golden immortal physique, which is why I possess the golden droplet. Unfortunately, I have never manifested the golden armor even after a dozen attempts over the past 500,000 years. And you gave the golden droplet to Yuan despite that? I'm in awe of your generosity, Huang Shaoli remarked. I have already relinquished such a dream. If I cannot attain the golden immortal physique myself, I want, at the very least, to contend with someone who possesses it. If my rival, Tian Yang, can attain the golden immortal physique, I cannot ask for anything better, he responded with a smile. Do you think he'll finish before the tournament resumes? Princess Maya suddenly asked. Is the tournament more important than the golden immortal physique? I couldn't care less about the tournament as long as he acquires the golden immortal physique. Giant Emperor Kulis declared. However, I do hope that he manages to finish before the tournament resumes. Giant Emperor Kulis proceeded to take a sit down. You're going to stay here and watch? Princess Maya asked after seeing his action. Of course. Do you think I'd miss the birth of the golden immortal physique? I'd even risk my life to witness such a historical moment, he scoffed. About an hour after Yuan acquired the golden immortal physique, the water in the cauldron, resembling melted gold, began to lose its color, swiftly returning to its diluted texture. 6 hours later, the water had nearly lost all of its color, reverting to its normal appearance of plain water. This monster in human skin. Giant Emperor Kula sighed inwardly after witnessing Yuan's absorption rate with his own eyes. It would have taken him several decades to absorb such powerful treasure, yet Yuan was able to do it in several hours. Yuan opened his eyes shortly after he finished his body tempering session. Giant Emperor. What are you doing here? Yuan was startled when the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Giant Emperor Kulis glaring at him intently. Giant Emperor Kulis silently smiled for a moment before speaking, How do you feel? Yuan inspected his body and said, A lot stronger. It would be strange if you weren't stronger after absorbing so much treasure. And you even attained the golden immortal physique, exclaimed Giant Emperor Kulis. Golden immortal physique? What's that? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. Listen here, you. Giant Emperor Kulis proceeded to explain the entire situation to him. A physique that can only be forged through body tempering, huh? Yuan had a smile on his face after realizing his achievement. Wait, does this mean that I currently possess 2 different physiques? Is that even possible? It's exceedingly rare, but it's definitely possible. Giant Emperor Kulis stood up, patted his robes, and continued, Anyways, the tournament will resume soon. Show me what the golden immortal physique can do or I'll personally skin you alive for wasting my resources. Yuan smiled, Thank you for the golden droplet. Giant Emperor Kulis causally waved his arm and left the room shortly after. Princess Maya decided to stay for a little longer. Even though I said that I wouldn't give you any treasures, I ended up betraying my own words. With that being said, I do not regret it at all. As a body refiner, I cannot imagine anything more honorable than being involved in the birth of the legendary golden immortal physique. I'm looking forward to your next match. Princess Maya left the room shortly after. You should get some rest. I'm also going to get some sleep. Huang Shaoli said to him before flying to the bed. Sometime later, Yuan tossed the cauldron back into his spatial ring and got dressed. Even if I want to get some rest, there's too much energy in my body to sleep. Yuan felt a strong urge to unleash the energy inside his body, but he refrained from doing so, not wanting to waste any energy before the tournament resumed. Instead, he looked at his character status to see what the golden immortal physique did to his body. Name, Yuan. Cultivation, 9th level Spirit King. Bloodline, Immortal Monarch Bloodline. Physique, Heaven Refining Physique, Golden Immortal Physique. Physical Strength, Unknown. Mental Strength, Unknown. Soul Strength, Unknown. Physical Defense, Unknown. Mental Defense, Unknown. Title, Golden Immortal Physique. Description, increases your physical strength by unknown and physical defense by unknown. Yuan's eyes widened when he observed the effects of the golden immortal physique. In his experience, the presence of a question mark suggested that the number was larger than what the system could handle. However, even without the system's help, he could vaguely tell how much stronger he was compared to previously. Golden immortal physique. This is my first time hearing about it. She merely muttered in a somewhat dazed voice after witnessing Yuan's situation. Xiaohua then said, I have heard about it from my father before. In the 9 heavens, 3 supreme physiques reign supreme, each standing resolutely at the pinnacle of its own category. Brother Yuan's golden immortal physique is the supreme physique for body refiners who temper their body. Then there's the harmonic spirit constitution, which is known as the supreme physique for cultivation. As for the 3rd supreme physique, I wasn't told about it, so I don't know anything about it. Is the harmonic spirit constitution created like the golden immortal physique? Or can one be born with it? She merely inquired. Xiaohua shook her head, saying, I don't know. Information about the supreme physiques is extremely scarce due to their rarity, and even those who possess such knowledge prefer to keep it to themselves. That makes sense. She merely turned to look at Yuan and sighed, he's taken another massive leap in prowess. Makes me wonder when he'll slow down, if that is even possible. Unbeknownst to everyone there, this was just the beginning of Yuan's true ascension to the peak of the world. Meanwhile, Yuan was still unaware of the changes currently occurring within his body, that the heaven refining physique and the golden immortal physique were slowly fusing together. A few hours later, Princess Maya returned to the room to notify Yuan that the tournament would resume shortly. Yuan and the Huang family made their way back to the tournament area while Princess Maya sat in the royal family's seating area. Junior sister Maya, I have been hearing a weird rumor lately, that you've taken interest in a human. Princess Maya turned to look at the handsome man sitting right beside her and responded, and what are you doing here, senior brother Helik? I thought I was the only one who was interested in the tournament. Indeed, you were the only one interested, at least until I heard that a mere human had managed to best Royal Guard Basar, my personal guard. Princess Maya smiled, so you've also taken an interest in a human, is what you are telling me? This handsome man with a tanned body was Prince Helik, one of Princess Maya's older brothers. Ha! That's a great joke. As if I would ever be interested in a mere human. I just want to see for myself what kind of pathetic trick this human has up his sleeve. There's no way a mere human could defeat a royal guard in a fair match, Prince Helik scoffed. Have you forgotten the fact that father's rival is also a human? That human is the very same one who defeated Royal Guard Basar. Princess Maya reminded him. Father is getting old. He's not as sharp as he used to be. Oh. Who is getting old now? Giant Emperor Kulas suddenly approached him from behind. Father. Prince Helik felt his heart skip a beat when he sensed Giant Emperor Kulas' cold gaze on him. Fortunately for Prince Helik, Giant Emperor Kulas didn't say anything else and silently took his seat. When the judge noticed Giant Emperor Kulas' presence, he announced, the tournament will resume shortly. A few minutes later, the judge shouted out loud, 7th match. Royal General Ozer and Tian Yang. Hearing his name, Yuan immediately jumped onto the stage and patiently waited for his opponent. A few moments later, a human-sized figure strolled onto the stage with a calm demeanor. An old man. Yuan raised his eyebrows upon seeing his opponent. Not only did this person appear to be human, but he also looked like an ordinary frail old man. However, Yuan wasn't deceived by the old man's frail appearance. Despite his aged look, the man not only boasted the impressive cultivation of an 8th-level divine warrior but also exuded a palpable sense of confidence from every pore of his body. It's the commander of the Royal Guards, Royal General Ozer. I thought he'd retired. Why is he participating in this tournament? The audience was greatly surprised by this old man's appearance. I cannot believe it. His luck must be dog's hit to be paired with the strongest guard on the continent. Prince Helik burst out laughing. Not only was Royal General Ozer the strongest guard on the continent, but he used to work directly under Giant Emperor Kulis, being his right-hand man. Only someone of General Ozer's caliber could bring out the golden immortal physique's prowess. Giant Emperor Kulis smiled inwardly. Ever since I've heard about you, I've always wondered what kind of man could be worthy of being His Majesty's rival, General Ozer suddenly remarked. Oh. What do you think now that you're standing before him? Yuan asked. Royal General Ozer shook his head and sighed. I don't want to sound arrogant, but it is a bit disappointing. While you are definitely talented in your own right, you do not qualify to be His Majesty's rival. That's quite harsh even though we've yet to exchange fists. I have seen everything I need to during your match with that brat Royal Guard Basar. Unfortunately, you won't be able to endure even 3 punches from me. That was 2 days ago. A lot can happen in 2 days, you know. Not only are you unworthy, but you are also arrogant. Today, I shall help His Majesty realize that he was mistaken about you. In the ensuing moment, the seemingly delicate frame of Royal General Ozer underwent a profound metamorphosis. His slender limbs swelled, pulsating with bulging veins and burgeoning muscles, transcending his diminutive stature into a truly formidable and monstrous presence. Despite the overwhelming presence standing before him, Yuan remained oddly nonchalant. 3 punches, right? I won't move a muscle until you throw 3 punches at me, Yuan declared with a calm smile on his face. His intention wasn't mere arrogance, rather, he aimed to test the limits of his newfound strength. You arrogant human, I will make you regret overestimating yourself. I won't need more than a single punch to kill a bastard like you. Royal General Ozer immediately threw a punch without hesitation, his fist hurtling toward Yuan's face with overwhelming force, bending the space around his fist. Yuan remained true to his words, not moving a single muscle on his body despite the threatening scene unfolding before him. What is that dumbass doing? Is he begging to be killed? Does he really think he can endure 3 punches from Royal General Ozer? What an utter clown, exclaimed a spectator in disbelief. Royal General Ozer's fist reached Yuan's face in the blink of an eye, and the spectators anticipated seeing Yuan losing his head in the next instant. The entire stage quivered at the moment of impact, and a powerful gust threatening to blow the audience off their feet swept the scene. However, in the wake of the destructive aftermath, a profound sense of puzzlement etched itself onto the faces of the audience as they beheld the unfolding scene on the stage. Yuan did not move an inch from his spot, and Royal General Ozer stood before him with his fist still firmly planted on his face, leaving the audience to wonder if Royal General Ozer had halted his punch right before the attack struck Yuan. However, judging by Royal General Ozer's shocked expression and the fact that his fist was actually touching Yuan's face, it was hard to believe that Yuan remained unscathed even if Royal General Ozer had pulled back his punch at the very last second. What transpired just now? Why did the general cease his punch? Did he really halt his strike? His fist is resolutely pressed against that human's face. Are we to believe that the human withstood the Royal General's fist and maintained an unmoved stance after the impact? Impossible. As the audience engaged in speculative murmurs, Royal General Ozer found himself paralyzed by the shocking outcome, as if grappling with profound disbelief, struggling to reconcile the events before him were real. What's going on? Why do my fists hurt? Why am I the one in pain? Striking Yuan brought back memories of his younger days when he had punched a wall out of anger, only to end up hurting himself in the process. However, he was no longer that weak child. He was the royal general of the royal family, one of the strongest warriors in the entire continent. Royal General Ozer eventually lowered his fist, revealing a smear of blood on Yuan's face. Of course, the blood did not belong to Yuan. Royal General Ozer had delivered such a powerful punch to Yuan that his own fist began to bleed, yet it appeared to have no discernible effect on Yuan, as evidenced by Yuan's unscathed condition and nonchalant demeanor. Princess Maya was rendered speechless, as was Giant Emperor Kulis. While both were aware of Yuan's possession of the golden immortal physique, they did not anticipate him emerging unscathed after directly facing Royal General Ozer's powerful punch. As for Prince Helik, he firmly believed that Yuan had used some trick to block the attack. "That's one punch," Yuan said a moment later. Despite his calm voice, he was actually quite shocked inwardly at the outcome. The attack just now was at least 10 times stronger than Royal Guard Basar's strongest attack, yet I've managed to block it only using my bare body and without any treasures or techniques. Royal General Ozer suddenly burst out laughing, dumbfounding everyone there. "It appears that I have underestimated you a little bit too much and used too little strength. Good. Very good. Let's see if you can withstand the next strike." Royal General Ozer claimed that he had gone easy on Yuan just now, but he knew very well that he'd used 70% of his strength during that attack. "Fuck. I have embarrassed myself before His Majesty. I must reclaim my face and kill this bastard with my next strike." Thinking this, Royal General Ozer began to gather his strength, taking his time to charge up his next attack, unlike the first strike. A few moments later, Royal General Ozer tossed out a punch that was even more devastating than the previous, aimed directly at Yuan's heart. "Die, you unworthy human brat." Royal General Ozer cursed inwardly as he unleashed his fully powered fist, driving it into Yuan's chest. The stage beneath Yuan's feet cracked upon impact, resonating with a sound reminiscent of a war drum that echoed profoundly in the ears of the audience. "This is impossible. What are we witnessing right now?" The audience muttered in a dazed manner as they stared at the stage. Just like the previous strike, Royal General Ozer was unable to move Yuan from his spot, much less inflict any damage on him. By now, the audience had to accept the undeniable truth that Yuan had managed to endure 2 of Royal General Ozer's strikes, emerging completely unscathed. Royal General Ozer's second punch had enough power to completely obliterate a peak divine warrior with ease, yet it wasn't able to damage Yuan in the slightest. "No, this can't be happening." Royal General Ozer began walking backward, a terrified expression on his face. He had never experienced such helplessness before, not even when he was surrounded by enemies in the heat of battle. "I will not accept this. I refuse to acknowledge your existence." Royal General Ozer suddenly roared in a fit of rage before charging at Yuan once more, his entire being overflowing with spiritual energy. "Stop! What do you think you are doing?" The judge shouted in a panicked manner when he realized what Royal General Ozer was trying to do. "He's going to use a martial technique." Princess Maya stood up from her seat with a worried look on her face. Even if she wanted to help Yuan, she wouldn't be able to reach them in time. Finally, a real test. Despite his predicament, Yuan managed to put a smile on his face, even welcoming Royal General Ozer with open arms, a gesture that only further enraged the broken warrior. A pulsating purple aura, vibrant and ominous, shrouded Royal General Ozer's fists as he prepared to unleash a dual onslaught, hurling both fists simultaneously toward Yuan with immense killing intent. Spirit-forged pulse strike. Upon the impact of Royal General Ozer's strike, Yuan sensed a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupting within his body, as if it were threatening to detonate him from the inside. Yet, this intense sensation swiftly receded, and Yuan became aware of an enigmatic force within him actively quelling the chaotic energy, preventing any harm or upheaval. Progress, 1%. Yuan arched an eyebrow in surprise as a progress bar materialized before him. Having missed the initial notification during his body tempering, he was unaware that his physiques were currently in the process of merging. Nevertheless, he could discern that something profound was transpiring within his body. "How are you still standing? Why are you still alive after being struck by my spirit-forged pulse strike?" Royal General Ozer stammered in bewilderment. As Yuan observed Royal General Ozer, he could discern a mixture of terror and confusion etched across his face. How? I'm not so sure myself. Maybe it has something to do with you being a little too weak. Yuan responded with a calm smile. How dare you? Have you not had enough yet, Ozer? Giant Emperor Kulas suddenly spoke, instantly silencing the entire place. Your Majesty. Royal General Ozer had a devastated expression when he saw the look of disdain Giant Emperor Kulas was giving him. You have disgraced yourself today, Ozer. Not only did you break the tournament's rules, but you also tarnished your legacy with your ugly display. My disappointment is immeasurable. Royal General Ozer fell to his knees and began shedding tears the next moment. He wanted to beg for forgiveness, but he didn't have the courage to even respond. Giant Emperor Kulas looked at Yuan and spoke, since your opponent broke the rule and used a martial technique, he will automatically be disqualified, so this match is your win. However, I doubt you will be satisfied with this result. Sure enough, he felt a twinge of disappointment that the match concluded without him being able to throw a single punch. What do you have in mind? Yuan asked. Giant Emperor Kulas' gaze suddenly shifted towards the man sitting beside him, and he spoke with a profound smile on his face, how about a match with my oldest son? Of course, this match won't affect the tournament whether you win or lose. What? Prince Helik exclaimed in a shocked voice. Princess Maya chuckled and said out loud, I believe that's a splendid notion, father. Elder brother, since you harbor doubts about his strength, there's no better way to dispel them than experiencing it firsthand. Alright, I'll fight him. Yuan quickly agreed to the match. This bitch. Prince Helik cursed inwardly after being tossed under the bus by Princess Maya. Helik, get on the stage. Giant Emperor Kulas spoke in a commanding tone. But father. I am a prince and the eldest in the family. How can I possibly stand on the same stage as a human? Giant Emperor Kulas smiled innocently and said, the stage doesn't care about your status or birthright. It only recognizes strength. Besides, it's a friendly match and won't affect your standing as a prince. But. Giant Emperor Kulas abruptly released some of his aura, immediately silencing Prince Helik. Elder brother, are you, by any chance, afraid of losing to him, a mere human? Princess Maya poked him where it hurt the most, his pride. Sure enough, when Prince Helik heard such words, he clenched his jaw and leaped from the lofty perch of the spectators to the arena below, proving Princess Maya's provocation effective. I will make you regret looking down on royalty. Prince Helik muttered in a cold voice. Yuan tilted his head and asked, how did you come to that conclusion? Prince Helik proclaimed, the audacity to challenge me implies a disdainful gaze upon my stature. But it was your father who suggested this match. I merely agreed to it. Shut your mouth. That doesn't change anything. Yuan smiled and looked at Giant Emperor Kulas, Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Speak. Giant Emperor Kulas responded with a curious gaze. I ask that my opponent be allowed to employ martial techniques. If the outcome of this match holds no bearing on the tournament, we need not be bound by its regulations. You. Prince Helik had a dumbfounded look on his face after hearing Yuan's suggestion. Your words imply that only your opponent will be using martial techniques, or am I reading too much into it? Giant Emperor Kulas inquired. No, you are correct. I will not be using any martial techniques. How dare you? Prince Helik's face flushed with redness after hearing this. While we are at it, I won't mind if he uses weapons, either. Yuan continued to speak, shocking the audience, as they had never seen such blatant disrespect towards Prince Helik before. You've gone too far, you weak maggot. Prince Helik released a beastly roar before charging at Yuan with a demon-like face. This guy's a 9th-level divine warrior. Yuan confronted Prince Helik with a wide smile on his face. You'll be my warm-up before I face your father. Since when did humans learn how to bark so loud? Allow me to shut your mouth for eternity. Yuan and Prince Helic immediately began exchanging fists with each other. What a heavy punch! Prince Helic cried inwardly after blocking Yuan's punch for the first time. It was just an ordinary punch, yet Prince Helic could feel his muscles screaming in pain and his bones cracking. Meanwhile, Yuan blocked all of Prince Helic's strikes without any issues. Are my eyes deceiving me? That human is actually on par with His Highness, Prince Helic. Shortly after their match commenced, the audience erupted in excitement with almost all of them cheering for Prince Helic. Get him, Your Highness. Show that human the power of the giant race. The audience, under the impression that the two fighters were evenly matched, cheered for Prince Helic, unaware that he was actually struggling to block Yuan's overwhelming strength. It only took a few exchanges for Prince Helic to realize the immense difference between him and Yuan, who was clearly playing with him. Damn it! Where is his strength coming from? Prince Helic cried inwardly. Each of Yuan's strikes possessed enough force to obliterate an entire mountain, and his body's durability was just as impressive as his strength, if not even more terrifying. Faced with an opponent whose attacks he couldn't block and whose defenses he couldn't penetrate, Prince Helic had no choice but to rely on his innate physique and the royal bloodline that flowed through his veins, swallowing his pride in the process. Great Mammoth Body Refinement. Prince Helic activated the Great Mammoth Body Refinement that brought Giant Emperor Kulus to his position as Emperor of Giants. The next instant, Prince Helic sensed an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his entire being, giving him this feeling of invincibility. Externally, Prince Helic's appearance remained largely unchanged. However, for those with a discerning eye, subtle signs revealed that his muscles were becoming more taut while maintaining their size. Empowered by this technique, Prince Helic's strength and defense surged to a level at least 20 times greater than his original capabilities. Allow me to show you the power of my royal families. Before Prince Helic could complete his sentence, Yuan's fist suddenly collided with his stomach, contorting Prince Helic's face in agony before sending him to the edge of the stage the next moment. Ugh! Prince Helic, after steadying himself, coughed up a mouthful of blood. The area where Yuan had struck still throbbed with intense pain. Sorry, did you just say something? Yuan pretended as though he didn't hear anything. Prince Helic glared at Yuan with a look of disbelief on his face. Impossible. I am currently empowered by the Great Mammoth Body Refinement. Why is he still overpowering me to such a ridiculous degree? He couldn't comprehend the reason for their disparity, as it made no sense. Meanwhile, Princess Maya and Giant Emperor Kulus held a serious expression on their faces as they witnessed Yuan's growth. Since it's one of the most powerful physiques in existence, I expected the Golden Immortal physique to be overwhelming, but I could have never predicted that it would be to such a terrifying degree. As Giant Emperor Kulus witnessed Yuan wield the overwhelming power of the Golden Immortal physique, he couldn't help but be consumed by a profound sense of envy, realizing that he had failed to attain such power. It's hard to believe that he was on par with Royal Guard Baisar just 2 days ago. After attaining the Golden Immortal physique, he's able to toy with elder brother Helic, who is easily 100 times stronger than Royal Guard Baisar. Princess Maya found herself caught between excitement and terror as she contemplated the immense potential of Yuan's future. No way. That human is actually winning against His Highness. The audience became silent after Yuan blew away Prince Helic, and they all held their breaths as they waited to see Prince Helic's response. After wiping the blood from his mouth, Prince Helic stood up and stared at Yuan with a serious expression. You're really something. I am starting to understand why my father is so obsessed with you. Prince Helic sighed, his words carrying a profound acknowledgement of Yuan's exceptional prowess. With that being said, I refuse to lose to you. Prince Helic closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, they flickered with determination and resolution. I will now fight you with everything I've got, martial techniques and all. You can use a weapon too, Yuan said. My fists are my weapons. Understandable. The two of them fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Prince Helic's entire being gushed with a black aura, and he exuded an overwhelming presence that forced the audience to back away from the stage. Dragon-slaying stance. Prince Helik stood in a stance that resembled karate. The next instant, Prince Helik moved so fast that it looked like he'd disappeared out of thin air. When he reappeared, he was standing right in front of Yuan. Dragon-slaying stance, beheading. Prince Helik swung his arm in a chopping motion, aimed at Yuan's neck. Seeing this, Yuan quickly raised his arm to block the incoming attack. Sha! As Yuan successfully intercepted the attack, the force behind it still pushed him backward. A tingling sensation lingered momentarily in the area where he had defended, swiftly fading away. What a deadly technique! Yuan thought to himself. If he hadn't acquired the golden immortal physique, that attack would have slashed his body in half with ease. In fact, even a peak divine master would suffer fatal injuries if they took it head-on. As for Prince Helik, his bones broke into several pieces after the strike, but he ignored the pain and used his cultivation to quickly restore it. Mammoth-slaying stance. Prince Helik suddenly changed his stance. After a brief pause, he jumped into the air and spun a few times in the air before dropping back down with immense force, using his legs to attack this time. Mammoth-slaying stance, pulverize. Yuan, in a display of determination, opted not to evade the impending strike. Instead, he boldly raised his arms above his head, standing steadfast as he awaited the oncoming assault. Boom! When Prince Helik's strike connected, the force was so potent that it fractured the entire stage, leaving visible cracks that extended across the surface. The region directly beneath Yuan bore the brunt of the impact, forming a crater-shaped depression. As for the person who took in most of the impact, Yuan finally received some substantial damage to his arm. However, the injuries amounted to little more than a few broken bones, which healed in the blink of an eye. Progress, 2%. Prince Helik immediately retreated after the attack, his face filled with bewilderment after seeing Yuan's seemingly unscathed condition. "Are you serious?" he muttered in a dazed voice. "There's no way he's unscathed after that." Prince Helik's body broke out in cold sweat. He'd just used his strongest martial technique and poured all of his strength into that strike, which was strong enough to completely pulverize a peak divine master. Despite that, Yuan, who was only a mere spirit king, remained unharmed after taking the attack head-on. How the fuck am I supposed to defeat a monster like him? Prince Helik could no longer see his path to victory. Should I forfeit? The thought of surrendering suddenly appeared in his mind. Huh? Did I just think about surrendering? Me? The prince? To a human? When he realized what he'd just done, an immense sense of shame collapsed on him like a tsunami. His face became enraged with all that anger pointed at himself. I will fight until my last breath. With a beastly howl and red eyes that seemed to reflect madness, Prince Helik charged at Yuan with relentless ferocity. What happened to him? Yuan was puzzled by Prince Helik's behavior, but it made countering his attacks much easier. How embarrassing. Princess Maya shook her head at Prince Helik's display. Looks like the fight will end earlier than I'd anticipated. Giant Emperor Kulas sighed. Sure enough, Yuan did not enjoy fighting Prince Helik in his current condition. In the end, Yuan, not wanting to prolong the fight, delivered a powerful punch to Prince Helik's chest, sending him flying out of the stage and into the crowd. As Prince Helik's body soared towards them, the audience tried to catch him, but the tremendous force sent both him and the people attempting to assist him flying. Winner, Tian Yang. The judge announced in a dazed manner. Wait. I am not. Prince Helik extended his hand in a grasping motion at Yuan, but he lost consciousness the very next second. Ha 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 ha. After witnessing Yuan's extraordinary display of power, Giant Emperor Kulas couldn't contain his amusement and burst into hearty laughter. Not bad at all, he clapped his hands and applauded. Following his laughter, Giant Emperor Kulas leaped from his seat, making a grand entrance as he landed on the stage, resulting in the entire platform crumbling beneath his colossal presence. Giant Emperor Kulus, his eyes blazing with excitement, declared, "Originally, I planned to wait until the end of the tournament, but my desire to battle has overwhelmed me. Fight me now, Tian Yan." Ding! You have started your first trial in the stairway to heaven. Defeat Giant Emperor Kulus. Defeat Giant Emperor Kulus within 60 minutes to receive a reward. What? Has the trial just started? What about my previous fights? Were they really just warm-ups? Yuan was left speechless after seeing the notification. However, since it led him to acquire the golden immortal physique, he didn't complain about it. Why not? Let's fight, he said with a smile. Giant Emperor Kulus suggested, let's relocate to a more suitable arena for our fight. With a snap of his fingers, the scenery transformed into a vast open field surrounded by towering mountains. All spectators were relocated to the mountaintops, ensuring an unobstructed view of their battle. Since you had to fight 2 consecutive matches before this one, do you need a moment to restore your energy? Giant Emperor Kulus asked. Thank you for your consideration, but I barely used any energy for those fights, so I don't need any rest. Yuan shook his head, a confident smile playing on his lips. However, Giant Emperor Kulus didn't accept his answer and tossed a pill at him. I insist. After all, I don't want to hear any excuses after I defeat you. Yuan caught the pill and shrugged, if you say so. He immediately felt refreshed after consuming the pill, but it didn't restore any energy to him since he was already at peak capacity. After seeing Yuan consume the pill, Giant Emperor Kulus shrunk his size to that of a human's size. Are you going easy on me? Yuan asked with raised eyebrows. I am not naive enough to underestimate you. Merely diminishing my physical stature does not equate to a decline in my strength. Being big, though advantageous in certain aspects, does not inherently enhance our power, it's mostly a symbol of our race as giants. Would you prefer me to expand to such colossal proportions that I could effortlessly crush you beneath a single foot? That would hardly be entertaining though, said Giant Emperor Kulus. Yuan could imagine Giant Emperor Kulus stepping on him like an ant. It would also be a nightmare to fight against such a colossal figure. Yuan eventually conceded that engaging in a battle of similar statures would be for the best. Giant Emperor Kulus seized a rock from the ground and proclaimed, I shall cast this rock into the heavens. The commencement of our battle shall be marked by the moment this rock descends and touches the earth. With a mere flick of his finger, Giant Emperor Kulus propelled the rock into the sky, where it swiftly vanished beyond the clouds in the blink of an eye. In anticipation of the rock's descent, the world fell silent and seemed to shrink, leaving only Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulus in a suspended moment, as if they were the sole inhabitants of existence. A few moments later, the rock emerged from the clouds, hurtling towards the earth with the velocity of a miniature meteor. Thud. The very moment the rock made contact with the ground, the figures of both Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulus vanished into thin air, only to reappear instantaneously directly before each other, and their fists were already in the midst of a punching motion. Dong! As their fists collided, a resounding impact echoed through the air, accompanied by visible cracks that seemed to fracture the space around their fists. It was as if the sheer force of their punches had reached such an extraordinary magnitude that it shattered the very fabric of space itself. With their fists still in contact, Giant Emperor Kulus let out a thunderous roar, a wide smile gracing his face. I have waited thousands of years for this moment, Tian Yan.